This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. Roy sat on the granite fence beside the bridge, with his legs over the bridge. The clear water of the Dane River flowed into the endless sea along the straight river. A silver moon like a hook in the night sky, and the moonlight like snow fell on this small town. The streets seemed very deserted, with occasional carriages passing by. This is the natural port of Castletown Port, which is only 200 kilometers away from the Silver Moon Royal City Buenos Aires. In the distance came the sound of bells of a three-masted sailing ship, ding-dong-dong, very crisp. It was just high tide now. The time when the ships on the dock set sail changed with the tide. I have been in this world for nearly a year, and I am not a qualified time traveler. Roy laughed at himself. Others can change their lives by making soap from sheep fat, olive oil from olives, and salt from the sea, cooking delicious dishes, but what about me? The level of civilization in this world exceeded Roy's imagination. There were gorgeous carriages everywhere on the streets, and there were three-masted sailing ships several dozen meters long moored at the port. There was also an airport dock outside the city, and airships were suspended next to the tower. This was a world with magic. Magicians are just a special profession here. Roy has seen elf magicians in robes on the street more than once. Roy felt like a bumpkin from the countryside, so out of tune with the elves in this city. His mother, Ms. Belinda, was a pure-blooded Silver Moon elf. She told Roy that your father was a wandering bard who came here from the other side of the endless sea, which was called the Green Empire. So you are a hybrid of elves and humans, but you look more like a human. In fact, you are a half-elf. But every time she said this, Ms. Belinda had drunk a little wine, so Roy couldn't tell whether it was drunken talk or not. Roy felt that he was not. He did not inherit any characteristics of the elves. His body grew very fast, and although he often drank the sap of the Tree of Life, he still grew very fast. Roy's home was on a long street near the sea in Castletown Harbor, and the Dane River flowed under the bridge at the entrance of the street. This place is relatively low in the city, and it is considered a civilian residential area in the city. Every time it rains heavily, the rainwater gathered from the high places will turn the streets here into a rushing stream. The shimmering river water made a ding-dong sound, as if playing a cheerful movement. Roy sighed. Even in the magical elf world, life had to go on. Roy was also wondering if this was a dream. He had tried to wake himself up in different ways, such as standing in the extremely noisy square and shouting loudly, challenging the pet night-blade leopard of Mrs. Winnie, the owner of the pharmacy at the corner of the street. Now he sat on the railing of the stone bridge at the corner of the street, looking at the rolling Dane River, closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and stretched his arms out. "Wake up, Roy." Roy opened his arms, and imagined himself as a seagull, jumping into the cold river water with a deep dive. Plop. The moment he fell into the river, Roy's mind went blank. The cold water wrapped around his body, but when he opened his eyes, he found that he was still in the river. His feet had touched the soft mud at the bottom of the river. He struggled hard, drank several mouthfuls of river water, and finally climbed to a step on the shore before he was exhausted. The stone platform here is where neighbors usually wash clothes and fetch water. Fortunately, there is no one at night, otherwise Roy might be embarrassed. He panted, and lay weakly on the stone slab. The wet clothes stuck to his body, and were very uncomfortable. The stone slab was a little cold, but it made him more awake than usual. Although he had expected it, Roy still felt a little disappointed. It seems that it is really impossible to go back. "Roy, is that you?" Next to the fence by the river, an elf woman's head popped out, with pointed ears and a silk scarf wrapped on her head, looking at the steps with a suspicious look on her face. "Hello, good evening, Mrs. Jillian." Roy recognized that the elf woman was his neighbor, Mrs. Jillian, and immediately sat up from the stone steps and answered with energy. "Do you need help?" "Oh no, I want to try night swimming." Roy tried to force a smile. His Elvish was still a little stiff. "Okay, whatever you want." Mrs. Jillian saw that Roy was still alive and well, and didn't seem to be depressed, so she ignored him and pushed the cart towards the dock. It was high tide now, and there would be fishing boats returning from outside at the dock. She wanted to go to the fishing boats to collect some sea fish. Ms. Jillian is Roy's neighbor, selling mackerel at the fish market at the port. If there is anything good about this city, that Roy thinks is that eating fish is really cheap. Occasionally, Ms. Jillian will take the remaining mackerel home and give Roy one when she is in a good mood. The fresh sea fish here is not so fishy. Just marinate it with a little salt, sprinkle some pepper and lemon juice, and it will taste great after frying. The elves here only eat fish and fruits. The diet is very healthy, and fat elves are rarely seen. Roy walked on the street, all wet. The night wind blew over him, and he couldn't help shivering. He thought that running a few steps would drive away the cold. His clothes were soaked and stuck to his body, making it particularly heavy to run. Roy's home was just across the street. It was an independent two-story wooden building. There was no light in the window. Ms. Belinda hadn't come back yet. The art gallery was very busy recently. Even if he went home, he would just take a quick shower, change into clean clothes, sleep for a night, and then disappear again. Elves like Roy's age usually still receive Enlightenment education at home, but he now looks like a 17 or 18-year-old human youth. The lifespan of elves is about 800 years, but half-elves like Roy are said to live up to 300 years. Even if they pay attention to maintenance, they probably won't live past 400 years. For Roy, suddenly finding out that he can live for 300 years is almost the same as immortality. Life is really long. But for Ms. Belinda, she has to face the reality that Roy's lifespan is less than half of that of a normal elf, and he is likely to die before her. Every time she thinks of this, Ms. Belinda becomes sentimental for a while. Ms. Belinda thought that Roy was precocious and could go to school earlier than other elves, so she decided to use some money to support Roy's schooling. The Elf Academy in Castletown advocates freedom. Students who enter the academy can freely choose courses, and can take some less important elective courses first, which can also be regarded as finding something for Roy to do. The elves in this port city live an extremely casual and slow-paced life. Anyway, everyone has plenty of time. The elves like to live freely, fishing, growing flowers, singing, dancing, listening to music, and attending various parties. However, living in the city inevitably has some expenses. The high-level elves know how to enjoy life, and only the elves living at the bottom need to work. Ms. Belinda is a sculptor's assistant, and usually works in the art gallery. When she is free, she is free. When she is busy, she spends almost the whole day in the art gallery, just like now. Pushing open the door, the moonlight shines in from the window. Although the corner is dark, you can still see the furnishings in the living room. There is a wooden square table against the wall, with only 2 chairs, and a thick sheepskin carpet on the floor of the living room. The windowsill is full of flower pots, which are full of tiny white baby's breath. On the left side of the living room is Roy's room, and on the right side is the kitchen. Ms. Belinda's room is on the 2nd floor. There is also a terrace on the 2nd floor that can climb up to the steep roof. The terrace is also filled with potted plants. In the eyes of the elves, growing flowers is to cultivate one's own taste. Throw off your shoes, walk barefoot around the milky white wool carpet, and walk into the bathroom next to the kitchen. Stand under the shower to take off your clothes, wash off the mud and water plants stuck on your body, and dry your body hastily. You have to save water a little. After all, it is very hard to lift the water to the roof, and Roy has always been responsible for this. Roy changed into clean clothes, soaked the wet clothes in a wooden basin and washed them, then hung them on the 2nd floor terrace. When he walked up to the 2nd floor terrace, he saw Moira, the little daughter of Mrs. Gillian, the neighbor next door, sitting on the opposite terrace with her hands on her knees, looking up at the silver moon in the night sky with her pointed chin. She was a hybrid of a silver moon elf and a night elf, with a somewhat dark skin. She had awakened the blood talent of the night elf, the invisibility, very early. At the same time, she was quiet and introverted like other night elves, and did not like to communicate with others. But this is the land of the silver moon elves, many of whom even reject the night elves. Moira, why haven't you slept yet so late? Roy said casually, while hanging clothes on the clothesline. Moira turned her head and showed a beautiful face. I slept too much during the day, and now I can't sleep. Roy, I heard that you are going to school next week. Well, Belinda thinks I should go to the academy early to learn some knowledge. Roy pulled the wrinkled corner of his clothes and invited, Moira, do you want to go with me? I'd better wait a little longer. I'm afraid I won't be able to adapt. Moira shrank her head and said shyly. Roy chatted with Moira casually for a few words, and then went downstairs to his room. The moonlight like snow fell on the white sheets. Sitting on the bed with thick vanilla, Roy opened his right hand and looked at the palm of his right hand. A ray of firefly-like light appeared in the palm of his hand. He didn't know what this thing was for. He touched his dry wallet. It took him a long time to save up 76 cola. He thought to himself, only 24 cola is needed to make up the cost of the primary appraisal. Since this is a dream that cannot be woken up, or it is not a dream, then I should plan my future life well. Roy looked at the faint light in his palm, rubbed his brows, and looked at the city outside the window. The snow-like moonlight filled the entire city. The elves in the city also had different ranks. The rich and powerful lived in the manor, wore gorgeous clothes, and attended various balls. Ordinary elves did not live so freely. Half-elves and half-elves were the lowest status groups in the city. Half-elves like Roy or half-elves like Moira were even discriminated against by other elves. When the elf rich and powerful gave speeches, they always shouted freedom and equality, and so on. In Roy's eyes, all of them were bullshit. But since we came to this fantasy world, we should walk around and see everywhere. Chapter 2. Early in the morning, wake up. Getting up from the soft bed is a test of willpower. At the entrance of the living room, next to Roy's muddy shoes, there is a finely crafted deerskin boot lying upside down, and another boot is sticking to the door. It seems that Ms. Belinda came back last night. Sure enough, there is a skirt hanging on the chair. Preparing breakfast is not troublesome. You just need to peel the breadfruit and prepare a cup of fragrant tea. Roy always thinks that breadfruit is a magical thing. No need for wheat flour and oven, but this thing is not to Roy's taste, but there is no way everyone eats this. Wheat flour can also be bought in Castletown Port, but these foods from the human world are very expensive in the elf world, and Roy doesn't know how to bake bread at all. The breadfruit that the elves eat is very different from the one Roy had seen in his previous life, except for the name. This breadfruit is more like durian. This breadfruit grows in a hard and thorny shell. When it is ripe, the shell can be easily separated into 5 petals, and the flesh lies inside like a croissant, but the flesh of the breadfruit is not too sweet, with a woody fragrance. It can be eaten directly or dipped in salt. Roy broke a quarter of the breadfruit, gave himself one portion, put the other portion on a porcelain plate, and prepared a cup of honey tea with balsam for Belinda. He drank a cup of diluted life tree juice, which slowed down aging. There was a life tree that had grown for nearly 5,000 years in the central garden of Castletown City. The Silver Moon elves in the city could get a portion there every month. Belinda was always worried that Roy was growing too fast. She always said that she had dreamed that Roy died in her arms, so she insisted that Roy drink it every day. Sitting at the dining table, eating food from the taste list. Recalling that before he traveled to this world, he was still a junior student who was cramming before the final exam. That day, Roy rushed to the library early to reserve a seat. There were many people in the library. Even though he came very early, the desks were almost all filled with various personal books. He walked along the rows of bookshelves, curious about how many rows of bookshelves there were in the second-floor library. Soon his attention was focused on it, and he always felt that he would never reach the end no matter how far he walked. Finally, I felt that I couldn't see other students around. I didn't expect that there would be such a quiet area in the library. It was really incredible. However, the books on the bookshelf seemed to be in some foreign languages. The words were not English, French, German, Italian, or Japanese. They looked like inexplicable ghost paintings. I randomly pulled out a heavy copper-covered ancient book. The cover was 2 elves, one holding a long sword and the other holding a staff. They looked up at the crescent moon above their heads. Although I couldn't understand the words on it, the patterns drawn inside seemed to describe the elf world. In fact, Roy was interested in flipping through the pages, because he wanted to see if there were any elf beauties in the illustrations. The elves' slim figures were in line with the aesthetics of the Chinese people. He only flipped through a few pages, and the whole book started to flip by itself, and faster, like a money-counting machine. After just a few seconds, the whole book was flipped from beginning to end. And at the end of the page was a huge vortex, like a huge black hole. It sucked Roy in at once, and he had no chance to struggle and call for help. I don't know how long I slept in the darkness. When Roy opened his eyes, he found himself in this elf kingdom, and became the son of Ms. Belinda. This elf mother, who looked nothing like him, was quite nice to him. But she was a petty bourgeois literary female elf. She spent almost all the money she earned on enjoying life. She was always so sentimental, and liked to pursue both material and spiritual enjoyment. She often wore beautiful clothes to attend various dances. She is a pure-blooded Silver Moon elf, so after putting on a dress, she could always enter the balls in various occasions. Roy can't do that. Even if Belinda guarantees that he is a half-elf with Silver Moon elf blood, many guards at the entrance of the balls will not allow such a half-elf, who looks like a human, to enter. Roy always waits obediently by the flower bed at the entrance of the ball venue, and always comforts Belinda that he doesn't like dancing at all. How can there be an elf who doesn't like dancing? Ms. Belinda thought that this must be Roy comforting her, and later Belinda took Roy to the balls less and less. Recently, Ms. Belinda found a new job and became an assistant to a sculptor in the city. Although she had to do some odd jobs every day, such a job with a strong literary atmosphere was very suitable for her. Ms. Belinda wore a cool nightgown and walked down from upstairs barefoot, yawning. Her snow-white arms were almost completely exposed. The nightgown stuck to her slender body and could not cover too much. She almost always wore this when she was at home. For a silver moon elf, who was less than 300 years old, she was still very young. If she were in the human world, she would be exactly 28 or 29 years old. She had long silver hair tied up in a bun, and had heavy eye bags under her big blue eyes. Whenever she didn't get enough sleep, her eyes would become a little swollen. She wasn't a very beautiful elf, but she knew herself and knew how to dress up, which always made her look intellectual. Sitting at the dining table, she first looked Roy up and down, then took a sip of honey tea, and then used a spoon to dig out the breadfruit on the plate. She looked like she was eating ice cream when she ate the breadfruit. "How was your day yesterday?" Ms. Belinda wanted to pinch Roy's cheek, but Roy turned his head away. "Nothing special. I want to go fishing at the beach today." Roy put down the spoon in his hand and told his plan. Belinda hesitated for a moment and said, "Okay, but don't pick up those shellfish on the rocks. They taste like slugs and make me feel sick just by looking at them." Roy shrugged his shoulders and said, "Okay, in fact, that thing is really delicious, especially with a little lemon juice." Then it was time for Ms. Belinda to nag. Like all mothers, Ms. Belinda always had this, and that expectation for Roy. You have to learn the appearance and habits of elves. After all, you live in the elf kingdom. I really don't know where you learned these human habits from. Is it that the human talent hidden in your body has awakened? Ms. Belinda felt helpless about this. Thinking of the task given to Roy, Ms. Belinda asked Roy, "Have you finished reading the poetry collection that I asked you to read last week?" Roy answered with a stiff face, "I read a little." In fact, Roy couldn't remember where the book was in the room. The elves' poems. Roy felt sick just thinking about it. That won't do. We Silver Moon elves would rather live without bread than without poetry. Belinda nagged at Roy. Roy replied, "I know, we can eat fish if we don't have bread." Breakfast was simple. He only had to wash 2 plates and cups, which Roy did almost all. After breakfast, Ms. Belinda went to work at the art gallery wearing a new dress with maple leaf patterns. Roy also washed his shoes that were covered with stinky mud and hung them on the terrace on the 2nd floor before walking out of the house with a fishing rod and a wooden bucket. He walked downstream along the Dane River to the seaside, where the Dane River flows into the sea. There is a reef area that is very suitable for fishing. Elves don't like to get up too early, except for those who have to go to the orchard to collect dew in the morning. The street was deserted, but very clean. On one side of the street was the Dane River, and on the other side were some shops in wooden houses. The closest shop to Roy's house was a shop selling breadfruit. In fact, there were many other kinds of fruits in it, but Roy felt that those could not be taken out as breakfast, so he only ate breadfruit every morning. There was also a pharmacy at the corner of the street. The shelves were filled with various test tubes filled with liquids of various colors. It was said that many of them were expensive magic potions. Roy didn't understand these, but he was very familiar with the night-saber leopard cub tied at the door of the pharmacy, and occasionally gave it 1 or 2 sea fish to eat. This street is almost all ordinary 2-story wooden houses, and many of them have been painted many times. This is the bad thing about living by the sea. It seems to be wet all year round, and even the wind is full of strong sea smell. Going further from the street, there is a Statue of Liberty built on a slightly raised rock wall. It is said that a group of people come to pray every weekend morning, and everyone will sit together to sing. Sabrina, the eldest daughter of neighbor Ms. Jillian, is a member of the choir in the temple. Roy actually wanted to go inside and take a look, but every time he passed the door, he would hesitate when he saw the statue of the goddess holding a scepter in the center of the flower bed in the temple courtyard through the iron fence. Standing on the roadside, Roy saw a vague figure emerging from the corner of the north wall of the temple from a distance. He suddenly jumped out of the wall, pounced into the weeds outside the wall, and then disappeared. Roy didn't care too much. The thief who dared to climb over the wall at this time in the morning might be an elf, who was secretly dating a priest in the temple. Standing here, you can have a panoramic view of the port. There are more than a dozen 3-masted sailing ships moored at the dock of the port, and there are dozens of small fishing boats. Now that the tide has just receded, only the smallest fishing boats can go out to sea at such a low water level. Large ships can only wait for the next high tide to go out to sea. Next to the dock is a golden beach. The sea water receded, leaving many shells on this beach. Roy was barefoot, wearing a pair of overalls, and rolled up his trouser legs and ran down the beach. The sea surface in the distance was connected to the sky. Roy first dug some sandworms on the beach and put them in a wooden barrel, then ran to the reef area on the beach with a fishing rod, and climbed up a huge reef closest to the sea. This reef was covered with oysters, and many places were very prickly. There were only a few places to stand, and Roy cleaned them up bit by bit. This is where he fishes. Standing on the reef, Roy looked at the end of the sea, wondering what kind of country was on the other side of the sea. Chapter 3. Blue sky, white birds. Only where the sea and sky meet, there are some faint clouds like smoke and fog. The reef area here is almost completely submerged by the seawater at high tide, and only appears above the sea surface at low tide, so the reef is crowded with oysters and sea clams. The elves don't like to eat shellfish, resulting in the reef area on the shore being almost occupied by oysters. Every once in a while, Roy has to clean up the shellfish growing at the fishing position, but this is a reef area with abundant shellfish, so there are many fish hiding in the cracks of the rocks. Fishing here is almost the best place, except that you have to be careful about the hook getting stuck on the bottom. The wind is a bit strong, and the tide has not risen yet, but the waves hit the rocks on the shore, turning into countless water splashes and foam. The fine sea water drifts away with the wind, making the entire coastline filled with the smell of the sea. Roy hung a piece of sandworm on the fishhook, and used both hands to throw the fishing line in his hand into a relatively narrow sea surface under the reef. Every time the waves rushed in along the narrow cracks in the rocks, they would flow out after a while. If there is a high tide, you will find a dark pit surrounded by rocks, only about 10 square meters in size, with some black sea bream in it. When the elves cook fish delicacies, they prefer to peel off the fish skin, remove the fish meat from the spines, marinate it with salt and pepper for a while, fry it in oil, and then pour some prepared sauce on it. However, they eat fish with fewer bones, so that it is not so troublesome to cook. This kind of black sea bream is a bit troublesome to cook. When it is taken to the market on the pier, only 2 fish shops are willing to buy it. Roy would occasionally place buckets at the entrance of the fish market and sell them to the elves who came to buy fish, but those elves were picky, so Roy would rather sell them for less money and send the fish directly to the fish store, and he could go there anytime. In just one morning, Roy caught half a bucket of fish, including some black porgy and a beautiful-looking 3-knife fish. Roy planned to steam the 3-knife fish in the evening. As noon approached, the tide began to rise again, and the sea water beat over wave after wave, constantly hitting the reef rock wall, swallowing up the reef area bit by bit. Roy knew that if he didn't leave here, it would be very troublesome to wade in the water when the sea water rose. There were shells as sharp as knives everywhere. So he put away the fishing rod, carried the heavy bucket, climbed down from the reef carefully, and walked towards the fish market on the pier on the soft sand. The pier of Castletown Port is not very big. There are rows of large and small fishing boats moored on the pier less than 300 meters long. Some are wooden boats that can only fish near the coast, and some are sailboats that can go to farther waters to fish. Incompatible with these fishing boats are large sailing ships anchored in the deep waters. Most of these 3-masted sailing ships are merchant ships. They not only bring spices and gems from Dorildo in the south, but also various magical herbs and delicious mushrooms from the Evernight forest in the north. The entire elf continent is occupied by 3 forces. The one occupying a large area of land in the south is a group of wood elves who believe in the son of nature. Most of the wood elves live on a huge world tree. It is said that the crown of the tree is an extremely prosperous city. The central region has the largest territory, which is the territory of the Silver Moon Elves. The Silver Moon Elves have always believed that they are the royal family of the elves, but they are not recognized by the other 2 elf races. The Evernight forest in the north has always been the territory of the Dark Moon Elves. They are used to living in the dark, and many assassins come from the Evernight forest. Castletown Port is the territory of the Silver Moon Elves. It is surrounded by the sea on 3 sides, and is close to the Gab Sea Trench, so it is a natural harbor. In the lively fish market, not only local elves are selecting fresh fish, but also some merchant ships from Buena City, who will put the fresh sea fish from the fish market into wooden boxes covered with ice, and then transport them to Buena City. The elves signed a non-aggression agreement with the Janasi clan, so Castletown Port has slowly developed from a remote fishing village to a lively fishing port in the past 100 years. There is a lively fish market on the east side of the pier. Many elves don't like the fishy smell, so the elves sell their fish on this sand dune near the pier and at a relatively high terrain after fishing in the sea. This was originally just a desolate beach, but later more and more elves came here to trade, and it slowly turned into a prosperous fish market. Now some stone slabs have been laid here, and even some places have built small wooden houses or awnings. Ms. Angeli's fish stall has an awning, but she prefers to buy large sea fish brought back from the sea by large fishing boats. She is not very interested in Roy's black sea bream, and Roy usually does not send the fish he catches to her. Roy has his own sales channel. The stall owner who is willing to buy his goods is a restaurant owner. In addition to having a stall in the fish market, he also opened a restaurant in the city. One of the specialties of that restaurant is the dish of steamed sea bream. Of course, there are also some small suggestions from Roy, which make this dish taste different. The black sea bream caught by Roy has also found a stable market, but the purchase price is still very low. 2 kolar for one, no matter the size. Of course, even if Roy caught a black bream smaller than 2 palms, he would throw it back into the sea. Roy carried a bucket through the bustling fish market in Castletown Harbor, and greeted familiar faces when he saw them. The elves in the fish market were all ordinary people. Nobles would not come to this dirty and smelly fish market. Many elves here were low-status half-bloods. For the Silver Moon elves, they were much more tolerant of half-elves, like Roy, who looked more like humans than some half-blood elves. The elves have a unified name for half-blood elves, that is, blood elves. But the elves are so literary, they can easily devote themselves to a new relationship. And in front of a new relationship, love is boundless. Roy heard that a large number of half-blood elves left the elf continent in batches, because they could not stand the discrimination of the elf continent. Speaking of which, the 2 daughters of Roy's neighbor Miss Jillian are like this. The eldest daughter Sabrina has a little wood elf blood, and the youngest daughter Moira has a little dark moon elf blood. Miss Jillian and her mother Belinda are both Silver Moon elves. The elves in the fish market are no longer surprised by Roy, and some elves even greet Roy familiarly. Roy, are you going fishing again? Well, Charu, how's your business today? Don't mention it, the fishmongers in Buenos Aires keep the prices too low. Every time this happens, Roy doesn't know what to say. But the fish stall owner in waterproof leather pants doesn't mind at all, he just wants to complain, and Roy is a good listener. Charu continued to nag. Our fish market should unite, and resist those foreign fishmongers together. Hey, look over there, it seems that another big ship has docked. Roy followed Charu's gaze, and saw that another large ship had indeed come ashore in the deep water area of the dock with the help of the tide. Not only was the style of this ship very different, but even the sails were not the white silk fabrics commonly used by elves, but a dark gray one, and the half of the sails that were raised were clearly embroidered with swords, shields and griffins. Although the 5-masted sailboat was several hundred meters away, Roy could still clearly see that the sailors on the ship were not elves with pointy ears, but a group of humans who looked somewhat similar to him. These human sailors were also standing on the side of the ship with great excitement, cheering and waving to the shore. Roy soon carried the bucket to a fish stall. Unlike other fish stalls, this stall had a wide variety of sea fish, and there was hardly any vendor among the customers who gathered here to choose sea fish. The stall owner was an old elf. Although time hardly left traces on elves, from the sparse white hair on his head and some subtle wrinkles on his face, it could be judged that he was very old. The lifespan of elves is about 800 years, which does not mean that they will live forever. Time will also take their lives, but an old elf represents a rich life experience, even if he is just a stall owner in the fish market. Going fishing again? The old elf asked Roy kindly. Compared with other young elves, Roy is more pragmatic and knows more about life. The elves in Castletown Port live in an environment with abundant materials. Even the poorest elves can afford breadfruit. Elves don't have high demands for food, and most young elves choose to pursue higher artistic accomplishments. It's okay to let them recite poems facing the sea, but few young elves will go to the seaside to fish like Roy did. Only 14 kolar. Roy put the bucket in front of the old elf's feet. Pour it in, the old elf said without counting the number. Then, he counted 14 white shells from the purse. This is the smallest denomination of currency in circulation in the Silver Moon Elf Kingdom, and it is an uncommon shell. Roy had searched the coastline around Castletown Harbor, but at least no shells of this style were found on this beach. Roy put the 14 kolars in his hand into his wallet. This kind of shell polished into thin slices is very light. Roy couldn't help patting his pocket. If tomorrow's luck is the same as today, the appraisal fee will finally be settled. But what Roy cares more about is another thing. Roy carried the bucket with only 1 3-knife fish left, turned around, and saw the 5-masted sailing ship at the deep water dock. This huge sea ship looked very shabby. The ram in front of the hull was a bronze statue of an eagle lion, but the left wing was broken and covered with green copper rust. It looked like it should be repaired. Unlike the exquisite streamlined hulls of the elves, the front of this sea ship was sharper, but the back of the hull was a bit square. At a glance, it was known that it could carry a lot of cargo. Roy didn't rush home, but walked towards the deep water dock with the bucket. Chapter 4. Only when he walked to the front of the large ship did Roy truly feel how tall it was. The ship was docked vertically at the dock, with the brass ram almost touching the stone steps. It was more than 4 meters higher than the dock. The main sail had been lowered long ago, but the main mast, which was more than 40 meters high, was tied with countless ropes and pulleys. Compared with the exquisite merchant ships of the elves, this ship looked very crude in both shape and facilities, but it was the largest ship Roy had seen in Castletown Harbor. The length of the hull alone was probably more than 40 meters. Putting down the bucket in his hand, Roy carefully observed the deep draft ship. It seemed that there should be a lot of cargo on board. The elf patrolmen on the dock rushed here, as soon as possible, and have climbed up the ladder to the sea ship. They should be checking the dangerous goods on the ship, such as the armed forces, and weapons, and equipment on board. The sailors were still sorting some wooden boxes on the deck. They looked like some worthless goods. As long as these goods were not taken off the ship, according to the regulations set by the Silver Moon Elves, no tax would be required. So Roy did not see the tax collector on the dock on the ship. Just when Roy was standing in front of the dock, staring at the sea and ship in a daze, some well-dressed crew members had already walked down the ladder from the ship. It can be seen that the safety inspection on the ship by these elf patrols went smoothly, so there was no order to prohibit these crew members from getting off the ship. These crew members were almost all wearing leather vests, white shirts, breeches and boots, and they did not wear weapons around their waists. Roy saw that the sailors on the bow deck all had swords on their waists. These crew members' hair seemed to have not been taken care of for a long time. Many crew members had braids, while some had their hair loose, which was messy when blown by the sea breeze. Their hair colors were varied, with yellow hair, red hair, and dark brown being the most common. Each of them looked very strong, at least stronger than the elf patrolman. Probably because Roy was the only person on the dock who looked similar to them. After getting off the ship, the crew members did not walk around randomly, but walked straight to Roy's side. The strong crew member in the lead was also looking at Roy curiously. "Do you need a guide?" Roy asked proactively. He didn't like being a guide. In fact, this was his first time doing this. The main purpose was to get some news about the outside world from these sailors, who were traveling far away. Castletown Port was a fishing port, and most of the merchant ships doing fish trade came here to dock. Even if Roy wanted to get close to him to inquire about the news, no one was willing to pay attention to him. The strong crew member spoke a string of words to Roy quickly. Roy was confused and didn't understand what he was saying at all. It seemed that there was no way to communicate. Roy spread his hands and shook his head slightly, indicating that he was helpless and couldn't understand. "You don't know the Imperial language?" A thin young man in a black robe appeared behind the strong crew member. He had very fair skin and a pair of glasses on his nose. He held a copper-covered book in his hand and asked Roy in a very stiff Elvish language. However, his grammar and pronunciation were both problematic, and no elf would arrange words like this. Roy nodded. "I only speak Elvish. Do you need a guide?" he asked the young man in the robe again. At this time, he discovered that there were some dark patterns on the black robe, which looked like magic lines. Roy guessed that the other party was probably a magician. The magician waited for Roy to slow down his tone and listened carefully twice before saying, "Take us to find a hotel. After we settle down, take us to find a tavern with local characteristics. We all need to relax a little." He spoke rhythmically, sounding like a spell. "No problem," Roy answered readily. The young magician discussed with the strong crew member, then turned back and asked, "How much do I need to pay you? If possible, tell me about the interesting things you encountered on your journey. Do you want to get some information from the outside world? Then let's exchange it with each other. We also want to know more about this elf city." The young magician took the opportunity to speak. "This is the Castletown Port in the Silver Moon Elf Kingdom," Roy said frankly. "This is not a secret. You can find out by asking a little." Then he asked, "Where are you from?" "Green Empire, Chien City. It is the largest southern city in the Green Empire. If you have the opportunity to go to the Green Empire, you must visit Chien City." The young magician answered without hesitation, and then asked, "Is it far from Buenos Aires?" "Not too far. What are you doing here?" Roy asked curiously, but he did not point out the specific location of Buenos. The young magician said, "Of course it's for trade. We plan to go from the Silver Moon Elf Kingdom." Ahem. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by the strong crew member beside him. Obviously, he did not understand the conversation between the magician and Roy, so the magician could only translate it patiently for him. Then the strong crew member quickly said a few more words to the magician. The magician hesitated for a moment, then carefully organized his words, and then smiled awkwardly at Roy, We just planned to buy some elf cookies, high-end swords and shields and other goods. Roy knew that they were not telling the truth, but he was too lazy to pay attention. After all, they were not familiar with each other. Seeing that these crew members were still a little wary of him, Roy shut up. Since he promised to take them to find a hotel, Roy didn't say anything, but just introduced some hotels in the city, which were roughly divided into 3 levels. There are 2 hotels on Brown Street where Roy lives, but Brown Street is a civilian neighborhood, so the hotels here are of the lowest quality. Usually some merchants who purchase sea fish at the dock will stay in the hotel for 1 or 2 nights. However, there are good places, which are cheap and close to the port dock. After hearing Roy's introduction, the crew members readily agreed. Roy walked in front with a bucket. After walking out of the dock, Roy would take the initiative to explain to them what these shops were doing without passing by any shop. At least they should be able to tell which is a store and which is a restaurant. Brown Street is really close to the dock. When Roy and more than 20 crew members passed by the Statue of Liberty, they were surprised to see a small temple built on the hillside. Immediately, some crew members couldn't wait to go over and take a look, but there was a crowd of people at the entrance of the temple. Through the crowd, you can see the priests in robes inside the temple, and they are talking endlessly with several elf patrols. It seems that something has happened to this temple. When Roy passed by here in the morning, this temple was still so quiet. A group of people passed by the entrance of the Statue of Liberty, and no one was stupid enough to look over there with curious eyes. After passing the Statue of Liberty, Roy thought of something, and then took out a collar from his pocket, with a thin shell between his thumb and index finger. Roy introduced to the crew behind him. The currency used here is collar, which is made of this kind of shell. Gold coins are not acceptable. The young magician asked in surprise. Roy looked at the magician with some envy. He really didn't know what it would be like to trade with gold coins in the shops here, because he didn't have any gold coins, and had never seen anyone use gold coins. So Roy said to the magician, "You can try it. I think some elves will like it." Roy took them to a hotel. Sure enough, this hotel didn't accept gold coins. However, the young magician took out a light green crystal from his pocket. The front desk clerk in the hotel was a sweet-looking young female elf. After seeing the crystal, she immediately called the hotel owner. The hotel owner enthusiastically arranged 10 rooms for them, and the young magician even exchanged for a large bag of collar. The young magician casually counted out 50 collars and handed them to Roy. Roy hesitated and did not take it. This was a lot of money for Roy. "Take it. I ask you to take us to a more reliable tavern later." The young magician stuffed the stack of collars into Roy's hand and said with a smile. Chapter 5. Roy led the crew on Brown Street. The port city in the elf world is quite unique, and many buildings are beautifully built, but the gardens in the backyards of these street-facing houses cannot be seen. Even if the elves have yards, they usually don't grow vegetables in them. They like to grow some flowers and plants, and then trim them neatly, and at most plant 1 or 2 fruit trees. Gardening is also an art for the elves. The crew members would always look around curiously at the exquisite buildings. They would also stare at the elf women, whether they were young or old. They would first look at their faces, then move their gazes down along their necks, chests, waists, hips. Occasionally, they would communicate with each other in the imperial language that Roy couldn't understand. Perhaps it was because they drank the sap of the world tree. The elf women would not look very old even if they lived for 600 or 700 years. At most, they would have some wrinkles on their faces that were not too obvious. For these crew members, they simply couldn't tell that the elven woman watering the flowers in front of them was 200 years older than his great-great-great-grandmother. When these crew members heard Roy introduce the shops on the street, they became very careful. Everyone even stopped for a long time in front of Mrs. Winnie's pharmacy at the corner of the street. The shelves outside the pharmacy were full of flower pots. The flower pots were not filled with common flowers, but some magical herbs that Roy couldn't tell clearly. According to Ms. Belinda, Roy had to learn these basic knowledge slowly after going to school. However, this group of people obviously stayed at the door of the pharmacy for a little longer. Although they were very restrained, Roy still saw the desire in their eyes. The young magician introduced himself as Benjamin. Roy couldn't communicate with other crew members, so he didn't need to know each of their names. In fact, Roy felt that even the young magician's name was fake. Every time he called Benjamin, the young magician didn't react immediately. It wasn't an instinctive reaction. In this regard, the magician Benjamin explained to Roy that this was the first time someone called his name in Elvish. Since the crew members were generous, Roy didn't intend to argue with them. "I only know where the tavern is, but I haven't been in it," Roy said to the young magician Benjamin. Magician Benjamin invited Roy and said Then why don't we go in and see it together later? I know a tavern with a good reputation. Roy pointed to a semi-open-air tavern at the end of Brown Street. This is the end of Brown Street. The tavern is built on the cliff facing the sea. The terrace hangs outside the cliff. It is a great viewing platform. Half of the terrace is hidden under the shade of trees. If you want to go to the beach from here, you have to go around the back alley and walk a long stone staircase. Elves are good at designing such unique buildings and like to integrate natural scenery into gardens. This tavern has a great atmosphere. It is a small house that looks very simple. It is filled with various wine utensils. A mixed aroma of wine wafts out from the door. There are only 6 tables on the terrace with a sea view. There are not many people in the tavern at this time. Magician Benjamin came to the terrace and held the railing to see the lively dock. He said to Roy excitedly, "Yes, this is the place. We need a tavern like this to have a few drinks. You may not be able to imagine how boring it is to sail on a ship for a whole year and a half. Silver Moon elves usually like to drink tree sap, and these alcoholic beverages are shipped from the Dark Moon Elf Kingdom." The waiter came over with a wine list full of elven words. She was a Dark Moon Elf with a gray skin. She was obviously a little timid and kept staring at Roy. It seemed that among these people, only Roy could give her a sense of security. Roy had seen her on the street, but he didn't know that she actually worked in this tavern. After asking about the special drink here, which was a sparkling wine, and the price was indeed very affordable, the crew was divided into 2 tables. Each table ordered 2 bottles of sparkling wine and stronger rum. As for the side dishes, there were only some dried fruits and dried fish, and no other food. The moment the cork was opened, with a pop, the golden wine with bubbles was poured into the glasses in front of the crew members. The only waitress in the tavern stood behind the bar, looking at the human crew members with great curiosity. The elf looked pretty good, with light oil paint on her lips. When she sat down next to the bar, there was no disdain or contempt in her eyes. Everyone sat down and drank a glass of sparkling wine, and the topic became more obvious. Roy didn't drink. Because this was forbidden by Ms. Belinda, she didn't even allow Roy to go to the bar. In Ms. Belinda's eyes, Roy was just a child who could only drink the sap of the world tree. "How did you solve the food problem? I mean when you were sailing on the sea?" Roy asked curiously. The magician Benjamin took a sip of wine and said with satisfaction, "What's the big deal? You can catch fish in the sea at will. Who doesn't know that you can catch fish in the sea at will?" Roy complained in his heart. "Can you eat vegetables on the ship?" Roy continued to ask. Magician Benjamin suddenly popped out his chest, his face full of pride and superiority, and answered, "Of course, my profession is a botanist, and I also need to cultivate some fast-growing vegetables on the ship. The cabbage and tomatoes I grow on the ship are pretty good." Roy continued to ask curiously, "What about fresh water? If we can't find an island or a port, what will we do if the fresh water stored on the ship is used up after such a long journey? Will we rely on collecting some rainwater to make a living?" Benjamin looked at Roy in astonishment, and after confirming that he really didn't know, he explained, "I thought the elves would be more advanced than us in this regard." The magician touched his waist, and took out a silver-plated square plate from his arms. He turned the silver-plated square plate with the engraved patterns facing up, and placed a crystal slice in the gem groove. As the patterns on the square plate lit up some strange magic lines, small water droplets condensed from the square plate. Seeing these small drops of water splashing on the silver-plated metal plate, Roy realized that they relied on magic to provide water when sailing on the sea. "You have this magic metal plate, so you won't lack drinking water during the voyage?" Roy asked. After taking off the crystal slice, the magician Benjamin carefully wiped the silver-plated metal plate with a handkerchief, and then said, "Not only that, many times we even rely on it to take a bath." Roy felt that these things were so novel, but at the same time he felt a little lost. This place was really different from his original world. "How long have you been here?" Magician Benjamin took another sip of wine. The sailors next to him started chatting among themselves. Their voices were a little loud, which seriously destroyed the originally quiet atmosphere in the tavern. Fortunately, there were not many people in the tavern. In fact, there was still a drinker sitting in the corner. There was also a bottle of rum on the table in front of him. Most of the rum in it had been drunk. He looked a little drunk. He lowered his head and counted the few nuts left on the plate. He looked bored. Just looking at his profile, Roy felt that he looked familiar. "I was born here and have lived here all my life," Roy said casually. Benjamin asked with envy, "Did you grow up in the fairy kingdom?" Roy nodded, not understanding why he asked again. "Have you ever been to Buenos Aires?" Benjamin asked. Roy shook his head immediately. The young magician was a little disappointed and took another sip of wine. On the counter of the tavern was a conch that could hear the siren's song. It looks magical, but actually there is a magic crystal hidden inside the conch. There is a group of inscriptions engraved on the magic crystal. This thing is very common here. Mrs. Winnie, the owner of the pharmacy at the corner of the street, also has one. The music is a little more exciting than this one. The elves drinking in the tavern are very quiet. Few people sit together and talk loudly like this group of sailors. In the eyes of the elves, this behavior is also a kind of vulgarity. Roy couldn't help but glance at the drunk sitting in the corner. The reason why he noticed him was entirely because he had appeared in the yard of Ms. Jillian next door. In addition to selling fish, Ms. Jillian's favorite thing to do is to date different male elves and occasionally bring them home to spend the night. Roy had seen this elf, who looked a little drunk more than once. He had a special look and a dark complexion. He should be a dark moon elf. Jillian called him Jefferson. Jefferson was wearing a set of old light leather armor. His hair had not been groomed for a long time and looked a little sloppy. He seemed to be waiting for someone. There was a half glass of rum in front of him. He never drank it all. He only took a shallow sip each time. Roy felt that he must not want to go up to him and say hello at this time. He was a little drunk and kept mumbling something. After he finished the last sip of wine, he looked at the empty wine glass in his hand in a daze, and his left hand snapped his fingers skillfully. The young waitress in the tavern hurriedly held the wine list and walked over quickly. She leaned down as much as possible, put the wine list in front of him, and waited for him to choose a wine. The drunk Jefferson put one hand around the waitress's soft waist, and the other hand grabbed the waitress's small hand, whispering something. The elf waitress shook her head repeatedly to refuse, but Jefferson was still unwilling to give in. His hand had already grasped the elf waitress's wrist. "Stop. Let go of the girl," a crew member at the next table said loudly. He spoke in imperial language, which Roy could not understand very well. But then Roy saw that he was indignant, stood up suddenly, rushed to the table in the corner, and stretched out his hand to hold Jefferson's shoulder. Chapter 6. Jefferson struggled to stand up. He had some fighting skills, and he pulled out the long dagger from his boots while struggling. Roy guessed that he must have the blood of the Dark Moon Elf. He attacked fiercely and quickly, and the angle was extremely tricky. The moment the dagger turned over between his wrists, it easily pierced the soft leather vest on the left rib of the crew member, and inserted it from the edge of the 11th rib. The crew member did not expect that the drunk elf would be so cruel. When he reacted, he only felt a sharp pain in his diaphragm, and even had difficulty breathing. He endured the severe pain, grabbed the handle of the long dagger, and tried to kick Jefferson away. At this time, Jefferson had already pulled out the bloody dagger, and his body rolled backwards rapidly, preparing to jump into the dense bushes below along the railing of the suspended terrace. The crew member's bloody hand was also cut off by the sharp dagger, but his palm was still pressed on the bleeding wound. The other crew members noticed the fight here and immediately surrounded Jefferson. Seeing their crew stabbed by the drunk elf, the crew members were no longer so calm. With a few shouts, the crew members were filled with clear fighting spirit, and they almost rushed towards Jefferson at the same time. Although Jefferson was quite skilled, there were more than 10 crew members in this group, and they cooperated with each other very well. When they rushed, they almost blocked all of Jefferson's retreat routes, and some rushed to the railing first. The battle ended as soon as it began. 4 crew members pounced on Jefferson at the same time, pinning him to the terrace floor. They grabbed Jefferson's messy curly hair, lifted him up, and slammed him hard on the floor again, causing Jefferson's head to bleed and his struggling limbs to become weak. Surrounded by a dozen crew members, they dragged Jefferson to the alley behind the tavern. The blood flowing from Jefferson's head dripped onto the floor, forming an intermittent line. Roy, like the waitress in the tavern, was almost scared to death standing by. The bar owner also ran out of the wooden house full of barrels. Magician Benjamin squatted beside the crew member lying on the ground, chanting a short spell while unfolding a magic scroll. Rays of light sprinkled down, and the crew member's face became more painful. "What a trouble!" Benjamin muttered, and with a look of regret, he poured a bottle of light red potion into the crew member's mouth. Roy had seen this magical potion in Mrs. Winnie's pharmacy. The strong crew member walked out from the back of the tavern quickly. He spoke a few words to Benjamin in the imperial language. Benjamin was also stunned. He quickly asked a question, and then began to bandage the wound of the crew member lying on the ground. They moved quickly, and had no time to pay attention to Roy. The crew members, who came back from the back had gloomy faces, and some even stared at Roy, the tavern owner, and the waitress with unfriendly eyes. When the crew members in the alley behind returned, they did not stay in the tavern, but walked straight to the door of the tavern. The strong crew member, who seemed to be the leader, with the help of others, carried the injured crew member on his back and followed them out. No one in the tavern stopped them. Magician Benjamin did not say anything else. Before leaving, he just patted Roy on the shoulder, put a stack of cola on the table, and took away the bottles of sparkling wine that were not finished. He walked at the back, and the crew members at the door were obviously waiting for him. They ran very fast, and did not walk along Brown Street to the city, but followed the stone steps extending to the seaside along the edge of the tavern, and went into the dense woods. At this time, the waitress who had the courage to take the opportunity to check the situation at the back of the alley screamed. Roy was a little worried. Things seemed to be getting worse. This was the first time Roy saw someone using a knife in front of him, and there was no fierce fighting scene. Both sides were very fierce. It took less than a quarter of an hour from the bloodshed to the crew members running away. At this time, it was too late for Roy to leave. In fact, he couldn't just leave like that, because the tavern owner and the waitress knew him. Everyone lived on Brown Street. Even if they couldn't call each other's names, they would often meet each other. Jefferson fell in the alley behind the tavern. He was cut by the crew members, and the blood stained his worn leather armor. His clothes were still there, the bloody dagger in his hand was still there, and the money in his pocket was still there, although there were not many colored coins in that pocket. The tavern owner seemed very calm. He asked Roy to stay, and ran out to find the elf patrolman of Castletown Harbor. Roy had just seen 3 elf patrolmen handling a case at the Statue of Liberty. Now he saw 3 elf patrolmen rushing here. They were wearing light armor and carrying elf swords on their waists. They looked very heroic. Roy thought, these elf patrolmen are really busy. But he didn't dare to complain at this time. He just sat next to the waitress honestly. The elf patrol began to confirm Jefferson's identity, and Roy found that the tavern owner and the waitress also knew the deceased Jefferson. Then several elf patrols began to investigate the cause of the incident. According to the tavern owner, touching hands was nothing, and Jefferson and Lucy knew each other. The reason why the two had some disputes was that Jefferson wanted to buy a glass of wine on credit, and the waitress Lucy was worried that he would deny it later, and didn't want to pay for him. And those human warriors fought with Jefferson, just to help Lucy out, but Jefferson's reaction was a bit extreme, and he used a knife on the group of human warriors, and someone on the other side fell down first. The enraged humans temporarily dragged Jefferson to the back alley. Everyone thought that Jefferson would be beaten up, and then wait for the elf patrols to come, but they didn't expect that the human warriors were also very tough, and directly cut Jefferson's neck. The tavern owner described the incident very objectively, without favoring anyone. Miss Lucy, the waitress of the tavern, looked aggrieved. She confessed that she and the Dark Moon Elf Jefferson met at an open-air square dance. There were 2 times when they were tired of dancing, so Lucy took Jefferson home to spend the night. The elves all believed in the feelings that emerged from such a short time together. But later Lucy found that Jefferson didn't have a proper job. He would always take some shady tasks to earn a little money. He would spend money easily when he had money, and tighten his belt to find work when he didn't have money. Jefferson was short of money these days, so she didn't pay much attention to him these 2 days. In this case, Jefferson would almost disappear quietly for a few days, and when he had more money, he would appear again with a bouquet of flowers. But I didn't expect this guy to come to the tavern in the morning, sit for half a day, and refuse to leave. If he hadn't pestered Lucy, and wanted Lucy to buy him another drink, the following things wouldn't have happened. The elf patrolman who recorded these things looked at the waitress with contempt, and there was no eye contact during the whole process. A pale-faced elf patrolman sat opposite Roy, and there were 2 glasses of water on the table. The elf patrolman had a sharp eye and liked to stare at Roy's eyes when asking questions. He asked Roy a lot of questions. Roy answered truthfully. For example, the 2 sides met at the dock, and he promised to be their guide. For example, this group of sailors booked a few rooms in the Wooden House Hotel, and then ran to the Lehigh Tavern to drink. Another example is that they came here on a 5-masted sailing ship, and just got off the ship. The elf patrol held a delicate quill pen, and recorded Roy's words on a piece of white paper, without missing a word. If we have anything, we will find you again, the elf patrol said to Roy with a stern face. Roy nodded honestly, and after being questioned by the elf patrol, he stood aside dejectedly. In order to find out some news about the outside world, he was inexplicably involved in such a chaos. It was really not worth it. The elf patrol took Jefferson's body away. The life of the elf is very precious, but the patrol will continue to investigate this matter. However, they are not in a hurry to track down the murderers because they are short of manpower. Of course, no one will admit that this has anything to do with Jefferson being a Dark Moon elf. The tavern didn't seem to be affected by this. Before the elf patrols left, the waitress started to wipe the blood on the floor with a mop. The tavern owner also went back to the wooden house of the tavern to rest. The tavern didn't suffer any loss. The elf patrols would track down the murderer based on the existing clues. No one paid any attention to Roy. Roy found that he had nothing to do, so he walked outside the tavern. Just then, a thin elf timidly avoided the 3 elf patrols. He was holding a package in his arms, and walked in from outside. When he passed by Roy took a casual glance and saw a few basil leaves on his pants, as if he had just walked through the woods. His hair was messy, probably because he hadn't washed it for a long time. He was worried that his hair would stick up, so he took some water and forced it down. Walking out of the pub, Roy stopped abruptly. He suddenly remembered that the only place where basil trees grew nearby was outside the wall of the Statue of Liberty. There was no such thing anywhere else. The man he saw climbing over the wall of the Statue of Liberty this morning, could it be him? Chapter 7. After leaving the tavern, Roy originally planned to go to the Magic Guild next to the Elf Academy in the upper city. There are junior appraisers there who can help people identify various magic-related objects. Roy planned to identify whether the light in his palm was magic. If it was magic, then he planned to learn some magic-related subjects. However, when he walked to the intersection of Brown Street, he found 2 elf patrols standing at the intersection. The 2 of them were checking pedestrians entering Brown Street. The entire Brown Street was under martial law, and only entry was allowed, not exit, making the residents of the entire street panic. Mrs. Winnie, the owner of the pharmacy at the corner of the street, stood on the steps outside the store, looking at the 2 elf patrols with some boredom, while chatting with the owner of the fruit shop next door. The Nightblade leopard lying in her arms stared at Roy fiercely, and the amber eyes were full of vigilance. The neighbors on the street all ran to the street, and everyone was discussing what happened. The elf patrol came and put the entire Brown Street under martial law. Since he couldn't leave Brown Street for the time being, Roy walked towards home. When he reached the door of his house, Roy saw a beautiful elf in a white silk dress, holding a few books in her arms, and walking towards him from the street corner with a pair of sandals with straps wrapped around her legs. The legs wrapped in the skirt were really long, and the small part exposed was as white as ivory. She was Sabrina, the eldest daughter of neighbor Ms. Jillian. She was a rare tall elf, at least a head taller than Roy. She has fair skin and her eyes are like 2 gorgeous emeralds. Among the elves, only wood elves have green eyes and tall stature. However, Sabrina has inherited the exquisiteness of the Silver Moon elves in other aspects, such as her straight nose and crystal clear pointed ears. Like Moira, the neighbors think Sabrina is a hybrid of the Silver Moon elf and the wood elf. Needless to say, her mother is Ms. Jillian who sells fish for a living, and her father, everyone guesses, should be a wood elf. Ms. Jillian never mentioned Sabrina and Moira's father. Although they are sisters, the elder sister has the blood of the wood elf, while the younger sister has a little blood of the dark moon elf. Roy is not very familiar with his elder sister Sabrina, but has a good relationship with his younger sister Moira. Sabrina goes to school at the Castletown Elf Academy, and is also a member of the Statue of Liberty Choir. She is rarely at home. Moira is a very introverted elf, even a little autistic, and always locks herself up at home. Good afternoon. Sabrina. Roy actually prefers to call her Big White Goose. But if he calls her that, it will definitely anger Sabrina. If she catches him, Roy will inevitably get a beating. Especially after she goes to school, Roy can't beat her no matter what. After being beaten hard a few times, Roy's mouth has become much more honest. Sabrina, who was standing outside the yard gate, turned her head and saw that it was Roy. She quickly rolled her eyes at Roy and turned around and walked into the yard. It was like this every time. She walked into the yard with her head held high, her sexy body wrapped in a skirt moving rhythmically with every step, leaving Roy with only a large back view. The 2 yards were actually separated by a low wall. Roy put the bucket into the kitchen, put away the fishing rod and hook, and washed his feet. Then he heard Sabrina's voice next door. "Moira, where are you?" "Sister, I'm upstairs." Roy thought that he should collect the clothes he hung on the terrace last night, so he climbed up to the 2nd floor barefoot. Just then, I saw Sabrina climbing up to the 2nd floor on the terrace next door. She put a paper bag on the small table in front of Moira, and sat down on a square stool next to Moira. Moira saw Roy appear on the terrace opposite, glanced at him, put down the book she was holding, and asked her sister Sabrina, "Why did you come back so early today?" Her voice was a little hoarse, probably because of her skin color. She usually liked to wear black skirts. Sabrina casually threw off her sandals, curled her feet on the lounge chair, stretched her slender body lazily, and said, The Statue of Liberty was robbed last night. All activities today are cancelled. I don't know what happened on Brown Street. The whole street is under martial law. I can't go to the fish market to help, so I had to come back." Moira covered her mouth with her hands in surprise, and then whispered, "The holy cup in front of the holy water pool in the temple?" Sabrina casually glanced at the terrace opposite and found that Roy had left with dry clothes, then nodded and said, "That's it. It always contains a cup of water, and occasionally someone comes to pray, and the priest will pour them a cup." Moira blinked. Why did they think of stealing this? Maybe it's for the gold and gems on it. Who knows? Sabrina acted indifferent. Although she was a member of the temple choir, the Holy Grail lost in the temple had little to do with her. It wasn't the old organ that was lost anyway. She was a little distracted, and didn't expect a nasty guy to appear next to the balcony railing. "Has the thief who stole the Holy Grail been caught?" Roy asked Sabrina. If he wasn't very curious, Roy wouldn't have come up to talk to Sabrina. Every time the two of them talked, Sabrina didn't look happy. But this time Sabrina didn't confront Roy. Instead, she put away her lazy look and said with a straight face, "No, you also know how excellent the patrolmen of the guard team are. How could they catch him in one go?" Roy habitually retracted his head and responded, "That's right." Next, Roy ran downstairs to take a shower and change into fresh clothes. Castletown Harbor has a cool sea breeze in the summer, so it is not too hot. On days without air conditioning and electric fans, lying on the bed with the window open will feel very comfortable. At dinner time, Roy ran to the kitchen to cook a fish stew. Roy ate dinner alone. Ms. Belinda did not come back, probably because the art gallery was too busy. Ms. Jillian came back from the fish market with a cart after it was completely dark. The two elf patrols also ran to Ms. Jillian's house next door and chatted with her for a while, as if they were investigating Jefferson who died during the day. Roy waited until the two elf patrols left Ms. Jillian's house, ran to the terrace, held the terrace railing with both hands, and asked the elf patrol outside the gate, "Excuse me, have those sailors not been caught yet?" The two elf patrolmen stopped. They were the ones they had seen in the tavern during the day. They didn't want to say anything at first, but when they saw it was Roy, one of them stopped and answered, "Not yet, the other party has diplomatic immunity." "Oh," Roy agreed. The elf patrolman asked casually, "Do you know Jefferson?" Roy answered frankly, "I saw him at the corner of the street before, but we didn't talk." "Okay." The elf patrolman felt that they couldn't find any useful information on Roy, so they looked at each other and walked to the next door. They still had to investigate other residents on Brown Street tonight. Hey. Roy wanted to talk to the two elf patrolmen about the theft of the Statue of Liberty. But the elf patrolman left the neighbor's yard without looking back and walked into the house next door. In the night of Castletown, the sea breeze made the whole city cool. Many times, Roy would lie on the chair on the terrace like now, and chat with Moira on the terrace opposite. Talking about what happened during the day, Roy could only describe it as terrible. Moira at night, perhaps because she feels safer under the cover of darkness. So she is more lively at this time than during the day. And when she is in a bad mood and does not intend to go out to meet people, Roy will not be able to find her even if she stands on the terrace. I don't know when Roy started to tell Moira about some of his experiences during the day. For example, when he met the group of sailors today and the fight in the tavern later, Roy told her everything. At night, Moira's eyes were bright. Although the two terraces were about 5 meters apart, Roy could still see that her eyes seemed to be sparkling. She had just taken a shower, and was wearing a loose tube skirt with wet hair hanging down. Her little face looked particularly pure. Except for her slightly gray skin, she inherited Ms. Jillian's other features, and looked more like a Silver Moon elf. In the Silver Moon elf kingdom, the status of half-blood elves was lower than that of half-elves like Roy, and they were more likely to be criticized. "I know." Moira only said this sentence all night. The lights on the seaside pier in the distance were bright. Today's high tide will be after midnight. Ms. Jillian went to bed early after dinner. She had to rush to the pier to pick up fish around midnight. The lives of elves in the lower class are usually very hard. Although Roy did not agree with her attitude towards life, he admired her hard work. She was the kind of person who was particularly persistent in life. She insisted on selling fish at the fish market on the pier every day to support her two daughters. Moira was cared for by her like a flower in a greenhouse. Compared with Ms. Jillian, Roy's mother seemed more casual, often leaving Roy alone at home, and she didn't even notice that her half-elf son had turned into another Roy for so long. Over the past year or so, Roy has gradually integrated into this environment. Thinking of going to the Magic Guild tomorrow to identify the ball of light that always appears in his palm, Roy fell asleep in bed with full of anticipation. Chapter 8. The Magic Guild of Castletown is located in the upper city, right next to the Castletown Elf Academy, which is almost the place with the strongest learning atmosphere in the city. Young elves running on the street with books in their arms can be seen everywhere. The main teaching building of the Elf Academy and the Wizard Tower of the Magic Guild complement each other here, becoming one of the most eye-catching landmarks on the west side of the upper city. Young elves usually go to the Elf Academy to study. Whether it is a Silver Moon elf or a half-blood elf, as long as they have the desire to learn and pay the full tuition, they can come here to study. Ms. Belinda was going to let Roy go to school here. Many elves find a job to earn tuition for one semester after they become adults, and then go to the Elf Academy. Some elves work while studying. As long as they don't take so many subjects each semester, they can still survive with a part-time job and study. Of course, there are also those with better family conditions, such as those elf nobles, who don't need to worry about tuition fees. They just need to concentrate on studying in the academy. Such students often study more comprehensive subjects. Roy originally needed to find a job to earn enough tuition fees, like other ordinary elves before going to school. But his mother Belinda thought that Roy only had half the lifespan of an elf. If he had to work like other elves during his studies, the time he would enjoy his life would be greatly reduced, so she planned to help Roy pay the tuition. Castletown is an open city with no walls around it. More than 90% of the city is built on the mountains by the sea. Looking from the bottom up, the streets in the city are also layered. All the buildings are built on the mountain. The higher you look, the more luxurious they are. On the top of the mountain in Castleton City, there is a huge Silver Moon Elf statue nearly 30 meters high. The direction pointed by the right hand of the Silver Moon Elf statue is the location of Buena City. Standing on the big square in front of the Magic Guild, Roy looked up at the giant statue on the top of the mountain. He felt that if it collapsed, it would probably fall here. Putting aside this unrealistic idea, Roy clenched the bag full of Kohler's money in his hand and mustered up the courage to walk into the magic tower. The guard at the door did not stop Roy because he looked like a human. He just looked at him with a scrutinizing look. Roy responded by saying fluent Elvish, "I'm here for a primary appraisal." With just this simple sentence, Roy walked into the first floor of the Mage Tower without any hindrance. In fact, the place for the primary appraisal was right here. The first floor of the Magic Tower was divided into many different areas. You could walk along the corridor according to some guide signs. Roy's first impression was that it was very similar to the first floor of a shopping mall. There are various shops on both sides of the corridor. These shops are more or less related to magic, such as pharmacy, scroll shop, magic gem shop, magic weapon shop, etc. There are not only some elf nobles in and out of these magic shops, but also students from the Elf Academy, and some wizards in gorgeous robes. Roy found the signpost of the appraisal area and followed the flow of people to this area, which seemed a little deserted. Many of the shops are related to appraisal, but many shops appraise magic objects. Roy walked around here and locked on a primary appraisal office that looked a little inconspicuous, but people kept patronizing it. Roy quietly lined up at the back. Each customer entered the store alone, and the rest had to wait outside. There were 4 people in front of Roy, and they came out one after another, with mixed feelings on their faces. Roy was also a little nervous. When it was his turn, Roy stood at the door and knocked, and a voice came from inside. "Come in." Roy pushed open the door and walked in. The room was not big, and it was almost full of bookshelves with some copper-covered books on them. There was a smell of rotten parchment in the room. There was a ladder leading upstairs next to the last row of bookshelves, but Roy didn't need to go upstairs. As soon as he entered the door, there was a wooden table with several magic crystals on it. An elf wizard sat behind the table. The elf wizard's eyes were very gentle, but there was a hint of majesty that made people dare not offend. He was wearing a dark green robe. Roy found that all the gorgeous patterns on the robe were silver, and they were all dark patterns. They could only be seen at a certain angle and under the refraction of light. It was a kind of low-key luxury. Roy couldn't tell the age of the elf wizard, and the years had not left any traces on his face. "Young man, is there anything I can help you with?" the elf wizard said calmly. "I would like to ask you to help me determine whether I have comprehended magic." Roy sat down on a somewhat cold chair, stretched out his right hand with his sleeves rolled up, and placed his palm upward on the table. There was a little more firefly-like light on the open palm. Seeing Roy's somewhat anxious face, the elf mage couldn't help but comfort him. Silver Moon elves not only have the talent to be archers, but each elf is also friendly to magic elements, and can learn magic with a little guidance. "I can see that you are a half-elf, so if you want to learn magic, you can study at the Elf Academy." After you officially become a magic apprentice, you can register with the Magic Guild. Can I really do it? Roy just wanted to know if he could become a magician. He was obsessed with this because of the boy with a lightning mark on his forehead in his memory. If he could become a wizard, that would be great. Roy imagined himself holding a magic book and a first staff in his hand. As long as he pointed the staff at anything, a fireball would float out. It was cool to think about it. The elf wizard hesitated for a moment and did not give a positive answer. Then he picked up a magic crystal from the table and slowly brought the tip of the magic crystal close to the faint light in Roy's palm. What surprised the elf mage was that the magic crystal was about to touch the faint light, but it didn't react at all. This magic crystal wand would light up as long as it touched the slightest magic fluctuation, but it didn't react at all in front of the light in Roy's palm. The elf mage then picked up another magic crystal to detect magic strength and brought it close to the faint light, but there was still no reaction. He hesitated for a moment before patting his forehead. This is not magic. The elf mage came to a conclusion. Roy was originally full of expectations, but when he heard the elf mage say this, the expectations on his face collapsed. But you can go to the Moon Temple, or the Statue of Liberty to have a look. When the elf mage said this, he paused in the middle. His suggestion was that Roy go to the Moon Temple to have a look, but the Moon Temple in Castletown City was only open to Silver Moon elves. Half-elves and half-elves like Roy were not allowed to enter at will and desecrate the moon altar there. So the elf mage changed his words and suggested that Roy go to the Statue of Liberty to have a look. The flame in your palm is neither a fire element nor a light element. I guess it may be a divine spell. Although I can't identify it here, you can go to the temple to ask. I believe they will welcome a young man who can be exposed to divine spells without enlightenment. The elf mage said to Roy. Roy was a little overwhelmed. He didn't expect this result. Even the final appraisal fee, the elf mage didn't accept it, because he failed to provide Roy with valuable help, so Roy didn't need to pay the appraisal fee. Seeing that the purse in his hand was still bulging, Roy didn't know whether to be happy or disappointed when he walked out of the primary appraisal center. Seeing Roy walk out, the young elves behind him took the opportunity to walk in. In the Silver Moon Kingdom, the Moon Temple is the largest temple with the most believers. Almost all Silver Moon elves believe in the Moon Goddess alone. However, it is precisely because the Moon Temple is extremely large and the goddess it worships is the Moon Goddess, who symbolizes holiness, so this temple only accepts Silver Moon elves believers. According to the elf wizard, the flame in Roy's palm belongs to the category of divine arts, so he has to go to the temple to find the answer. Roy can't enter the Moon Temple, so he can only go to the Statue of Liberty. In fact, the Statue of Liberty can spread the doctrine in the Elven Kingdom because of the exclusive practice of the Moon Temple. The priests of the Moon Temple pushed the half-blood elves out, and the Statue of Liberty accepted this group, so the priests of the Statue of Liberty were able to build a small temple in the lower city of Castleton. Besides, this temple is not far from Roy's home. If I had known this, I might as well have gone to the temple first, Roy complained in his heart. When he walked out of the magic tower and saw the bright sunshine above his head, his original depression was swept away. Roy even bought a piece of ice watermelon from an ice cream shop across the street from the Magic Guild, and ate it while walking along the long street. When returning to Brown Street, he almost walked down along the stairs and ramps, which was much easier than when he came here. Roy had lunch on the way, and came directly to the gate of the Statue of Liberty. Thinking of the scene of the thief climbing over the wall yesterday morning, he felt an indescribable feeling in his heart. The main gate of the temple was closed, but the side door was open, and there was no clergy guarding the door. Roy walked in holding the iron railing of the side door. This was his first time to walk into the front courtyard of the temple. Chapter 9. The Statue of Liberty in Castletown is located on the east side of Brown Street near the port in the lower city. It is built next to the cliff. Due to the geographical location, the Statue of Liberty is not very large, but the fact that the Statue of Liberty's teachings can be spread in the elven world where the Moon Temple is popular proves the excellent diplomatic ability of the Grand Priest of the Statue of Liberty, Felix Michel. However, the reason why the Statue of Liberty, an alien sect, can gain a foothold in the Elven Kingdom is also due to some reasons of the Moon Temple. As the largest sect in the Elf Kingdom, the Moon Temple only accepts worship from the elves, and has always rejected those half-blood elves, half-elves, and other races that come to the Elf Kingdom. The lower city of Castletown is close to the harbor. Although it is just a fishing port, there are still ships from the Wood Elf Kingdom, and the Dark Moon Elf Kingdom docking here, which is also the most fundamental reason for the racial mixture of residents in the lower city near Castletown Port. Everyone is also accustomed to this kind of mixed life, and it is such an area that naturally becomes the place where the Statue of Liberty spreads its doctrine. because the residents here also have religious pursuits. The usual believers of this Statue of Liberty are the half-elves and half-elves in the lower city. Ms. Belinda, a silver moon elf, is a devout believer of the Moon Temple, so Roy has hardly ever stepped into this temple. Almost every day, Roy would pass by the entrance of this temple, and he could often see the Statue of Liberty in the center of the vestibule. When he stepped into the gate of the temple, the area of this courtyard was not large. In addition to the statue of the goddess in the center, there was a circle of neatly built shrubs and low walls around it. The ground of the courtyard is paved with terrazzo slabs, and the gaps between these slabs are filled with mortar. There are 2 statues of priests at the entrance of the main hall. One of the priests holds a 2-handed staff, and the priest on the other side is waving a flail in his hand and holding a copper book with a half-meter chain. The priest holding the staff on the right is wearing a divine robe, and the priest holding the flail on the left is wearing heavy armor. Both of them are very majestic. Probably because of the loss of something yesterday, a priest appeared at the entrance of the main hall of the temple. He saw Roy walk in from the gate, stopped in the yard for a moment, then climbed the steps in front of the main hall of the temple, and immediately came to meet Roy. "Sorry, there is no gathering today, and the temple is temporarily closed to the public," the priest in the dark red robe said to Roy. "I came here to ask the priest in the temple to help me identify whether I have divine arts," Roy said to the priest. The priest looked Roy up and down, paused for a moment, and said, "Then please follow me." He did not take Roy into the main hall of the temple, but went around to the backyard from the stone road beside the main hall. There were many cypress trees planted around the main hall, and these cypress trees were arranged very closely, more like a tree wall. The main hall of the temple was much taller than these cypress trees, and the outline of the main hall could be clearly seen from the outside, so Roy usually didn't pay much attention to this row of cypress walls. When Roy followed the priest through the dense cypress wall, he found that there was actually a 3-story bell tower next to the main hall, hidden behind the dense trees, like an attic of the main hall. When he got closer, he found that the 2 buildings were actually independent. There is a well just below the bell tower, but I don't know if there is fresh water in this well. On the left side of the bell tower, behind the main hall, next to the wall, there is a row of 2-story buildings connected to the main hall, and the outer side of the small buildings is connected by a corridor. It looks like the residence of the priests. The priest took Roy to the door of the 3rd room in this row of residences, knocked on the door, and heard someone respond from inside, so he immediately said, "Priest Reed, someone outside wants to test the divinity." The wooden door in front of him was pushed open from the inside. A priest wearing a dark red robe with silver edges walked out. He wore a silver crown on his head and held a scepter with a gem on the top. The priest named Reed stood in front of Roy. There were no wrinkles on his face, and Roy couldn't tell his age. This priest Reed was actually a human, which made Roy feel very close. Living in this city full of elves, Roy felt like an alien. Although his mother, Miss Belinda, repeatedly stressed that Roy was a half-elf, Roy felt that he was a human. When Priest Reed looked at Roy, his eyes were gentle, and he noticed that Roy's ears were different from those of an elf. "Follow me." His voice was calm and cold, and he turned and walked to the end of the corridor, then walked up the stairs to the 2nd floor. Roy hurriedly followed him. The priest who received Roy left. Roy followed Priest Reed into a room that looked like a confessional. The room was not big, and there was a communication port on the wall, and a table and 2 chairs were placed next to it. Priest Reed asked Roy to sit down opposite him. Roy sat on the chair and casually looked around the dim room. Priest Reed put one hand on the table, then took out a magic crystal, a square sand tray, and a bronze-rimmed glass hourglass. Generally speaking, our test is divided into 3 steps. First, we use the magic crystal to check whether you have divinity. Even if you don't worry. I can also use hypnosis to put you into a dream, to see if you have received any revelation from the goddess. Even if there is no revelation, I can still teach you some simple prayers. As long as you can recite the prayers fluently before the hourglass runs out, and obtain a trace of holy light power, you have the potential to become an apprentice priest. Because piety will slowly allow you to master these divine arts, the goddess will not abandon any believer, and it has little to do with your identity and race. Priest Reed introduced the test process to Roy, which looked really detailed. Roy sat in front of the table, rubbed his hands together, and explained to Priest Reed, "In fact, it is like this. So the appraiser from the Magic Guild asked me to come here and try it." After saying that, Roy ignored Priest Reed's look of urinating and stretched out his right hand flat on the table. He just focused a little, and a ball of firefly-sized flame appeared in the palm of his hand. Priest Reed looked at the holy light in Roy's palm with some surprise, and then even condensed a ball of light as big as a candle flame on his fingertips, and put his fingers close to it. With his gentle push, the two balls of light actually merged into one very harmoniously. This is indeed holy light, which shows that you have the ability to learn divine arts. Very good, this light is very pure. When Priest Reed looked at Roy, his eyes brightened. He was also a little excited when he spoke. What's your name? Roy. Roy, are you willing to learn magic from me? Priest Reed asked sincerely. If a devout believer heard Priest Reed ask this, he would definitely agree without hesitation. But Roy was not like that. He just wanted to identify what the light ball in his palm was, so that he could choose a more suitable subject when he entered the Elf Academy. I want to ask, what are the benefits of learning magic? Do you want me to join the temple? Are there any rules in the temple? Roy asked hesitantly. Priest Reed was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the young man in front of him didn't agree immediately, but asked several questions in succession. Those who can condense holy light usually condense the power of holy light through reciting prayers every day. They are the kind of believers who have a certain foundation and believe in the Statue of Liberty. Obviously, Roy is not like this. He came here for identification because the power of holy light appeared in his body. Priest Reed sorted out this relationship and calmed down. Let me answer your first question first. Isn't learning itself a benefit? Reed asked Roy. Roy shrank his neck and muttered in his heart, It is indeed a good thing, but I will go to school soon. I can't learn both at the same time. Seeing Roy drooping his eyelids and staring at the table without saying anything, Priest Reed knew that what he said did not impress Roy. To learn divine arts, you do need to join our Statue of Liberty, and then you will become an apprentice priest in the temple. Priest Reed continued. There are only 3 priests and 2 apprentice priests in the temple, so Priest Reed is eager to recruit new apprentice priests. He continued, Once you become an apprentice priest, you need to abide by the temple's rules and regulations, but those rules are very loose and will not affect your real life. He paused and said, In addition, after becoming an apprentice priest, you can also enjoy many convenient conditions in the temple. I thought this would arouse Roy's interest, but Roy just raised his head and looked at Priest Reed, as if he wanted to listen quietly. For example, you can freely enter and exit our library, Priest Reed said. Roy could only secretly complain. The library of the Elf Academy is twice as large as the main hall of the Statue of Liberty. What is a library? Learning divine arts can enhance your own strength, Priest Reed said again. After saying that, he felt that this was not vivid enough, and raised the scepter in his hand, and recited a prayer to Roy, and then a beam of light fell on Roy. Roy only felt refreshed all over, and that feeling was like he had just taken a shower, lying on the terrace at night, with the sea breeze blowing. Is this divine art? After I have learned enough, I will open a bath center in the upper city of Castletown? Roy was a little confused and felt that there was really no need to waste time here. How about? Do you want to consider it? Since you have the holy light, it means you are born to be a priest. Priest Reed sat opposite Roy and said proudly. Chapter 10. But I have already registered at the Elf Academy. I will be going to school next week, so I may not have time to come here, Roy said tactfully. He then prepared to say goodbye and leave. Now he was hesitating whether to pay Priest Reed 100 kolar or compensate him with a donation. Priest Reed saw that Roy was not very interested in what he said, and after thinking for a while, he said, After becoming an apprentice priest, you have 2.5 days a week to read books here, but you cannot take the books out of the study room. He stood up, walked to the door, and waved to Roy. Waiting for Roy to catch up, the two left the confessional. Priest Reed took Roy to a room on the second-floor corridor closest to the main hall. After entering the room, a strong musty smell hit him in the face. The room was full of bookshelves, and there was a wooden ladder at the door for easy access to books. Some of these books were prayer books, some were about the history of the Statue of Liberty, some divine spellcasting guides, and so on. Although it is useless to outsiders, it is very precious to the priests. Since Roy has not yet joined the Statue of Liberty, he can only stand at the door and look inside to confirm that what Priest Reed said is true. However, Roy is still not interested in this. During this period, the goddess has not sent down the oracle. Not only did the believers recite the prayers, but the Statue of Liberty did not respond, and even the enlightenment ceremony held in the temple could not let the believers feel the holy light. After 2 staffing changes in the last 6 months, the Statue of Liberty now only has 5 people, including trainee priests. The night before yesterday, the Holy Grail in front of the holy water pool was stolen. If it weren't for the lack of manpower, such an embarrassing thing wouldn't have happened. Priest Reed felt that the Statue of Liberty urgently needed to increase its staff, and the young man in front of him was the best choice. After finally meeting him, he was not willing to let Roy slip away easily. Roy was not tempted, which meant that the conditions offered were not enough, so Priest Reed continued, "You only need to attend 2 prayers a week. You can follow me to learn divine arts for 3.5 days." Roy found that the 7 days of the week were fully scheduled, and he had to go to school, so he had no time to do anything else. The two stood in the corridor on the 2nd floor. Roy looked at the staircase at the corner, and thought about how to say goodbye. "If you become a trainee priest, you can get a subsidy of 400 kolar per week," Priest Reed continued. Roy swallowed the excuse he had prepared. He raised his head and looked at Priest Reed, who was looking forward to it, and agreed readily. "Okay, I think I am very suitable for this. Oh, very suitable for being a trainee priest." Priest Reed did not expect Roy to change his mind so quickly. Seeing that he agreed readily, he said happily, "Then, Roy, welcome to join the Statue of Liberty." Roy originally thought that there would be some ceremony when he joined the Temple of Liberty. Unexpectedly, his name was only added to the list of clergy in the temple, and the word apprentice was added in front of the priest. Then Priest Reed took Roy to visit other buildings in the temple. Because the theft case was not closed, the elf patrol required the temple to keep all the items and furnishings in the main hall as they were, so Priest Reed did not take Roy into the main hall. Priest Reed is the chief priest of the Castletown Temple of Liberty. The other 2 priests are deputy priests. The 2 apprentice priests are also students of these 2 deputy priests. However, Priest Reed has no students around him. Now that he had finally found a student, he would of course introduce Roy to others. "This temple was built by His Majesty Felix Michel, and I am the 17th one." High Priest Reed introduced to Roy. The 2 walked to the steps of the main hall, and High Priest Reed pointed to the stone sculpture holding a 2-handed staff and introduced to Roy. This statue was created based on His Majesty Felix Michel. At this time, the priest Roy had seen in front of the steps of the main hall came out from the side. High Priest Reed quickly said to him, "This is Priest Theodore, who is usually responsible for distributing blessed water at the holy water pool." No wonder he was squatting at the gate of the main hall, because the holy cup in the holy water pool area he was responsible for was lost. Roy quickly saluted the unfortunate Priest Theodore, while considering whether to reveal the news he knew to him. "If I had known that I would join the temple today, I should have asked the elf patrol to catch the thief yesterday." Roy regretted it a little. The Priest Theodore smiled kindly and welcomed Roy. Then High Priest Reed took Roy to meet Priest Anderson and 2 trainee priests, Jasper and Abbott, who were doing chores in the backyard. Priest Anderson was mainly responsible for the twice-weekly gatherings in the temple, preaching the doctrines of the Statue of Liberty to the believers and publicizing the glorious deeds of the Statue of Liberty. He and Priest Theodore were both elves, and their faces were much more handsome than Priest Reed. The other 2 trainee priests, Jasper and Abbott, were also elves, but they were all half-blood elves. Roy saw some differences from the Silver Moon elves in their pupils and ears. Perhaps because of the elves, they did not choose Priest Reed when choosing a mentor. The 2 apprentice priests wore white robes with only some dark red patterns on the collar, cuffs and belt, and no hats on their heads. After so long, there were finally new people joining, and the 2 young elves were very happy. Then Priest Reed gave Roy a set of apprentice priest robes, belts, boots, and even arranged a small room for him with just a bed and a wardrobe. Although Roy was an apprentice priest in the temple, he didn't need to live in the temple because he had to go to school at the Elf Academy. He only needed to come to the temple every afternoon and leave before dinner. This was already very relaxed for an apprentice priest. Roy felt that this job was not only for learning, but also for a stable salary, and it was close to home, which was really good. Roy casually familiarized himself with the environment in the temple, and seeing that it was getting late, he put the apprentice priest's robe and boots in the closet. Before leaving, he said goodbye to Priest Reed and walked back home across Brown Street. Chapter 11. Roy has gotten used to eating dinner alone. The elves' dinner is simple, usually just a plate of fruit or a fish. Roy only ate an apple tonight. The elf from Ms. Jillian's neighbor's house is very naughty. He threw the small conch he picked up from the beach into Ms. Jillian's yard as a small stone, and then went into his own yard without looking back. This naughty child doesn't dare to mess with Roy because Roy has beaten him twice. His grandmother was an elf woman who was not easy to mess with. The last time he found Ms. Belinda, Roy was punished by Ms. Belinda to clean the floor for a month. His pointed little ears poked out from the wall and peeked at Moira, who was squatting in the yard picking up conches. Moira turned her head and saw him running back to the house like a frightened rabbit without looking back. "Hey, Katie Werner, if I catch you again, I kick your ass," Roy shouted through the window. Katie Werner was born in almost the same year as Roy, but Roy's childhood was much shorter than Katie Werner's. Now, Roy has grown up like a young man, but Katie Werner still looks only 7 or 8 years old. "Roy, I'm not afraid of you," Katie Werner screamed at Roy across the yard. Moira stood in the yard, tidying up her hair that was messed up by the sea breeze, and silently put the conch she picked up into the wooden barrel by the wall. It seemed that life had returned to the way it was before. It was rare for Ms. Belinda to go home before dinner. No matter where she went, she was full of energy. Standing by the entrance, seeing Roy sitting on the sofa in the living room eating an apple, Ms. Belinda took off her crystal sandals, trotted to Roy, hugged him with both hands, and kissed him on the forehead. She was a 300-year-old silver moon elf, still a youngster among the elves. After having Roy, she gradually began to adapt to the role of mother. "Roy, how have you been these past 2 days? I heard that there was a murder on Brown Street. The public security in the downtown area is really worrying." Roy closed his eyes and rested his forehead on Ms. Belinda's lower abdomen. Only in this way could he ease the embarrassment a little. Roy still enjoyed this motherly love. "Everything is fine. It was just that when those crew members killed people, I happened to be next to them. I was their guide at the time. I didn't expect that they would conflict with Jefferson." Roy described the incident to Ms. Belinda, who was so scared that her face turned pale, and her lake blue eyes were full of worry. "You will be attending the Elf Academy next week. Otherwise, we can rent a house in the upper city, and you can move in directly. This way, you can be closer to the academy," Ms. Belinda said. She felt that living in the upper city would at least ensure the safety of the public. The reason why Ms. Belinda moved here was not only because the living pressure here was not so great, but also because there were many half-blood elves living here, and only they would not discriminate against Roy's half-elf identity. If he lived in the upper city, he would be looked down upon. He might even become like Moira, the little daughter of Ms. Jillian next door, who is introverted and autistic. Roy thought of his job as an apprentice priest at the Statue of Liberty, shook his head firmly, and said to Ms. Belinda, "It's good to live here. I can take care of myself." He didn't want to dwell on this topic too much, so he quickly changed the subject. "How is the work at the art museum going?" When work was mentioned, Ms. Belinda's attention was immediately diverted. She leaned on the sofa tiredly, hammering her sore shoulders, and said, "The art museum is rushing to participate in the opening exhibition of the Buenos Aires Art Festival recently, and there are 2 sculptures in the rough state. It will take about 2 more weeks. If you are busy, I can report to the Elf Academy on Monday," Roy said. Looking at the young man in front of him, he seemed to have grown up suddenly. Ms. Belinda rubbed Roy's hair hard and said with relief, "My Roy has grown up. He not only has his own ideas, but also has become more independent." While Ms. Belinda was taking a shower downstairs, Roy came to the terrace. Every day after dinner, Roy would come up whenever he had time. This has become a habit. Moira would also appear on the terrace opposite. I don't know when Roy gained Moira's trust. This introverted and autistic elf girl was willing to chat with Roy for a while after dinner. Moira told Roy what happened at the dock today. The 5-masted sailing ship left in a hurry when the tide rose in the afternoon. Roy knew that the captain was probably worried that the elf patrols would cause trouble for the crew, so he left the port in such a hurry. These crew members could not be ordinary crew members, because they could sneak out to drink right after the ship stopped and choose to stay in the hotel. It is estimated that the ship was not even full of daily supplies, let alone the goods and trade of Castletown port. However, this group of crew members were able to leave calmly after killing a half-elf, which was obviously a loophole in the laws of the Silver Moon Elf Kingdom. It must be said that the laws made by the elves are so tolerant. During the investigation and evidence collection period, the suspects will not be detained. In addition, the crew members are protected by diplomatic immunity, which allows them to hide in the ship. Now that these guys have left the dock by boat, it may be more difficult to arrest them. Moira leaned against the balcony railing with her hands on the railing, and said in a very low voice, "I heard that he was just drunk. He is used to stealing. In fact, he doesn't need to live such a miserable life. Mother said that he was not like this before. He was a dark moon elf noble, who was exiled to Castletown. In the first few years, he waited with hope, hoping that the North would forgive his crimes. Maybe he waited too long, so he gradually gave up. Later, he became addicted to alcohol. As long as he was drunk, he became a different person." Roy was speechless. Listening to what Moira said, I felt that Jefferson was Moira's father, but this father was a little incompetent. Then he thought of Ms. Belinda, who also raised herself alone, which made Roy a little confused. Are all men in the elf world like this? Moira often confides in him like this. Occasionally, on moonless nights, she would secretly ask him to go for a walk on the beach by the sea. Her beautiful feet would leave a series of shallow footprints on the beach, which would then be submerged and dissipated by the rising tide. Only at night would Moira become a little bolder. Sabrina always felt that Roy was deceiving Moira, so she never gave him any good looks. Roy suddenly felt a little regretful. If he had taken the initiative to stand up, he might have been able to prevent the completely unnecessary conflict. At night, Roy had some strange dreams. He didn't sleep well that night, and when he woke up in the morning, he had big dark circles under his eyes. Before leaving, Ms. Belinda left him a breakfast. Walking into the Statue of Liberty, the whole temple seemed very deserted, probably because the theft case in the temple had not been resolved. If it were normal, there should be a rally this morning. It seems that it was cancelled at the last minute. Jasper, the apprentice priest, was holding a hand net, standing by the pool in front of the Statue of Liberty in the courtyard in front of the temple, scooping leaves from the water. The courtyard had been cleaned very clean. Jasper saw Roy coming in from the outside and greeted him with a smile. "Good morning, Roy." "Good morning, Jasper. Do you need help?" Roy said, striding forward and talking as he walked. No, it's just a little work. Anyway, there's nothing to do today, so I can just move around a bit before going to the prayer class." After saying this, Jasper smiled and winked at Roy, stopping Roy's kind gesture. It seems that he really likes this job. Seeing that he really didn't need help, Roy went to his lounge and changed into the robes of the trainee priest in the room. The person on duty at the main hall door today was Priest Anderson, and Roy took the initiative to greet him. Priest Anderson pointed to the second floor of the townhouse behind the bell tower and told Roy, "Priest Reed will give a prayer class in that room today. Roy, you can go directly to him." Roy went up to the second floor and heard Priest Reed's voice coming from the room while standing in the corridor. Since a ball of holy light could light up in his palm, Roy was still looking forward to learning divine arts. Standing at the door, he knocked. Dong dong dong. "Come in." Priest Reed's voice came out again. Roy pushed open the door and walked into the room. Priest Reed stood in front of a desk, and opposite him sat apprentice priest Abbott, who was holding a thick book in his hand, almost buried his head in the pages, and was reciting the sacred prayer honestly. Seeing Roy coming in from outside, Abbott popped his head out from behind the book and winked at Roy. Priest Reed pointed to the empty seat next to Abbott and motioned Roy to sit down. Roy just became an apprentice priest yesterday, and he was able to come here to study today, which made Priest Reed feel very relieved. "Roy, you came at the right time. I just happened to teach them some prayers today. You can also listen. Of course, you are a beginner, and these prayers are still too profound for you. You can learn a few simple ones first," Priest Reed said to Roy. He took a sip of black tea and then said to Roy, "Magicians need to meditate to gather their magic power, and we priests need to pray devoutly to obtain the power of holy light, so prayer is an indispensable part of our daily life. Your mental power is still very weak, and you cannot learn divine arts yet. You just need to strengthen your mental training. Reciting this sacred prayer should be of the greatest help to you." Roy took a copper-covered book, which was very thick. There was a portrait of the Statue of Liberty on the cover. The title of the book was Sacred Prayer. It seems that this should be an introductory book for apprentice priests. Roy thought to himself. In fact, Priest Reed was also unsure. Recently, even he was the same. No matter how he prayed, he could not establish a connection with the goddess, nor could he obtain her revelation and oracle. Even the performance of divine arts was greatly affected. "Can I strengthen my spiritual power by concentrating these holy lights?" Roy asked. "That's true, but everyone chooses to recite different prayers. You don't have to stick to any one prayer. You can try to recite a few simple sentences first. As long as you can condense the holy light, it's good, which also means that the prayer is very compatible with you," Priest Reed explained to Roy. Seeing that Roy was listening carefully, he continued, "When you recite the prayers, they will turn into tiny balls of light and store them in your body. Generally speaking, they will be hidden in various parts of your body. When you cast a spell, these holy light powers will be consumed. And when the holy light in your body is exhausted, these spells will not be cast. I will focus on how to use the spells in the future. But what you need to do now is to condense and accumulate these holy lights. Only when your body becomes a container that carries the holy light can you cast more powerful spells. The holy light in your hand is too small. When you gather this much light in your palm, you can barely learn a simple divine art, the faint light illumination." Priest Reed stretched out his hand, and a ball of light the size of an egg appeared in his palm. The main function of this divine art is to dispel darkness. Of course, it also has a little weak healing power, but it is too weak and can be almost ignored. Roy glanced at Priest Reed and asked seriously, Priest Reed is reciting the holy prayer to bring the faint light into the body? That's right. So for the whole morning, Roy sat in this room, holding a book of holy prayers, reading until his mouth was dry and his tongue was dry, but he couldn't gather a trace of holy light power. These prayers are in Elven language, which is not difficult for Roy. The only thing that made him feel irritated was that he couldn't feel the power of holy light in these prayers. On the contrary, when the faint light in the palm of his right hand lit up, those faint light balls floating around his hand were actually drawn into the light ball. It must be said that the room of the Statue of Liberty is filled with a lot of holy light power. Normally, when he is at home, it is not so easy to condense these light balls. At noon, the ball of light in Roy's palm, which was only the size of a firefly, became slightly larger than a chickpea. And the ball of light in Roy's palm looked like a germ, even showing a little bit of the bud tip. Well done. Priest Reed saw that the light in Roy's palm had actually become a little bigger, and praised him. When the get out of class was over, Priest Reed called Roy. Roy, are you going to the Elf Academy next week? Yes, Priest Reed. You can call me teacher in class. Okay, teacher. Priest Reed hesitated for a moment, but still said, if you have enough spare time, I would like to ask you to help me investigate something. I think you have probably heard that the Holy Grail in front of the holy water pool in the temple was lost a few days ago, and has not been found in recent days. If you find any clues in the Elf Academy, you can tell me privately. I will investigate seriously, teacher. Roy agreed readily. Chapter 12. Roy, wearing the robes of an apprentice priest, held a sacred prayer book in his hand, and walked through the outer corridor of the townhouse. The walls and pillars here were covered with murals describing the glorious deeds of the Statue of Liberty. There were many benches in the temple, and at the innermost was a high platform. The wall against the high platform was a relief of the Statue of Liberty. This Statue of Liberty looked like a human. She held up the storm sword in one hand, and tightly grasped a piece of black chain in the other. Barefoot, he stood on a dark ruin, looking into the distance. Priest Theodore was kneeling in front of the relief statue, with his hands clasped in front of his chest in a prayer gesture, and muttering something. But his voice was very low, so Roy couldn't hear clearly what prayer he was reciting. No matter how pious he was when reciting the prayer, the statue in front of him didn't move at all. The light ball floating around Priest Theodore slowly gathered towards his body. Roy found that there was a side hall next to the main hall, and in the center of the side hall there was a 1-meter square pool. The clear water in the pool was almost overflowing, and there was actually a small amount of holy light constantly precipitating from the pool. Those faint holy lights were like fluttering cotton wool, floating above the pool. Roy found that since he could sense those faint light balls around his body, the world in his eyes had some subtle changes. Every time he focused his mind, he could see those light balls floating around. If you don't want to see them, it's easy, just close your eyes and disperse your mind. The stone platform in front of the holy water pool was empty, and the Holy Grail should have been placed here. This was Roy's first time entering the temple. The huge relief in the temple created a solemn atmosphere, which made Roy shut up honestly. When approaching the stone platform, you can still see the circular traces left on the stone platform after the Holy Grail was taken away. The stone inside the circle looks darker than the surrounding color. Standing next to the stone platform, Roy closed his eyes. Imagine if he were the elf thief, how would he leave the temple? Because it should be morning, there must be someone cleaning the pool in the courtyard in front of the temple. No matter how stupid the elf thief is, he will not go out through the main gate. If he does not go through the main gate, he will have to jump out of the window to leave the main hall. The windows in the main hall were designed to be very high, and there was no convenient place to climb around. There was a staircase on the back of the right wall near the main hall, but it was not the way out, but the way to the second floor of the main hall. The second floor of the temple only had an internal terrace, like a corridor along the wall, probably because they thought that if the main hall was full of believers, the remaining believers could stand on the internal terrace on the second floor. Roy went straight up the stairs to the second floor, and sure enough, the terrace here was next to some stained glass windows. The sunlight outside shines through the colored glass, casting some bizarre colors. Roy tried to push open the windows that were already covered with thick dust. Most of these windows were locked from the inside. Walking to the end of the terrace, Roy finally found that the glass window was ajar, and the dust that should have accumulated on the windowsill looked messy. The thief should have left from here. Roy pushed the window open with this in mind, and from here, he could just see the wall in the northeast corner of the temple. Outside the window was a lush lawn. The weeds on the lawn were very tall, and should have been trimmed long ago. The lawn was only 4 meters above the window, so it was not difficult for a thief to jump out of the window. In fact, Roy thought to himself that it had been several days since the incident, And if the thief had been more alert, the Holy Grail would have changed hands long ago. Roy did not tell Priest Reed about his discovery because he was worried that if he messed up, he would be labeled as irritable in the eyes of Priest Reed. Seeing the apprentice priest Jasper coming in from outside, he rearranged the benches in the main hall. Roy also ran down to help. The divine arts here are difficult to learn, Roy. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Although I have only learned some basics, at least we can find the answers together. Jasper sat on the bench and stretched out a hand to Roy. Roy shook his hand and nodded. How long have you been here? Roy asked. Jasper rubbed his forehead and said, about 6 years ago, I heard that the Statue of Liberty was recruiting apprentice priests, and I could learn spells that were completely different from magic, so I came. Would you like to see my magic? Sure. Jasper recited a prayer quickly, and his speed was so fast that Roy couldn't hear what he said. He took the initiative to slow down the last sentence, and Roy heard it clearly. It seemed to be something like, darkness retreat, then a beam of light lit up on his body. Although it was very faint, the sacred aura instantly filled Jasper's whole body. A small ball of light also appeared in Jasper's palm, about the size of a snowball, just the level that Priest Reed said. Could learn spells. When the ball of light approached Roy, Roy felt warm, as if some darkness in his heart had been dispelled. I can feel the warmth. It's really good, Roy said. Perhaps the elf patrols also discovered these clues. The lawn in the backyard of the temple was covered with messy footprints, and Roy could not find any useful information. He even found some obvious signs of climbing in the northeast corner of the wall. Roy even ran outside the wall and took a walk. Except for a basil tree that was trampled down, he did not find any useful information. There was nothing going on at the Statue of Liberty. Roy only needed to stay in the temple for half a day, so he left the temple in the afternoon. Jasper and Abbott were a little envious of Roy. They only had 1 day off a week. Jasper chose Monday, while Abbott chose Tuesday. They were far less free than Roy. Walking along Brown Street towards the tavern, Roy saw the neighbor's naughty child squatting at the door of the pharmacy. He was carrying a wooden bow on his back, and was secretly peeking at the backyard of the pharmacy. Probably all the children on Brown Street would regard Mrs. Winnie's Night-Blade Leopard as an imaginary enemy. Before they become rangers, they would definitely try every means to defeat the big cat. Seeing Roy approaching from a distance, the naughty kid immediately stood up, patted the dust off his butt and ran away. In his opinion, Roy was much scarier than the Night-Blade Leopard. The tavern was still so deserted, and there were no customers at several tables. Probably it would be in the evening, when the workers on the docks finished work, that the tavern would become a little more lively. The magical conch in front of the counter was still ringing with the singing of the banshee. The elf waitress Lucy was sitting alone at a square table near the bar, listening to the song attentively. Roy walked into the bar, and the waitress stood up quickly and turned to look at Roy. Roy stood in front of the waitress. Lucy, can we chat? Lucy was in a good mood, so she waved to Roy and asked him to sit down. I know you, Roy. What do you want to talk to me about? Do you remember what happened that day? Roy asked cautiously. Of course, that was my most unlucky day this month. Lucy frowned, as if she didn't want to think about that day. Roy gave an apologetic smile, and then said, when I left, a male elf with a package in his arms just walked in. Do you know him? Lucy thought seriously for a moment and said, after you left, this place has resumed business. At that time, I was questioned by the elf patrol for a long time. Later, many customers came one after another. Sorry, I can't remember which one you are talking about. It was the first guest who entered the tavern after that incident, Roy said. Lucy lowered her head and thought for a while, then shook her head again. Roy felt a little disappointed, as if the last clue had been lost here. Well, if you can remember anything, let me know. Lucy smiled and said readily, no problem. It seemed that every elf looked good when they smiled. Roy, who had no clues, went to the dock again. There were a few more large ships docked at the dock, and Castletown Harbor was always so busy and noisy in the summer. This time Roy did not look for any guide job, but just walked around aimlessly. Some crew members hung outside the side of the ship on both sides of the deck, using shovels in their hands to clean shellfish on both sides of the hull, and boxes of goods were carried down the gangway. The fish market was still full of sewage, and many stalls had some octopuses. I didn't find the elf thief, but I saw Sabrina helping Ms. Jillian sell fish. Ms. Jillian was a very special Silver Moon elf. She was independent, and never wanted to accept help from others. She set up a fish stall on the dock to support her family of 3. As a Silver Moon elf, Ms. Jillian has a lot of emotions. She is full of the romantic feelings of Silver Moon elf. Every relationship comes very suddenly, and they always part ways because of some trivial things in life after a short time together. Roy, why haven't I seen you fishing these days? Ms. Jillian skillfully cut some of the bright red tuna meat on the butcher's table, then wrapped it with banana leaves and handed it to a waiting customer in front of the stall. Roy quickly stopped and said to Ms. Jillian, "Ms. Jillian, I plan to report to the Elf Academy next week, and I have been making some preparations for admission these days." Ms. Jillian was a little surprised. She looked at Roy again and said, "Even you are going to school. Time flies so fast, so you and Sabrina will become classmates." In Ms. Jillian's eyes, Roy and Moira are both children who need to be taken care of. Sabrina ignored Roy. She was cutting the banana leaves she collected into squares so that it would be easier to pack the fish. When Sabrina helped at the fish stall, there would always be more customers here. Ms. Jillian called Roy to the back of the fish stall and asked him, "I heard that when Jefferson was killed by those foreigners, were you there?" Chapter 13. Hearing her say this, Roy understood that Jefferson and Ms. Jillian had a special relationship. He said with some regret, "Well, I was guiding those crew members. I should have stood up to stop them." Ms. Jillian wiped her hands on her apron repeatedly, then patted Roy on the shoulder and said, "No matter who stands in front of a group of thugs, they will have such an instinctive reaction. Roy, it's not your fault." Then she asked, "Do you remember the names of those foreigners?" "Well, there is a magician named Benjamin. I don't remember the names of the others. I don't understand the imperial language they speak," Roy said to Ms. Jillian. The fish market was very noisy, and no one cared what they were talking about. Ms. Jillian had a pair of high eyebrows, which made her look very heroic. She wore a leather apron, which was often exposed to wind and rain. There were light freckles on her cheekbones, and her hands were a little too rough. She also held a short dagger specially used for killing fish in her hand. The tuna weighing more than 100 kilograms on the fish stall was almost sold out. Ms. Jillian wiped the sweat from her forehead with the back of her hand, turned to her eldest daughter and asked, "Sabrina, did you take the elective course of art and sculpture in the college?" "Yes, what's wrong, Mom?" Sabrina raised her head and answered, "The summer heat is very strong, and her fair face has been sunburned. If you have time, go find Roy and ask Roy to describe their appearance, and you can draw some portraits for them," Ms. Jillian said casually. Sabrina frowned and whispered, "According to the description, the drawing may not look like it." Ms. Jillian sighed softly, glanced at her reluctant daughter, and said, "It doesn't matter if it doesn't look like it. I just think that people die, and they should leave something behind. Maybe it will be useful in the future." Sabrina hesitated, looked at Roy, and when she saw that he didn't react, she agreed okay. At this time, Ms. Jillian turned to Roy and asked, "Roy, are you willing to help us?" Roy stood behind the fish stall, and couldn't help complaining in his heart, "You didn't ask me if I was willing when you talked to Sabrina just now. Why did you ask at the end, 'What's this?'" Although Roy thought so in his heart, he quickly said, "Ah, of course, no problem." It seems that Jefferson, who died in the tavern, really had some relationship with Ms. Jillian. No wonder Moira said such a sad sentence last night. Roy's eyes accidentally fell on Sabrina's long white legs. When Sabrina noticed it, she rolled her eyes at him fiercely. Roy rubbed his nose and immediately looked away. Many buildings in the Statue of Liberty are very old, including many doors and windows in the temple. There are large gaps between the windows. In order to prevent these windows from falling off, they are almost all nailed to the window frames. Even if they were originally connected by hinges, they can't be opened now. Roy's closet is filled with a strong musty smell, and the wooden board behind is even covered with some mildew. In the past, Roy only passed by the street in front of the temple. The gate of the temple and the statue in the yard looked quite bright. But now that he has become an apprentice priest of the Statue of Liberty, he has discovered that the temple has become so dilapidated and even decayed. This row of two-story buildings near the main temple is the dormitory for the priests. The two apprentice priests are still in the courtyard in front. The three priests are sitting around a round table in the study. The light in the room is a little dim. The sunlight shines in through the gap of the wooden door, forming several beams of light in the dim room. The privacy of this room is quite good. Although the wooden door looks shabby, there are many precious books in the room. Some protective magic circles were set up at the beginning. Priest Reed sat in front of the round table, frowning and whispering. After Priest Felix Mitchell entered the kingdom of God, the number of temples in the elf world has been decreasing. Now the temples in various regions of the elf world are even more difficult to move forward. "Is there a problem with the funds?" the young priest Anderson asked doubtfully. Priest Reed shook his head slightly and said, "Most of the funds for our Statue of Liberty come from the output of some territories. Funding is not the biggest problem for us. The priest Theodore on the opposite side knew some of the inside story. At this time, he heard him say, "The Moon Temple only respects His Majesty Michel, but has no good feelings towards us priests." In some places, the elf nobles have collectively boycotted the followers of the Statue of Liberty a long time ago, and refused to hire the followers of the Statue of Liberty to work for them. However, this situation has not yet occurred in Castletown. The young priest Anderson asked puzzledly, "We only absorb marginalized people in the elf world, who are abandoned by the Moon Temple. Why do they reject us?" Priest Reed touched his forehead and said, "This kind of temple war without gunpowder has never stopped. And the goddess seems to have difficulty taking care of the elf world recently. It is estimated that the War of Gods is not going well." The news came from above that a large number of priests from Roland Continent have begun to go to the Dark Land to participate in the War of Gods. At this point, the air in the whole room stagnated. It is obvious that the three priests are mentally prepared. However, when they heard Priest Reed openly talking about this, their faces changed. "Does the bishop want us to join the war?" Theodore asked High Priest Reed. Seeing Priest Reed acquiesce, Priest Theodore became a little excited. "But we only have enough manpower to run the temple. Where can we spare priests to participate in the War of Gods?" Priest Reed took out a piece of letter paper, and the stamp on it was the Statue of Liberty. Then he said, "The worst case scenario is to leave an apprentice priest to guard the temple, or simply abandon it. Some temples have already done so. Now for us, even if we abandon the temple, it is not the biggest problem." Priest Reed paused. His eyes fell on Theodore and Anderson's faces. "The biggest problem we are facing now is the theft of the Holy Grail. Although the Holy Grail has no power, it is a holy vessel that has been baptized by the goddess. Only by carrying the Holy Grail into the Dark Land can we avoid getting lost in that world." Hearing what Reed said, Theodore's face fell. "Damn it! Who stole the Holy Grail?" On the day when the Elf Academy opened, Roy came to the gate of the academy alone. It was already crowded with new students. In fact, the threshold to enter this academy is very low. You only need to pay 4,000 kolar, and anyone can study there. Of course, accommodation and study materials are not included. After entering the academy, every student needs to take at least 3 subjects every year, and can only take 6 subjects at most. All subjects need to take a defense exam at the end of the semester. Once the score is rated as C-, it will be considered unqualified. In this case, you need to retake the subject next year, unless you voluntarily give up and change to another subject. Otherwise you have to retake it until the instructors judge you as qualified. Of course, even if you retake the subject, the annual tuition fee of 4,000 kolar remains fixed. If a student is energetic and can reasonably arrange the order of classes in various subjects, of course, the more subjects you take each semester, the better. But in the Elf Academy, almost most of the elf students complete their studies by working part-time. That is to say, they will work part-time to earn money to collect tuition and living expenses before going to school. They have to continue working part-time during school, not only to maintain daily expenses, but also to save up for next year's tuition. The benefits of this open system are obvious. At least when students spend their hard-earned money to study, they will be very serious when they listen to the class. Otherwise, if they fail the final exam, they may have to pay for themselves again if they retake it next year. In addition, if students want to graduate successfully from Castletown Elf Academy, they must have at least 60 subjects recognized by the instructors. That is to say, if everyone wants to graduate from here as quickly as possible, they will have to study here for at least 10 years. Most of the students who work and study only take 3 subjects every year, so that they can spare some time to work outside the school. However, this means that if these students want to graduate from the college, it may take 20 years. Of course, for the elves, this amount of time is nothing. Roy followed the crowded crowd into the college gate. There was a guy who looked like a human squeezed among many young elves. This picture was somewhat discordant. Roy didn't know these elves, so he squeezed into the crowd and headed for the registration location. At this time, he couldn't help but feel a little regretful. If he had known there were so many people, he would have come later. The grassland in front of the academy tower was quite large, and many elves lined up on the grass here. Roy also lined up honestly in the line. With the 4,000 kohl prepared by Ms. Belinda for him, Roy lined up for nearly 2 hours under the scorching sun before he paid the tuition and received his student number and a voucher. Roy followed the crowd into the main building lobby. Here freshmen can fill in their subject applications, so of course the sooner you come here the better. Because each subject has a maximum number of students, if you are a little slow, you may not be able to get a good subject. Roy stood in front of rows of parchments hanging on ropes, looking at the introductions of each subject, and was dumbfounded for a moment. because he had never thought about what he wanted to study before. Chapter 14. The main teaching building of the academy was packed with people, and the hall was very lively. Elves are a race that likes comfort and ease, and this kind of grand occasion can only be seen during the Elin festival. Some young elves, men and women, wearing exquisite silk skirts, white shirts, and leather waistcoats, gathered in front of a row of parchments hanging on ropes, concentrating on reading the introductions to various subjects. Of course, how to choose a subject that suits them is very important for these young elves who have just enrolled. Simple courses mean that there will be few knowledge points to learn. Taking such a course would make you feel sorry for the tuition you paid. Choosing a difficult course would not only make the learning process very painful, but also drive you crazy by taking notes before each class. Moreover, you would be even more annoyed when it comes to the final graduation defense, and you might have to retake the course. Roy heard about these inside stories of course selection from Moira. Don't ask her why she knew, because Moira has a sister who has been studying at the Elf Academy for 2 years. Now Roy stood in front of a piece of parchment. It seemed that in front of each piece of parchment, someone was giving some popular science introduction to the subject. Today is the day for freshmen to report, and senior students are not involved in choosing courses. So the recommended courses are basically entry-level and elementary courses. There are many courses under each subject on the parchment, making these courses look like a skill tree. From the initial stage of courses, gradually progress to more advanced courses. At present, the courses suitable for freshmen are at the root of the skill tree. These knowledge are the foundation of these subjects, and the basic knowledge of many subjects can be applied to other subjects, which gives everyone more opportunities to choose. Roy had already considered the general direction of his study before entering the Elf Academy. He planned to study martial arts, navigation, and literature and history at the Elf Academy. He was very interested in these subjects, and they were new things he had never touched before. Especially martial arts, he was very curious about it. The reason was simple. Sabrina had been in the Elf Academy for 2 years, and could beat Roy now. This time Roy chose to apply for a primary martial arts training class, and as for navigation, Castletown was a port city, and no matter what he did in the future, he would probably have to take a boat. Moreover, the elf world is full of sailboats, which is fundamentally different from the ships and yachts Roy knows. However, under this navigation subject, there is a course called Geography of the Elf Continent, so Roy filled in this course on the application form. As for the literature and history category, Roy applied for the modern history of the Silver Moon Elves. If he has a talent for magic, he also plans to sign up for an introductory magic course. Now it seems that there is no other way, he has to go to the Statue of Liberty to learn divine arts. Although it was not what he wanted most, paid study seemed good. Squeezed in the crowd, listening to the senior students' explanations of various subjects, Roy finally selected 3 courses. If the courses were not too busy, he would have planned to sign up for a 4th course. He could only study knowledge in the Elf Academy in the morning every day, and he had to go to the Statue of Liberty to learn divine arts in the afternoon. The hall was full of young elves. Roy filled out the form and handed it to a teacher in a scholar's robe. He was a little surprised when he saw Roy's appearance. "Are you a human?" the college teacher asked. Roy answered honestly, "Half-elf, my mother is a Silver Moon Elf." He spoke Elvish very fluently, and with a Castletown accent. The college teacher actually wanted to communicate with Roy in Elvish, because the 2 courses Roy applied for required a good foundation in Elvish to learn. If they were really humans, who couldn't even speak Elvish fluently, the Elvish language course would be indispensable in the first year of enrollment. Okay, these 3 courses are not full yet, so you have successfully registered. Remember to come to the Academy training ground tomorrow morning for the physical fitness test. The Academy teacher flipped through a thick catalog and filled in Roy's name on 3 pages. After filling in the form, he slowly spoke to him. There is another good thing about the Elf Academy. The elves believe that knowledge has no borders. Not only are there no restrictions on half-elves and half-elves, even if humans come here to study, there will be no problem as long as they pay the full tuition. Hearing the college teacher say this, Roy immediately saluted him respectfully and gave up his seat. Behind him, there were many elf freshmen queuing up in a long line. Roy walked out of the teaching building. There was a long staircase in front of the door, and lush laurel trees were planted on both sides of the staircase. The dazzling sunlight fell on Roy's face. After being exposed to the scorching sun for 3 seconds, Roy obediently went to the auxiliary road under the shade of the trees. There was a paved slope here. Many college freshmen were cooling off in the shade of the trees. Elves were actually afraid of the sun. Their skin would change color if they were exposed to the sun for a long time. Young elves would even sit on the low wall by the roadside. Usually men would do this. They would stare at the passing beauties in a frivolous way. Some very beautiful elves passed by, and some young elves even jumped off the low wall and ran over to chat with them. Roy thought this was normal. What he didn't expect was, someone actually ran over to chat with him. And it was a handsome male elf. He was wearing a beige vest, and a white shirt with a bow tie. There was a design like knickerbockers on the cuffs, like two big white hydrangeas tied on his wrists. He was also wearing a pair of light-colored knickerbockers. Elves like to wear silk. This young elf is wearing a very delicate silk outfit, with trouser legs tied at the ankles, and a pair of leather boots, which is nothing special. Silver moon elf men are generally very handsome, and this young elf is not ugly. His short silver hair is combed neatly, his two pointed ears are exposed, his skin is white, and even a little transparent, and he looks very refreshing. He did not block Roy's way, but walked forward with Roy, introducing himself as he walked. "Oh, hello, my name is Wagner Clare. Can I meet you? I am also a freshman who is registered this year." Roy did not stop, but did not refuse, and casually said his name. Seeing that his nails were neatly trimmed, without any messy things such as lipstick, foundation, and eyeshadow, and his eyes were clear, Roy felt that he should have a small social circle. "I was just behind you in the queue, and it happened that you also signed up for the elementary martial arts training class. I also chose this course. I guess we will take classes together in the next year, so I ran over to get to know you in advance," Claire said to Roy quickly. Roy stopped and stretched out his right hand. "Claire, nice to meet you. In fact, there are no fixed classes in the Elf Academy. Everyone will sit together only if they sign up for the same course, and it is very likely that they will meet another group of classmates in the next course." Claire and Roy walked side by side on the tree-lined road. What Roy was a little confused about was that there were many elves in the hall, and there must be many elves who signed up for the elementary martial arts training class, including many beautiful female elves. Even though he stood in front of Claire when signing up, it was not a reasonable reason for him to be approached. Along the way, the two chatted casually. Claire was well educated, and liked to use honorifics when speaking. This was a habit only elf nobles would have. According to Roy's understanding, it seemed more classy. And it felt that he had no ill will towards Roy. At least the conversation was pleasant along the way. Regarding the books used in the course, the college teachers gave Roy two recommendations. First, he could borrow them from the library. Of course, the number of such textbooks in the library was limited, and many of them would inevitably be damaged to a certain extent. The second is to buy new books in the bookstore, but these parchment books are still a little expensive. Roy felt that those new books were the first choice for those elf nobles, who had plenty of money. He actually wanted to go to the library to borrow two books first. Even if they were a little old and missing 2 pages, it didn't matter. When Roy told Claire that he was going to the library to borrow books, Claire said to Roy, "Why do you want to go to the library to borrow books? Do you want to go to the back street to buy the textbooks used by the seniors? Many textbooks even have class notes, written neatly, and the key knowledge is marked. After they learn, they feel that they are useless. At the beginning of each new semester, they will take them to the back street to set up a stall to sell them. How about we go and have a look together?" "Okay," Roy said readily. Roy followed Claire across the Elf Academy, and found that the academy was really big, occupying 3 steps on the hillside of Castleton City. The tallest teaching buildings in the academy looked like ancient trees tens of meters high from the outside, with dense branches and leaves on the treetops. Now Roy walked on the campus, and looked at those ancient trees tens of meters high, and found that they were all tree-like buildings, and the trees on the top of the buildings were plants growing on the top. Even the main body of the building is covered with vines, which makes these teaching buildings look like towering trees. The college has no canteen or dormitory, and all foreign students need to rent a house around the college. As for how to solve the problem of lunch, this is very simple for the elves, because the only food they like to eat is fish and fruit, and putting an apple in their pocket is a lunch. The college does not have a real wall, and there is an open lawn between the college and the street. There are many art sculptures on both sides of the lawn paths. Many of these sculptures are about the understanding of the beautiful body curves, which opened Roy's eyes. Hojia is full of various shops and workshops, and there is also a small market. Those second-hand books are placed on the stalls in this small market, and the stall owners are some young elves, just as Claire said. Some elves even wear robes in the academy. Sure enough, the price of textbooks sold here is almost half of the price of new books in the bookstore. The older the books, the cheaper they are. Many books are even densely written with elven words. Of course, the elven words on these pages are not all class notes, but also some random notes of mood, some anonymous poems written in pursuit of romance, or some random things. It is very likely that these elven students have formed a unique culture by passing down these old books. However, Roy couldn't accept it. He picked for a long time in the bookstall and finally found 2 second-hand books that only recorded a small amount of class notes. He bought each for 130 kola. If they were new books, the price of these 2 books would be about 400 kola. Yes, books are so expensive in Castletown. It would take Roy a week's salary to buy 2 second-hand textbooks that were 70% new, and Roy's mood immediately became very good. After buying the textbooks, Roy planned to leave the Elf Academy. He had to go to the Statue of Liberty to learn divine arts in the afternoon. Before leaving, Roy finally couldn't help but ask Claire, who was standing on the roadside and waving goodbye to him, "Claire, let me ask you a question. If I don't ask it, I may not be able to sleep well tonight. Why did you choose me?" Claire put his hands in his trouser pockets and tucked 3 art textbooks under his armpits, which Roy thought should be equivalent to the music scores of canon for beginners. Leaning against a laurel tree, he looked handsome, and his expression was not arrogant or annoying. He was about to wave goodbye to Roy. "What?" Claire didn't respond to Roy's question at first. Roy could only say it again. "I mean, choose me as your new friend in the Elf Academy." Claire smiled, with some cunning in her clear eyes. "Want to hear the truth?" "Of course. Then you can't be angry, and you can't break up with me. I promise, I have no ill intentions." Claire patted her chest and said. Roy readily agreed. "Okay, I promise you." Claire lowered her voice and said, "I'm afraid of being beaten in the martial arts training class. I have a friend who signed up for this elementary martial arts training class. He was beaten up by him all day long until he gave up the course, wasting a year in vain." Roy didn't expect this reason. After saying goodbye to Claire at the intersection of Hojia, Roy held 2 books and trotted towards the downtown area. The college needs to cross a city area to get to Brown Street, which is still very far. Fortunately, it is almost downhill all the way, so it shouldn't be too difficult for Roy to get back to the Statue of Liberty on time. Just as Roy was about to disappear at the intersection full of steps, Sabrina and 2 girlfriends just turned out from the back street. Recognizing Roy at the corner of the street at a glance, Sabrina couldn't help but stop and look over there with her fair neck, holding 2 books and jogging towards the downtown area. She inherited half of the Wood Elf bloodline, and her figure was extremely tall, a head taller than her companions. A friend asked curiously, "Sabrina, who are you looking at?" No. Sabrina paused slightly and answered subconsciously. A friend pushed Sabrina's back and said, "Let's go." Another friend held a thick stack of books in her hand and groaned in great distress. "It's really annoying, I have to retake it this year." Chapter 15. Under the dazzling sunlight, Roy ran on the stone-paved street. The pedestrians on the road all looked at Roy, and Roy left everyone with a back figure that exuded infinite vitality. After crossing several side streets, they entered the lower city. Roy rushed into the narrow streets of the lower city, but did not notice that there was a thin elf hiding in the alley next to him. His hair was very oily, his eyes were full of red bloodshot, and he looked at the passers-by on the street alertly, looking like a homeless wanderer. There was a dagger stuck between his belt and belly, staring at Roy's back. After a moment, he retreated back to the narrow alley. Compared with the prosperous upper city, the buildings here are older, and the streets are narrower. Even the drainage ditches on both sides of the street have become one, and in some places the stone slabs covering the ditches have disappeared, and you can clearly see the dirt hanging inside from the outside. Especially on rainy days, the rainwater gathered in the upper city rushes down the slope, and the smelly oil mud in the culvert will be all over the street. The buildings here are very crowded, and clothes of various colors are hung on the roofs of every house. This is the living area of the civilian elves, and the environment here is worse than that of Brown Street near the port. Brown Street is the edge of Castleton City, close to the port dock. At least the buildings there are not as crowded as here. There are also poor elves, and there are quite a few of them. Many young elves will leave their hometown after graduating from the academy. It took almost an hour to run from the Elf Academy to the Statue of Liberty. Roy's legs were weak from exhaustion, and he felt that the air in his lungs had turned salty. When he arrived at the entrance of the temple, Roy saw that the big iron gate was open, and some believers were walking into the courtyard from outside. Roy followed the crowd into the courtyard of the temple. The trainee priest abbot was standing at the main entrance of the main hall. When he saw Roy, he said quickly, "Roy, Priest Reed said that if you come, go to the study room behind to find him." "Got it," Roy responded loudly. Roy walked around a row of cypress trees on the side, and walked into his lounge. He opened the closet, took off his sweaty clothes, and hung them on the hanger, wiped off the sweat on his body, and after a while, he put on the robes of the trainee priest. Then Roy went to the study to see the high priest read. Knock, knock, knock. Roy stood at the door and knocked on the door. A voice came from inside. Come in. He pushed the door and walked into the study. High priest Reed was flipping through a thick book in front of a round table, with a pile of letters on it. Seeing Roy coming in, he nodded to him. Roy, go to the main hall to help Priest Osido first. He may be too busy alone. When you are done with the things over there, come back to me. There was a very strange map in front of High Priest Reed. Roy looked at the map. More than 90% of the irregular parchment was blank. Only in the small area in the lower left corner of the parchment were some simple symbols of mountains and rivers drawn, and a red dotted line became extremely eye-catching in the middle of these lines. The book that High Priest Reed was reading was also a map book. He couldn't understand what he was doing. Roy saluted High Priest Reed, said I know, and left. Crossing the threshold of the main hall, Roy found that the Statue of Liberty believers who came to pray in the temple actually filled the entire temple. Everyone sat on the benches, clasped their hands together, and recited the prayer devoutly. The sound of this recitation in the hall was surprisingly consistent. This gave Roy the illusion of walking into a campus and hearing the sound of reading aloud in the campus. Priest Anderson stood on the platform, clasped his hands together, looked serious, and recited the prayer with his eyes closed. The believers below the platform also followed him in prayer. Some believers came in from outside one after another, found empty seats to sit down, and joined the prayer. The sound of the prayer had a calming effect on the soul, but it was a pity that Roy had not memorized even the simplest sentence. It was okay to read from the book, but then he couldn't recite with his eyes closed. Roy felt that he had to find time to practice more, at least to make himself look more professional. The temple also formed a choir, but this time no choir members were seen, nor did they sing. Roy did not take the middle path, but walked along the edge of the hall, tiptoeing towards the holy water pool room on the side. Trainee Priest Abbott stood under the platform, closest to Priest Anderson, and recited the prayer with everyone. Roy did not see Jasper. It is said that every time a prayer is made, a large amount of holy light will gather in the temple, but Roy found that except for Priest Anderson's body filled with a dazzling holy light, Trainee Priest Abbott's body only had a very weak ball, and other believers were not bathed in holy light at all. These believers were all praying, but it seemed to have no effect. Priest Osido was in charge of the holy water pool in the room on the west side of the temple. There were also some believers waiting in line in this room. When Roy walked in, he saw Priest Osido standing alone in front of a stone platform. On the stone platform was a deep silver plate with some clear water in it. In front of Priest Osido was kneeling an elf believer with a pale face. Priest Osido reached into the silver plate with one hand and poured water on the believer's forehead. Seeing Roy coming in from outside, he quickly signaled him to come over to help. Priest Theodore asked Roy to scoop out the holy water from the holy water pool with a silver spoon and distribute it to the believers who had completed baptism. The water in the holy water pool did have some holy light particles floating on it. If you look carefully, you can see those golden light balls floating on the water like fish scales. The water in the holy water pool was clearly the well water that he and Jasper drew from the well yesterday morning. The holy light contained in it was also constantly dissipating, and Priest Theodore on the side needed to use divine arts to bless it constantly. Roy stood aside, holding a silver spoon, and distributed holy water to the believers one spoonful at a time. After completing these rituals, the face of the Priest Theodore was as white as paper. He waited until all the believers left the temple before he went back to his room to rest. Seeing the believers' happy faces when they left with the holy water, Roy felt that these believers were more pious than him. After the believers left, the temple hall and the baptism hall were in a mess. Roy took out the broom and was busy cleaning. Soon, the trainee priest Abbott also joined in. It didn't have to be so troublesome before. The Holy Grail could fill the water with blessing power. ABT said with some regret. Roy stopped. He didn't expect that the stolen Holy Grail could have such an effect. ABT sighed and moved the stool away, saying, "It's not possible now. All blessed holy water needs to be blessed by Priest Theodore himself. I don't know if the Holy Grail can be found. Why did Priest Theodore bless the water with divine power?" Roy couldn't understand. "Why do you think these elves become believers of the Statue of Liberty?" ABT asked Roy, and without waiting for Roy to answer, he said, "Of course, the priests in the temple can help them cure diseases, drive away the gloomy mood, and give everyone a good hope. Holy water is the benefit after every gathering and prayer. Wouldn't it be better to drink the juice of the tree of life?" Roy asked. ABT shouted indignantly, "Of course it's better to drink the juice of the tree of life, But don't you know that all the trees of life are in the hands of the Moon Temple, and only the silver moon elves can get the juice of the tree of life? Other elves don't have this benefit. A cup of diluted juice of the tree of life on the black market costs 500 kola. Roy was stunned. He had never thought about the value of the sap of life. In the past, Ms. Belinda would bring it back and put it on the dining table casually. Sometimes Roy would forget to drink it in time. Roy thought that if it wasn't for raising him and letting him live in an environment where other elves would not discriminate, maybe Belinda would have a very comfortable life in the upper city. Abbott on this side had changed the topic. Probably because he thought Roy was also an apprentice priest, he complained to Roy, "I don't know what's wrong. Now the time I pray every day is several times more than before, but the power of holy light I get is not even half of what it used to be. The goddess seems to be getting farther and farther away from us." "Roy, how do you feel recently?" "Me?" Roy was slightly startled and said to Abbott, "I just felt the power of the holy light, and I haven't memorized the holy prayers yet." "Oh, you have to work hard." After saying that, Abbott raised his chin slightly, and the sense of superiority was immediately written on his face. He turned around with the broom handle and walked to the other side of the hall. When he walked, he even tiptoed and jumped up, as if he found the source of happiness from Roy. After Roy finished cleaning the main hall, he returned to the study to see Priest Reed. Priest Reed had already put away the mostly blank parchment, leaving only a geography atlas on the round table. Seeing Roy return, he pointed to the chair opposite the round table and motioned him to sit down, and started with the same old story. Magicians gather magic power through meditation, and we gather holy light through prayer. Priest Reed paused, looked at Roy and said, "So you should pray when you have time. Being diligent will always yield something, and a little will add up to a lot." Hearing that High Priest Reed always emphasized prayer, Roy asked High Priest Reed, "Teacher, do we pray to gather holy light?" High Priest Reed covered Roy's mouth with his hand and said in a quick and stern tone, "As a clergyman of the Statue of Liberty, you must never have such thoughts. Prayer is to verify our faith, and God's feedback is what gives us powerful sacred power." Chapter 16. The tone of High Priest Reed slowed down a little, and then he said, "There will always be places in this world where the sun doesn't shine. We are not only the spreaders of faith, but also the guardians of faith. We must use holy light to dispel all darkness." He stared at Roy's eyes until Roy nodded repeatedly, and then let him sit down again. At this time, what attracted Roy's attention was not the words of High Priest Reed, but Roy's right hand placed flat on the table. A ball of holy light with a pointy top and round bottom emerged from his palm, which looked like a seed of light. This ball of light was as big as an egg, which was dozens of times bigger than the firefly-like light that he showed to High Priest Reed a few days ago. Roy found that the seed-shaped ball of light in his palm actually stretched out an invisible tentacle. It was completely colorless and transparent, like an octopus foot, constantly twisting, and when it touched the holy light particles floating around, it quickly absorbed them. Roy could sense its presence very clearly, and it was like the seaweed swaying on the seabed, growing at the root of the seed of light, swaying constantly. The tentacles seemed to have an inexplicable magnetic force, and any holy light particles floating nearby would be immediately captured by it, and then pulled back to the vicinity of the seed of light to be integrated into it. This set of actions was coherent and extremely aggressive, and the holy light particles floating near Roy's palm were melted into the light ball in the palm of his palm in a short while. This was completely different from what Priest Reed had described, and Roy was a little stunned. And of course, Priest Reed could also clearly see the seed-like ball of light in Roy's palm. "You must have prayed very hard at home, otherwise the ball of light would not have grown so fast. It looks good. In fact, you can follow the method I taught you and integrate it into your body." Priest Reed praised Roy. Roy's eyes widened, and he did not move the ball of light in his palm away, but let the invisible tentacles swallow the surrounding holy light particles. "Teacher, is there a way to gather holy light without praying?" High Priest Reed explained to Roy very gently. "In fact, there are countless holy light particles floating around us. These holy light particles will be attracted by the holy light power gathered in our body. When they are close enough to the body, these holy light particles will be absorbed into the body. However, this natural form of gathering holy light power is too weak. Usually, we have to rely on prayer and the power given back to us by God to gather holy light." Just as High Priest Reed said, some of the holy light particles floating around his body almost fell on his clothes before they disappeared little by little and merged into his body. And he didn't seem to know that Roy could clearly see the holy light particles around him. "Teacher, will the holy light gathered in our bodies occasionally extend a tentacle to grab the holy light particles floating around our bodies?" "That won't happen," High Priest Reed answered with great certainty. Just as he said this, the ball of light in Roy's palm swallowed up more than a dozen holy light particles around him. Roy clearly saw that the light seed in his palm had grown a little bigger, and the seed was about to sprout. Roy listened to the answer of High Priest Reed, and saw the ball of light in his palm, and immediately fell into a confused thought about who was the truth. High Priest Reed saw Roy sitting in a daze on the chair, and thought that his words just now might hit the trainee priest, thinking about how to keep this young trainee priest for the temple. The ball of holy light in Roy's palm was already as big as an egg. Such a large ball of holy light was enough to condense the simplest divine art, so he said to Roy, "The micro-lighting technique is the simplest entry-level divine art." Seeing that he had successfully attracted Roy's attention, he continued, "This magic has the power to dispel darkness, and also has a slight healing effect. Do you want to learn it now?" "Yes," Roy said. Of course he wanted to learn it. Roy was very curious about the magic in this fantasy world. High Priest Reed stood up, and took out a book from the bookshelf behind him. The book was not very thick. It looked like a copper box. The cover was a copper plate with delicate patterns. There was not only a lock on the side, but also a delicate hinge on the other side. Unfastening the buckle, he casually flipped open the book, which contained only a few thick parchment pages. The first page was a prayer, and below it was a pattern composed of several sacred symbols. Next to the pattern were many lines, each of which was a note. High Priest Reed flipped to the back, and the next few pages were more detailed notes. Seeing this, he nodded with satisfaction and said, "This book contains detailed notes on the art of glimmering. You can read it carefully. If you have any questions, ask me again." "Okay, teacher." Roy moved the somewhat bulky copper box in front of him, and did not immediately look at the page of the divine art inside. Instead, he raised his head, and continued to ask the High Priest Reed, "Teacher, the trainee priest will become a priest in the future, so what is above the priest?" High Priest Reed answered without hesitation, "The priest has mastered powerful divine arts, and can become a high priest after receiving divine enlightenment. The high priest is not only a title in the temple, but also indicates the level of the clergy." Roy asked curiously, "What about above the high priest?" High Priest Reed narrowed his eyes, and thought for a while before saying, "According to my teacher, when the soul is integrated with the shadow of the goddess, the body is homogenized with the holy light, and then when the power of the holy light reaches a certain critical point, the high priest can be promoted. I can't describe it in detail because I haven't reached that level. In fact, there are two paths above the high priest, namely priest and combat priest." Roy had no interest in priests. He didn't want to be a monk wearing tattered robes, so he asked, "Teacher, can you talk to me about combat priests?" High Priest Reed asked him, "Do you want to be a combat priest?" Roy actually hadn't thought about it that much, but at this time, he could only bite the bullet and nod his head in agreement. High Priest Reed said, "The series of divine arts practiced by combat priests are fundamentally different from those of priests. Priests are mainly healing powers, while combat priests' divine arts are some divine arts with blessing effects. They can strengthen themselves and their companions, including strength, speed, endurance, weapons and armor, etc. So a combat priest must not only have a firm belief, but also a strong physique. Otherwise, if one's physique is weak, even if the divine power is bestowed on the body, it can only become a spoils of war for the enemy on the battlefield." Roy understood this time that the so-called combat priests need to practice both martial arts and divine arts. What about the combat priests? After the combat priests are promoted, they will become judges, and after the priests are promoted, they will become bishops. It is said that bishops with powerful divine arts can master the great resurrection art, but my teacher has never mentioned how to be promoted. After High Priest Reed explained it to Roy, he asked Roy to learn the art of microlight illumination in the room. He walked out holding the geographical atlas, and soon the voice of Priest Theodore could be heard in the corridor, outside. Roy sat in the study, carefully reading the annotations in the book, while holding the holy light ball in his other hand. The invisible tentacle was constantly capturing the holy light particles in the area as large as the round table, making the holy light seed in his hand more solid. The process of learning divine arts was extremely boring. You had to memorize the symbols even though you didn't understand their meanings. Not only did you have to memorize them, you also had to learn how to draw them by hand, and there were very strict requirements on how to use each stroke and how to connect them with the prayers. The process was very tedious. Fortunately, Roy was full of curiosity about divine arts and studied hard for the whole afternoon. At the beginning, Roy even drew those symbols crookedly. However, this level of learning was not difficult for Roy, who had attended various cram schools since childhood, learned English for exams, and taught himself Japanese for his hobbies. The symbols were too ugly to draw, so Roy practiced on the round table with his fingers dipped in water. The prayer was a bit tongue-twisting, so he recited it loudly in the study room. After all, it was the introductory divine art for trainee priests, and there was no need to keep it secret. During this period, High Priest Reed came over twice. The first time was to correct Roy's speed and rhythm in reciting the prayer. The faster and more fluent he recited, the better. The second time High Priest Reed came over was to correct the mistakes Roy made when drawing the sacred symbols. I have to say that this is the benefit of having a teacher, even if it is a small trainee priest. He can correct various mistakes in the practice process in time and point out a shortcut. At the beginning, Roy couldn't perform this simple magic no matter what. Later, Roy could perform it successfully once after performing it 5 or 6 times. It only took Roy one afternoon to learn the microlight illumination technique, and most of this time was spent on condensing the holy light. Seeing a faint light floating above his head, as if a big light bulb was lit above his head, Roy felt that he was not feeling well. However, as his mind turned, the faint light above his head floated freely within 5 meters around his body. Wherever his eyes could see, the faint light would slowly float past. Roy felt that he would not need to carry a lantern when walking at night in the future. This would be very convenient if he went to the sea at night. The lantern had to be carried in his hand, but this faint light could float by itself, which was not bad. It was a pity that it was not magic. Roy actually hoped that he could control a ball of fire, throw it out, and then it exploded suddenly. The afternoon passed quickly. When he left the temple, Roy could barely perform the faint light illumination technique. Chapter 17. Walking out of the temple, Roy felt a sense of accomplishment. He actually learned a divine art. At dusk on Brown Street, the shadows of the buildings on the street were stretched out. The sun had not yet sunk into the sea, but the sea in the distance was already sparkling. On the coastline not far from his feet, the sea water had retreated to its lowest point, and the reef where Roy often fished was completely exposed. Some elves in ragged clothes were fishing on the beach. They were almost all residents living near Brown Street. Only the top of the Statue of Liberty in the temple courtyard can still be bathed in sunlight, and other places including the temple are no longer exposed to sunlight. There are few people on the dock. Only when the tide is high will ships dock in the harbor. At this time, in the shallow water area of the dock, a small wooden boat has been stranded on the mudflat. When the tide is low, Ms. Jillian usually rests at home. Roy held 2 textbooks and bought a breadfruit for 28 coal when he passed by the fruit stall. This breadfruit has 5 chambers of flesh, which is enough for him and Belinda to eat for 2 days. This fruit stand has a good business. The fruit is cheap and fresh. Most residents on Brown Street buy fruit from here. There are often a few old elves gathered next to the stand. Everyone sits there and chats. They will not go home until it is completely dark. The evening sea breeze is a bit strong, blowing Roy's hair into a mess. I should wear a hat when I go out, Roy thought with some annoyance. The light is a bit dim, and the leaves of the olive trees on the street are rustling in the sea breeze. I always feel like there is a pair of eyes staring at me from behind, but everything seems normal when I look back. Roy thinks he might be scaring himself, and he thinks with self-mockery that he is getting older and younger, but he is getting less courageous. Pedestrians pass by on the street from time to time. Roy noticed that whenever someone passed by, the feeling of being followed and spied on would suddenly disappear. Once he was the only one around, that feeling would appear, and even at a corner, Roy could clearly hear slight footsteps. Along the way, Roy was not sure if there was anyone following him. He came to the door of Mrs. Winnie's pharmacy at the corner of the street, and saw the night blade leopard tied to the railing pillar at the door of the store. The big cat was always alert when it saw Roy. In the past year, Roy had often fought wits and courage with it. But this time, the night blade leopard lying at the door of the pharmacy was staring at Roy's back vigilantly. Roy turned his head suddenly, and the street was empty, with only the sea breeze blowing. The light around him became increasingly dim, and Roy did not notice anything. But when he turned his head, the feeling that there was a pair of eyes staring at him from behind never disappeared. Roy stood at the street corner and waited for a while, but did not meet any acquaintances who could travel with him. The night blade leopard stared at Roy's back for a while, then yawned and moved his gaze to Roy. A long carriage full of guests appeared on the slope, and the carriage soon stopped at the door of the pharmacy. This kind of long carriage carrying passengers was more like a city bus with a fixed route. The elves only needed to pay 2 kohlers to get on the carriage, and then they could get off anywhere the carriage passed. The route is fixed, but there are no fixed stops. The wooden door was open from the inside, and Sabrina, wearing an apricot yellow dress, walked out of the car with her head down, took a step forward and stood steadily on the street. Then she saw Roy standing at the door of the pharmacy. She ignored him, just pressed her curly hair that was blown by the sea breeze with her hand, and walked towards home with a book in one hand. The sea breeze made the long white legs wrapped in the long skirt show the slender and round outline. The last time he and Sabrina were alone together was last summer, when Sabrina beat him up. It was that time that Roy woke up from his coma and found himself traveling to this magical world. Although the two had some grievances in the past. But it belongs to Roy's memory. For Roy, many things are very vague. It's like all memories are covered with a veil. So now Roy chased after him without thinking. Sabrina, wait a minute. He shouted to Sabrina bravely. Sabrina didn't look back, but slowed down her pace until Roy caught up with her. Then she turned around and stared at Roy with a frown. Didn't Mrs. Jillian ask you to paint the portraits of those sailors? Roy said with a smile as he walked forward with Sabrina. I don't have time recently, maybe in 2 days. Sabrina said with a straight face, a little unnatural. Okay, I've been very busy these days. Roy responded casually. At this time, the feeling of being followed disappeared. Roy exhaled lightly, thinking, that person should have the ability to hide, but it's not very good, and he is very worried about being discovered. As he walked, he looked back. The long empty street was deserted. Walking into his yard, Roy looked at the street with some caution when he saw Sabrina enter the house without saying a word. Moira stood by the railing of the second-floor terrace next door and waved to him. Roy pointed to the door and motioned him to go in first. Taking off his shoes and climbing the wooden stairs barefoot, Roy came to the second-floor terrace. Although Moira didn't like to contact outsiders, she had no reservations about Roy. The two often stood on their terrace and chatted. Roy, how do you feel about your first day at school? Moira asked Roy with some curiosity. Her eyes were bright, and her eyebrows were similar to Sabrina's, but more of her was the tenderness and refinement unique to the Silver Moon Elves. She was the kind of elf girl that could easily make people feel pity. Except for the difference in skin and pupil color, she inherited almost all the advantages of the Silver Moon Elves. When she stood alone on the terrace filled with moonlight, she always made people feel a kind of lonely beauty. Not bad, I have a new friend on the first day, Roy said. He was still thinking about the stalker, and wanted to observe from the terrace to see if he could find any clues. Roy, what are you going to learn? Moira asked. Navigation, literature and martial arts. Roy didn't even think about it this time and said directly. I saw you came back with Sabrina. Is she finally willing to pay attention to you? Moira asked tentatively. Not yet. Roy thought of Sabrina's stern face and explained quickly. Moira asked with a smile, Are you going to win back? Roy was looking around and didn't hear what Moira said clearly. What? Nothing. The figure disappeared in a flash. At the door of Roy's house, Ms. Belinda was holding a large paper bag in her arms and knocking the gate open with her leather heel. On the first day of school, Belinda came back to celebrate with Roy and bought a large bag of food. With her golden curly hair and beautiful skirt, she looked like an urban beauty. Roy, look what I brought you. Ms. Belinda shouted at Roy on the terrace. She was in a good mood, strode into the house, took off her leather boots at the entrance, and put the paper bag on the dining table. Roy also ran down from the terrace at this time. A golden bread rolled out of the paper bag. The elves didn't like to eat this kind of cereal food, so it was obviously bought for Roy. Roy picked up one with 2 fingers, put it under his nose and smelled it, then took a bite. This croissant is really good, crispy on the outside, fragrant and soft on the inside, and filled with red bean filling, Roy praised. Ms. Belinda held Roy's shoulders with both hands, then gave him a big hug, and said with emotion, My little Roy finally entered the college, where you will meet some like-minded friends and experience many very interesting things. Cherish this good time. In addition, you should learn more knowledge, which will be of great help to your future life. I see. Thank you for everything you've done for me over the years, Mom. Although Ms. Belinda looked a little too young, Roy's tone was still full of sincerity when he said these words. Ms. Belinda rarely saw Roy show such an emotional side, and she hugged Roy tightly in her arms. Roy smelled the scent of lilac from Ms. Belinda. Ms. Belinda asked Roy to sit down, then leaned over and held his face, and said to him affectionately, Hey, I'm glad you liked that fairy academy. After waiting from dusk till nightfall, the elf hiding in the darkness slightly moved his numb left leg. His stomach started to growl again, and he wanted to find something to eat, but he was unwilling to give up. The half-elf must have seen him jumping over the wall of the temple, and might have suspected him. He touched the dagger at his waist, thinking about using the stealth technique to sneak in, whether he could kill the person silently, and then retreat safely. Then he found that doing so was very dangerous, because there was a silver moon elf living in the house. Facing an adult silver moon elf, even if she was a soft woman, he dared not take it lightly. God knows what she has learned in the past 200 years. If he is really discovered, he can't run away even if he wants to. Thinking of this, the thin elf completely retracted his body into the shadows. These days he is like a rat in a manhole, hiding most of the time. Originally, he planned to run to the village in the countryside to hide for a while, when the elf patrols relaxed their vigilance. Jefferson was killed, and the next one might be him. Thinking of this, the elf thief felt cold all over. Although the past days were also difficult, they were not so thrilling. He wanted to go to the tavern at the end of the street to have a drink, but he forced himself to hold back. All this was caused by the Holy Grail, but now he couldn't get rid of it. Those elf patrols were chasing everywhere. Who would have thought that these elf patrols would go to war for a gilded cup? In the morning, before leaving, Ms. Belinda prepared a simple breakfast for Roy. "Roy, do you want to go out with me?" Ms. Belinda stood at the door of Roy's bedroom and asked inside. "I go for a run later." Roy poked his head out of the quilt and answered loudly. After Ms. Belinda left, Roy got up with sleepy eyes, not knowing that an elf thief had been spying outside the yard for half the night last night. He pinched half a piece of breadfruit on the plate with 2 fingers and swallowed it in one gulp. He drank the fruit tea on the table and hurried out of the house with 2 textbooks. The sun shone on the long street, erasing all the shadows. When he ran to the corner of the street, he saw Sabrina holding 2 books and waiting for the long carriage, and there were some other people beside her. "Good morning, Sabrina." Roy greeted her and ran over. Roy thought Sabrina would not respond as usual. This woman was very vengeful. Although she had the upper hand in the last war between the two, she was still unwilling to pay attention to Roy. "Roy!" Hearing Sabrina shout, Roy stopped. "When are you free? Describe the sailors who killed Jefferson." Sabrina bit her lip and said, "This afternoon." "Okay." Roy thought for a moment and said, "I don't have time in the afternoon. Let's do it after dinner." After agreeing to paint the portraits of the sailors, who fled in fear of crime in the evening, Roy ran towards the Elf Academy with 2 books in his arms. Sabrina retracted her complicated gaze and turned to look at the sea in another direction. At the entrance of the academy, Wagner Clare stood under a hibiscus tree, anxiously looking at the street. Roy ran into the academy gate sweating profusely, and was stopped by Clare. The two greeted each other, and walked into the academy together. The martial arts training ground of the Elf Academy is next to the archery range. It is a large grassland, but a large area of green grass in the center has been trampled to death, revealing a circular area of dirt. This is the primary martial arts training ground. When Roy and Claire arrived at the training ground, many elves were already waiting there. Everyone looked at Claire and Roy curiously, but Roy was obviously the one who received more attention. The instructor came late. She was a female elf wearing tight leather armor, a belt around her waist, a sword, a quiver, and a bow on her back. She walked steadily. When she passed by Roy, she suddenly stopped, turned her head and asked Roy, "Human? Half-elf, my mother is a silver moon elf." Roy didn't know how many times he had said this. The female instructor stood in the middle of the training ground and called the young elves standing loosely around to come over. "Come on, students, this is the elementary martial arts training class. I am your instructor Abbot Nora. Learning elementary martial arts requires some basic physical fitness. If any of you are too weak, it's not too late to change the course now. Go back and exercise well. It's not too late to come back to learn next year." Chapter 18. Many young elves gathered at the training ground of the Elf Academy. These elves were all freshmen entering the academy this year. Everyone was full of curiosity about the elementary martial arts training class. Everyone gathered around the instructor Abbot Nora when they heard him shout. The elves in the training ground were clearly divided into 2 teams. Surrounding instructor Abbot Nora, the teams were shaped like the upper lip and the lower lip. They were completely separated from each other, with aisles at both ends that could only accommodate one person. The large group was made up of Silver Moon elves. These young people of the Silver Moon elves gathered together, and some young noble students stood at the front of the group. The other group was made up of half-blood elves. The number of half-blood elves living in the lower city of Castleton City was increasing year by year. After finding a job, young half-blood elves would save money in a planned way to complete their studies at the Elf Academy. Roy stood in the half-blood elf group. However, because he wanted to talk to Claire for a few more words, the two stood in the gap separating the 2 groups. Claire stood on the side of the Silver Moon elves, and Roy stood on the side of the half-blood elves. There were many new students like them. Some Silver Moon elves did not care about blood inheritance, and also made some half-blood elves friends. This instructor Nora is the best instructor in the academy, who teaches elementary martial arts. There should be a physical fitness test later, Claire whispered to Roy. It was a bit noisy around, and everyone had not yet calmed down from the excitement of enrollment. Instructor Abbot Nora was a female Silver Moon elf with silver hair that just fell to her shoulders. She stood in the middle of the empty field and seemed very patient. She waited until the noise around her began to fade away before she began to speak. Since no one is ready to quit, let me see how your physical fitness, body flexibility, and balance are. You all need to take a physical fitness test before admission. I hope everyone present will agree with my standards. She held the hilt of the sword at her waist with one hand, and the thumb of the other hand on the quiver, looking heroic. How did you know she would let us take a physical fitness test? Roy asked Claire in a low voice. Claire said casually, my sister told me that she was worried that I couldn't pass the test, so she asked me to do some training a year in advance. Roy was speechless. He spent almost all his time on breaking dreams and fishing this year. Then do you know what the test is? Roy asked. Claire raised her light golden eyebrows and said proudly, of course, it's an obstacle course. You need to pass various obstacle facilities on the grassland over there within a certain time limit. After saying that, he pointed to the other side of the training ground. Roy looked in the direction of his finger and saw through the crowd that there was a row of obstacles on the west side of the field, including puddles, stone walls, and earth piles. There were obvious traces of being trampled by countless people on the grass. Instructor Abbot Nora walked in front. The two groups were on her left and right sides, following her towards that side. Roy was a little nervous. He had no preparation before the class. This obstacle included a single plank bridge over a puddle, a stone wall built on a pile of rocks, and it had to extend into the woods. It looked difficult. Roy even saw a stone cliff several meters high in the woods. The path extended from the other side of the woods, connected to a long and narrow low wall, and returned to the starting point. Instructor Abbot Nora stood in front and explained the rules. Roy planned to squeeze to the front to listen. At this time, several Silver Moon elves suddenly squeezed out of the crowd and surrounded Claire and Roy. There were many small groups among this group of elf students. Roy had not seen any conflicts between these small groups. He did not expect that he would encounter trouble. Two elves wearing light leather armor walked up to Claire and stared at her with a playful look on their faces. Claire stared back without giving in. Claire, what a coincidence, I didn't expect you to be in the martial arts training class. One of the silver-haired elves wearing light armor and a delicate dagger on his waist greeted Claire, and his words were full of gunpowder. He reached out and patted Claire's shoulder, leaned close to Claire's ear, and said jokingly, when you are divided into groups later, don't rush to team up with others. We have such a good relationship, so we naturally have to take care of each other. Claire pushed his hand away and responded coldly, Steve, don't worry about it. We don't have any friendship. The elf named Steve raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, your words are really chilling. If it weren't for your sister, I wouldn't be standing here today. His eyes swept across Roy's face, with a mocking smile on the corner of his mouth. Who is this? Roy. Roy answered. He didn't expect to encounter such a thing on the first day of school. He just wanted to study quietly in the academy, and didn't plan to cause trouble. But since he had become friends with Claire, if he backed down at this time, he might be seen as a coward in the eyes of others in the future. He didn't want to have such a bad reputation as a friendless person just after entering the Elf Academy. Although he was a little overwhelmed, Roy still chose to stand firmly beside Claire. The two looked coldly at the Silver Moon elves opposite. Claire looked at Roy with gratitude. Although Roy didn't know what the campus atmosphere of the Elf Academy was like, he felt that this group of elves would not openly cause trouble in the classroom. Sure enough, the two sides were deadlocked for only a few seconds, and they had already attracted the attention of the surrounding elves. The young elf named Steve just smiled and said, Claire, has your taste changed? Do you like to make friends with half-elves? Keep your mouth clean. Claire lowered her voice and scolded. Everyone, the test has begun, everyone get ready, and students in the back please don't gather together. The voice of Instructor Abbot Nora came through the crowd. The elves surrounding this side dispersed with a bang. Without the barrier of the crowd, they dared not confront Instructor Abbot Nora. Steve turned around, looked back at Claire, and walked out of the crowd with a smile. Roy felt that Steve was looking at him when he looked back just now. Thinking of Claire's various performances at the beginning of the school year, she started to pay attention to the students in the elementary martial arts training class on the first day of reporting. Obviously, she should have anticipated today's conflict. Sorry, I dragged you into it," Claire said with an embarrassed look. What else could Roy say? He couldn't just say, "Let's just break up." He could only pat Claire on the shoulder and said to him, "No matter what, I will stand by you." Claire was a little moved and said to Roy, "That guy is Steve. He is not a freshman this year. He has deliberately failed the exam for the elementary martial arts training class just to come and block me." Roy asked him, "Why did he block you?" Claire smiled heartlessly. "It's a family feud. When my sister was in the academy, she also blocked people from their family. Last year, my sister beat Steve up for half a semester. She would beat him like a pig every time she was in class. So they came to you this year to deal with you?" Roy was speechless. Claire tapped her forehead in frustration and said distressfully, "I didn't expect my sister to participate in the exchange activities of the Elf Academy at this time." Roy glanced at him and exposed him bluntly. Even if she didn't participate in the exchange activities, she wouldn't choose to take the elementary martial arts training class again. Claire smiled awkwardly. "That's true. So no matter what, you are the unlucky one waiting to be beaten," Roy concluded. Claire laughed even more happily. "You can't say that. Usually, the people who practice against each other in class are fixed, so I chose you." Faced with Claire's straightforward explanation, Roy was speechless. "If I fail this test, what do you think will happen?" Claire trembled violently, hugged Roy's shoulders, and said pleadingly, "We are friends, right?" Roy nodded. "You haven't done this kind of test before?" Claire suddenly asked. Roy nodded without hesitation. "Then you will follow me later. This kind of test is usually done in pairs. Pay attention to my movements. This thing requires certain skills. Even the number of steps is fixed when climbing over the wall. Also pay attention to the speed and rhythm," Claire explained to Roy as they walked. "Okay." The two walked to the front, and some elves started running. As Claire said, two people were tested at the same time. There were Silver Moon elves and Half-Blood elves. Roy and Claire were in the team. There were about 200 students in this training class. It would take some time for everyone to finish running. Finally, it was Roy and Claire's turn. The two stood in front of the starting line, and Claire looked familiar with the process. Roy seemed much more nervous, and even sweat was coming out of his palms. "Ready, go!" The one who gave the order was not Instructor Abbott Nora. The instructor stood on the platform in the middle of the track to observe the students' specific performance. Roy followed Claire's pace and started to jog. The two were not running fast. The first obstacle was a puddle with two logs on it as a bridge. If you want to pass the puddle smoothly, you have to pass on the bridge. This log is thin and long, obviously to test the balance ability when running. Claire rushed onto the log without slowing down, his hands stretched out and his steps light. It looked simple, and Claire could pass the log lying on the puddle in a few steps with his hands stretched out, but when it came to Roy, he ran in danger. When he climbed over the first wooden wall, Roy's run-up was too strong, and the position of his first foot on the wooden board was a little high, causing him to fall behind when he stepped on the wooden wall with his second foot. His body bounced back, but fortunately Roy quickly grabbed the edge of the wooden wall and climbed over it dangerously. Obviously, he could just grab the edge of the wall with both hands and jump up with all his strength to cross the wall. But when it came to Roy, he looked very clumsy. The obstacle walls behind were higher and higher, and they were changed from wooden to stone. If Claire, who was running in front, hadn't slowed down and turned back to pull him, he would probably have stopped in front of the second stone wall. "Adjust your breathing rhythm." Claire followed him and kept whispering to remind him. "Don't worry about running speed, it's not a major deduction. Remember, you have to step on the wall at least twice to reach the top of the wall. Look for the middle, and grab the most worn part of the wall. There will always be a place where you can easily get leverage." It took some effort to get through the first stone wall. Roy was almost stopped at the second wall, but fortunately Claire helped him. When he encountered the highest stone wall, Roy rushed over it in one go, and his movements became much smoother. Roy felt that he was best at running, and he would always run on the beach in the morning. He rarely saw elves running. In order to maintain elegance and calmness, elves usually walked with elegant steps. Even when they were in a hurry, they would walk quickly. But now, seeing those elves nimbly climb over the wooden wall, Roy felt frustrated. Finally, they finished running with a stumble. Roy and Claire stood in front of Instructor Abbott Nora at the same time. The female elf held a white parchment book in her hand, found Claire's name on the list, and wrote the word pass behind her name. When she saw Roy, she looked at him deeply and said, "Your speed is okay, but your body is not flexible enough." This was her first evaluation of Roy. Roy nodded with a guilty conscience. Instructor Abbott Nora continued, "Your body flexibility is also much worse, and your joints are very stiff. In this case, when you learn elementary martial arts, you will encounter more difficulties than others. Your body coordination ability is the worst. So you must improve your physical abilities as soon as possible, otherwise you will not be able to do the subsequent exercises at all, let alone whether you will pass the final test. Think about it. Otherwise, you can do some basic exercises this year and choose to come back a year later. Roy hesitated for a moment before saying to instructor Abbott Nora, "Teacher, what can I do to catch up with my physical fitness?" Instructor Abbott Nora said to Roy, "Strengthen daily exercise, including gymnastics to enhance flexibility, and it is best to do some exercises to enhance balance while running. I will improve my physical fitness as soon as possible. I want to go to class," Roy said stubbornly. He didn't want to give up the opportunity to learn elementary martial arts. Abbott Nora frowned, lowered his head, and thought seriously for a while, and finally agreed to Roy's request and said, "Okay, but you have to remember that I won't give you any preferential treatment during the final test." Claire was standing aside. When she heard what instructor Abbott Nora said, she immediately pulled Roy out. "I thought you would choose to give up." Claire took a long breath and said, "What's there to give up? You still have to sign up next year," Roy said casually. After he finished speaking, he saw Steve also completed the physical test, and it seemed that he should have passed it successfully. When he looked over here, he still had a strange smile. Chapter 19. Instructor, I plan to be in a group with Roy. Claire waited until all the elves had completed the test before she and Roy went to instructor Abbott Nora to apply. The female elf instructor just looked at Claire's handsome face and asked with a smile, "Your last name is Claire?" Claire quickly reported her name. "Yes. Wagner Claire." Instructor Abbott Nora nodded, reached out and hit him on the chest, and then said, "You look a lot like your sister. I hope you can also be an excellent ranger." The smile on Claire's face was uglier than crying. Instructor Abbott Nora said casually, "Okay, your application has been approved." "Thank you, instructor." Claire saluted respectfully and said. Instructor Abbott Nora turned around and waved his hand. At this time, other elves also gathered around and took the opportunity to ask various questions. Claire put her arm on Roy's shoulder and said with some pride, "See, things are so simple." But Roy didn't think so, especially after completing the test. Steve smiled at him strangely. The first martial arts training class only had a physical fitness test, and after the physical fitness test, this class was coming to an end. Instructor Abbott Nora asked everyone to prepare a set of light clothes and start learning physical skills from tomorrow, which is a compulsory skill for every elf ranger. When the elf students heard instructor Abbott Nora say that they had started learning elf physical skills, they cheered. This class also ended with this cheer. Roy also had a geography class in the morning, and Roy had to go to the corresponding classroom according to the number written on the notice board. Claire signed up for ancient elven language, astronomy, plants, sculpture, and music. Except for martial arts, she had no other courses in common with Roy. Claire was going to the music room to learn the harp. This guy signed up for 6 courses and had 2 big classes in the afternoon. Roy finished his geography class this morning, and all his courses were over. In the afternoon, he would go to the Statue of Liberty to learn divine arts. Following the numbers on the notice board, Roy walked into the 3rd teaching building of the academy. Although it was his first time here, he could easily find the classroom according to the numbers posted in the corridor of the teaching building. This teaching building is designed in a very different way. The oval building is divided into classrooms. It doesn't look very regular. It can be said that each classroom is connected to a corridor, but it is definitely not a regular square. This geography classroom is round, and it has 2 entrances on the left and right sides. You can walk in directly by going around a corridor. The classroom is open and has no door at all. When you walk into the classroom, you can see that the walls around the classroom are covered with maps, including the 3 kingdoms of the entire elf continent, the endless sea on the east side of the continent, and the twin seas on the west side. In the center of the room was a huge sand table covered in a protective cover. The various mountains and rivers on the sand table were made to look lifelike. In addition, some exhibition stands around the classroom also displayed some geographical models, which were all miniature versions of some mountains and rift valleys. Even the green plants around the classroom were plant samples unique to various regions of the Silver Moon Kingdom. After entering the classroom, the furnishings here opened a new door of knowledge for Roy. It turned out that the eastern continent looked like a leg of lamb. Before Roy could find Castletown along the coastline from the sand table, Harper Gustav, the geography teacher, walked in from outside. No one knew how old the old elf man was. He was a little hunchbacked, leaning on a cane with one hand, wearing a white robe and a cone hat, and walked in slowly. The originally noisy classroom immediately became quiet, and a group of students waiting at the door saluted Teacher Harper. Roy also followed their example, and saluted the elf teacher. The geography teacher walked straight to the sand table, his eyes swept around the classroom, and then he set his eyes on the sand table again. Without calling names or introducing himself, he pointed his cane at a raised area in the corner of the sand table, and said in a low and hoarse voice, "This is Castletown Port in the Falmouth district. It is only 200 kilometers away from Buenos Aires, but it belongs to two different districts with the Elf King City. It is located in the middle of the Elf Kingdom, on a peninsula that extends into the sea. It is surrounded by the sea on three sides, and the fishing industry is very developed." He spoke very quickly, but with a very rhythmic sense. Roy listened carefully and flipped through the textbook, only to find that he was speaking casually, and did not start from the first page of the textbook. When he turned to the page describing Castletown Harbor, he found that what Teacher Harper Gustav described was much more detailed than in the textbook. There were some messy notes on the page, and Roy felt that there might not be enough space to write down some notes wherever there was space. So he wrote down Teacher Harper Gustav's description of Castletown Harbor in a sheepskin notebook. He stood in an inconspicuous corner. After introducing Castletown at a fast speed, Teacher Harper slowed down and said to everyone, "Yes, this is Castletown. Since you are studying at Castletown Elf Academy, I hope that when you leave the academy, when someone asks you what you have learned in the academy, you can at least explain Castletown clearly. Since you have chosen to study geography, my requirement is very simple. For the areas on the map you have learned, no matter which town I mention, you must immediately tell me which city is the closest to it, and be able to point it out accurately on the map. If it's a city, I need you to know the landmarks, population and specialties of the city clearly. In my geography class, you don't need to play freely. As long as you remember all the knowledge here, you will pass." He pointed at his head, turned around and looked at the students around him. Although his voice was not loud, it seemed very imposing. "Do you understand?" "I understand," everyone responded. Roy was also a little surprised. This seemingly inconspicuous old man looked quite extraordinary. At this time, Roy heard someone in the crowd whispering, "Don't listen to him, he is the most difficult question in the final exam." Last year, he asked how many days it would take for the Silver Moon Royal City's Elf Guard to reach Innerhouse in St. Margaret County of the Evernight Forest after the eastern coastline was completely blocked. Just this question. 1/3 of the students were asked to retake the course. Do you know why so many students saluted him at the door just now? Those are all the graduation papers that failed last year. Roy felt a chill down his spine after hearing this. It seems that this geography class is not that easy. After Teacher Harper said this, the students around him really began to focus, and everyone's expressions became serious. Then came the formal geography class. Teacher Harper's lectures were quite interesting, but there were a lot of things that needed to be memorized. A big class lasted about 2 hours. Roy wrote down the key points of Teacher Harper's lecture in the sheepskin notebook. He felt that the knowledge points written on the pages of the book were too messy. After all, a good memory is not as good as a bad pen. There were many personal opinions of Teacher Harper mixed in, which were not in the book. In class, there were not many students who took notes like Roy. Most students just drew some horizontal lines on the key points in the book and wrote some notes under the horizontal lines. There were no chairs in this classroom. Everyone stood to listen to the class. Even Teacher Harper finished his lecture standing up. At noon, it started to rain. The rain fell, forming a curtain of water on the steps at the entrance of the teaching building. The whole city was shrouded in gray clouds, and gusts of wind blew, making the rain curtain swing back and forth. Roy stood under the eaves and felt a little distressed. He didn't bring an umbrella. In fact, umbrellas are not popular in the Elf Kingdom. They are more often one of the personal belongings of elf women. Elves don't care much about light rain. Many elves like to wear light leather armor, which is waterproof in itself, or rainproof cloaks. Roy was in a hurry to go to the Statue of Liberty. Lunch was a croissant specially prepared by Ms. Belinda for him, filled with jam and full of milky aroma. Roy stuffed a few bites of the bread into his mouth, and then used the piece of oil paper that wrapped the bread to wrap the 2 textbooks. This at least can keep the 2 books from getting wet in the rain. Putting the textbook on his head, Roy took a deep breath and rushed into the rain. When Steve and a group of friends arrived at the door of the teaching building, they only saw Roy's back rushing into the rain with the textbook on his head. Several elves looked at Steve, and Steve's somewhat sinister face was somewhat fierce. "Let's chase." These elves rushed out in the rain under the gaze of other elf students on the steps. They wore elf cloaks, hurried out of the academy gate, and got into a carriage waiting at the door. The coachman waved a long whip and drove in the direction where Roy disappeared. Steve pushed open the window on the left side of the carriage, and a gust of wind brought rain to wet the carriage's printed curtains. The rain splashed on Steve's face, making him squint his eyes and look at the long street in the rain outside the window. There were not many people on the street. Some elves held umbrellas in one hand and held down their skirts with the other hand, while others wrapped themselves in leather capes and walked in the rain with big strides. The elves usually wore very exquisite clothes, and the clothes would fade when wet. Few elves ran in the rain like Roy. The stall owners took their goods to take shelter from the rain, and the street seemed very empty. The elves who did not bring rain gear ran to the shops on the street to take shelter from the rain. A carriage rushed out from the rain curtain, and with the sound of horses neighing, the carriage stopped on the roadside in front of Roy. The door of the carriage was pushed open, and several young Silver Moon elves jumped out of the carriage and walked quickly towards Roy. Roy was slightly startled and stopped where he was. The rain was getting heavier and heavier, and Roy's clothes were almost soaked. The cold rain flowed down his trouser legs into his shoes. At this time, Roy finally saw through the rain that the person walking in front of the crowd was Steve. Their pace was very fast. When they saw him, several elves even subconsciously dispersed. Roy knew that this group of elves approached him, definitely not to invite him to lunch. They were definitely not walking aimlessly in the rain. Then the only possibility was that they were here to cause trouble. There were so many people on the opposite side, and Roy turned around without hesitation and went into the alley on the right. Chapter 20. The elf thief hid in an alley in the lower city, and the exit of the alley was the only way from the upper city to the seaside pier. It was not that there was only this street from the upper city to the Castletown pier, but the distance was much shorter from this street. His alley was the passage between two rows of townhouses. The alley was not wide, and there were some useless construction waste piled in it, including wood, bricks and tiles, and some discarded wooden furniture, etc., making the originally narrow space even more crowded. The clouds in the sky turned into fish scales, and the wind blew, with salty, wet and cold sea breeze in the air. He pulled the half-cloak on his body. The weather was not very good, and it looked like it was going to rain. It has been raining recently. In Castletown, this kind of half-cloak is very popular in the lower city, mainly because it is very convenient. When the elves who go to the sea encounter rainy days, they will bring this half-cloak, which can't even cover their buttocks. It is light. It will not affect walking or doing some outdoor work, such as going to the sea and carrying things on the dock. The only drawback is that the pants will get wet. The elf thief put the dagger on his waist into his arms. The rain at the seaside is very corrosive to this kind of iron. If it is not maintained with oil as soon as possible after being rained on, the dagger will rust quickly. This dagger is one of the most important personal items of the elf thief. He chose this alley to ambush the young human, mainly because there is a retreat at the side of the alley. Even if his plan fails, he can get into the alley and escape. Speaking of his plan, the elf thief planned it like this. When the human boy ran down the long street, the elf thief was ready to rush out of the alley while he was not paying attention, snatch the book in his hand, and rush into the alley opposite. If the human boy still had a little bit of blood, he would chase him. The elf thief planned to lead him into the alley opposite, which was a back street and a dead end. This alley was full of back doors of some shops, and usually there were some household garbage piled up. Even during the day, there were not many people, which was a perfect place to start. As long as he could avoid the sight of the human boy for a few seconds, he could hide himself again. When the human boy came in, he would go around behind the child, pull out a dagger and cut his throat. Then he could run to the countryside to avoid the limelight overnight and kill the witness, so that no one would know who stole the Holy Grail. While waiting for the human boy, it started to rain. The elf thief was a little worried that the human boy would go to avoid the rain, so he covered his greasy head with the hood of his cloak. The rain was getting heavier, and the elf thief was shivering in the rain. He thought the kid wouldn't come, and was about to find a place to take shelter from the rain, and come back at another time. Then he saw the kid running out of the rain. The elf thief suddenly became nervous, and even though it was raining, he didn't know whether it was rain or sweat in his palms. Just as he was about to rush out, a carriage suddenly rushed out of the rain, which made the elf thief hesitate. Then he found that the carriage was parked on the street opposite the alley, completely blocking his route to attack the human kid. The elf thief wiped the rain off his face and cursed. Then he saw several young Silver Moon elves jumping out of the carriage. He was startled and subconsciously wanted to run, but found that the elves didn't even look at him. The elf thief immediately retreated into the alley. He secretly pried through the cracks in the bricks, and saw the Silver Moon elves chasing the human boy. The human boy stopped in an instant, then suddenly turned in a direction, and got into the dead-end alley in advance. The elf thief stood stupidly in the rain, and found that his plan had failed again. It was still raining. Roy ran hard on the street. There were not many people in the alley. Seeing that the alley was full of debris, Roy went in at one end. The young elf in a cloak followed Roy into the alley. Because of the rain, the smell of corruption in the alley was diluted a lot. Steve took off the rain hood on his head, which made his vision wider, and at the same time, he could see the bad environment around him more clearly. "You can't run away," he said viciously. There was a lot of garbage in the alley, and there were back doors of some shops everywhere. Next to the back doors were piles of household garbage, which had a rotten smell. Some of the garbage piles even had sewage flowing. Such a terrible environment was like the end of hell for several young elves who usually lived a life of luxury. Because it was raining, there was a layer of water on the ground, and some rotten fruit peels were floating on the water, making the street look even dirtier. Steve took a step forward, and the heel of his finely crafted lambskin boots stepped on a fruit core. The terrible touch made Steve feel sick in his stomach. The young elves chased into the alley for dozens of meters, and were forced to stop by the terrible environment here. Steve saw that his friends were unwilling to go in, so he could only raise his hand in anger and stop the chase. Roy ran to the end of the alley, only to find that this alley was a dead end. But he couldn't go back the same way. Although he couldn't see the shadows of the elves behind him, who knew where they were hiding. At this time, he didn't know where to go. While hesitating, he suddenly saw a door not far away being pushed open. A shop assistant came out holding a box of household garbage. Roy didn't care what store it was. He rushed forward a few steps and went into the store. He was wet all over and rushed into the narrow passage rashly, scaring the shop assistant so much that he overturned the garbage box in his hand and almost fell to the ground. Roy rushed into the shop and found that it was a tea restaurant. There were no real restaurants in the elf city, because they only ate some fruits and fish. For elves, food was monotonous and light. So in Castletown, this style of tea restaurant became popular, and the set meal with tea and various fruits in the restaurant became the favorite of young elves. However, because of the rain, there were almost no people in this tea restaurant, but there were a few elves taking shelter under the eaves at the door. It looked like they had no intention of coming in for tea. Roy rushed in from the back. The shop assistants thought they had encountered a thief. Several waiters in the shop first heard a shout, and then saw someone running in wet. "Hey, how did you get in? What do you want to do?" An elf waitress asked Roy. "Is he a thief? Stop him, don't let him run away." The other waiters in the shop responded immediately. Roy was not willing to let them stop him. He didn't steal anything. He had 2 books wrapped in oil paper in his hand, so he shouted, "Borrow it, borrow it." "I'm not a thief. I'm a student of the Elf Academy. I just took the wrong road, borrow it, borrow it." When Roy shouted, the waiters in the store hesitated. He didn't take anything, and he looked so wet and miserable, so no one wanted to embarrass him. He ran to the front door and got out. Roy pushed the front door of the store open without hesitation and rushed into the rain again. This was no longer the street he was on before, so he could not see the carriage parked in the rain. He ran to the corner of the street and stopped. He turned around and looked in the direction of the streets. He was relieved to see that the group of young elves had not caught up with him. Then he quickly left the street. He was still complaining in his heart. As expected, you can't just agree to someone's flirting, even in the academy, because this kind of flirting won't lead to anything good. He didn't even know that he had accidentally escaped a murder plotted by an elf thief. Roy, who was running in the rain, suddenly stopped. Some rain entered his eyes, making them a little dry. He wiped the rain off his face, but the water on his hair continued to drip. Roy suddenly thought, how could I forget that the tavern has always been a home for thieves? The waitress Lucy didn't even listen to my detailed description, and said that she didn't remember the thief's appearance at all. There must be something wrong. I guess I won't be able to get any information from that tavern. Actually, I can ask other taverns, but asking for information in a tavern usually requires money, and at the very least, I have to buy someone a drink. Roy thought that the temple paid him 400 kolar a week, so it was okay to take out a few kolars to get some information. But since I had to go to other taverns to get information about the thief, I might as well ask Sabrina to help draw a portrait, so that it would be easier to get information. Anyway, she had to draw the portraits of the escaped crew members at night. Yes, let's do it. Unexpectedly, the troubles that troubled him for 2 days were solved while running in the rain. It seems that exercise can make the brain work faster. Thinking of this, Roy continued to run in the rain. In the rain curtain in the distance, the vague shadow of the Statue of Liberty can be seen. The outline of the port pier gradually appeared. However, the sea and the clouds in the sky in the distance were still gray, and the boundary line could not be seen. In the sea not far away, there were some ships waiting to dock. Chapter 21. The temple seemed rather deserted on days when there were no gatherings. There were only 5 priests in the huge courtyard, and the 2 trainee priests had to do things that servants would do, such as cleaning the courtyard, guarding the temple gate in turns, trimming the green plants in the courtyard, etc. Of course, the biggest difference between Jasper and Abbott and the servants was that they had to learn divine arts from the priests every day. Whether it was morning or evening, the 2 of them would pray devoutly in front of the Statue of Liberty. Roy rushed into the lounge in the backyard of the temple in the rain, wrung out his soaked clothes, and hung them in the small room. After drying the rain on his body and hair, Roy changed into the robes of the trainee priest and hurried to the study room on the 2nd floor. Every afternoon, High Priest Reed would teach the 3 trainee priests divine arts in the study room. Perhaps they had been here for a long time and lost their initial freshness to divine arts, so Jasper and Abbott always found some excuses to skip classes. Only Roy, who had just attended the class for 3 days, was still learning with great interest, especially since he had just learned the dim light illumination technique yesterday and had not even had time to demonstrate it. Now he had some more questions for High Priest Reed, so when he arrived at the temple, he could not wait to run to the study. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door, and after hearing the response from inside, Roy carefully pushed open the door of the study. Apprentice priests Jasper and Abbott were sitting at the round table in the study, with a thick book in front of them, which looked like some kind of divine art. The 2 apprentice priests saw Roy coming in and immediately winked at him. They were relieved to have someone to face High Priest Reed together. High Priest Reed was in a bad mood today. His face was full of worry, and he was worried. He was more strict in assessing the 2 people's homework. Roy just sat down when he heard High Priest Reed say, "Roy, let me see the results of your study yesterday." "Okay, teacher." Roy stood up from his seat calmly, adjusted his breathing slightly, and then chanted the prayer of the glimmer illumination technique. A very thin line of holy light was released from his fingertips, weaving a divine pattern in front of Roy. Countless glimmers, with a sacred aura, appeared around Roy's body. These glimmers slowly rose and condensed at Roy's fingertips. A not too bright ball of light rose slowly, but the sacred aura inside was extremely pure. Jasper and Abbott were surprised. They naturally knew that this was only Roy's 3rd day in the temple, and he actually learned the entry-level divine art. What kind of speed is this? The 2 apprentice priests looked at each other and couldn't help but complain in a low voice beside Roy. "Roy, how did you do it? You mastered the art of glimmering so quickly. This is incredible. Roy, what should others do if you do this?" High Priest Reed nodded slightly, very satisfied that Roy could master the art of glimmering so quickly. Then he asked Roy to condense the holy light in his palm. In fact, this ball of holy light has formed the shape of a seed in Roy's body, and the invisible tentacle has become longer. It is like the tentacles of anemones. As long as some holy light particles pass by Roy, they will be caught by the tentacles and put into the seed of light. Whether Roy was asleep or awake, whether Roy was taking a martial arts class or a geography class, this invisible tentacle was tirelessly grabbing the holy light particles around it. Although the growth rate of the holy light was very slow, it was growing all the time. Now the light ball was still very small, so the changes were obvious every day. Roy released a light ball as big as an apple in his hand. Apprentice priests Jasper and Abbott covered their mouths directly. High Priest Reed also had some more praise in his eyes. He patted Roy on the shoulder and praised him. "The light ball is obviously bigger than yesterday. Young people know that diligence is always good." Seeing the expressions of the 3 people, Roy secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Jasper and Abbott also couldn't see the invisible tentacle. Roy even let the invisible tentacle grab a few holy light particles in front of Abbott, and the young apprentice priest really didn't react. "Teacher, among the elementary divine arts, is there any that can improve combat ability?" After Roy sat down, he asked the great priest Reed. He was thinking that since Steve and the elves had decided to cause trouble for him, they would definitely not stop at once. "I was lucky enough to escape today because of the rain, but that doesn't mean I'd be so lucky every time. Once these elves block the street, fighting is inevitable." Roy's idea is also very simple. Even if he gets beaten, he should at least take someone with him. High Priest Reed naturally didn't know that Roy was preparing for the upcoming fight. He thought he decided to take the path of a combat priest, so he learned the magic to assist in combat. Yes, Blessing of Strength is the primary magic that every combat priest must learn. High Priest Reed said. Teacher, I want to learn, Roy said. The curiosity in his eyes made High Priest Reed very satisfied. Let me look for it. Oh, here. High Priest Reed flipped through the bookshelf behind him for a long time before finding a book covered with thick dust. It was obvious that he did not like this divine art that assisted in combat. He placed the book in front of Roy with some disdain, and still did not forget to recommend it to Roy. I think secondary healing is more practical. As an apprentice priest, you will inevitably meet people who are injured due to some accidents in the future. Secondary healing will help you heal some minor injuries. For those serious injuries, it can also speed up the healing of the wounds. Combined with some first aid knowledge, this is the knowledge that priests need to focus on learning. Teacher, I want to learn this too. A smart person would choose to learn all of them. High Priest Reed frowned and corrected Roy's choice. Roy, a person's energy is limited in life. Even if you are talented, you can't be a priest and a combat priest at the same time. You might as well choose some divine arts you like and learn them more professionally. Roy smiled and said, Teacher, I am a half-elf. If I don't consider some unexpected events, I can probably live to 350 years old, so it shouldn't matter if I learn a few more elementary divine arts. This sentence immediately left High Priest Reed speechless. Okay, this is the Blessing of Strength. This is a secondary healing technique. I have not learned the Blessing of Strength, but it happens that High Priest Asudo is good at this divine technique. If you have any questions, you can ask him. Now, Jasper, you will demonstrate the secondary healing technique to Roy. Yes, High Priest Reed. Jasper quickly stood up, crossed his fingers in front of his chest, and began to recite the prayer sentence by sentence. A ball of holy light lit up on his chest, and the light almost enveloped his whole body. In the holy light, a halo appeared under Jasper's feet, and in the halo was a very complete divine pattern. He performed this divine art very quickly. As the prayer was finished, a beam of holy light fell on the round table in the blink of an eye. Roy, who was sitting in front of the round table, clearly felt the rich vitality in the holy light. High Priest Reed did not seem to be so satisfied with Jasper's divine art display. He motioned Jasper to sit down, and explained to Roy with a little displeasure. Jasper engraved the divine runes of the secondary healing spell in the holy prayer book. When casting a divine spell, just inject the power of holy light into the magic book and pray to activate the divine runes engraved in the book, so that the magic can be released at the fastest speed. In short, engraving the divine runes in the magic book can greatly simplify the steps of casting a divine spell and increase the casting speed. But for beginners, it can't be used for practice, especially because it will make the magic lack integrity. I don't recommend practicing like this, but it is allowed in daily life. After all, it is more convenient. Roy nodded humbly, indicating that he understood. To put it bluntly, Jasper's approach is like simplifying the steps when solving a math problem. Although the final result is the same, some of the steps in the middle are missing. Despite this, Roy still looked at the holy prayer book in Jasper's hand with envy. Afterwards, High Priest Reed performed the secondary healing spell again, allowing Roy to see the correct steps of this divine spell. Then, there was a detailed analysis of the divine runes and prayers, and the timing of the combination of the two, etc., all of which were explained in detail. For some reason, Roy could always feel the urgency of High Priest Reed, as if something was chasing him from behind, making him impatient to give these divine spells to Roy. Even though he knew that Roy had not yet mastered the Twilight Illumination spell, when he heard that Roy wanted to continue learning the Strength Blessing, he agreed without hesitation, and even gave him the secondary healing spell. In fact, High Priest Reed was also worried that such cramming teaching would make Roy's foundation unstable, so he repeatedly told Roy to practice more when he returned home, and strive to form some muscle memory for these primary divine spells, so that he could perform them at will. He also warned Roy very sternly that it was forbidden to use magic props to assist in casting spells during the period of learning divine arts. Roy naturally followed all of the requirements of High Priest Reed. However, Priest Theodore, who came over to demonstrate the steps of casting the power blessing to Roy, had a different attitude. As an elf priest, he advocated the use of magic props to assist in casting spells, believing that this would not only greatly shorten the casting time and increase the success rate of casting, but also simplify the difficulty of learning divine arts. This way of learning will inevitably replace the traditional way of learning divine arts. Although the two priests have conflicting views on divine arts learning, this does not affect Roy's learning of Blessing of Strength. Roy spent almost an entire afternoon stumbling over and over again to cast the divine art of Blessing of Strength. Although the success rate was pitifully low, at least he felt the feeling of successful casting. As long as you remember that feeling, the success rate of casting will gradually increase. Even Priest Theodore praised Roy's diligence. In fact, Roy couldn't explain this. Of course, he couldn't say that this thirst for knowledge of divine arts was completely forced out by Steve and the other elves. In an afternoon, Roy only learned the blessing of strength. Although he also wanted to learn the lesser healing technique, he didn't do it until he left the temple. However, even so, the two apprentice priests Jasper and Abbott who studied with him in the study room saw Roy's fighting spirit and were completely impressed by him. "Roy, I think you are a genius. You mastered the blessing of power so quickly. When I first entered the temple, it took me about 3 months to learn the light of illumination. I still haven't learned the blessing of power." The three apprentice priests walked out of the study. Jasper put his arm on Roy's shoulder and chattered about his glorious past. Albert next to him was also very curious and asked, "Roy, don't you feel boring when practicing these divine arts?" Roy was honest. "It's okay. It's okay indeed." For Roy, this is much easier than the practice questions a few months before the college entrance examination. Abbott felt that Roy's excitement had not yet worn off, and couldn't help but say, well, when his excitement about the magic is over, he will become like the dried salted fish in Castletown Harbor, preferring to hang on the rope and enjoy the sea breeze rather than sit in the house to learn the magic. At this time, Roy returned to the lounge to change out of the robes of the apprentice priest. However, his clothes were not dry yet, so he could only wear them half wet and half dry. Jasper and Abbott were chatting with Roy at the door. "By the way, tomorrow is the day of the temple gathering. Remember to come early to help," Jasper reminded Roy. Roy endured the uncomfortable feeling of wet clothes sticking to his body and agreed happily. "Got it. I will come as soon as possible after class." When Roy changed his clothes and walked out of the lounge, he saw Priest Anderson sitting alone by the well in the backyard. He obviously didn't notice Roy. Holding a cedar staff in his hand, he chanted a prayer in a very low voice, and walked around the yard a few times after chanting a few sentences. His steps were a little hurried, his face was still as pale as yesterday, and he seemed a little anxious. "Reed, we should also express our stance. We can't keep silent anymore. We should also write a petition," Priest Anderson muttered to himself, and Roy, who was passing by, overheard him. He didn't expect that he was actually preparing some remarks with High Priest Reed. Roy was also confused. Thinking that he might have to deal with those troubles in the Elf Academy tomorrow, Roy could only speed up his pace to go home and try to practice the power blessing a few more times. Chapter 22. The rain stopped, but the cumulonimbus clouds in the sky did not disperse immediately. In the distance, at the border between the sky and the sea, golden sunlight shone in, and at the same time, the sea and the clouds were dyed with golden edges. Castletown Harbor was also bathed in the sunset at this moment. Roy walked on Brown Street. This time, he did not feel that he was being followed, and he did not stop when he passed the pharmacy. But he met Sabrina, who came out of the long carriage. The long-legged elf beauty did not wait for Roy to walk with him, but walked ahead along the street. No one was following, and Roy didn't want to get too close to Sabrina, so he followed from a distance, looking at Sabrina's model-like figure, which was clearly outlined by the setting sun, and her figure was stretched out on the road. The ground on the long street was still wet, and the drainage ditch was still full, with a lot of accumulated water flowing from the ditch to the sea. Back home, Roy first took a shower, then changed into a set of dry clothes, washed this set of clothes, and hung it on the clothesline on the terrace. Moira hid on the terrace, leaning her forearms on the terrace railing, quietly watching the sun slowly set below the sea. She left Roy with a beautiful back view. Ms. Belinda still didn't come back before dinner, and Roy ate a fried horse mackerel alone. He didn't eat the last 2 croissants, as he had to save the good stuff for last. "Roy, do you have time now?" Roy finished his dinner, and heard Sabrina calling him from outside the courtyard wall next door. He hurried out of the house. The two of them had agreed to paint portraits of the sailors tonight, which was also at the request of Miss Gillian. Roy didn't hear the specific reason clearly, but he felt it was related to Moira. "Yes, at your house, or come to my house," Roy responded loudly at the door. Sabrina stood tall behind the low wall. Her hair was still wet, and she was wearing a loose linen dress. "Come to my house, I prepared 3 candles," she said. "Okay." Roy walked towards the low wall, stepped over it, and climbed into the yard of Ms. Gillian's house. Ms. Gillian was not at home either. The fish market at the pier had closed down long ago. She must be waiting for the fishing boat at the pier. Roy rarely came here, so he was quite curious about the furnishings in the room. The house was not much different from Roy's home. There was a living room, bedroom and kitchen on the first floor, and a bedroom and terrace on the second floor. Ms. Jillian should be living in this bedroom on the first floor, while Moira and Sabrina lived on the second floor. Moira was already waiting in the living room. She was sitting on a single-seater sofa with an easel next to her. The drawing board was covered with a piece of parchment, and the die tray was placed on the coffee table. Next to the legs of the easel was a tin bucket filled with clean water, and several paintbrushes were soaking in the tin bucket. When Roy came in, Moira didn't say hello. She seemed to be staring at the easel in a daze. She was always like this, always immersed in her own world. There was a trident-shaped candlestick on the coffee table. The candle had not been put on it yet. Sabrina asked Roy to sit on the sofa next to the easel, and she sat on the high stool in front of the easel, with her bare feet on the crossbar of the high stool. She and Moira both smelled of lilac, which was very pleasant. I draw a portrait of Jefferson first. You can watch my steps. Then you can describe the appearance and clothing of the sailors. It's better to be as detailed as possible, Sabrina said coldly to Roy. Roy quickly withdrew his eyes from her chest. There was no way. The linen cloth clearly showed a little outline. Sabrina had just finished a bath. She thought that the loose cloth skirt could cover it up. She had to concentrate on painting, so her eyes were bound to be focused on the drawing board. Apparently she was thinking too simply. Oil painting, not sketching? Roy asked when he saw the brush, oil paint and palette. Sabrina tried to keep her breathing steady before answering. I know what Jefferson looks like, so I just paint it with oil paint. The sailors sketched it first, so it's easier to modify. After the final confirmation, I painted it with oil paint. It was the first time Roy saw Sabrina paint. The brush in her hand was like a small brush. She held the palette with one hand, rubbed the brush and the dye on the palette, and then smeared it on the canvas. First, she painted a thick layer on the background, and she didn't draw any lines or any outlines. She just painted layer by layer, and gradually, in the accumulation of colors, a vague figure appeared little by little. The figure gradually became clearer, and the colors made him more vivid. Jefferson in the painting had a red face, a wine glass in his hand, and a drunken look in his eyes. The dark moon elf's gray skin and the shadow in his eyes were clearly drawn. The dyes on the palette merged together, and Sabrina's brush barely paused, and Jefferson's portrait appeared clearly on the paper. This kind of live painting gave Roy a strong sensory enjoyment. It was not the kind of clear picture that was directly drawn by a printer, but more like the continuous focus of a high-definition camera, from blurry to clear, and finally on the paper. Perhaps it was because he saw Jefferson's portrait becoming clearer little by little. Under the flickering candlelight, the candlelight in Moira's pupils became blurred. Her voice was a little tearful. He always said that I had the talent to be an assassin. Moira is a petite and delicate elf with beautiful collarbones. She was sitting on the sofa wiping tears at this time, which made people feel distressed. If he hadn't insisted on you accepting the training of the Dark Temple of the Elf, Jillian probably wouldn't have turned against him. Sabrina sat on the high stool inside. Sister, do you think I was born to enter the Dark Temple? Moira murmured. Don't always think about it, you are you. We are all working hard for our ideal life. You should do the same. Sabrina touched Moira's forehead, and then wiped the tears from her cheeks. Are you like this too, Roy? Moira looked at Roy with some pity. As long as you can fill your stomach, it's not a bad thing to have some ideals. Roy wiped his nose. Well, don't think about it anymore. He left our lives a long time ago. Sabrina stroked Moira's soft blonde hair with her hand. Moira nodded and sat aside without saying anything. Sabrina peeled the painting off the drawing board, and then laid another layer of drawing paper on it. This time she held a goose feather pen full of ink. Roy quickly began to introduce the clothing and appearance of the crew members. The purpose of his coming here tonight was to describe the appearance characteristics of the crew members in words. It must be said that Sabrina's painting level is almost master level. A pair of eyes can keep changing under his goose feather pen until Roy feels that they are very similar. When drawing these sailors, the atmosphere in the room gradually became relaxed. Moira's mood gradually calmed down, and she even chatted with Roy. Is the Elf Academy interesting? It's okay, but I had a thrilling day. This morning, a group of Silver Moon elves chased me all over the street. Roy's tone was a little exaggerated. Moira widened her watery eyes and asked curiously, have you had a conflict with others just after the school started? I don't want this to happen, but I was implicated by a bad friend. There's nothing I can do about it, Roy said helplessly. During the conversation, Sabrina asked him questions. Is that so? Roy immediately began to look at the picture in his memory, trying to make it clearer. After careful comparison, he said, the eyebrows need to be painted heavier, and there is a scar on him. They all have a strong aura, The kind that feels very dangerous. Listening to Roy's description, Sabrina frowned and asked, "How did you get involved with him?" In fact, Roy didn't know how many times he had answered this question. "I just wanted to find out some news about the human world on the other side of the sea. They wanted me to take them to find a cheap and clean hotel, and then find a pub to have a drink. I didn't expect this to happen." While chatting, Sabrina's second painting was completed. Not everyone may look exactly like each other, but the sailors in the painting retain the appearance of sitting in the pub. At least the characteristics of the main people are clearly depicted. If a single person appears again, this painting may not be able to identify them, but as long as they appear at the same time, Roy is confident that he can distinguish them based on this painting. "Okay, I put them under the box." Sabrina peeled the second painting off the drawing board, shook her sore hands, and said that this painting was much more difficult than the first one. "It's your turn now, Roy. Who do you want to draw?" Sabrina asked while spreading the third piece of seaweed paper. This kind of seaweed paper even has a light green base color, and it is not easy to preserve. It is easy to grow hair in the humid summer. But it is cheap. Roy didn't plan to keep the painting for too long. He just planned to take it to the tavern and show it to the well-informed elves. So when Sabrina laid out the drawing paper, Roy began to describe the elf thief. The first time he saw him was at the door of the temple. At that time, he just saw his embarrassed figure. Later, he saw his face at the door of the Brown Street Tavern. He is a thief, a little thin, about the same height as the owner of the pharmacy, with messy and greasy hair, slightly sunken eye sockets, light blue eyes, and 2 wrinkles on his forehead. When he walks, he will clamp his right arm. Sabrina carefully drew the elf that Roy had mentioned on the drawing paper. Revised. Roy actually didn't remember so many details clearly. The most vivid memory was the greasy hair, and the right hand holding the package. As the portrait became clearer, Moira stood by and whispered with her mouth covered, "The elf in this portrait looks like Peleus. Roy, do you want to find him?" Chapter 23. "Do you know him?" Roy asked in surprise. Sabrina squinted her emerald green eyes and leaned forward. Her long translucent ears were almost touching Roy's face. She had a faint fragrance on her body. "He is Jefferson's friend, but their relationship is not very good. Peleus usually steals in the downtown area. Jefferson occasionally asks him to do something. I have seen him a few times. Moira, do you have any impression of him?" Moira also leaned forward. Her delicate face looked extremely childish. If she were a human girl, she would be about 15 or 16 years old. There were even light fine hairs on her lips and cheeks, which could only be seen when you got close. She looked very cute when she pouted. "I have never seen Peleus, but I have heard of his name." Moira shook her head and said. Sabrina immediately put on a suspicious look and asked, "Why are you looking for him?" Roy then explained, "On the morning when the Holy Grail was lost, I saw him jumping over the wall of the temple. I didn't think much about it at the time. Later, I heard that the Holy Grail in the temple was lost. I suspected that he had stolen the Holy Grail in the temple." "You suspect he stole the Holy Grail?" Sabrina was a little bit unconvinced. Then she found that she actually believed it a little bit, because Peleus was a dark moon elf with 3 hands. "Well, it's just a suspicion. In fact, I'm not sure, and there is no evidence," Roy said frankly. Sabrina realized that the 3 people were too close at this time, and she sat up straight and moved her head away. "You should report these clues to the elf patrols of the city defense team," she said to Roy. Roy scratched his head and said, "Actually, I just suspected him, and I don't know him. I can't just tell the elf patrols that I saw an elf jumping out of the temple wall that morning. I don't know any other information. How much use will it be? I might be ordered around by the patrols all day long. And I didn't know the temple was robbed that morning, and I can't say that he must have stolen the Holy Grail just because there were a few basil leaves on his pants. I don't want to cause trouble, and I don't want to frame a good person." When Roy said these words, he secretly glanced at Moira's suspender skirt. Compared with her sister Sabrina, Moira's skin looked a little gray, but more delicate. "So you want to find him, confirm that he stole the Holy Grail, and then report him?" Moira's eyes were very clear, and she didn't have the kind of defense between men and women. "No, I just want to give the portrait to those elf patrols, and provide them with some clues," Roy said. In fact, he also thought about telling the news to the High Priest Reed, but thinking that there might be dangers during the inquiry, he decided to throw it to the elf patrols of the guard team. Hearing Roy say this, Moira finally put her mind at ease, and said in agreement, "Well, don't take risks on your own." The voice was soft and delicate. Roy returned home with the painting. He planned to go to the guard team tomorrow morning to report the news to the elf patrols. Before going to bed, Roy practiced the holy blessing in his bedroom, but unfortunately this elementary divine spell was much more difficult than the holy glimmer. Until he fell asleep, he was unable to improve the success rate of spellcasting. Priest Theodore advocated using magic items to simplify the steps of divine spellcasting and improve the success rate of spellcasting. Roy, who had suffered countless spellcasting failures, suddenly felt that what he said made sense. Roy fell asleep wrapped in the bed sheet while thinking wildly. However, the free holy light particles around his body were always caught by an invisible tentacle and quickly merged into Roy's body. A ray of sunlight shone through the window and shone on the wooden wall next to the door, leaving a spot of light. The sea breeze blew open the gauze curtains of the cabin, and accompanied by the cry of seabirds, Roy struggled to get up from the bed. When the weather is clear, Castletown Harbor is like a large piece of magnificent sapphire. Roy walked into the living room and found that Ms. Belinda was wearing pajamas and sitting at the dining table drinking a cup of flower tea made with dew. "Why are you up so early? You can sleep a little longer," Belinda said to Roy. "I can't sleep. I'm going to go out early." Roy sat down opposite Ms. Belinda and responded, "Looking at the life tree sap in the cup, I always feel that the cup is not only filled with nutrient solution, but also Ms. Belinda's heavy love." "What are you looking at? Why don't you drink it in one gulp?" Ms. Belinda asked Roy with a doting look on her face. "This cup of life sap originally belongs to you." "I have been drinking your life sap all along," Roy said. "Ouch, I thought it was something. Life sap only makes elves look slower in aging, but it can't actually prolong their lives. I can't stay young no matter how much sap I drink. But you are different. You grow up very fast. You are almost an adult in half the time of other children. I don't want your childhood to pass by in such a hurry. You still have to learn knowledge in the Elf Academy. You can't look much more mature than other children," Ms. Belinda explained to Roy. Her tone was soft and gentle. Just as Mother Belinda said, if the two of them went out on the street now, people would believe that Ms. Belinda was Roy's sister. Although she was already an elf mother, her sweet face didn't look like one no matter how you looked at it. Roy held the cup filled with the sap of the Tree of Life and drank it all in one gulp. Leaving home, Roy ran all the way out of Brown Street. There was no station for the city defense guards on Brown Street. The nearest guard station to Brown Street was on the dock of Castletown Port. Roy needed to take a detour to the dock and hand over the portrait drawn by Sabrina to the elf patrol there. The dock was very busy in the early morning, with noisy voices. There were hundreds of ships of all sizes moored here. Some large three-masted sailing ships were moored side by side in the deep water area, and more large ships were parked in the anchorage on the sea. The port could not accommodate so many ships. The guards were stationed on the deep water port side, probably to prevent these foreign crew members from causing trouble again. There were some small fish stalls in the fish market on the other side of the dock, and it seemed that the tide had not yet come. Roy walked to the door of the guardhouse, feeling a little nervous. This is a two-story building next to the dock warehouse and grocery store. As soon as you enter the door, you will see a tall reception desk and even a wooden fence. There are probably some rooms upstairs. An elf lady in leather armor stood behind the reception desk and asked Roy, "How can I help you?" Roy approached the reception desk and sat on a round stool. He first slowed down his breathing and then introduced himself. "My name is Roy. I live at 57 Brown Street. Last Saturday morning, I went fishing at the beach and happened to pass by the temple. Later, I heard that the Holy Grail in the temple was stolen. I suspected that it was the elf who jumped over the wall. I can still remember his appearance very clearly, so I asked the neighbor's sister to draw a portrait of him." Roy described the incident in great detail. At this time, some elf patrols came in from outside. When they saw Roy, they would take a closer look. The elf lady reorganized the manuscript in her hand, read it carefully again, and then shook her sore hands and responded to Roy, "I have recorded these words truthfully, but you have to be responsible for what you said. Are you sure that the news you said is true?" "I am sure." Roy put his right hand on his chest and said, "This is the action of the elves swearing an oath. Of course, this action alone does not have the effect of a magic contract. If you want it to be binding, you need to use a contract array or scroll." The elf lady nodded, took the portrait from Roy, and said, "Okay, give me the portrait. Thank you for the information you provided. If we find something based on this information, we will give you some rewards." Roy didn't expect that providing information could actually get a reward. This was a pleasant surprise. "If there's nothing else, can I leave?" "Yes." The elf lady looked up and glanced at Roy, then answered. This was Roy's first time reporting a crime, so he was a little nervous. His palms were sweating when he walked out of the guard team. Blown by the sea breeze, he felt much more relaxed. Elf Academy. Roy had 2 big classes in the morning, namely literature and history and geography. There were only 4 classes for each of these 3 courses every week. There was no elementary martial arts training class today, and no geography class tomorrow. The course Roy signed up for was the modern history of the Silver Moon Elves. Because he was at the guard, Roy arrived at the academy a little late. When he found the classroom after jogging, it was already full of young elf students. Seeing the furnishings in the classroom, Roy was relieved. Finally, he saw what a normal classroom should look like. This was a large lecture hall. All the seats in the classroom were arranged in an arc from low to high. There was an arc-shaped podium at the lowest point of the classroom. Roy walked into the classroom from the side door, and saw that the front row was almost full of young elves, so he could only walk to the back by the stairs. He found an empty seat in the corner of the back row, and sat down breathlessly. The half-blood elf sitting next to him nodded to him, but didn't say anything. Roy nodded in response. Then Roy found that there were a lot of female elves in the literature and history class, and most of them were Silver Moon elves. The half-blood elves only occupied a corner at the back of the classroom. Chapter 24. As the royal family of the Elven Kingdom, we have always taken the initiative to fight external wars. The elves split into 3 kingdoms 2,000 years ago, and the 3 kingdoms were controlled by the Silver Moon elves, Wood elves, and Dark Moon elves respectively. In fact, after the Elven dynasty split into 3 Elven kingdoms, our Silver Moon elf kingdom did not grow and develop, because in the following nearly 1,500 years, we have been fighting with the Naga Sea clan in the Endless Sea. 800 years ago, the previous Silver Moon elf king formed an alliance with the humans of the Green Empire on the Roland continent across the sea, and barely drove the Naga back to the deep sea. And since then, we have signed a non-aggression treaty with the Naga Sea clan in the offshore area, which has continued to this day. Then the modern history we study mainly talks about the historical period from the split of the Elf dynasty 2,000 years ago to the end of the war with the Naga Sea clan 700 years ago. During this period, our civilization has not only not made progress, but has shown a trend of regression. We study this history in the hope that history will not repeat itself one day in the future. I know that most of the students in the audience are Silver Moon elves, of course. There are also many half-blood elves. Today we can all sit down together to study this history. I hope everyone can understand why the Elf dynasty came to an end under the changes of the times. The beautiful elf teacher standing on the podium is a Silver Moon elf noble. She wears an exquisite and delicate white gauze dress, which almost attracts the attention of all the male students in the classroom. In the first class, she outlined the content of the next semester. However, she did not introduce herself, but just walked up to the class and gave a lecture. She spoke until the end of the get out of class, then shook her long silver hair and walked away. There was not even a part of interactive questions with the students at the end, which made Roy feel that this history teacher was quite unique. Roy left the classroom through the side door with the crowd. The elf students talked about the beautiful teacher in the history class while walking. Roy did not join the group of half-blood elves, but walked out alone. Walking in the crowded corridor, Roy had to be careful to avoid the young elves who were walking fast. The break between classes was very short, and some students had to cross the entire teaching building to rush to the classroom on the other side. Everyone was walking in a hurry. Roy only had to climb up to the 3rd floor and go to the geography classroom without chairs, so he was not in a hurry. On one side of the corridor were arched columns, and on the other side were walls covered with elf portraits. Roy walked slowly holding a textbook and took a quick look at the portraits of the most famous elf kings in the history of the Silver Moon elves. Seeing the road ahead blocked by a row of sheepskin boots, Roy raised his head belatedly. Seeing Steve and several young elves blocking the way, Roy took the initiative to walk over. Fighting in the academy will result in immediate expulsion, so he was not worried at all that Steve would do it. You got away with it yesterday, but there will be no such luck today. Steve stared at Roy and said. Even the harsh words had to be so pretentious, which made Roy speechless. He was wearing a decent aristocratic dress. This kind of elf aristocratic dress was very delicate, with hollow patterns on it. In addition to some gold threads mixed into the fabric, all the buttons were polished with gems. It can be seen that he should be from a big family in Castletown. Okay, then come on over. Roy raised his head and responded without any fear. I treat you well. Steve raised his mouth, with a bit of pride on his face. The confrontation between the few people made the corridor more crowded, and then the campus discipline inspector rushed over. What are you doing? This is the Elf Academy. Gathering and making trouble is prohibited. Steve glared at Roy and left with several elf companions. Roy didn't expect that he would come over and make harsh remarks during the break. Thinking of how Claire had caused him so much trouble, he patted his forehead helplessly. At this point, it was useless to complain. In the geography class, Mr. Harper stood in front of a huge sand table and talked about several highland cities in the Silver Moon Elf Kingdom. It was another standing class. When the get out of class was over, Roy bent down and tapped his sore legs, only to find that some elves actually brought their own small stools. Roy walked out of the teaching building quickly. He didn't want to be blocked at the entrance of the college by Steve and his group. After class, the corridor of the college was crowded with students walking out, and Roy was also in the crowd. When he was about to reach the entrance of the teaching building, he saw Claire standing on the steps waving at him. Roy could only squeeze in the crowd and waved hard, then shouted loudly, "Let's talk about it another day, I'm in a hurry." I don't know if Claire heard it clearly. At this time, he couldn't care so much, so he could only walk out with everyone. Roy came to the entrance of the college. Steve and a group of young elf nobles found Roy in the crowd and immediately squeezed towards his position. Roy was speechless. These guys really spared no effort to deal with him. Without waiting for Steve to catch up, Roy successfully squeezed into a long carriage heading to the downtown area, and even occupied a seat by the window. There were many people on the carriage, and almost all of them were students from the Elf Academy. Watching Roy get into the long carriage, these young elves were forced to stop again. They didn't want to squeeze into this long carriage for civilians. They could only squeeze into the crowd and wave their fists angrily at Roy in the carriage. Roy also leaned on the window and looked out. The long carriage stopped not far away, and another group of elf students squeezed in. Sabrina was among these students. She was holding a pile of books in her hands, and was squeezed to the ground in the crowd. She could only lean against a pillar. Fortunately, there were two companions beside her. She was only 2 body lengths away from Roy. Roy leaned forward and patted her arm, indicating that she should sit here. Sabrina didn't hesitate to say thank you, and sat down in the seat Roy gave up. This behavior of men giving up their seats to women is very common in long carriages, and it is even considered a courtesy. Of course, not everyone does this. Roy consciously stood aside, blocking some elf students who tried to squeeze in. Sabrina's appearance is a combination of the characteristics of wood elves and silver moon elves, bright and heroic. Because of practicing martial arts, her figure is tall but not weak. Most silver moon elves prefer petite figures with well-proportioned proportions. Tall female elves are not very popular among students. The long carriage drove slowly along the long street, and soon entered the lower city. After entering the lower city, Sabrina's 2 female companions got off the car one after another. "I heard that you offended an elf noble as soon as you entered the school?" Sabrina asked in a low voice. Roy thought she saw Steve and his group chasing her at the entrance of the college, so he said, "Sometimes it's like this, trouble always comes to you. Have you taken the elementary martial arts course?" "I have." After saying that, Roy subconsciously glanced at Sabrina. Sabrina could only hold back her laughter. Thinking that Roy might be learning martial arts for her reasons, she asked again, "Is it Instructor Nora who taught you the basic martial arts?" "Yes." The long carriage stopped along the way. Sabrina and Roy chatted casually about the female instructor, who was very popular in the academy. Roy even asked Sabrina how to improve his body's flexibility and balance. Sabrina found that Roy was not that bad to approach. I shared some of my experiences with him. When the carriage stopped in front of the pharmacy at the corner of Brown Street, Sabrina and Roy got off the carriage one after another. Roy and Sabrina's home is on the east side of Brown Street. Roy should go home from the college and walk east along Brown Street after getting off the carriage. But Roy lowered his head and walked towards the direction of the Statue of Liberty. Seeing Roy still following behind, Sabrina frowned, and the good impression she had just had in the carriage disappeared without a trace in an instant. Until she reached the door of the temple, Sabrina stopped, turned around and said to Roy, who was not far behind her, "Why are you still following me? I'm going in now. Don't follow me anymore." Sabrina didn't give Roy any time to explain. She walked through the gate and into the front garden of the Statue of Liberty. Chapter 25. Sabrina is one of the 3 lead singers of the temple choir. Although the choir is nominally composed of believers of the goddess, the 3 lead singers are elves with some singing skills. Sabrina is the most popular of the 3 lead singers. Her voice has a unique ethereal feeling, and she can sing the hymn of praise with heavenly sounds. Sabrina is not a believer of the Statue of Liberty. She comes to the temple to sing every Wednesday, and receives a fee of 200 kola. Of course, besides Sabrina, only the 3 priests in the temple knew about this. "Sabrina, hurry up, it's about to start." Sabrina walked into the courtyard of the temple, took a look at the Statue of Liberty in the courtyard, and heard her choir mates shouting, "Here we come!" Sabrina responded quickly. She didn't look at Roy at the gate of the temple again. On the steps of the main hall of the temple, an elf lady was waving at Sabrina, and she came up to her and whispered, "Did you hear? The Holy Grail in the temple was stolen, and I don't know which bastard did it." Mrs. Amanda seemed a little indignant. She was also a half-elf with wood elf blood. She had delicate features and a unique green eye. The only drawback was her flat nose. She ran a flower shop on Brown Street. In addition to selling bunches of flowers, she also sold flowers in pots. Of course, if anyone's yard lacked a low wall of shrubs or a fruit tree, they could go to the flower shop to find Mrs. Amanda. She was a devout believer of the Statue of Liberty. Her greatest wish in life was to save enough money, and then take a boat to the other side of the sea to see the Green Empire described by High Priest Reed. It was said that the Statue of Liberty there was much larger than the Moon Temple in the center of Castletown. Sabrina nodded and whispered, "I heard about it." She felt that it was somewhat impolite to discuss this topic in the temple, and looked around carefully. In fact, she knew that there were only 5 priests in this temple, and they would be very busy every time they gathered, so they would not be idle enough to come and listen to the two of them chatting. It is said that it is made of gold, and can be sold for a lot of money. Mrs. Amanda pursed her lips, and said with regret, "Without the Holy Grail, Priest Theodore chose a silver basin to hold holy water. I feel that the holy water in the silver basin does not have the sacred atmosphere as before." Mrs. Amanda was still chattering when she stepped into the main hall of the temple. "That thief is really shameless. The goddess will punish him." The members of the choir were already waiting in front of the stage on the right side of the main hall. Everyone was wearing white silk robes, and each of them held a hymn in their hands. Sabrina walked up first and greeted the other 2 lead singers. The 3 decided on the order of the lead singers, and began to ask everyone to stand in the designated positions. The main hall was already full of believers of the goddess, and even the second floor of the temple was full of believers. This time, High Priest Reed prayed to the goddess with the believers. Priest Anderson and trainee Priest Abbott stood on both sides. Priest Anderson's face was almost bloodless, with sunken eye sockets, looking like the vampire count in the secluded house. It can be seen that he is in a very bad state. As the singing began, all the believers stood up. The singing echoed in the hall. High Priest Reed began to recite the prayer. At the end of each section of the prayer, a beam of holy light would be emitted from the dome of the temple. When 12 beams of light were emitted from the dome, the hall of the temple was illuminated by the holy light. However, this time the beams only lasted for a while, and then disappeared. In the singing of praise to the goddess, everyone completed the prayer ceremony. Only the singing still echoed in the main hall of the temple. The hall was very quiet, and the believers put their hands together in front of their chests. The choir members began to line up to leave. Sabrina came to lead the choir every week. When the prayer ceremony was over, she would also receive a portion of holy water with everyone else. At first, she didn't think the holy water was of any use, but if everyone else took it, she would look very different, so she would take her portion every time. Once, Sabrina put the holy water she brought back on the dining table, and Moira, who had a stomachache, drank it by mistake, and Moira's symptoms soon eased. Sabrina then realized that holy water actually had a little healing effect. From then on, Sabrina would take a cup of holy water home at every gathering. To her, this cup of holy water was like the life sap that the Moon Temple gave to the Silver Moon Elves. But this time, the situation was a little different. When she and her companions walked into the holy water pool in the side hall, in addition to the priest Theodore, who was cleansing the souls of the believers, Sabrina actually saw Roy, who was wearing the robes of an apprentice priest, scooping holy water from the pool with a silver spoon and distributing it to the believers, who were waiting in line to receive the holy water. Seeing Sabrina staring at him, he even smiled awkwardly at Sabrina. Roy raised the silver spoon in his hand and distributed holy water to the believers without any pause. Sabrina's eyes widened, and her brain was a little out of control. She couldn't understand how Roy could wear the robes of a novice priest and distribute holy water in a proper manner. When it was Sabrina's turn to receive the holy water, she whispered to Roy, "Why are you here?" Roy pulled the novice priest's robe on his chest with his hand and responded with a smile, "I am the priest here." Sabrina was a little unconvinced and asked, "Why haven't I seen you before?" Roy shrugged helplessly and said, "I officially became an apprentice priest here last Saturday." There were people waiting in line behind her, so Sabrina didn't want to talk too much. She got the holy water and left the side hall. It was Mrs. Amanda who followed behind her, who heard the conversation between the two. After she walked out of the temple, she said to Sabrina The day before yesterday, I saw him helping in the temple. Sabrina lowered her head and hurried out of the temple's vestibule without responding to Mrs. Amanda's words. Thinking of what she said at the temple gate at noon, her fair cheeks turned slightly red. It was already very late when all the things in the temple were done, and Roy didn't get the opportunity to learn. When he and Abbott were wiping the chairs together, he also asked Abbott about the divine pattern drawing method of the secondary healing technique. The divine arts that Abbott and Jasper learned were all priest-oriented. They still couldn't do the blessing of strength, but they were very proficient in the secondary healing technique. Abbott also secretly told Roy that he and Jasper would occasionally use the secondary healing technique to earn extra money, that is, they would go out to treat the elves in the lower city in private. Abbott suggested that Roy should practice this divine technique first if possible, which is much more practical than the power blessing. Jasper on the other side also suggested that Roy learn purification. Every time the large ships in Castletown port docked, the captains would ask the priests to purify the ships. Why do they invite people to purify the ships? Roy asked curiously. Of course, there are unclean ghosts on the ship, Abbott interjected. Jasper explained. Some crew members died on the ship. Although their bodies were thrown into the sea, their souls still lingered on the ship. Such ships can easily become ghost ships. Then he added, but you have to be careful about this kind of thing. Once, I went to purify a 5-masted sailing ship. There were actually sirens' mutterings on the ship. I was so scared that I just climbed onto the deck and slid down the ladder again. It was a ship cursed by the siren. Later, I heard from people on the dock that there were many Naga slaves in the water dungeon on the bottom of the ship. That ship was a slave ship of the Isha Alliance Kingdom. Abbott also said, I heard that many slave ships from the Green Empire also come here to dock. No one would usually tell Roy this. Will the elf patrols at the docks not care about this? Of course they will care about what they can see, but what about what they can't see? The two trainee priests showed a very disdainful expression to those elf patrols, and obviously expressed some doubts about their abilities. After returning home, Roy ran to the terrace and collected the clothes hanging on the rope. Ms. Belinda was at home for a rare occasion. She was creating art in the studio on the second floor. The room was filled with various stones and semi-finished sculptures. Roy greeted her and prepared to go down the terrace. Sabrina appeared on the terrace next door, with a basin of clothes ready to dry. She was wearing a cool suspender skirt, and her fair skin was as smooth as ivory in the dusk. Roy couldn't help but look at her two round and straight long legs. He also knew that this would anger Sabrina, but he couldn't move his eyes away no matter what. Seeing Sabrina turn around and look over here, Roy hurriedly pretended to go downstairs. Sorry, I misunderstood you during the day. I didn't expect to hear such a sentence from the other side. I didn't hear what you said clearly. How about you repeat it again so that I can recall it? Roy didn't expect Sabrina to apologize. She was a little incoherent and didn't know what to say. Boring. Sabrina turned and left, leaving him with only a big back. Moira leaned her elbows on the terrace fence, and her clear voice, like a yellow warbler, came over. Roy, did you go to the guard team? I said it this morning. Roy responded as he approached the terrace. The two of them often chatted like this, and Roy even prepared a chair for this purpose. Roy. Moira asked, did the mermaid princess really turn into a pile of foam and disappear? Maybe. I heard it from somewhere else. Roy pressed his forehead in silence, thinking that he couldn't tell her that it was actually a fairy tale. Moira said with longing, I heard from Sabrina that the Janissee tribe can swim forward like snakes when they leave the sea for a short time, and only the royal family can transform into legs. This story is really good, and I want to hear something else. It must be said that on a night with a gentle sea breeze, listening to the sound of waves coming from afar, telling fairy tales to an elf girl full of dreams is also one of Roy's few pleasures. Chapter 26. Roy was holding 2 books and was about to run out to the Elf Academy. It had been raining for the past few days, and the water in the Dane River had risen sharply, making the water in the entire river very turbid. As soon as he left the house, he saw 2 elf patrols standing on the street outside the yard, looking like they were checking the house numbers. This was the edge of the lower city near the port, and many of the buildings here were randomly built wooden houses, which looked a bit messy. Who are you looking for? Roy asked the 2 elf patrols. He recognized one of the elf patrolmen, whom he had seen in the tavern a few days ago. The elf patrolman saw Roy's appearance and asked uncertainly, Are you Roy? Yes, I am. The elf patrolman immediately stood in front of Roy, examining him, and said, Peleus is dead. We found his body in a sewage ditch near his home. Now I would like you to go over and identify whether the elf who climbed over the wall that morning was him. Can it be as soon as possible, I have to go to the Elf Academy for classes. Roy patted the books in his arms. The Elf Patrol pointed to a carriage waiting at the corner of the street and responded, "It won't waste much of your time, just identify it." Okay then. In fact, whether Roy agreed or not, the final result would be the same. The civilians in the lower city have no privileges, and the nobles in the upper city are another matter. When Roy got on the guard's carriage, Sabrina just came out of her house with a book in her arms. The guard's carriage passed through the streets and alleys, driving on the noisy streets. It was sunny in the morning, and the elves living in the lower city began their day's work. Roy sat in the carriage, and 2 elf patrolmen sat opposite him. They were wearing light leather armor, and their swords were hung on the door buckles. He briefly told the elf patrolman about the encounter with the elf thief that morning. The elf patrolman who had met Roy once suddenly asked, "Were you there when Jefferson died?" Roy answered frankly, "Yes." Another younger elf patrol complained, "What a coincidence." Roy glanced at the elf patrol and said, "Every elf is bad luck, right?" Then he stopped talking, and the carriage became very dull. Fortunately, the destination was not far away. It was a cemetery on the edge of the lower city. Graves could be seen everywhere on the hillside, and the grass slopes around the graves were trimmed very neatly. The body of the elf thief had been transported here. Roy thought they were going to take him to the crime scene, but he didn't expect to follow 2 elf patrolmen into a cemetery in the lower city. He walked into a dark building, passed through a long corridor, and finally came to a morgue. There was a strong musty smell at the door of the room, and it was extremely humid inside. Roy followed the elf patrolman in. There was no light coming in. There was a wall lamp every 3 meters, but the wick was only a soybean-sized flame, emitting a weak light. Roy smelled a foul odor. The elf thief was lying on a morgue bed, covered only with a piece of linen. The elf patrolman took the initiative to walk over and lifted the linen covering his head, revealing a distorted face inside, without any blood. It was a face distorted with fear, and there was a very clear arrow hole between his eyebrows, which was probably the fatal wound. The body had begun to rot and exuded a disgusting odor. The 2 elf patrolmen covered their mouths and noses with handkerchiefs, and Roy also resisted the urge to vomit and carefully identified it. Although his face was distorted, Roy was still sure that the elf lying on the morgue bed was the elf thief, because he looked too ordinary and was an outlier among the half-blood elves. "That was him I saw that day," Roy said with certainty. The elf patrol nodded and covered his head with linen again. The 3 did not stay in the morgue any longer and turned around and walked out. "So has the Holy Grail been found?" Roy asked curiously. "Not yet. When we arrived at his house, it had already been searched," said the elf patrol. Roy looked up at the sky. The coolness of the morning had begun to gradually dissipate. He asked, "So can I go to school now?" "Of course," the elf patrol responded. This place is still far away from the Elf Academy in the upper city, so he said to Roy, "If you have any clues, you can come to the guard team to find me directly. I am responsible for the security of this port area." "Okay, patrol master," Roy answered respectfully. The 2 elf patrols didn't even mention the reward for providing information that Roy had been thinking about. When Roy ran to the Elf Academy, the first class was already halfway through. The entire academy was quiet, except for the training ground, which was surrounded by students. In the Elf Academy, being late is not a big deal. Many teachers don't even care how many students are absent from their classes. The Elf Academy has a very relaxed student management system. It is easy to enroll, but difficult to graduate. If you fail the final exam in defense, you will have to retake it next year. However, if a student rushes in during class, he or she will most likely be kicked out by the teacher. The elementary martial arts training class is an outdoor class on the training ground. Roy found the right time and mixed into the running team. Claire, who was in the team, saw Roy coming and deliberately slowed down. She came to Roy and said happily, "I thought you wouldn't come." "Why do you think so?" Roy replied breathlessly. "Steve has been bothering you these past 2 days. I'm worried that you've been scared away by him," Claire said with a chuckle. Roy rolled his eyes at him unhappily. After everyone ran around the training ground twice, they began to prepare to learn some basic moves of elementary martial arts. At this time, Instructor Abbot Nora, who was standing in front of the team, put his hands on his waist and shouted loudly, "Roy, step out." Roy knew he couldn't escape this time, so he had to bite the bullet and walk out of the team. "Keep running," Instructor Nora ordered. Roy didn't hesitate and immediately ran around the training ground. Other students had already started learning the disassembly movements of martial arts, but Roy was still running. But after Roy ran 2 laps without fail, Instructor Nora called him back. "Next time you're late, You keep running until the end of get out of class. Instructor Nora said with a straight face. Yes. Get in line. Roy actually studied these basic martial arts movements very seriously. But he found helplessly that the martial arts movements that many elves around him could easily complete were difficult for him. Either the movements were not in place, or his hands and feet were not coordinated. No matter how hard he practiced, his movements were clumsy and stiff. During the break, Claire complained beside Roy, "You really don't have any basics at all." Roy didn't say anything, lying on the grass exhausted. Claire asked him, "Besides the elementary martial arts class, what else did you sign up for?" "Geography class and modern history of elves." Claire sat on the grass, supporting her hands on her hands, and said speechlessly, "It's really different from all my classes." "How did you choose?" Chapter 27. There were a few cotton candy-like clouds floating in the sky, and the sea breeze blew on the green grass on the training ground in the campus. A group of students sat on the grass at the edge of the training ground. Castletown was a city built on the southern slope of the coastline. This mountain range extended from the inland to the sea, and Castletown was the end of the eastern end of this mountain range. The Elf Academy was located in the southeast of the upper city. Sitting on the grass of the training ground, you could see the junction of the sky and the sea. A gust of sea breeze blew over, and Claire's soft silver hair and pointed ears were floating in the wind. Roy lay on the grass, looking at Claire in a leather vest and white shirt, and complained to him, "I don't understand. Since it's a grudge between you and Steve, why doesn't he be more direct and find a place to block you and beat you up, preferably so that you can't get out of bed for 3 months?" Claire turned her head, her eyes full of speechlessness. "Do you hate me so much?" It must be said that the young Silver Moon Elf is definitely a beauty, but he is too delicate and his eyes don't have any killing power. That's because he is afraid of my sister. Steve and I are both nobles in Castletown. He probably doesn't want to break the rules between nobles, because if he attacks me in private, it will definitely anger my sister, so he thought of teaching me a lesson in the elementary martial arts training class. That's how my sister beat him last year. Roy sneered. "This Steve is a coward. He didn't dare to seek revenge on your sister. He was going to vent his anger on you, but in the end, he dragged me into it." Claire looked back at Roy and said to him with aristocratic grace, "I'm sorry, I didn't expect him to disregard the dignity of a noble and attack you with his friends." Roy stood up from the grass, looked at the sea in the distance, and said to the Silver Moon Elf Claire, "Claire, do you want to have a different summer?" "What?" Claire was a little curious. "Some things, the more we want to escape, the harder it is to get rid of them. Sometimes what we lack is just a little bit of courage. The so-called courage means that we have to dare to draw our swords. When two people meet on a narrow road, the brave will win." After saying that, Roy also made a gesture of drawing a sword from his waist. Although he didn't have a sword, he looked very imposing. Claire still stared at Roy. Roy turned around and stood still. On the grass a few dozen meters away, Steve and several young elves were talking and laughing over there. "Since they are looking for trouble with us, we have to fight back, otherwise we will always be passively beaten," Roy said. Claire hesitated a little. "But Steve is stronger than us. He learned elementary martial arts here last year." Roy leaned close to Claire's ear and whispered, "We can do this when the time comes." After the martial arts training class, Claire left the training ground with a heavy heart. Steve ignored Claire and stood on the training ground staring at Roy from a distance. He didn't know what he was talking about with the young Silver Moon elves around him. Then, there was the literature and history class, and in the classroom was the elf teacher who looked beautiful but never interacted with the students. The lecture hall was almost full of students who came to listen to the modern history of the elves. Roy found that in the last class, most of the students in the classroom were female elves, but in this class, a lot of male elves suddenly came in. The seats in the classroom were almost full. Roy still sat at the edge of the mixed-blood elf area, listening to how the last elf king of the Elven dynasty divided the Elven civilization into 3 parts. Roy found that studying literature and history might not be as practical as studying botany. And even though she didn't speak very well, unexpectedly many people came to listen to her lecture. When the bell rang, Roy followed the surging crowd out of the classroom and walked down the stairs. Arriving at the entrance of the college, he planned to take a long carriage back to Brown Street as he did yesterday. A hand reached out from behind and pressed Roy's shoulder. Steve squeezed out of the crowd with some pride, showing a playful smile, and said to Roy, "Roy, if you don't want to embarrass yourself in public, I think we can go over there to talk." Roy didn't struggle, but just shook his arm and slapped the hand on his shoulder away. Many students gathered at the gate of the academy, and many students looked over here, and some elves even pointed at this side. Surrounded by Steve and several young elves, Roy walked out of the lively area at the school gate. There were almost no people next to a high bush wall at the side door of the academy. Roy leaned against the bush wall. Steve stood in front of him. He was tall among the Silver Moon elves, wearing a set of light leather armor and a sword hanging on his waist. Roy, if you are willing to take the initiative to ask Instructor Nora that you don't want to practice with Claire, you can leave now, and I promise that I will never cause you any trouble in the future, Steve said proudly. His status as an elf noble probably gave him some sense of superiority, making him a little bit pretentious. So you have been causing trouble for me these 2 days, just because I am in the same group with Claire? Roy asked Steve. Besides that, is there anything else you want me to do personally? Steve glanced at Roy with great disdain. As long as I tell Instructor Nora that I don't want to be in the same group with Claire, will you let me go? Roy asked tentatively. Of course. After saying this, Steve almost smiled triumphantly. He felt that Roy's defenses had collapsed, and he was just short of the last bit of pressure. He looked at his companions, and one of the Silver Moon elf understood what he meant, and immediately took a half step forward and reached out to grab Roy's collar, shouting, "What are you waiting for, Nick Cat? If you don't agree, we will beat the shit out of you." At the corner of the street, Claire walked in alone. A young elf, who had always been paying attention to the movement at the street corner, hurriedly whispered to Steve. Steve turned around carelessly and said to Claire, who was walking over, "What, Claire, do you also want to take the initiative to get beaten?" "Steve, do you think I will come alone?" Claire said as she approached. Steve looked behind Claire in a panic. Claire was already standing on Steve's right side. Just when he was distracted for a moment, he heard someone shouting, "Go!" Roy and Claire rushed towards Steve almost at the same time. Roy hugged Steve's waist with both hands and hit his lower abdomen hard with his shoulder. Claire stepped behind Steve first, and when his center of gravity was unstable, she strangled his neck with one hand and followed the inertia of Roy's rush to knock Steve, who was wearing light leather armor, to the ground. The two men almost pinned Steve to the ground. Steve didn't expect that Roy and Claire would be the first to attack. Obviously, they had more people, and the other side had no chance of winning. Unprepared, he was actually knocked down by Roy, and Claire strangled his neck, making it difficult for him to breathe, let alone struggle. Claire took the opportunity to punch Steve in the ribs, making Steve curl up like a shrimp. But then he saw Steve's miserable condition and hesitated a little, unable to harden his heart to be cruel again. The young elves around saw Steve being thrown to the ground, and immediately surrounded him, punching and kicking Roy and Claire, trying to pull them up from Steve. Roy seemed very lonely at this moment, and did not try to avoid the punches and kicks of the other young elves, but punched Steve, who was pinned under him. Claire was almost dragged away by the other young elves after being punched several times. He hugged Steve tightly like a madman, clenched his fist, and punched Steve's ear hard. Several young elves from all around almost all surrounded him. This kind of fight doesn't require any martial arts. You just need to protect your vital parts from being hit, and then beat up others. There was no one else. Roy and Claire just aimed at Steve and beat him up. This fight was very fierce, until someone at the street corner discovered the fight here, and then called the Elf Patrol on the street. A sharp whistle sounded in the distance. Beep. Steve's friends rescued the bruised Steve from the two men, kicked Roy and Claire twice, and then rushed to the street corner and jumped on the carriage and ran away. Claire and Roy were in a miserable situation. They sat weakly against the bush wall, grinning and slapping each other. Although the two were beaten badly, Steve was not much better than them. The blood-boiling feeling aroused by the battle made Claire feel that being beaten seemed to be very enjoyable for the first time. Young people should be happy to take revenge like this. "How are you?" "It's okay, at least the bones are not broken." Roy responded by groping his arms and ribs with great difficulty. At this time, two elf patrolmen ran over from the street corner. Seeing Roy and Claire with bruised faces and footprints all over their bodies, and seeing the carriage driving away quickly, they immediately frowned and shouted, "What happened here?" Claire was about to tell Steve about the atrocities committed by the elves, but Roy spoke first. "Nothing, I just accidentally fell and got hurt." Both Claire and the two elf patrolmen stared at Roy with strange eyes. However, Roy, who was leaning against the bush wall and breathing slightly, was very calm, and was not afraid of the gazes of the elf patrolmen. One of the young elf patrolmen wanted to scold Roy, but was secretly stopped by another elf patrolman. "Walk carefully. If you encounter any trouble, you can also find us," the experienced elf patrolman said, and waited in front of the two for a while. Roy tried to force a smile and responded, "No, I just fell accidentally." "Patrolman, Can we leave now? The elf patrolman stared at Roy and said nothing. Roy pushed Claire, who was in a daze beside him, and the two of them endured the pain in their bodies, supported each other to stand up, and limped out of the street along the bush wall. Chapter 28. They did not go to the academy, but led by Claire to the back street of the Elf Academy. The whole street here is full of various shops, and there is also a small flea market. Claire found a pharmacy. Some students on the street stared at them with strange eyes, which made Claire feel a little ashamed. She couldn't help but lower her head to avoid being recognized by acquaintances. After entering the pharmacy and sitting on the high stool in front of the counter, Claire felt alive again. At least in front of the pharmacist, he didn't need to hide the purple bruises on his face. 2 bottles of secondary life potion. Oh no, or 2 bottles of ordinary life potion, Claire said to the owner of the pharmacy. The owner of the pharmacy was an elf wizard, wearing an apricot yellow magic robe and standing behind the counter, looking at Claire and Roy with some surprise. According to Claire's request, he turned around and took 2 bottles of light red potion from the shelf behind him. Do you want ice packs? Free, the pharmacy owner said casually. Yes. 120 kolar. The pharmacy owner quoted the price. Claire paid and handed a bottle of potion to Roy, and the pharmacy owner handed over 2 ice packs wrapped in gauze. Roy saw with his own eyes the ice cubes he had just condensed with magic. Each piece was as big as a palm, and he just found a piece of gauze under the cabinet to wrap it. Although there was a pharmacy at the corner of Brown Street, it was the first time Roy saw these magic potions. This is a test tube-shaped bottle with a cork at the mouth. In fact, there is a wax seal on the cork, but it is only a very thin layer and cannot be seen unless you get close. The life potion is not very helpful in removing blood stasis and swelling. If you want to recover quickly, you might as well go to the Moon Temple to ask for a cup of life tree juice, otherwise the water magic hydrotherapy is also very effective. The owner of the pharmacy rolled his eyes and said to Claire, Then can you perform hydrotherapy for us twice? I am willing to pay you. Claire understood immediately and asked the pharmacist. Of course, 50 kolars per time. The pharmacy owner narrowed his eyes and smiled at Claire, saying, It's getting harder and harder to run a pharmacy now, and it's not easy to keep it going. Claire paid the money readily. The pharmacy owner took Claire and Roy to the back of a curtain, where there was not only a single bed, but also a long bench. Claire and Roy sat on the bench obediently, watching the pharmacy owner take out a fur staff from the drawer, and then stand in front of them like a conductor. When he raised the staff, the originally dull pharmacy owner seemed to have become a different person, exuding an indescribable aura. Roy could feel that something must be flowing at the tip of the staff, but he couldn't see it. As the pharmacy owner said a fluent spell, a bright light enveloped Claire's body. Ouch, what is this? It hurts. Claire screamed, and Roy saw a series of silver, bright lights like tiny bubbles covering Claire's body, which disappeared after a few seconds. The hydrotherapy seemed to make Claire very painful, but what surprised Roy was that the bruises on Claire's face were disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The owner of the pharmacy said with some pride, Look, I dare say there is no magic that is more suitable for removing bruises than hydrotherapy. Then he raised the staff again and pointed it at Roy. Roy asked Claire nervously, Does it hurt? Before Claire could answer, a string of tiny bubbles fell on Roy's body. This time Roy didn't even hear the spell. Instant. Roy felt as if his body was being twisted by countless hands. The pain was clearly between the skin and flesh, but it was unbearable. Fuck. The owner of the pharmacy threw the wand into the drawer, after finishing the spell, pulled open the curtain and returned to the counter. Roy and Claire, 2 brothers in distress, endured the discomfort and walked out of the pharmacy. At this time, Roy was thinking that if he learned the secondary healing technique, he might not have to spend money to buy magic potions after the fight, and he might not even need hydrotherapy. I don't know if the secondary healing spell will hurt like hydrotherapy after casting. I can ask Jasper and Abbott when I return to the temple. But it is obvious that the bruises and swelling on their faces and bodies are disappearing rapidly. Apart from the pain, the effect is quite good. After leaving the pharmacy, Claire sat on a bench on the street and complained bitterly, Is this what you call a shining sword? Roy still held the bottle of life potion in his hand and said, as a matter of course, Yes, if they dare to come again, we will beat the first one together. We will fight back in the way they beat us. Since it's just a fight, what's there to be afraid of? Just come on. Hiss. When Roy waved his hand, he grimaced in pain from the strain on his upper arm. After hearing what Roy said, Claire, who felt that she had suffered a loss, cheered up again and said excitedly, Yes, I just gave Steve a black eye. It was so satisfying. If he dares to cause trouble to us again, we will beat him up. I will practice the disassembly moves I learned today when I go back. If he dares to come again, we will fight back. I will go to get some life tree juice in the evening." Before Claire finished speaking, she saw Roy holding his 2 books again and running towards the street corner. "Hey Roy, where are you going?" Claire asked from behind. Roy turned around and said, "I have something to do in the afternoon, so I leave first." He ran out faster, and a long carriage drove across the street from a distance. Roy ran over breathlessly, and just got on the stopped long carriage, then stuck his head out of the carriage and waved vigorously at Claire. Claire stood there. When she was with her sister, she always thought that Steve, who was older than her, was a tough guy among the younger generation. But now that she thought about it again, she found that Steve was not that scary. Looking at the sleeves that were torn open and the light leather armor stained with blood, Claire felt that she really should drink a glass of life tree juice to replenish herself. Sitting in the car, when passing through the downtown area, Roy looked at the scenery passing by on both sides of the street, a little dazed. "I didn't expect that the thief who stole the Holy Grail would actually die." When Roy heard the news in the morning, he was a little confused. He just stole the Holy Grail from the temple. Even if he was caught, if he returned the stolen items, according to the lenient laws of the Elf Kingdom, the lightest punishment would be to wear an iron ring on his finger that could not be removed, and the worst punishment would be to be imprisoned for a period of time. In any case, there was no reason to die. Now Roy found that the matter was a bit serious. The elf thief Peleus rushed to the tavern at noon that day, maybe just to see Jefferson, and Roy was sure that the package in his hand at that time might have contained the Holy Grail. But now, the elf thieves Peleus and Jefferson are dead, and the whereabouts of the Holy Grail are unknown. The clues to the Holy Grail are gone. The long carriage stopped at the Darney River Bridge at the intersection of Brown Street. Roy walked out of the carriage and walked along Brown Street towards the Statue of Liberty. There was nothing to do in the temple in the afternoon. He probably had to study magic in the study. Roy came to the gate of the temple and found that the big iron gate of the temple was closed. There was actually a gorgeous carriage parked at the entrance of the temple. Not only was the carriage decorated with gold and silver patterns, but even the wheels were covered with a thick layer of gelatinous resin. Trying to push open the small door next to him, Roy walked into the temple vestibule. When passing the main hall of the temple, Roy vaguely heard someone talking in the main hall. "How can we go on like this?" The voice of the priest Anderson reached Roy's ears, and Roy was startled, and his voice was a little hoarse. Then the voice of the priest Theodore came out. "Has the high priest replied?" The high priest Reed replied, "The messenger will not be so fast. I am afraid we have to wait a few days. Anderson, you should pay more attention to rest recently. I feel that your condition is a little unstable." Priest Anderson's voice came. "Maintaining the miracle always requires a price. Don't worry, just rest for a few days." "I'm in a hurry, I'm leaving first." Priest Theodore's voice. Roy just walked to the well, and saw Priest Theodore wearing a red and white robe, walking quickly to the door of the temple, and getting on the carriage at the door. Roy came to the lounge, and the apprentice priest's robe that he washed yesterday was already dry. Roy changed into the apprentice priest's robe and went to the study. Jasper and Abbott were both silently praying in the study. Roy walked in, and they both opened their eyes. Jasper couldn't keep his secrets at his heart. When he saw Roy, he said to him, "Roy, do you know that the thief who stole the Holy Grail was found, but he was killed in the stinking ditch in the downtown area? The Holy Grail was not found." Abbott also interjected at this time. "I heard that someone witnessed the whole process of the thief's theft, and even asked a painter to draw a portrait and give it to the patrolman, so that they locked the target and caught it. Unfortunately, the ones who were caught in the end were already dead." "Really? Are there any new clues about the Holy Grail?" Roy asked curiously. "I don't know yet. The guards seem to be planning to put this case on hold," Jasper whispered. He felt that praying would not have much effect. He could not gather much holy light power. So he simply took a book from the bookshelf. It happened to be the book Power Blessing that Roy learned yesterday. "I found that this divine art is actually very good. Why didn't I notice it before?" Jasper said with some annoyance. "Will you be like Roy and aspire to be a combat priest in the future?" Abbott asked in surprise. Jasper chuckled, and that smile looked a little vulgar, not like what a trainee priest should look like. "I don't want to be so tired. I just want to be a priest. If I can go further, I want to be a priest," Jasper said. Abbott asked, even more puzzled, "Then why do you want to learn Strength Blessing?" Jasper pushed the book in front of Abbott, turned to the annotation page, and said proudly, "Don't you realize that this magic can enhance the strength of the whole body? Although 20 minutes is a bit short, it is barely enough. Chapter 29. High Priest Reed pushed the door and walked into the study room. Jasper and Abbott sat obediently on the chairs, clasped their hands together, and silently prayed. High Priest Reed glanced at the two of them, with a hint of helplessness in his eyes. He walked to Roy and sat down. He pinched the corners of his eyes, which were slightly sore, and said to Roy, who was practicing the power blessing divine rune, "Roy, how is this divine art going?" Roy sat up straight and answered a little embarrassedly, "I haven't learned it yet. That divine rune is a bit difficult." Seeing that Roy hadn't learned the blessing of strength, High Priest Reed didn't find it strange. He just said, "Practice more, and it will be fine once you are proficient." It took me nearly a week to copy it before I could draw the divine pattern accurately. Later, when I recited the prayer, I still made mistakes. Don't be too impatient when learning this kind of divine art. Just take your time. Roy shook his sore wrist and asked High Priest Reed, "Teacher, have you been to the Green Empire?" High Priest Reed laughed and answered with some nostalgia, "Of course, that is my hometown. On the contrary, Castletown is a small stop on my life journey." Roy actually wanted to ask what life was like in the Green Empire. After all, the soul in this body is human, and he yearns for human life to some extent. But before he could ask, he heard Priest Addison say in the corridor, "High Priest Reed, there are 2 elf patrols outside who want to see you." High Priest Reed immediately replied, "Okay, I'd be there right away." He stood up from the round table, thought for a moment, and stopped, reminding Roy, who was trying to learn the divine runes, "Only if you have a strong enough holy light power can you learn more advanced divine arts, and all divine arts are based on prayer. Roy, you have to memorize the prayer, so that the goddess can feel your piety, and you will gain more holy light power." "Got it, teacher," Roy said. High Priest Reed pushed open the door of the study and left in a hurry. When the wooden door closed again, Jasper and Abbott, who had clasped their hands together, opened their eyes again and breathed a sigh of relief. After High Priest Reed left, they felt much more relaxed. Seeing Roy start to try to recite the prayer, Jasper complained to Roy in a low voice, "Now even if you pray all day, you can't gather much holy light." Abbott, who was sitting next to him, also collapsed all of a sudden, resting his pointed chin on the table, and said weakly, "Yes, I feel like the goddess seems to have completely forgotten this elf continent, or maybe she has too many believers and she can't take care of them. In short, I haven't felt the feeling of being bathed in holy light after praying for at least 2 months." His blonde hair was a little naturally curly. He lifted his eyelids and looked at Roy beside him, asking him, "Roy, when you prayed recently, have you ever felt that kind of a beam of holy light shining down from the top of your head, covering your whole body, the kind of feeling that your whole body seems to become translucent under the holy light, and countless holy lights wash the soul in your body?" Roy shook his head and asked in surprise, "So after reciting the prayer, you still have this feeling?" Jasper said, "It's not often, there were always 1 or 2 times a month before, and every time I bathed in the holy light power in my body would become extremely full. If I was on the verge of promotion at this time, this beam of holy light would break through the shackles and help us successfully promote." Breakthrough? Roy didn't expect that becoming an apprentice priest would not only involve learning divine arts, but also focusing on the power of holy light to achieve a breakthrough. "Yes, just like there are 10 levels for apprentice priests like us," Jasper said, as a matter of course. "Every time you break through, the power of holy light in your body will grow by leaps and bounds, and you will feel it very clearly. After reaching level 10, if the power of holy light reaches that critical value, you can become a real priest. Of course, the temple will also hold a simple ceremony." Then Abbott said, "In the past, as long as you were willing to recite the prayers diligently, you would gather enough holy light power, and it was only a matter of time to be promoted from an apprentice priest to a priest." He paused, and then said, "Now it is more troublesome. When praying, I can no longer feel the feeling of being bathed in holy light." Jasper said helplessly, "Yes, I have been stuck at level 8 for more than 2 months, and there is no hope of promotion at the moment." "Roy, since you felt the holy light, have you not been bathed in it?" Roy nodded. "Then you don't need to take the test, you are still a first-level apprentice priest." Jasper patted Roy on the shoulder to comfort him. "But Roy has already learned the art of microlighting." Abbott did not agree with Jasper's point of view. Jasper said confidently, "This could only mean that he is very talented, and it does not represent his level. That's why High Priest Reed asked him to recite prayers more often." Abbott flipped through the sacred prayer in front of him and said weakly, "But what's the use? I have no faith at all anyway." Jasper hooked his hand around his neck and reminded him, "As a devout apprentice priest of the Statue of Liberty, Abbott, you will be whipped for saying such things." Abbott spread his hands and said somewhat shamelessly, "So? I never said that." It can be seen that Jasper and Abbott have a good relationship. With their explanations, Roy also understood the intention of the great priest Reed's earnest exhortation. He probably felt that he was intoxicated with divine arts, and did not calm down and pray devoutly, which was a bit of putting the cart before the horse. Then he put down the blessing of strength, and began to recite those complicated and lengthy prayers. After trying it out, Roy found that it was exactly as Jasper said. His prayers seemed to be useless. The holy light particles around his body did not gather at all. The holy light seed in his body was still doing its own thing, and using the invisible arm to scoop up the holy light particles around it. However, the light seed seemed to have sprouted a leaf. Roy suddenly found that the light ball was much brighter than yesterday. The light in the holy light seed seemed to flow slowly, like the thick fog rolling by the Dane River in the early morning. As the tentacles continued to absorb the holy light particles into the light seed, the brightness of the light seed in Roy's body began to surge, and even burst through Roy's body. An extremely warm light spread throughout his body, and the warm current flowed through his body like an empty water bottle. Roy could clearly feel that the hidden injuries on his body, that had not yet completely healed, were slowly dissipating under the illumination of these holy lights. The light seed extended another invisible tentacle in the dazzling holy light. Now there are two tentacles dancing non-stop. When they touch the holy light particles floating around Roy's body, they will be sucked into the light seed. The light bursting out from the light seed in the body has not completely dissipated. Seeing Roy open his eyes, Jasper next to him grabbed Roy's arm and asked loudly, "Roy, how did you do it?" "What did I say?" Roy is very talented in being a priest. It seems that the goddess has not completely forgotten this place. She has only forgotten the two of us. Before Abbott finished speaking, his mouth was covered by a hand. "Don't talk nonsense, goddess." Jasper's face changed slightly, and he rebuked Abbott. Abbott blocked Jasper's big hand and said to Roy, "Roy, congratulations on your successful promotion to the second-level trainee priest." Roy sat on the chair a little overwhelmed. Abbott saw Roy's confused face and knew that he was a beginner who didn't know much, so he said to him, "As a person who has been through this, in this situation, I suggest that you better adapt a little and feel the subtle changes in your body. These holy lights will not only improve your physical condition, but the most important thing is to enhance your mental strength, so that you can enter the state faster when praying. In general, your body has become stronger." Roy stood up from his seat. He stretched out his right hand, with his palm facing up. As he concentrated his thoughts, a dazzling ball of light appeared in his hand. Although the flame was only as big as an apple, it was much more dazzling than the one Roy had condensed before. So this is the feeling of promotion. Roy tried to use the power of the holy light in his palm to draw the divine pattern of strength blessing. Perhaps because the holy light was particularly strong, this time it was much smoother than before. He spent the whole afternoon in the study room. Roy's successful promotion also completely rekindled Jasper and Abbott's confidence, and they recited the prayer very seriously. On the way home, Roy thought about going to the Elf Academy tomorrow. Elf Noble Steve would definitely not be willing to accept the beating, and he might even bring people to block him on the street tomorrow. Roy is not a fool. He certainly knows that in Castletown, a Silver Moon Elf Noble would not care too much about the life and death of a half-elf without any background. This is why he tried every means to drag Claire into the feud between Claire and Steve after hearing about it. With him around, at least the other party wouldn't go too far. Otherwise, with his half-elf identity, he would be blocked in the alley and shot to death like the elf thief, and he might even be secretly beaten. Now he has tested the other party's bottom line. Perhaps because of Claire's presence, the group of young elves were very measured in their actions, and at least they didn't use any ruthless means during the group fight. After thinking about it, Roy decided to practice the disassembly moves he learned in the elementary martial arts training class in the evening. Maybe he can use it tomorrow. "Roy, you seem to have turned pale." The neighbor's naughty child Katie Weiner rode on the top of her wall and taunted Roy on the street. Roy bent down and picked up a stone from the street, and the naughty child was so scared that he quickly slid down the wall and hid in the rose bushes next to him. Chapter 30. The terrace at home became the place where Roy practiced martial arts. However, even if those martial arts with continuous movements were broken down into a series of simple movements, it was still difficult for Roy. Under the afterglow of the setting sun, Roy practiced the disassembly movements alone on the terrace, slowing down each movement several times, but still very stiff. After a while, the sweat on his forehead wet his golden hair, and the hair stuck to his forehead limply, making him feel very uncomfortable. Roy ran downstairs and got a towel to wipe his sweat. When he stepped onto the terrace again, he found Moira standing on the terrace next door. She rarely wore such tight corsets, and the ties on her sides had not been tied into beautiful knots. But this did not affect her quiet beauty of the Dark Moon Elf. She even tied her hair into a ponytail. Moira followed Roy's disassembly movements and completed them easily. Seeing Roy peeking at her across the terrace, she held the railing with both hands and said with a smile, "Is this how it should be? I saw you practicing very attentively, and I couldn't help but take a few more glances. Yes, you did it very well, but I just couldn't do it no matter what, and I always made mistakes while doing it." Roy felt a little stupid. Moira across from him could learn something after watching it a few times, but he still couldn't do it well after practicing it for a whole day. "Don't be discouraged, let's practice together, so that we can correct each other's mistakes," Moira said to Roy on the terrace here, and her face turned red, perhaps because of the exercise. "Okay." Roy suddenly felt that this boring practice was not so hard. Moira stood on the terrace opposite, and began to try to learn Roy's not-so-standard disassembly movements. The process was naturally very pleasant, but when Sabrina came back from the Elf Academy and walked onto the terrace to see the disassembly movements Moira was doing, she couldn't help but frown, hesitated for a moment, and went downstairs without saying anything. Sabrina took a shower downstairs, changed into a looser skirt, and walked onto the terrace again. She crossed her arms, leaned against the terrace door, and said to Moira, "Moira, none of your disassembly movements are standard. I suggest you stop and correct your movements." "Is it wrong?" Moira glanced at Sabrina and asked humbly, "Sister, where is the mistake? Can you help me point it out?" With Sabrina's guidance, Roy suddenly remembered that there were indeed a few places that were a little off. But those movements were basically the positions that his arms and thighs could not reach. Roy lowered the standard in order to complete these movements, which led to the movement being out of shape. With Sabrina's guidance, Moira quickly corrected these movements, but Roy couldn't do it no matter what. Sabrina couldn't help but tease Roy on the terrace next door. "Your arms and thighs are really too stiff. Didn't instructor Nora tell you that this kind of body is not suitable for learning elf physical skills?" Roy stood on the terrace awkwardly and bit his stiff arms, but unfortunately it still didn't work. Sabrina took a few glances and said to Roy bluntly, "Your ligaments have not been fully stretched, so your movements are not standard. Once these disassembly movements are not done properly, there will be obvious sluggishness when all the movements are put together into a coherent movement, and it will be more and more difficult to adjust later, and finally your movements will be seriously out of shape. You are really not suitable for practicing martial arts. It's better to give up before you even start." Roy did not respond to Sabrina's words, and continued to do those disassembly movements clumsily. "Sister," Moira protested in a low voice. Sabrina glared at her, and was about to turn around and go downstairs, but Moira grabbed her skirt with her hand. She turned her head and stared at Moira. "Sister," Moira begged. "I don't have so much time, just help him this time," Sabrina said to Moira, and it seemed like she was talking to herself. Roy was still trying his best to straighten his arm, and suddenly found a white and soft hand holding his wrist. Her fingers were cold. Roy turned his head and found that Sabrina was already standing on the terrace of his house, and standing quietly behind him. Although the two terraces were adjacent to each other, there was at least 5 meters of width between them. Roy subconsciously looked at her long legs, but did not notice that Sabrina's face was slightly red. But Sabrina was not polite, and she twisted Roy's arm back hard. The ligament was still very painful under the strong pull, and Roy could not help but scream. "Don't move, keep going." Sabrina personally guided Roy to do those disassembly movements, and Moira lay on the terrace to watch the fun. After finally learning these disassembly movements, it is even more difficult to connect the movements together. Each movement has a specific trajectory. Each force also requires strict requirements, rhythm, and sense of rhythm. Roy completely understood what instructor Abbot Nora said in the first lesson, and it seemed that it was not exaggerated at all. This is just the coherent movement of the simplest move. Roy was a little afraid to think about it. Fortunately, Sabrina demonstrated the movement of this move several times again, and it was easy to complete. She was tall and slender, and when she demonstrated these elementary martial arts slowly, it was like she was dancing. Unlike Moira's lightness, Sabrina's movements were very powerful, and every movement was full of oppression. Roy finally understood that the last time Sabrina beat him up, there was absolutely no luck. However, instructor Nora has not yet taught coherent movements, so even if Roy can't do it, he still has time to continue practicing. After finishing this painful practice, Roy lay on the terrace floor without any image. "Are those silver moon elves still bothering you?" Sabrina didn't leave in a hurry. She sat on a chair nearby and asked Roy. "Well, we had a fight today," Roy said. Sabrina hesitated for a moment before saying, "There is a half-blood elf mutual aid association in the Elf Academy. You can tell them about your situation." Roy shook his head and said, "I can solve it myself, in our own way." Sabrina stood up and turned back to Roy and said, "Smart people don't refuse other people's kindness." Then she went downstairs. She didn't plan to jump back from the terrace here. "Thank you for your compliment." Roy's voice came from behind. Sabrina resisted the urge to roll her eyes at him, and quickly left Roy's yard. The moonlight outside the window made the sea in the distance sparkle. Roy sat on the single bed in his room, feeling that every joint in his body was extremely sore. In addition to 2 books, there was also a bottle of life potion on the table by the window. Roy actually wanted to drink the bottle of life potion and try its effect. But since the pharmacy owner said that the life potion was not very effective in removing bruises and swelling, Roy suppressed this idea. So he thought of the secondary healing technique, but unfortunately, he had not learned it yet. If it was not too late, he would even want to run to the temple and let Jasper give him a simple treatment. "By the way, didn't I learn the glimmering technique?" High Priest Reed said that this divine technique also has a little bit of weak healing effect. Roy slapped his forehead and suddenly thought of it. So he took a few deep breaths to calm himself down, recalled the drawing method of the divine pattern in his heart, and silently recited those prayers in his heart. When everything was ready, Roy stood in the room, first drew the curtains, and then closed the door. Silently used the power of holy light to draw the divine pattern, and then silently recited those sacred prayers. The divine pattern formed a rune pattern woven by holy light. With the end of the last prayer, the rune pattern floating in the air seemed to be activated. Right in front of Roy, the holy light condensed into a slightly warm ball of light, floating above Roy's left shoulder. It was an extremely soft ball of light, which added a bit of light to Roy's room. Roy tried to control the faint light to float upwards, but it ignored the wooden board and rushed directly into the ceiling. Ms. Belinda was sleeping upstairs. If she was woken up, she would be reprimanded. She was a believer of the moon god cult. Roy was so scared that he broke into a cold sweat, and quickly let the faint light fly back. It floated in front of him obediently. Roy stretched out a finger and tried to touch it. It was a little warm, but his finger passed through the light ball without any hindrance. Then Roy tried to condense a little holy light to the tip of his finger, and used this tiny holy light to touch the light ball. In an instant, this ball of light swallowed up the holy light on the tip of his finger. After the flame of the light flashed for a while, it calmed down. This ball of light could not last too long, only about a quarter of an hour. Roy did not make any other attempts. He controlled the light to approach his arm. The faint warmth caressed the pain of the joint ligament, which really relieved the pain. Roy immediately lay down on the bed, letting the light flow back and forth along his limbs. It felt a bit like an electric baking treatment. I don't know when I fell asleep. When Roy opened his eyes and woke up, it was already dawn. Roy got up from the bed early. Although he felt sore all over, at least it didn't affect his activities like last night. After getting dressed, Roy decided to go to the fish market at the pier because it was still early for school. He hadn't eaten much fish recently. Chapter 31. Roy never thought that he could see the elf patrols on the beach at this time in the morning. The waves hit the rocks, stirring up countless waves, countless foams piled up under the reefs, and the tide rose little by little. The elf patrols stood in the reef area that Roy often went to, looking for some traces on it. When Roy ran past the beach, he saw the elf patrols arguing on the reef, where he had shoveled away oyster barnacles and other shellfish. These traces must be left by the Naga killer. He lurked in this reef area and waited for the opportunity. When the target appeared on the dock, he would kill him. The voices of the patrolmen were mixed in with the sound of the waves and the wind, becoming intermittent. Roy couldn't hear clearly at all. It was only when the word Naga killer came from the sea breeze that Roy's attention was drawn. But the traces here are already very old. Maybe he comes here often. As long as we stay here, we should be able to catch that guy. Even if we can't catch him, we should be able to drive him back to the sea. I agree. Roy really wanted to go to the reef to see the excitement. But considering that it might attract the attention of the elf patrolman, it might cause unnecessary trouble, so he just thought about it. Ran all the way to the fish market. It was high tide at this time, and a small wooden boat happened to dock. Roy spent 3 coal to buy 2 greasy bluefin tuna at the fish market. This kind of sea fish is fried while fresh, and only needs a little salt and pepper to taste delicious. When carrying the fish back, Roy also saw Ms. Jillian standing on a large fishing boat, pulling out a plump tuna from the fish tank. Her fish stall usually sells these large sea fish. After transporting the tuna back to the fish stall, Ms. Jillian will cut the tuna into pieces, and cut the fish meat into palm-sized cubes. The elves like to buy this processed fish meat. This tuna is about 300 or 400 pounds. Roy never knew that Ms. Jillian had such great strength. Roy is a frequent visitor to the fish market. When Roy passed by a stall, the old elf, who often bought the sea fish Roy caught, shouted to Roy, "Roy, why haven't I seen you fishing recently?" Roy stopped and answered, "I've been taking classes at the Elf Academy for almost a week." "Oh, you should learn some knowledge." The old elf nodded in agreement. Seeing Roy stop, he said again, "I was just worried that you would go fishing at the beach." Recently, a Naga killer appeared on the beach nearby. He always appears on the beach on rainy days. 4 crew members have been killed. So you must not go to the beach at night or on foggy days recently. After saying that, the old elf even gestured a throat-cutting motion. Roy didn't expect to hear such news from the old elf. Naga killer? The old elf pointed to the beach on the other side of the reef area and said mysteriously, "Well, the patrols of the guard team have found traces of him crawling on the beach, as well as scales hanging on branches and reefs." "I pay attention," Roy said, then waved to the old elf with the fish in his hand and left the fish market. He ran along a path on the pier back to Brown Street. The house was quiet. Ms. Belinda's lambskin boots were still lying at the door. Roy put the toes of the boots outward. He walked into the kitchen with the fish in his hand, cleaned the internal organs, and washed the blood, then marinated the fish for a while. During this time, Roy made a pot of tea. When the aroma from the frying pan drifted into the living room, it was probably the smell of fried fish that woke Ms. Belinda up. Belinda walked out of the upstairs bedroom barefoot in her pajamas, stood at the kitchen door with sleepy eyes, held Roy's head, and kissed him on the forehead, then turned and walked into the bathroom, and then the sound of water splashing came from the bathroom. After taking a bath and changing into a silk dress, Ms. Belinda was waiting at the dining table with a picture book in her hand. Roy placed fried fish and tea in front of her. "My little Roy is really great. Thank you for the breakfast you prepared carefully." Roy sat opposite Ms. Belinda and said while picking fish bones, "I heard that staying up late often can easily cause wrinkles. You should take care of your health." "Really?" Ms. Belinda stood up anxiously and ran to the mirror in the bathroom to look left and right. Seeing that her face was still radiant, she felt relieved. Sitting at the table again, Ms. Belinda asked Roy, "Do you want to go out together later?" Roy quickly refused. "I'm running. Going out with his mother is impossible. When the neighbors on Brown Street see the two of them, they will be more restrained and always joke that they look more like siblings. When they walk out of Brown Street, those elves who don't know Roy will naturally think of Roy as Ms. Belinda's follower." Roy ran out of the house with a book in his arms in advance. Because it has been raining for the past 2 days, the water level of the Dane River has risen a lot. Roy saw Sabrina waiting for a long carriage at the street corner. She stood in the crowd, her tall figure somewhat conspicuous. Roy waved at her. Although Sabrina could see him, she ignored him as usual. Roy walked through the downtown area. The busy day here had already begun. Most of the shops were open for business, and the street stalls were crowded together. Many carts were filled with various fruits. And on these carts, the most eye-catching thing was the pyramids made of fresh fruits. Roy felt that every fruit was very tempting. Roy ran all the way into the Elf Academy, panting, but his body was no longer sore. The first period was still the elementary martial arts training class of instructor Abbott Nora. The students were scattered on the training ground, and many of them were familiar with the martial arts disassembly movements of yesterday. Roy met Claire on the training ground and found that the bruises on his face had recovered very well, and were almost invisible. The two of them gathered together, stood at the edge of the training ground, and began to talk about what would happen after school at noon. Claire asked hesitantly, "Roy, if Steve and the others come to us again at noon, will we still fight them?" Roy responded without hesitation, "Of course, until we defeat him." Seeing that Claire was a little shaken, he immediately encouraged her, "If we give in now, we will always be suppressed by Steve and the academy. Think about it. We have just entered the academy. How long will we have to stay in the academy in the future?" Claire calculated seriously and said, "It will take about 20 years. Roy, you are right. Are you really going to study in the Elf Academy for 20 years? Before graduating?" Roy asked in surprise. Claire responded as if it was a matter of course. "Well, after graduation, I will go to the Advanced Elf Academy in Buenos Aires for further studies." "Well, your life plan is really very long-term." Claire didn't think there was anything wrong with this. He took out a bottle of green potion from his arms and stuffed it directly into Roy's hand. "Roy, this time I especially brought the juice of the tree of life. Take it." Roy wanted to refuse. "This thing is much more expensive than the life potion. I haven't even drunk the life potion from yesterday." Claire waved her hand casually. "That is useless. The healing effect of the life tree sap is really good. My grandmother gave it to me when I got home yesterday. Take it. This thing is free and not worth much." The bell for class rang. Instructor Abbot Nora walked over from the teaching building. She was still wearing light leather armor, carrying a bow and arrow, with a quiver and a long sword hanging on her waist, and her long hair fluttering, looking heroic. Steve rushed to the training ground just before the bell rang. There were no scars on his face, and he didn't limp when he ran. It was obvious that his injuries had healed. But when he looked at Roy and Claire, the anger in his eyes almost burst out. Claire turned her head and looked at Roy with a guilty conscience. Seeing Roy glaring back at Steve, she felt a little more confident. In the martial arts training class, they still practiced the disassembly movements they learned yesterday. This time, Roy was able to barely complete a set of movements, but he couldn't connect them. This made Instructor Abbot Nora, who was originally planning to have a good talk with Roy, stop and plan to observe for a while. Although his qualifications are poor, he is hardworking. After school at noon, Roy and Claire rushed to the narrow alley on the west side of the academy. Seeing that Steve and his friends had not arrived yet, Claire felt guilty and wanted to back out. She said to Roy, "Roy, why don't we leave? They haven't come yet." At this time, Roy stood in front of Claire with a serious face and began to slow down his breathing. When a ball of light appeared in his hand, Claire was so surprised that he couldn't speak. He stared at the soft ball of light and saw Roy drawing runes in front of him. His movements were a bit awkward. He finally drew half of the divine rune, but because he couldn't continue the holy light in time at the turning point in the middle, the half-finished divine rune was like a handful of fine sand in the palm of his hand, flowing through his fingers. Roy sighed. "It seems that it still doesn't work. With my current ability, I can only perform it 3 times. No matter whether it works or not, I have to try again." After saying this, a ball of holy light shone in Roy's palm again. Because he failed the first time, he was more focused this time. Perhaps because the situation was urgent, Roy's concentration was particularly high. He finished the painting in one breath, and what surprised Roy was that the divine pattern was successfully drawn in one go. He said the prayer a little stumblingly. But when the last prayer was uttered, the divine pattern in front of Roy did not dissipate, but turned into a fistful of sacred aura, instantly merging into Claire's body. "What is this?" Claire asked in surprise. "Blessing of strength, how is it? Are you full of strength?" Roy asked expectantly. "It feels good. Is this magic?" Roy quickly corrected. "It's a divine spell, I just learned it, and it didn't work before, but I'm lucky this time. Oh, I still have one more chance." Chapter 32. With the experience of success once, Roy was very successful in drawing the divine pattern again. It was just that he was a little anxious when reciting the prayer, which caused the divine art to fail. Looking at the divine pattern in front of him, like countless fine sands, blown away by the wind, Roy could only sigh silently. Before the light ball in his palm completely dissipated, Steve brought a group of friends to chase after him. This time, Steve found 5 more young elves than yesterday. Seeing Roy and Claire standing under the high wall of shrubs in the alley, Steve shouted in hatred, "You two really don't know how to live or die." Steve, who was full of resentment, seemed a little anxious that Roy and Claire did not run away this time, but waited at the place where they fought yesterday. He was beaten up by the 2 yesterday. Although his companions also beat Claire and Roy miserably, he was beaten up after all. He thought of gathering a group of friends today and intercepting Roy and Claire at the entrance of the college no matter what. He did not expect that the 2 of them were so bold as to wait in the alley where they fought yesterday. Now that a group of people were in the alley, Steve seemed to be lacking in spirit. 2 carriages were parked at the intersection, outside the narrow alley. Both coachmen sat obediently in the driver's seat. Although the 2 carriages looked similar in appearance, the family emblems on the outside of the carriages were obviously different, and they should be from 2 families. The 2 carriages almost completely blocked the alley, and almost no pedestrians peeked into the alley through the carriages. In the alley, Roy and Claire stood together. Facing Steve and more than a dozen young elves, Claire stared at Steve, with a hint of contempt on her pretty face. Steve was a little angry. He stretched out his hand to stop the friends who had just joined, signaling them not to do anything. But just as he stopped a few friends, the other young elves had already rushed up. The street fight broke out instantly, and Roy and Claire had a clear goal, which was to beat up the first elf who rushed up among them. This time, Steve did not rush up immediately because he was stopping the new friends, so Roy and Claire rushed to the young elf with golden hair, who rushed up first. He didn't give him any chance to display his martial arts. After he fell, he pressed him down and punched him hard in the face. Especially Claire, who punched the handsome young elf in the face. His face flew to the side, but Roy held his waist tightly, and his body lost its center of gravity and fell to the ground hard. Then Steve and other elves also rushed over, and these young elves almost rolled together, tearing, punching and kicking. Both sides tacitly did not use weapons, not even sticks. Under the attack of the young elves, who surrounded them from behind, Roy and Claire took the blows and beat up the young elf who was pressing on them. This time the fight lasted a little longer. Perhaps because the two carriages at the street corner blocked the view of most pedestrians. By the time the elf patrol came over, both sides had almost lost their strength. Several young elves were panting and surrounding them. Roy and Claire stood back to back by the shrub wall, still stepping on the unlucky elf who attacked first. Even the effect of the blessing of strength on Claire had disappeared. However, Claire's heroic performance made these young elves look at her differently. They never thought that this Claire, who usually looked weak and frail in various gatherings, often hid behind her sister, and was a bit like a little girl, Wagner Claire, could have such a hard fist. Everyone rushed forward several times to save their companions, but Claire beat them back with her fists. These young elves seemed to see the shadow of his sister in Wagner Claire. Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but feel a chill down their spines. It was definitely not a good thing to anger Miss Claire. Claire and Roy were beaten badly, but they didn't flinch. At this time, the whistle of the elf patrol came from the street corner. Steve hurriedly told his friends to leave quickly. The two young elves took the opportunity to snatch the unfortunate child, who was beaten like a pile of mud, and dragged him all the way to the carriage. This time, Roy and Claire didn't wait for the two elf patrols to come over and question them. They also endured the pain all over their bodies, supported each other, and limped to the street corner. At this time, the coachman of another carriage jumped down and opened the door for the two of them. Claire pulled Roy into the carriage. Then the coachman raised his whip and drove away quickly. The two elf patrolmen stood at the street corner and let the two carriages go away. The carriage slowly drove on Edward Street next to the Elf Academy. In the carriage, Claire leaned on the sofa in a somewhat embarrassed manner. His right face was swollen and his eye socket was bruised with purple marks. He screamed in pain while pulling out the cork of a small bottle of Life Tree juice and drinking it with his head tilted back. The Life Tree sap with a strong breath of life quickly nourished Claire's whole body. Roy could even see the strong breath of life surrounding Claire. He sat on the long sofa opposite Claire and carefully checked his injuries. He was more seriously injured than Claire. The young elves who beat the two of them had some sense of propriety when facing Claire, but they beat him without any scruples. It felt like they were almost beating him to death. Moreover, Roy was not wearing leather armor, and his clothes were torn in two places. Roy took a sip of the light green juice of the Tree of Life, and then he found that this bottle of juice of the Tree of Life was more concentrated than the juice of the Tree of Life he usually drank. The powerful vitality quickly spread from his mouth to his whole body. Throwing away the empty bottle in his hand, Roy imitated Claire and let himself lie on the long sofa in the carriage. He patted the footprints on his collar with his hands, and found that the traces could not be patted off at all, so he gave up. He reached out to take the ice pack handed by Claire, and put it on his swollen cheek. "Where are you going? I take you there. Anyway, there are still 2 hours before the afternoon class. During this time, I wait in the car for the bruises on my face to disappear," Claire asked Roy weakly while lying on the long sofa in the car. Just now, he didn't feel anything during the fight. After the fight, the excitement disappeared, and he felt pain all over his body. From childhood to adulthood, he had never done such a crazy thing. These 2 days, Claire can be said to have thoroughly felt the passion of the fight. "Go to Castletown Port," Roy said. "Where is your home?" "Yes." Claire supported himself with one arm, pushed open the window with difficulty, and said something to the coachman in front. The coachman immediately turned the carriage around and drove it towards the downtown area. Claire turned over with difficulty, while lying on the long sofa, and looked up at the ceiling of the carriage. Although he was in pain all over, he was not afraid at all. He said excitedly, "Yolanda was beaten to tears by the two of us today. I guess he won't be able to see me at the party next time. Do you know those Silver Moon elves? I know a few of them. Castletown is so small, and we are all in the aristocratic circle, so we often meet at dances. They are all Steve's friends, and they usually don't take me seriously," Claire answered. Roy endured the pain in his body, sat up from the sofa, and asked Claire, Claire, do you know the way Steve goes home after school? Claire lay on the sofa with her eyes wide open, turned her head, and looked at Roy, feeling that her heart was about to jump out of her chest. Seeing Roy's determined look, he felt a surge of blood rushing from his feet to his head, and replied casually, I know. Roy slammed his fist on the table. Then let's go and stop Steve tomorrow night. Seeing Roy's unwillingness to give in, Claire was also completely infected, and immediately echoed, Okay, let's go and stop him. Roy limped into the gate of the temple, and it happened that Jasper was guarding the gate. Seeing Roy's embarrassed look, he hurried out to help him into the yard and asked, Roy, how did you get into this state? I had a fight with the Silver Moon Elves. Roy responded. Jasper knew that Roy had a conflict with the Silver Moon Elves in the Elf Academy yesterday, but he didn't expect it to be so embarrassing today. Jasper was also a half-blood elf, and he was usually excluded by the Silver Moon Elves in Castletown. At this time, he couldn't help but curse and slang. Jasper helped Roy to the lounge. Roy changed into the robes of the apprentice priest. Most of the bruises on his body had disappeared. The bottle of life tree juice was really effective, and it didn't hurt as much as hydrotherapy. Roy, how about I use the secondary healing technique to treat you? Although the effect is not as good as the 3 priests, at least it can make you less painful. Jasper stood at the door and said to Roy, who had already put on the robes of the apprentice priest. Okay, thank you, Jasper. Roy hurriedly thanked him. This was the first time Roy felt the healing effect of divine magic. Amid a series of complex prayers, a warm holy light turned into a sacred symbol in the divine pattern and poured into Roy's body. Roy consciously felt the power of the holy light surging in his body, instantly dispelling the pain all over his body. Under the care of the holy light, the bruises on his body recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Secondary healing is much stronger than hydrotherapy, and it is not so painful. Roy is a half-elf, not entirely of elven blood, so the healing effect of the life tree sap on him is halved, far less effective than the lesser healing spell. I feel much better, Jasper. This lesser healing spell is really useful. I plan to learn lesser healing spell as my 3rd divine spell. Roy raised his hands, tried to move his arms again, walked around the lounge twice, and said happily, You should learn the blessing of strength first. You can't chew too much divine spell. Jasper reminded Roy. Then he asked Roy, had those Silver Moon Elves become so brazen now? Isn't there a half-blood elf mutual aid association at the academy? I beat them badly too. Roy straightened his clothes and said to Jasper. The two walked out of the lounge. In front of the corridor, Jasper put his arm around Roy's shoulders and asked him, Do you need our help? Roy grinned. No, I can handle this matter. I will be very grateful if you can help me treat my injuries. Chapter 33. In the temple library, apprentice priest Abbot sat at the round table, clasped his hands in front of his chest, and prayed silently with his eyes closed. Perhaps because Roy was successfully promoted to the 2nd level apprentice priest yesterday, Abbot saw some hope again, so he prayed more devoutly. Jasper was guarding the gate, and there were only him and Roy in the room. Roy sat next to Abbot, with 2 divine books in front of him. One was Power Blessing, and the other was Secondary Healing. Now he has found the way to the Blessing of Power. At noon, he successfully drew 2 divine runes of the Blessing of Power, although the latter failed due to his lack of familiarity with the prayer. But for Roy, he has clearly remembered the feeling of drawing the divine runes. Yes, this kind of understanding is the most precious. Generally speaking, the divine rune symbols and prayers in the divine books can be clearly recorded, but the priests cannot clearly describe the mysterious feeling in the drawing process. Now all Roy lacked was the proficiency in reciting prayers. Roy recited the prayer of blessing of strength repeatedly. Abbot reminded him that he should spend more time praying every day, otherwise the speed of holy light condensation would become slower and slower. Roy nodded in agreement. The 2 divine arts books on the round table clearly showed that his mind was completely immersed in learning divine arts at the moment. Blessing of Strength and Lesser Healing were the 2 most practical divine arts for trainee priests. But Roy is only a 2nd level apprentice priest at present. Learning these 2 divine arts that require a lot of holy light power is far less practical than concentrating on praying to gather the power of holy light. In fact, High Priest Reed has also discovered in the past few days that Roy prefers to study divine arts and has little interest in praying. He rarely sees Roy praying. Every time he comes to the study room, he sees him concentrating on studying divine arts, which makes High Priest Reed a little worried. For a priest, the holy light obtained by prayer is the foundation of all divine arts, and those divine arts are just flowers on the tree. If you don't accumulate enough holy light power, it's useless even if you master advanced divine arts. High Priest Reed was worried that Roy was obsessed with divine arts and ignored the fact that as a trainee priest, what he needed most now was to gather holy light through prayer. Roy, don't spend too much time studying divine arts. What you need most now is to gather holy light. Every time he saw Roy, High Priest Reed would always earnestly remind him, regardless of whether he did what he said. Teacher, why can't I feel the holy light every time I pray? Roy asked this question, which Jasper and Abbott had been wanting to ask recently, but never dared to ask. High Priest Reed's eyes dimmed, and his voice became a little heavy, and he whispered, "That's because the goddess is too far away from us now. Since entering the dark land, the goddess's holy light has been obscured by the dark fog. At present, the holy light can no longer shine on the elf continent. It is precisely because of this that we rarely feel the presence of the holy light when we pray recently. That's why we need to pray with a more pious heart, and the power of our faith will be the biggest beacon in the vast darkness. I firmly believe that one day the goddess's holy light will penetrate the endless darkness and shine on every corner of this continent. As long as we are prepared, the holy light will eventually come." Roy didn't expect it to be like this. Jasper and Abbott always complained that they couldn't get the power of holy light when they prayed recently. It turned out that it was because the goddess's holy light could no longer extend to the elf continent. Abbott was even more dumbfounded, sitting there muttering to himself. It turns out that the rumors outside are actually true. Then he said to High Priest Reed, "High Priest Reed, I heard that the situation of this god war is not optimistic, and the dark forces on the opposite side are very powerful." High Priest Reed shook his head slightly. "These rumors have no basis. The bishop is concerned about the above matters, and we just need to wait and pray devoutly." At this point, High Priest Reed wanted to say some encouraging words, so he patted the two on the shoulders and said, "In fact, the goddess's holy light will not be completely unable to shine here. It should be a little weak. So weak that we can hardly perceive it. Otherwise Roy would not have successfully advanced in just 1 week. When I first met Roy, the holy light in his palm was only this big." High Priest Reed put his thumb and index finger together and made a random gesture, which looked like a heart. "Now, Roy, release your holy light and let Abbott see it." Roy quickly condensed a seed-shaped ball of light in his palm. In the soft light, the seed of light was like a big question mark, stubbornly raising its head. Seeing the ball of light in Roy's palm, High Priest Reed nodded. High Priest Reed was quite appreciative of Roy's efforts. When he first met Roy, the holy light in his palm was so weak that it was only as big as a firefly. In less than a week, the holy light power that Roy mastered had grown to the size of an apple. Obviously, this ball of holy light could prove Roy's efforts. Abbott obviously also agreed with High Priest Reed's statement and nodded continuously. The ball of light in his palm kept getting smaller and smaller. When the last ray of light also dissipated in his palm, Roy asked again tactfully, "Teacher, can this ball of holy light in our body capture the holy light particles floating around?" In fact, Roy mentioned this 2 days ago. But the answer he got was no. Now he brought it up again, because he thought that the last description was not accurate, and he wanted to confirm it again this time. The holy light in our body is not a spirit. How can it actively absorb the free holy light particles around? High Priest Reed frowned, and immediately gave Roy a negative answer. He felt that Roy had just become an apprentice priest, and he didn't understand many things. It was normal for him to fall into such an unreasonable fantasy. In the eyes of High Priest Reed, he still had to guide Roy carefully. "You are wondering why you can't get the holy light when you pray, but you can feel the changes in the light ball in your body, right?" Roy nodded immediately. "That's because the holy light in your body is too weak, and you can easily feel the slightest change," High Priest Reed said. He paused and continued, "Normally, the holy light power in our bodies will naturally increase, entirely because there are some holy light particles floating around that we cannot see, and these holy light particles will be integrated into our bodies due to the affinity of holy light. Of course, this does not mean that when there are more holy light particles floating around, or when we are riding in a carriage, the holy light particles that our bodies come into contact with increase, and these holy light particles will be integrated into our bodies faster. Only sincere prayers can draw the holy light that the goddess shines on this continent into your body. Roy, you are just an apprentice priest who has just come into contact with holy light and divine arts. So when you encounter a problem that you can't figure out at this time, you will become extremely confused. This situation is normal. You can usually use prayer to strengthen your heart." Listening to the patient teachings of High Priest Reed, Roy suddenly fell into self-doubt. Could it be that the 2 invisible tentacles I felt were just the embodiment of the affinity of holy light? That should be it. So Roy started to pray with Abbott in the study. It was not until he was about to leave the temple that he flipped through the book on lesser healing. When he thought of Steve's group of Silver Moon elves in the Elf Academy, he felt that if he could master lesser healing earlier, at least he wouldn't have to waste the precious life tree juice. Even if the life tree juice was provided by Claire, he couldn't always use it like this. But before leaving the study, Roy still tried the power blessing. As the complete divine pattern appeared on the round table, Roy's prayers just fell, and the divine pattern turned into countless fine sands, condensed into a fist emitting a sacred aura, and slowly merged into Roy's body. Abbott, who was about to stand up, widened his eyes, and dropped the thick book of holy prayer in his hand onto the table with a clang. The sky was overcast in the evening, and countless dark clouds were piled up on the sea. A heavy rain was about to come, and the sea breeze was full of moisture. Roy changed out of his apprentice priest's robes in the lounge, put on the still damp clothes, and prepared to run home before the heavy rain came. Perhaps because he was hit by Roy, Abbott ran back to his room in a depressed mood and locked himself in the room. Jasper was guarding the gatehouse at the main entrance of the temple. When he saw Roy coming out, he quickly helped him open the side door. "It's going to rain soon. Let's run a few steps," Jasper said to Roy. The wind was a bit strong, and waves surged on the sea, hitting the black reefs, breaking into countless bubbles in an instant. Roy walked quickly on the street. Gusts of wind blew the fig trees on the roadside violently. The vendors put away the goods outside the shops, and the vendors hurried home. There were almost no people on the dock, and even the fish market became deserted. Roy saw Ms. Jillian pushing a flatbed cart at the end of Brown Street. When he reached the corner of the street, the Nightblade leopard tied at the door of the pharmacy retreated into the cabin, probably knowing that a heavy rain was coming, with only half of its nose exposed. When it saw Roy, it habitually let out a low roar. Roy stopped, looked at the Nightblade leopard provocatively, and then ran quickly towards home. The big raindrops fell cracklingly, instantly wetting the ground. As more and more raindrops fell, the sound of the rain finally became one. Chapter 34. Countless raindrops hit the sea surface, and the strong wind swept the waves towards the shore. Waves hit the reefs on the shore and exploded into countless water droplets. He swam out of the sea secretly, with a dark fin on his dark back, and the fin was almost attached to his back. He spread his arms and fins, controlled the direction of swimming, and kept twisting his tail left and right, quietly approaching the black reef. The waves pushed him onto a reef. After the waves surged, his body was almost attached to the reef full of oysters. The heavy rain poured on him, but made him more flexible. He climbed up the black reef and kept approaching the coastline. In the rainy evening, the light was dim, and two sailors with beer bellies were running fast on the beach with buckets in their hands, jogging all the way towards the port. Their fat bodies made it impossible for them to run on the beach. Raindrops kept hitting them, their heads, their faces, and flowing into their eyes, making them squint. The two crew members ran along the coastline, leaving two clear rows of footprints on the beach. There was a black reef in front of them. If they crossed the reef and ran a few hundred meters ahead, they would reach the edge of the dock. The two sailors were already soaked, and the waves kept hitting their ankles. A fish in the bucket was thrown out, fell into the sea with a splash, and disappeared into the sea water as a black shadow. One of the fat sailors immediately cursed, looked at the bucket, and saw two fish left, so he had to slow down. Anyway, they were soaked, so it didn't matter whether they returned earlier or later. If the last two fish in the bucket also jumped out, he would probably have to eat black bread with cabbage for dinner. He wanted to call out to his companions who were running ahead, but as soon as he opened his mouth, the rain rushed into his mouth. He quickly spat out 2 mouthfuls of saliva and continued to trot forward. He lay on the reef and waited for the opportunity, with a flash of resentment in his eyes. There were strange gills on his green cheeks, a few fine braids on his head, and his ears were attached to both sides of his head. His face was almost as hideous as a demon. His arms were about 1 meter long, his body was covered with green scales, and there were black fins on his back. The upper part of his body looked like a human, but below the waist was a fish tail that was more than 2 meters long. When he saw the two human seafarers on the coastline, his eyes with golden threads suddenly widened. Even his panting became heavy. He took out a sharp dagger from his waist and bit it in his mouth, then slid silently from the reef into the sea. He nimbly bypassed the reefs and entered the waist-deep seawater. This place is very close to the beach, and the figures of the two human seafarers dozens of meters away are becoming clearer and clearer in the heavy rain. A big wave surged up, pushing his body quickly to the shore. He swung his tail hard, and the thrust of the waves and the acceleration of swimming made him rush out of the waves like a sharp arrow. It was so close. He opened his arms, swung his tail, and pounced on the human sailor who was behind. The human sailor was bald, 185 centimeters tall, with a tattoo of an anchor on the back of his ear, and his chin beard was trimmed very neatly. His arms were thick. His fat belly pulled his lumbar spine into an exaggerated S shape, making him feel like he was going to spit out his lungs in his chest after running a few steps. He didn't even dare to breathe violently to avoid the rain from choking his trachea. He was just a cook on the ship, and his biggest hobby was to sleep with different foreign women at the port. It was a rare day off, but he was unlucky. He lost the last penny in his pocket the night before, so he could only run to the beach with a fishing rod to kill time. A fishy black shadow pounced on his back, and the sticky cold arm strangled his neck fiercely, if that could still be considered a neck. The human seaman saw a scaly green arm, and a sharp dagger in the other hand with a fin. The dagger cut into the thick fat under his neck, and found the trachea under the fat. A flash of light flashed. Blood gushed out of his throat. He couldn't even shout, and fell into the sea with his hands covering his throat. The blood that gushed out instantly dyed the surrounding sea red. The strength in his body quickly faded, and he struggled to stand up and call out to his companions in front. But the sound of waves and rain covered everything until he lost his last bit of strength and fell softly into the sea. His fat body was carried by the waves and pushed onto the beach. The heavy rain washed away the blood on his body. The sailor in front ran, and found that there was no movement behind him. He subconsciously looked back and found that his companion had fallen on the beach, with the bucket and fishing rod in his hand thrown far away. He wanted to curse. This damn weather! When the waves receded, they swept away the fine sand under his feet, and almost made him fall into the sea. There was no one on the beach, and the heavy rain made the surrounding scenery extremely blurry. He thought his companion had just fallen accidentally and needed him to help him, so he turned around and ran back in the rain without thinking. When he ran to his companion, he found that his whole face was buried in the sand, and there was a trace of blood flowing from his neck. He squatted down cautiously, turned his body over, and lay on his back, only to find that his companion's throat was cut. The wound on the throat was still bubbling with blood. He was horrified and wanted to run away immediately. A wave rolled over, and the spray splashed on his legs. He felt as if a hand grabbed his ankle, and he lost his balance and fell on his back in the shallow water. Another wave hit him, and he struggled to crawl towards the beach, but the hand on his ankle was like a shackle, pulling him into the sea. Suddenly, he felt a pain in his calf. He looked back and saw a dagger nailed to his calf, and cut a wound more than a foot long. Fear and pain made him scream hysterically. He desperately slapped the seawater with his arms, creating countless splashes in the rain. The heavy rain poured down, covering all sounds. The waves rolled the sailor's body into the sea. He tried to grab a protruding reef at hand, and the sharp shells immediately cut several wounds on his palm. In the fierce struggle, the sailor was still swallowed by the sea. I don't know how long it took, but the rain gradually became lighter. The sailor with no trace of blood on his face leaned against a black reef, his legs soaked in the seawater, but his legs were cut with a knife wound more than a finger wide, all of which were white, and no blood was flowing out. The seaman opened his eyes in despair, pointed his trembling fingers at the Darney River on the shore, and took his last breath. The morning after the heavy rain should have been a sunny day. But the climate of Castletown Port is quite different. It happened to encounter a cold air current blowing from the north, causing the temperature of Castletown Port to drop sharply after a rain. The entire port was shrouded in a thick fog, and the closer to the coastline, the thicker the fog. Brown Street is the street closest to the sea, and there is a Darney River here, so the fog almost completely covers the entire street. Roy ran out with 2 books in his arms, diving into the dense fog. He groped his way forward along the street, and the water of the Dane River on the other side made a gurgling sound. His scaly green fingers grasped the stone railing, and his sharp nails were embedded in the stone railing. His body was hanging behind the railing, and the Dane River was flowing under him. He carefully poked his head out after smelling a human scent. In the fog, even the view across the street was a little blurry, but fortunately he could distinguish the smell. Naga, humans, and elves all have different smells. He smelled a very faint human scent, so he stuck his head out to observe. So, the Naga killer saw Roy walking in the fog. Walking on Brown Street, just next to the pharmacy. This is exactly the intersection of Brown Street. The Dane River flows into the sea from here. The elves built a stone bridge here. It has rained continuously for the past 2 days, and the water level of the Dane River is high and the water is turbulent. Roy was rushing to the Elf Academy, and didn't pay attention to the surrounding situation. If he could see a long carriage passing by at the intersection, Roy was even ready to take the long carriage to the academy. However, the fog was thick, and the street looked deserted. Roy stopped at Mrs. Winnie's pharmacy as usual. He wanted to see what the miserable night-blade leopard tied at the door looked like. He bent down and looked into the den. But today, the night-blade leopard seemed particularly honest. It stared around vigilantly, with an uneasy look in its eyes, and kept licking its paws with its tongue. Even when Roy came, the night-blade leopard did not respond. Roy was a little surprised. If there was no inexplicable danger, the night-blade leopard would definitely show its teeth at Roy. The feud between it and Roy was not just 1 or 2 days. Roy looked around, and the street was quiet. Because it rained yesterday, and it was foggy this morning, no one was setting up stalls at this time in the morning. And there were no pedestrians on the street. Roy instantly felt the indescribable sense of oppression. At the same time, the night-blade leopard also retracted its head into its den. A black shadow appeared from the bridge head, just behind Roy, and his body twisted like a giant python, approaching Roy silently. Roy actually didn't feel any danger approaching, but he saw that the pupils of the night-blade leopard in the doghouse had stood up, and the hair on the back of its neck had also stood up. Seeing the night-blade leopard was so scared, Roy felt that something was wrong. Roy didn't even dare to look back, and rushed forward with a shout. The Naga killer, who came close to him, missed him at the first moment, and his sharp nails only scratched the linen clothes on Roy's back, tearing 3-feet-long cuts on it. Roy took the opportunity to rush out. The night-blade leopard hiding in the den rushed out like lightning at this moment, and the thumb-thick iron chain on its neck was instantly torn off. Its 2 fleshy front paws rested on the wooden fence, and its body jumped high, opening its bloody mouth to bite the Naga killer. Chapter 35. The night-blade leopard was as fast as lightning. The moment it rushed out of the yard, its sharp claws grabbed the Naga killer's scaly back. Its sharp fangs bit the back of the Naga killer's neck. Perhaps because he had left the sea, his body could only crawl like a snake, and his body was not as fast as in the sea when it twisted. The night-blade leopard's sharp claws scratched the hard scales, and a burst of sparks burst out immediately. However, the Naga killer's reaction was also extremely fast. He didn't have time to swing the dagger, but he didn't dare to let the night-blade leopard bite his back neck. He twisted his body and bent his arms to swing his elbow backwards. There was a half-foot-long fish fin thorn close to his elbow, which fiercely stabbed into the night-blade leopard's left eye. The night-blade leopard suddenly turned its head to avoid the sharp thorns and bit the Naga killer's shoulder. The night-blade leopard's sharp teeth were 2 inches long. When they penetrated the scales, there was a crisp sound, and 4 bloody holes were bitten on the Naga killer's shoulder. The Naga killer, who twisted his body 360 degrees, let out a sharp and shrill roar. The sound could almost penetrate the entire long street. The Naga killer grabbed the fur on the back of the night-blade leopard with his backhand. His arms were strong and flexible, and the surface was covered with hard scales. There was not only a fin on his elbow, but also a bone spur along with the fin. Grabbing the back of the night-blade leopard, the 5 sharp nails almost pierced through the night-blade leopard's fur. He actually pulled the night-blade leopard off from behind his shoulder, and then threw it fiercely towards the wall across the street. The Naga killer's body was nearly 3 meters long and extremely powerful. His arms could swing very far. The night-blade leopard was still trying to struggle and bite the Naga killer's wrist, but the inertia of the throw made it unable to control its body and fell towards the opposite wall. 5 obvious blood holes suddenly appeared on the satin-like fur on its back. The nails of the Naga killer were so sharp that they could easily cut the fur of the night-blade leopard. The night-blade leopard screamed in pain, and its 4 claws firmly grasped the wall. Then its body arched up like a spring, and then turned into a lightning bolt to entangle the Naga killer. After landing, the night-blade leopard let out a low roar, and its 2 strong front legs controlled the direction of the attack. Its strong hind legs pushed the ground hard, and it immediately turned into a black shadow. The Naga killer also fell on the ground with his hands, twisting his body like a sea snake, his ugly face showing countless sharp teeth, and roared at the night-blade leopard. The night-blade leopard was so scared that all the hair on his body exploded, and he turned to the yard of the pharmacy halfway through, rushing towards the Naga killer. His body turned into a wisp of green smoke and jumped into the bushes in the yard, not daring to run out again. At this time, Roy did not stop at all. He knew that even if he stopped, he would be delivering food to the Naga killer. Only by running desperately can you have a chance to survive. And the night-blade leopard is also very cunning. It relies on its hunter instinct to judge the opponent's strength. If it can't beat it, it will run away. This big cat is good at it. Roy even feels that it has no bloodiness as a monster. The street is full of fog. If you go into the thick fog, you may not be able to catch the Naga killer. Roy is very familiar with Brown Street and knows where to find the elves who can deal with the Naga killer. He ran eastward along Brown Street, not stopping even when passing the temple gate. The Silver Moon Elf guards were at the dock of Castletown Port. Those elf patrols guarded the dock almost day and night to prevent the crews of foreign ships from causing trouble at the dock. At this time, Roy naturally sought help from the elf patrols, as they were the defenders of Castletown. The Naga killer saw the Night-Blade Leopard dive into the bushes, and even though his shoulder was injured, he did not chase after it. Instead, he saw Roy running eastward along Brown Street, about to disappear in the fog, so he followed closely behind. He twisted his tail vigorously on the foggy street, his upper body almost parallel to the ground, his skinny and slender hands alternately grasping the ground, making his body move forward quickly. The hard scales rubbed against the rock pavement, making a crisp rustling sound. The sound behind Roy was very vague at first, but it became extremely clear after a while. Roy didn't expect him to crawl so fast, and he would chase him relentlessly. He just glanced back secretly, and saw that the Naga killer was less than 10 meters away from him. His mouth full of fangs held a sharp dagger. Every time he stretched out his hands, his body would suddenly jump forward. The distance between him and the Naga killer quickly shortened. In the blink of an eye, the Naga killer caught up. He stretched out his skinny, scaly hands to grab Roy's shoulders. Roy didn't dare to let him grab him firmly. He jumped to the right without thinking. His body rolled twice on the ground and hit the stone railing on the street. His back was hurt by the stones on the ground. The moment he stood up, Roy's head was almost spinning. Without waiting for the Naga killer to catch up, Roy got up from the ground in a panic and wanted to jump down from the railing. This is a steep slope with only bare white rocks below. Usually neighbors like to dry some small dried fish on this rock, which is easy to dry. Slide down from here, and you will reach the seaside. Run forward for more than 100 meters to the port terminal. The Naga killer pounced on him again, and at the moment Roy jumped down, his sharp claws grabbed Roy's arm. Roy only felt the iron hoop piercing his arm, and the sharp nails pierced Roy's skin. He pulled Roy back from the railing. His other arm grabbed Roy's shoulder. Roy didn't want to fall into the hands of the Naga killer like this. The severe pain made his arm completely powerless. He barely turned around and used his arm to block the claws of the Naga killer. In panic, a ball of holy light appeared in Roy's palm. But at this time, he couldn't draw the divine pattern, nor could he recite the prayer. The ball of holy light in the palm of his hand was just a pure and dazzling light. The Naga killer behind him didn't know that this holy light was just an ordinary light without any offensive power. When he saw the bright light on Roy's palm, he was so scared that his whole body was shaking. His first reaction was to retract the hand that was holding Roy's arm. Roy's body broke free from the restraints and immediately jumped under the railing again. The noise during the fight had disturbed the neighbors on the street, and some people had already run out of their homes. It was just that the fog on the street was too thick, and many elves ran out of their homes. They could only hear some fighting sounds, but couldn't see anyone. The Naga killer saw Roy sliding down the rock, and jumped down after Roy. With the swing of his huge fish tail, he caught up with Roy again. The sound of bells rang from the dock not far away. Sometimes when a large ship docked or went out to sea, it would ring the bell on the ship. The sound of the bell actually made the Naga killer in front of Roy pause for a moment, and it even looked in the direction of the dock. It was just foggy, not to mention the ships on the dock. Even the sea less than 100 meters away was hidden in the fog. The ugly face showed an extremely hateful look, and when he looked at Roy, he became extremely ferocious, and he stretched out his hand to Roy again. Roy had slid down the rocks to the bottom, where there was a beach with some rocks. Before he could run forward, he felt a sharp pain in his back. The huge push made him unstable, and he fell forward on the gravel beach. The Naga killer grabbed Roy's neck with one hand and tried to lift him up. At this moment, a sharp whistle sounded from the beach. The whistle, which was usually no different from noise, sounded so familiar to Roy. Two elf patrols appeared from the thick fog on the beach. They saw the vague shadow of the Naga killer at the first time. The elf patrols ran very fast. The Naga killer didn't want to let Roy go, so he dragged him into the sea. However, he crawled on the gravel beach, and the scales of his tail made crackling sounds, which was very painful. And if he wanted to speed up, he had to use one arm, and the other arm was dragging the restless Roy. After struggling hard, Roy broke free from the Naga killer's big hand and fell on the gravel on the beach. He didn't care about the pain on his body and ran desperately towards the direction where the elf patrols were coming. Seeing two elf patrolmen wearing light armor and holding long swords in their hands, the Naga killer did not dare to stay on the beach any longer. After leaving Roy behind, no one could slow him down. He swung his tail vigorously several times, and then plunged into the sea. Roy fell exhausted on the beach. Two fully armed elf patrolmen ran over, and one of them immediately squatted down to check Roy's injuries and asked him, "What's your name?" "Roy." "Where do you live?" "Number 57 Brown Street." The elf patrol who questioned Roy was stunned for a moment. Seeing 4 bloodstains on Roy's neck, he immediately found a hemostatic ointment from his body and applied it to the wounds. He also saw 4 half-foot-long scratches on Roy's back. "I suggest you ask someone to treat the wounds later," the elf patrol said, while applying hemostatic ointment to Roy. In addition to the wounds on his back and neck, Roy also had obvious scratches on his arms. The other one chased towards the sea to explore the hiding place of the Naga killer. The Naga killer, who had entered the sea, had no idea where he had gone. The elf patrol could not find any useful clues, so he turned back here. Seeing Roy sitting on a stone in a mess, he lifted up the half-face mask of his helmet and asked in surprise, "Why is it you again?" Chapter 36. Seeing the familiar face of the elf patrolman, Roy could only smile bitterly and said helplessly, "I don't want this to happen, but troubles keep coming. Anyway, I still have to thank you too. If I hadn't met you here, I might have been dragged into the sea by that guy and turned into fertilizer." Under the fog, the sound of the waves in the distance made Roy feel uncomfortable. He always felt that the Naga killer was hiding nearby. "Did you see what the Naga killer looked like?" the elf patrol asked Roy. "I saw it," Roy answered honestly. The elf patrol opened a notebook and wanted to record some details, so he asked again, "What does he look like?" Roy hesitated. "He looks like Naga sea men. Don't they all have similar faces?" "It's really hard to describe, with scales all over his body, a hideous face, a human body, and a fish tail." "Aren't all Naga men like this?" "That's true." Another elf patrol understood Roy's difficulties. Then, the elf patrol, who had seen Roy twice, recorded in the notebook, "Naga sea tribe, adult male, 350 centimeters long, holding a delicate dagger, strong and sturdy, with experience in killing people." The elf patrol looked at Roy and asked him, "Did he say anything to you?" Roy thought about it carefully, then hesitantly said, "No." "Does roaring count?" The elf patrol looked at Roy speechlessly. "Roy, do you know that 2 more human sailors died on the beach last night?" "I don't know." "Why did he come to you?" the elf patrol asked immediately. Roy made a gesture of no comment. "Maybe I often fish around here." The elf patrol came close to Roy and warned him softly, "You must have provoked them somewhere. Besides, I tell you, they have a strong desire for revenge. Once they are targeted, they will fight to the death. You'd better be careful recently." "Okay, you can leave now." "Got it, sir," Roy agreed. If he didn't leave, he would probably be late for school. Roy stood up with some effort. The 2 elf patrols made way for him, and he limped away from the beach. Walking back to Brown Street, the fog that filled the street had begun to dissipate. A group of elves were still standing in the pharmacy at the corner of the street. Mrs. Winnie, the owner of the pharmacy, was among the crowd. The Nightblade leopard was crawling at her feet, occasionally swinging its whip-like tail. When Roy passed by from the opposite side, they didn't even look at him. The elves at the door of the pharmacy were also discussing what had just happened, and ignored Roy, who was passing by on the opposite side of the street. If they were more careful, they would have found that Roy was still wearing the tattered clothes stained with blood. After returning home, Roy simply treated his wound. The elf patrol had helped him stop the bleeding, and he just wrapped the wound with a linen strip. He changed into clean clothes, and did not go to the temple for treatment, but hurried to the street corner. There happened to be a long carriage parked at the street corner, and Roy ran 2 steps quickly and squeezed into the car at the end. His neck and arms were wrapped in linen, and fortunately there were empty seats on the long bench in the carriage. He chose a corner to sit down, and he could still hear people in the carriage talking. "Did you hear that the Naga killer ran out to kill again last night?" The long carriage stopped at the gate of the Elf Academy, and Roy got off the carriage behind the crowd. It was just before class, and the entrance to the academy was very busy, with a large number of elf students pouring into the academy. Roy was just thinking about joining the class, when Claire suddenly jumped out from nowhere and patted Roy's injured arm. "Roy, you broke your promise," Claire said angrily. "I've been waiting for you here all morning, and you're here just before class." Roy almost cried out, and he quickly hugged his injured arm and said to Claire, "If I wasn't lucky enough this morning, you might never see me again. However, I do want to apologize for being late this morning." At this time, Claire saw that Roy's neck and arms were wrapped in linen bandages, and the bandages on his arms were actually oozing some blood. Claire immediately thought of their common enemy Steve, and angrily said, "Did Steve do that to you?" Roy saw the elves at the entrance of the academy hurriedly walking into the campus, and guessed that the class time must be coming soon. Last time he was late, Instructor Abbot Nora made him run 2 laps in the training ground. This time, he might have to run until the end of the get out of class. So he motioned for the two to walk into the academy together, while explaining, "It's not him. I don't understand what's going on. Recently, a Naga ran near my house, and he was targeting me." Claire said with concern, "Naga Sea tribe. Are you okay?" "If I was okay, I wouldn't have come to class," Roy said casually. Claire seemed to have thought of something, lowered his head, and fumbled around his belt, and actually pulled out 2 bottles of Life Tree juice from his belt. God knows how he inserted the whole bottle of Life Tree juice into his belt. "It just so happens that I brought 2 more bottles of Life Tree juice for you," Claire said generously. Roy looked at the 2 bottles of Life Tree juice, which still showed a light green color. Although this Life Tree juice had been diluted, it was not diluted to the kind that Roy usually drank. It should be a special provision for the nobles, and it must be very expensive. "You should keep it for yourself. I'm a half-elf, and drinking the sap of life is only half effective. I have other ways." Roy refused. Claire looked at the sap of life in her hand. Although she was a little surprised by Roy's refusal, she didn't persuade him. She just added, "Then do you want to drink some life potion?" "I still have some," Roy said, and took out the cork test tube bottle from his pocket and shook the light red liquid inside. As they were talking, the two had already walked into the academy. Crossing a lawn, we came to the training ground. The bell for class had not yet rung, and many students were gathered here waiting for class. Everyone gathered in 2s and 3s. Some were chatting, and some were discussing the disassembly movements of martial arts. Roy and Claire had just sat down in the corner of the training ground when Steve came up from behind with a few friends. They saw Roy and Claire at the school gate. Because they were inside the campus, Steve didn't intend to pay attention to them, but then he saw Claire take out 2 bottles of Life Tree juice from her magic belt and whispered to Roy along the way. Later, Roy even took out a bottle of life potion. What kind of behavior is this? It was obvious that the 2 of them were planning the fight at noon, and even prepared the recovery and healing potions early. Steve followed the 2 all the way until they sat down on the grass in the corner of the training ground. Then he walked up with his friends and said to Claire sarcastically, "You are really amazing. In order to deal with me, you even prepared the Life Tree sap and healing potion." Before he finished speaking, Steve saw the bandages on Roy's body, and even saw the linen bandages wrapped around Roy's collar. Claire stood up unceremoniously and said to Steve, "Steve, if you want to fight, let's meet at the old place. Forget it, I give you a few days to recover." Steve turned around and planned to leave with his friends. But after taking 2 steps, Steve suddenly stopped, then turned around and said to Claire, "As an elegant, noble, and tasteful Silver Moon elf, I am very opposed to this kind of street fight. Claire, since the grudge between us cannot be resolved, do you dare to find a time to resolve it in the arena? Only the winner can walk out standing. What's there to be afraid of? I will definitely knock you down when the time comes," Claire said unwillingly. Claire has been fighting these past 2 days. Steve's words completely aroused his fighting spirit. Although Claire's body still trembled a little when he said these words, his momentum was not weak at all. "Then it's a deal." Steve showed a proud smile. This is what he wanted. Young elf nobles often have conflicts with each other because of trivial matters, and the arena is to resolve irreconcilable conflicts. Of course, the lives of elves are very precious. In the arena, basically, the opponent is beaten until he lies on the ground and can't get up. Steve originally wanted to bully Claire in the elementary martial arts training class, but he didn't expect that Wagner Claire, who usually looks weak, is so brave in his bones. He stood in front of Claire and said to him with a smile, "Claire, to be honest, I was actually quite surprised. I didn't expect that the most timid little rabbit in Claire's family would have the courage to fight." "You didn't expect more than that," Claire replied. In this elementary martial arts training class, Roy was injured, so he couldn't do some movements and could only remember them in his mind. He didn't even pass the first set of martial arts. This time, because of the injury, he was affected in learning the disassembly of the second set of moves. Instructor Nora has already begun to focus on taking care of him. This also made Roy a little worried, but what he was most worried about was the Naga killer. After Instructor Nora finished explaining the second set of disassembly movements, before the get out of class ended, Roy finally managed to get close to Instructor Nora and asked her for advice very humbly. For example, when someone attacks him from behind, what means should he use to fight back? Another example, when someone is a little taller and stronger than him, grabs his neck, how should he fight back and break free? Before answering these questions, Instructor Nora also glanced at the bandages on Roy's neck and arms. After thinking for a while, she finally taught Roy 2 simple and effective counterattack methods. Chapter 37. After the first class at the Elf Academy, almost all students had to move to another venue. All the corridors and paths were crowded with students, and the young elves had endless topics to talk about when they got together. Roy and Claire were also among the thousands of people who moved to another venue. Roy's second class today was Modern History of Elves, and Claire's was Poetry. The classrooms for the two students happened to be in the same teaching building, so they were on the way. The two walked and talked, and Roy was still a little unnatural when he walked. The scratches on his back always caused waves of pain. He was almost just watching the martial arts training class, and even his walking was greatly affected. Claire said that the life potion had a certain analgesic effect and would make him feel better after drinking it, but Roy thought it was better to save this bottle of life potion. He planned to take a long carriage to the temple after finishing the modern history course, and let Jasper or Abbott help him with treatment. As for the reason for not looking for High Priest Reed, Priest Anderson and Priest Theodore, it was because it was difficult for the priests to obtain the power of holy light recently, and the priests usually use the power of holy light in more places. Even Claire thought Roy was really careless. When a Naga spotted him, he didn't hide at home or in the temple, but went to the academy to attend classes. Seeing that he was wrapped in many bandages and her hands couldn't even be placed on his shoulders, Claire frowned. But this guy didn't want to accept her kindness and refused to take the bottle of life tree juice. Roy, aren't you worried that the Naga killer will come again? As long as we don't go to the beach, I'm still confident, Roy said confidently. He didn't say what he was sure to do. Claire thought he meant that he was sure to escape. Roy held the thick modern history of the elves in one hand. The book was very heavy. He stopped and lifted the book towards his armpit. I plan to set some traps, Roy said. He thought of the ground thorn. The tail of this Naga killer was like a sea eel. It not only had tough egg-sized scales on it, but also had a dark gray scissor-shaped tail fin at the end. It moved like a snake, leaving a water stain on the ground. He had read in some miscellaneous books that when some snake hunters catch pythons, they would insert some sharp blades into the entrance of the snake cave and along the snake path. When the python crawls over these blades, the soft abdomen will be cut open. Roy also plans to set up such a trap at the door of his house. If the Naga killer dares to come to his house, Roy will take him to the ground spike trap. The fog on the seaside is very heavy. The Elf Academy is located halfway up the mountain. The bright sunshine has already spread all over the campus. Looking at the sea in the distance from here, it seems like being in a fairyland. The warm sunshine always makes people lazy. Roy ignored the scratches on his body, stood on the steps, stretched his arms, and said indifferently, actually, even if it doesn't matter, just think of it as waking up from a dream and going home. Claire was speechless. The life of every Silver Moon elf is extremely precious, and they love and respect life very much. What are you thinking? I don't understand it, Claire said, standing behind Roy. Roy smiled but didn't explain further. He had never said these words to other elves. The two walked down the stairs and walked along a curved corridor. In front of them was the west door of the third teaching building. You planned to be in the same group with me in the beginning, just to avoid being in the same group with Steve during martial arts practice and being beaten by him. Now it's a big deal, and we have to go to the arena. Claire, are you really going to go to the arena to fight Steve? Speaking of this, Roy smiled a little embarrassedly. Claire and Steve had a fight in the arena, which had something to do with him. When he first met Claire, Roy felt that although Claire was gentle and elegant, her pretty face was a little too feminine, lacking a little courage and recklessness. It was precisely because Claire inexplicably dragged him into the feud between Claire and Steve that Roy wanted Claire to be braver. So she dragged him to the street and fought like a gangster. I didn't expect Claire to be so tenacious. Claire walked side by side with Roy, smiled indifferently and said, when we were on the street, there were so many people fighting with us, and we were the only two of us. Now the location has changed to the arena. Of course, it's still the two of us. Roy was stunned for a moment before agreeing. Okay. Claire looked at Roy walking in front of him. Although Roy's personality and work style are a bit weird, and he seems to be a bit out of tune with the Silver Moon elves, his unyielding spirit is very contagious. It is always easy to change subtly around him. He hurriedly took 2 or 3 steps and followed. Roy, I remember you were studying literature and history. Roy patted the thick book in his arms and said without any disguise, "Yes, it is the modern history of the Silver Moon Elves," Roy said. Claire immediately asked curiously, "Have you ever met Princess Jonah Ophelia?" Roy glanced at Claire and found that he had no intention of explaining who Princess Jonah Ophelia was, so he asked, "Is this princess also a student of the Elf Academy this year?" Claire stopped and looked at Roy with a strange look on her face. "Her princess is a teacher here. Have you never even heard of her name?" Roy looked like, "Do I know that?" After receiving a positive response from Claire's eyes, he said awkwardly, "I don't usually pay much attention to the affairs of the elves' upper class, so I don't know about this." "Do you mean the teacher of the modern history of the Silver Moon Elves is the princess?" Claire nodded immediately. "She is the most beautiful Silver Moon Elf in Castleton City. If the quota had not been full when I signed up, I would have studied modern history of the elves. The bad thing about the academy is that there is a limit on the number of students for each course," Claire complained. Roy recalled the experience of the 2 modern history classes of elves. In fact, the learning experience was very poor. The 2 stood on the steps connecting the corridor and the west door of the teaching building. There were a lot of people here, so Roy and Claire stopped and walked inside with the crowd at the edge of the steps. "That princess may be as outstanding as you said, but her teaching level is average." Roy lowered his voice and said, "I didn't know she was a princess before, so my evaluation of her is, the course she taught was basically reading from the textbook. From the beginning to the end of the class, she was the only one standing on the podium talking. If this is considered a class, it would be better to give each of us a book and let us sit quietly in the library to study by ourselves." Claire listened with surprise. Walking out of the corridor and entering the teaching building, the footsteps going upstairs were quite noisy, and those chaotic footsteps drowned out the voices of the 2 people talking. However, the 2 people did not notice that behind the shrub wall connecting the west door and the curved corridor, Princess Jonah Ophelia, the lecturer of modern elves history, was sitting on a bench inside. The area separated here, like a small garden, can not only block most of the noise, but also is an excellent place to rest before class. Princess Jonah Ophelia was accompanied by a sword-wielding guard. The young guard heard elves talking about Princess Ophelia in the corridor, outside, so he chased them out. "Stop!" Princess Jonah Ophelia held a book, her eyes never leaving the pages, but her tone was unquestionable. "Your Highness." Princess Jonah Ophelia closed the history book in her hand and said calmly, "They were just chatting casually, and they didn't say anything wrong." The guard was a little indignant, and his breastplate was rising and falling violently with his breathing. "But they offended you," said the guard. Princess Jonah Ophelia turned her head and glanced at the young Silver Moon Elf guard. "Maybe he is right. I should change this boring teaching habit." Roy didn't expect that his chat with Claire while walking was overheard by Princess Jonah Ophelia. When they arrived at the lecture hall, it was crowded again, and some elves holding books were waiting at the door of the classroom. 2 teaching assistants were checking the students who had not signed up for this course in the classroom. Some clever students began to sneak away. Roy sat down in the corner when there were enough seats in the lecture hall. The bell for class rang, and the 2 teaching assistants quickly slipped out of the back door of the lecture hall, and the noisy lecture hall became quiet. The sunlight shone into the lecture hall through the glass, and the elves sitting in the sunlight were particularly conspicuous. Princess Jonah Ophelia walked in from outside. She was wearing a white silk dress with a tube top today, and her 2 ivory white arms were holding a book. Walking up to the podium, she looked at the 200 students in the lecture hall and pursed her rosy lips. This was the first time she looked carefully at each of the elf students in their seats. Time seemed to stand still at this moment, and the classroom became silent. Perhaps because of the princess's halo, Roy found that her previous arrogance, coldness, and unreasonableness seemed understandable at this time. She was indeed as Claire said. When she stood on the stage, she was as dazzling as a flawless gem. Princess Ophelia looked around the crowd with lake blue eyes, but she didn't see the student with a special appearance. She didn't teach by rote, but just stood quietly on the podium and said, "For me, the modern history of the Silver Moon Elves may be like the natural numbers between 0 and 100, which can be counted naturally from my mouth. Perhaps it is because I overlooked a fundamental reason. Although everyone lives in the Elf Kingdom, they don't know much about the modern history of the elves. So my oral narration and blackboard writing in class are like repeating this textbook. Now everyone should think seriously about which teaching mode can learn this part of knowledge faster and better." The elf students in the lecture hall were somewhat at a loss. Hasn't it always been like this? Why does it change so quickly? I hope everyone can come to the next class with the answer to this question. Let's start the class now. Princess Ophelia opened the history book again and began to talk about the important historical events on the eastern continent during the period when the Elven dynasty finally fell. Chapter 38. Sitting in the corner of the lecture hall, Roy seemed a little absent-minded. After all, being targeted by the Naga killer was not a pleasant thing. Roy didn't pay much attention to the historical events that the elf princess described on the stage. He just opened the book and put it on the table casually. He wanted to write down the key points with a pen, but found that this teacher Ophelia said more than what was written in the book. He sat in a chair, thinking about what happened recently. First, he witnessed Jefferson being killed in the tavern, and then he unexpectedly learned that it was the elf thief Peleus who stole the Holy Grail. There seemed to be nothing else except these two things. It is impossible that someone secretly hired a Naga killer to kill and silence him because of these things. Or maybe it was because he often went fishing at the seaside, and as a distant relative of fish, the Naga killer turned into a righteous revenge messenger and secretly ran ashore to kill him. There are so many fishing boats in the port, it is not Roy's turn. Fishing boat? Roy suddenly had an idea, and then he thought of the look in the eyes of the Naga killer, and several human seafarers had died recently. Could it be that the Naga killer mistook him for a human seafarer? That's why he killed him on the street? Roy found that the answer might be here. During the process of assassinating him, the Naga killer obviously had a great reaction to the port dock and the sea ship. As time passed, the light coming in from the glass windows of the lecture hall was also moving secretly. The elves who were originally basking in the sun had already sat in the shade, but Roy, who was sitting in the corner, was slowly exposed to the sun. The sun was bright and dazzling. Although Roy had been keeping quiet and lowering his head, he looked inconspicuous. But when he was exposed to the sun, Princess Ophelia still recognized him at a glance. Princess Ophelia's eyes stopped on Roy. "That classmate," Princess Ophelia said to Roy. At this moment, almost all the elves in the lecture hall looked at Roy, but Roy was distracted. However, this state only lasted for 2 seconds, and Roy was awakened by everyone's gaze. Then, Roy realized that Princess Ophelia was staring at him calmly. Roy quickly stood up from his seat and looked at Princess Ophelia with a confused look on his face, secretly complaining in his heart, "Doesn't this elf princess never ask questions in class? Why did she suddenly call me?" The most important thing is that Roy didn't hear clearly what Princess Ophelia said just now. "Student, please tell me, after the elf dynasty split, which elf kingdom was the Wuzelman area divided into?" How could Roy know about the Wuzelman area? He had never heard of this name before. Moreover, he had just flipped through this modern history book in the past few days. At least there was no record of the Wuzelman area in the first 50 pages of this book. "Sorry, I was distracted just now." Although it was a bit embarrassing, Roy could only bite the bullet and say it. Princess Ophelia looked at Roy calmly, and her eyes stayed on his face for 3 seconds before saying, "Sit down and concentrate on the class, otherwise I will directly sentence you to retake this course." Roy was a little dumbfounded, and quickly responded, "Got it, teacher." After sitting down obediently, other elf students still kept peeking at Roy. Everyone knew that Princess Ophelia never asked questions in public, but this time she not only proposed to change the teaching method before class, but also asked a student a question in class. Everyone looked at Roy, privately speculating about the background of this student, who looked like a human, and was actually called up by Princess Ophelia to answer questions. At noon, Roy did not see Steve and his friends again. He came to the entrance of the college, and took a long carriage to the intersection of Brown Street. At this time, the fog on the seashore had completely dissipated, and there were not many pedestrians on Brown Street. The sun was very bright at noon, and the beach in the distance was steaming with water vapor, which looked as if the air was seriously distorted. The stone floor was even a little hot. There were some large sailing ships moored in the harbor not far away. Although the sails had been rolled up and tied to the lowest horizontal mast, the erected main mast and other various poles, as well as countless hanging ropes, made these large ships look extremely messy. The most eye-catching one was a dark-hued 5-masted sailing ship, which was parked in the deep water. Perhaps because of the deep draft, the deck and the dock were less than 5 meters apart, and many crew members were seen washing the deck with seawater. When passing by the door of the pharmacy, the Nightblade leopard, which was lying in the shade at the door to cool off, suddenly swung its tail and slid back into its poorly ventilated nest. Roy almost tripped on the protruding stone slab. He rushed forward a few steps and barely stood firm. Then he turned his head and saw the grocery store next to the pharmacy. Half of the items in this grocery store were related to fishing gear. Roy usually bought the fish hooks and fishing lines from here. The grocery store owner also likes fishing. He said that he has never been empty-handed when he went out to sea. He taught Roy fishing skills step by step. At that time, Roy only bought a fish hook and a few meters of fishing line. Even so, the owner was still very enthusiastic and closed the store, took Roy to the beach, and taught him how to dig sandworms, how to tie lines and hang bait. This grocery store is only open 7 or 8 days a month, and the owner almost goes out to sea to fish at other times. Probably because of the heavy fog this morning, the grocery store owner couldn't go out to sea today. When Roy walked into the grocery store, he saw the owner carving a small wooden fish. He was the darkest half-blood elf Roy had ever seen, with skin color close to coffee with milk, and because of the scarf tied under his neck, there was a clear circle of white. "Good afternoon, Duke." When the grocery store owner saw Roy walk in, he immediately smiled and asked, "Oh Roy, what do you want to buy this time?" Roy is very familiar with this grocery store. The grocery store owner Duke has always planned to let Roy help him run the store, so that he can be completely free, and then go out to sea on a big boat to catch bigger fish. However, this plan was righteously rejected by Miss Belinda. This big fish hook. Roy pointed to the largest fish hook in the grocery store, which was almost as thick as a little finger. This type of fish hook can be used as a meat hook without any problem. "You want to go out to sea to catch big fish?" The grocery store owner immediately became alert and asked Roy. Then he immediately realized that something was wrong and quickly stopped Roy. "Last time, Mrs. Winnie blocked my door and specifically told me not to sell you the big fish hook because she was very worried that you would hang her kitten on the lamppost at the street corner." Roy immediately promised, "Don't worry, Duke, I promise I won't do anything to her kitten this time. Brown Street has been uneasy recently. I plan to make a ground spike trap near my home." Duke, the grocery store owner, didn't ask Roy what kind of ground spike trap he wanted to make. Hearing Roy say that it was not prepared for the night blade leopard in the pharmacy next door, he was relieved. "Oh, that's good, that's good. I also heard that a Naga killer appeared on the beach. I often go out to sea, so it's easy to meet some Nagas on the sea. The Nagas I have seen are all warm and gentle." Roy didn't want to listen to the story of him and the Naga mermaid girl having a water fight on the reef island. He took the big fish hook and turned around and walked outside. Duke, the grocery store owner, hurriedly shouted to Roy, Hey, Roy, the sun is so hot outside. You can't go fishing at this time. Sit down and talk to me, and drink some cold grapefruit tea." Roy waved his hand and replied to Duke, "I have something to do in the afternoon, another day." Walked out of the grocery store, and went directly to the door of the temple. Yesterday it was Jasper who was on duty at the gate, today it was Abbott. Through the open wooden door of the gatehouse, Roy saw Abbott sitting inside the gatehouse praying. This guy has become very hardworking since he saw Roy promoted to a second-level trainee priest. Roy did not disturb him, and directly pushed open the side door, and walked into the temple's vestibule. In the pool in the center of the courtyard, the Statue of Liberty still stood there, but unfortunately the goddess's holy light could not shine on the elf continent. When he saw Priest Anderson, his face was no longer as pale as before. He was sitting by the pool, looking like he was soaking his feet in the pool, and he was staring at the statue of the goddess in a daze. He looked a little decadent, and Roy thought of the gathering in the temple a few days ago. Since the goddess's light could not shine on the elf continent, how did the holy water in the pool get it? Seeing the look of Priest Anderson, Roy seemed to guess the answer. When passing by Priest Anderson, Roy saluted seriously, but Priest Anderson did not respond. Priest Anderson's mental state seemed very bad. Roy walked around the cypress wall and came to the backyard of the temple. He changed into the robes of the apprentice priest and went to the study. Jasper was praying in the study and stopped when he saw Roy coming. High Priest Reed was listening to a believer confess his sins in the confessional. Priest Theodore was still not in the temple. Jasper said that Priest Theodore was invited by the elf nobles in the city to perform a purification ceremony. "Jasper, can you help me heal again?" Roy lifted the robes of the apprentice priest and showed him the bandages wrapped around his chest and abdomen. Jasper's eyes widened, and his anger rushed to the top of his head. He stood up and faced Roy, grabbing his shoulders with both hands, and said angrily, "How did you get so badly injured again? Roy, you can't keep silent this time. You have to announce their crimes in the Elf Academy." Jasper pinched the wound on Roy's shoulder, and Roy almost died of pain. He quickly broke free and said to Jasper, "Jasper, listen to me first. In the morning, I met a Naga, and these injuries were caused by him." Chapter 39. "You met that Naga killer?" Jasper was startled, leaning back in his chair and staring at Roy with wide eyes. "Yeah." He leaned forward, staring at the linen bandage on Roy's body, and said, "Let me see your injuries." Seeing the hemostatic ointment drying up and some scabs on his back, Jasper began to panic. He showed a trace of embarrassment on his face. "Roy, that I have a private job of purification outside tonight, so I have to retain some holy light power. You also know that it is difficult to condense the holy light when praying now, so this is not me shirking. I really need to retain some holy light. Jasper patted his forehead and continued, let's go and call Abbott. This guy has been praying day and night recently, and maybe he will get something. Roy didn't expect Jasper to get a private job. In this case, he could only go to Abbott. I saw Abbott in the gatehouse. I go to him now. Perhaps because he felt that he rejected Roy, Jasper felt a little guilty, so he took the initiative to say to Roy, I go with you. The two walked out of the study and stood in the dormitory corridor. Roy asked Jasper, Jasper, are you going to treat people tonight? After Jasper closed the door, he turned around and walked downstairs with Roy, saying as they walked, it's usually hard to get a job like healing. Ordinary healing potions in the pharmacy only cost 50 coal. If the injured person is a silver moon elf, it's even more unnecessary. In addition to receiving the sap of life from the moon god, the priests in the moon temple also have healing spells, so they won't find us at all. Before Roy could ask again, Jasper continued, we are going to purify the ghosts on the ship. Roy knew that there were several large ships moored at the dock. Jasper did not hide anything, and had already treated Roy as one of his own. He said to Roy, there are often ships docking at the port. When these ships are sailing on the sea, some crew members will die on the ship due to various accidents. Often, there are souls that cannot cross the Styx and become wandering souls on the ship. At this time, we priests use holy light to purify them. Roy didn't know how many times he had heard the story about the Styx and the ferryman. It is said that behind the Styx is a place called the Plain of Despair, which is full of the flower of the underworld, the red spider lily. All souls that cannot enter the kingdom of God after death must enter here. Roy is also very curious about those wandering ghosts. It is said that souls with great resentment after death, or souls that have not been taken after death, will stay in this world and become lost souls. These souls will either be purified or wait for the soul fire to burn out and dissipate with the wind. Obviously, Jasper's private job is to purify these souls. Roy hesitated for a moment before trying to make a request to Jasper. Jasper, can you take me with you at night? Jasper didn't expect Roy to make such a request. Do you want to go and see? Roy nodded and said, well, I'm a little curious. Jasper hesitated for a moment. But thinking back, since Roy is already an apprentice priest in the temple, these things will naturally not be hidden from Roy in the future. Well, in fact, when you learn how to purify in the future, you can join us, or you can work alone. As long as you are in Castletown Port, you will have no worries about lack of business. Jasper said to Roy frankly. The two passed by the well, and walked into the courtyard in front of the temple. The priest Anderson, who was sitting by the pool, was no longer there. Roy looked back at the main hall of the temple, which was also quiet. The entire temple was very quiet when there was no gathering. No one was running, no one was making noise, and no one was making a fuss. Jasper looked at the Statue of Liberty in the center of the pool, and his steps suddenly slowed down. His eyes stayed on the sacred prayer in stone in her hand, and he asked Roy, Roy, what is your dream? Roy also slowed down his pace following Jasper, and said casually, I want to learn as much as I can about this world, to see if this world is connected to other worlds. Of course there are, in fact, quite a few. Jasper gave Roy an answer without hesitation, and then said in a calm voice, but we don't call them other worlds. We usually call them planes. As far as I know, we have discovered at least thousands of planes of all sizes so far. Some planes are extremely rich, while others are plagued by disasters. Even if we discover some new planes, we usually don't easily change their environment. At most, we transplant the tree of life there. Roy followed Jasper and couldn't help asking Jasper, do you know where to learn about the situation in these planes? Jasper shook his head and patted Roy's shoulder comfortingly. Those are things that only the upper-class elves can get in touch with. It's not easy for half-blood elves like you and me to enter that circle. And even if we enter that circle, it's not realistic to want to know the situation in all the planes, because the information of each plane is very precious, and those nobles are unwilling to share it with others. Is that so? It was the first time someone talked to Roy about this, which was very novel to Roy. Jasper came to the gatehouse at the main entrance of the temple, and Abbott was still praying seriously inside. He knocked on the open door. Abbott opened his eyes and saw Jasper with a puzzled look in his eyes. Jasper, did the group change their minds? Isn't the appointment for the evening? The appointment over there has not changed. Jasper walked in and said, Abbott, I need your help with something. Roy was slightly injured in the morning. You also know my current situation, so I'm afraid I have to ask you for help this time. Oh, why didn't you tell me directly just now? Is my secondary healing technique worse than Jasper's? ABT didn't refuse, but smiled and joked with Roy. Roy stood at the door and explained awkwardly, "Just now I saw you praying in the lobby, so I didn't want to disturb you." ABT asked Roy to sit in the lobby. This narrow space couldn't accommodate 3 people, so Jasper could only stand outside. ABT picked up the prayer book from the side and checked Roy's injuries, while complaining to him, "Hey, it's getting harder and harder to gather the holy light recently. No matter how much I pray, it doesn't work. Roy, how on earth can you advance under such circumstances?" Roy felt that even if he told the truth again, the two of them would not believe it. Even if someone really believed it, they would probably regard him as an alien. Whether it's a human or an elf, everyone always likes to find friends with those who have something in common, and is used to excluding those who are different from them. Roy said vaguely, "I just felt the holy light particles around me constantly merging into my body, and then I advanced unconsciously." Abbott slammed the table hard and said loudly, "It's just as I guessed. It's completely because the power of holy light naturally merged into Roy's body that he advanced. This situation can only happen to low-level apprentice priests. If the two of us want to rely on this to advance, it will probably take decades." Jasper was also a little dumbfounded. "Don't be so exaggerated." "Why not?" ABT said in despair. "I thought the goddess's holy light might have slipped through the net and shone into the elven continent, but I didn't expect that everything was my fantasy." Seeing ABT's low mood, Jasper quickly reminded him, "Hey, be careful, failure is the biggest waste." ABT patted the prayer book and said confidently, "With this, how could I fail?" The 3 chatted, and ABT completed Roy's treatment in the narrow gatehouse at the entrance of the temple. The secondary healing spell fell on Roy, and Roy could clearly feel that the scabs began to heal quickly again. Just as Roy stood up and tried to move his body, Jasper said to Roy, "Roy, try not to ask High Priest Reed to do this kind of thing in the future." Roy looked at Jasper in confusion. Jasper said, "You just need to go to High Priest Reed. I guess he will not refuse, but the gathering of the temple next week still depends on him to inject the power of holy light into the pool to maintain the basic efficacy of the holy water in the pool." Abbott sat back in the lobby and asked in a low voice, "Has Mr. Anderson's holy light not recovered yet?" Jasper was nominally a student of Priest Anderson, and knew more about Priest Anderson's affairs. A trace of worry appeared on his face, and he said, "Recently, the teacher's mood has been a little off. I feel like he looks at everyone as if they were thieves who stole the Holy Grail." Abbott also sighed and whispered, "If the Holy Grail was still there, life wouldn't be so difficult." Roy suddenly remembered that there were 3 priests in the temple, so he asked, "What about Priest Theodore?" Abbott chuckled and said, "He is now the golden signboard of the temple. If the elf nobles in the city have any needs in this regard, he is almost always the one who comes forward to solve them. So the teacher is almost always outside, and even if you can meet him in the temple, he will most likely refuse, even if I ask him. He will not easily waste the power of holy light." A few days ago, he and Teacher Anderson had a quarrel because of this. Jasper put his arm around Roy's shoulders, waved to Abbott, and walked to the backyard with Roy, saying as they walked, "So it's right to come to us for this kind of thing. We will definitely help you if we can. Of course, it would be best if you can learn the secondary healing technique yourself. The primary divine technique is not difficult. Just practice it more often." Chapter 40. At dusk, the clouds in the sky made the scene look like it was on fire. The red sun between the sky and the sea slowly sank into the sea. The sound of bells tinkled from the port pier, and some seabirds accompanied the small wooden boats to the port, probably hoping to take a few small fish from the fish tank. Jasper asked for leave from the High Priest Reed, and left the Statue of Liberty early. When Roy walked out of the temple gate, Jasper was waiting for him at the corner of the street. Roy ran over, and Jasper walked with him to the port pier. There were almost no people in the fish market not far away. A few seabirds landed in front of a trash basket and pecked at the smelly internal organs inside. The dock was filled with a strong smell of sea fish. In the deep water dock area, some crew members left the dock in 2s and 3s and walked towards the downtown area where the lights were gradually lit up. There, in addition to buying wine, you can also get something else. Of course, if you want to have an unforgettable night, you must have cola in your pocket. Seabirds sunset. At the harbor pier, a huge 5-masted ship was docked. 2 sailors were standing under the sampan of the ship. They were a second mate and an ordinary sailor. When they saw Jasper and Roy walking along the pier, they hurried to meet them. Jasper saw the bald second mate and nodded as a greeting. "Has the introducer explained to you what you will do on the ship?" the second mate asked with narrowed eyes. He was really strong, with bulging muscles all over his body. He wore a tight vest with short sleeves, a pair of lantern-legged trousers, a pair of rusty big feet, and a machete, and a bundle of ropes hanging around his waist. When he turned around, Roy saw a large green anchor tattooed on the back of his neck and head. Jasper nodded. The ordinary crew member next to him also wore a long knife, a black turban on his head, leather armor and leather pants, and a full beard on his face, making it almost impossible to see his facial features. Roy even smelled the blood from the long knife. The second mate said to Jasper, "Then don't waste time, try to finish it as soon as possible." Then he turned around and stepped on the sampan to get on board. Jasper and Roy followed behind, and the sailor was at the end. Roy walked onto the ship along the swaying dinghy, and then he realized that the ship was really big. The length of the deck alone was nearly 40 meters, and there was a dark ship building full of small windows at the back. In front of him was a huge copper ram, which turned out to be a half-length giant statue with arms spread out and head raised, but there was also a sharp copper horn more than 3 meters long on the top of the giant's head. On the back of the bronze giant was a mast that was extended diagonally, and a triangular sail was hung on this 15-meter-long black wooden mast. There were 5 masts, some of which were more than 20 meters high, arranged on the middle deck of the ship. Each mast was about 7 to 8 meters apart. Thick sails were tied to the bottom of the masts and the crossmasts, and some slings with pulleys were hung on them. The deck at the back suddenly rose up, about 2 stories high. This part was the ship's tower, and on top of the tower was the captain's cabin. There were double-layered or windows on both sides of the hull, but the oars had been completely retracted at this time. The all-black ship looked a bit old, but when Roy walked onto the ship, he found that the black color was because the wooden boards on the ship had been treated with anti-corrosion and fireproofing. A group of crew members sat on the deck to eat dinner. They were almost all naked in light leather armor, with long knives hanging on their waists, short daggers tied on their legs, and bare feet. Some of them even had some moss on their ankles. This group of crew members had bald heads except for their messy long hair that could be braided. Their dinner was not bad. A grilled sea fish, octopus feet skewered on a stick, a big bowl of vegetable soup, and some whole wheat bread as the staple food. There was also some fruit in the big wooden barrel in the middle of the deck. It looked like a big barrel of plums. Roy felt his teeth sour at the sight of it. The crew saw Jasper and Roy walk onto the deck, and their eyes kept passing over them. They didn't cover their voices when they told jokes, but they didn't speak Elvish, so Roy couldn't understand them at all. The second mate, who looked like a black tower, spoke Elvish with a strange accent, but Roy could at least understand it. On this ship, Roy didn't see the captain or the first mate. Jasper just said that the strong man was the second mate on the ship. The second mate took Jasper and Roy across the deck and took them directly to the captain's room at the highest point of the back building. This is the highest place on the entire ship. The entire floor is the captain's room. Although it is divided into several rooms, each room is very spacious, and the furnishings inside are also very exquisite. The furniture is extremely delicate, and all the seats are engraved with some fine reliefs. The place where Roy and Jasper are should be the captain's usual office. There is a table in the middle of the room, and on the table is a 2 meter by 2 meter sea chart. Roy can see at a glance that the sea area shown on the sea chart should be the Endless Sea, because the Castletown port is still in the most remote upper right corner of the sea chart. Unfortunately, all the languages marked on it were unfamiliar to Roy, and he couldn't understand what was written on it at all. A monocular telescope was hung on the wall beside him. At this time, Roy noticed the walls of the room. There were all kinds of specimens hanging on the walls. They were all simple bones, teeth, and animal horns. Each specimen seemed to have some special power. There is a ghost messing around in this room. Help me find it and purify it. The second mate sat in a leather sofa in the room, his hands resting on the backrest, looking up and closing his eyes. The ordinary crew stood at the door of the room, never taking their eyes off Roy and Jasper. Jasper glanced at Roy and suddenly seemed to think of something, so he said to Roy, "Roy, didn't you learn the art of glimmering? You can try it now. I tell you how to use this magic. It can not only provide us with light, in addition to a little bit of weak healing ability, it can also illuminate hidden units hidden in the dark, including ghosts." Roy did not hesitate and immediately began to draw divine runes and recite prayers. "Roy, if you have the chance in the future, you can also buy a magic book like mine and record the commonly used divine runes in it. My book records the divine runes of 2 divine arts. When you usually use these 2 divine arts, you only need to inject the power of holy light into them, and then recite the prayer. It is very convenient." Jasper waited for a glimmer of light to appear above Roy's head before speaking to him. Roy nodded. High Priest Reed was more opposed to him getting in touch with this kind of magic book too early, and he didn't have that many colors, and this thing was very expensive. A faint light floated on Roy's shoulder, emitting a faint and soft golden light. Just walk around the room, Jasper said to Roy. Roy followed Jasper's instructions, and began to walk around the room with the faint light, while Jasper followed Roy holding the magic book, carefully looking around. The faint light floated beside Roy, like a candle at night. There were also laughters from the crew outside the cabin. They were probably doing some after-meal exercises on the deck. The captain's room seemed very quiet, with only the occasional conversation between Jasper and Roy. According to Jasper's request, Roy walked around the captain's room for 8 consecutive times, but still did not sense the ghost hiding in the dark. Roy couldn't help but feel that this kind of work was a bit boring. Jasper was also a little speechless. He didn't expect that he couldn't find the ghost after searching for so long, so he had to say to Roy, "Roy, turn up the brightness of the glimmer a little bit." "Oh!" Roy raised his hand, held a floating glimmer in his palm, and then injected a trace of holy light from his palm to make the light ball brighter. The illuminated area was larger than before. When Roy walked to the second window on the left side of the captain's room, he found a figure behind a white gauze curtain. The outline was only a very dim upper body, and the lower part was completely empty. Jasper, who was following Roy, also saw the figure. He immediately pushed Roy from behind, signaling him to come closer. Unexpectedly, the ghost jumped out from behind the curtain alertly. Under the shining of the holy light, its outline was extremely dim. The brightest part of its head was its eyes flashing with a faint blue flame. It pounced on Roy with its fangs and claws. But under the shining of the holy light, its body became even dimmer, so it flew to the left halfway through, ready to find a dark place to hide. It didn't dare to get close to Roy at all. Jasper saw the ghost, and saw that it had no aggressiveness. If it wanted to escape, it would be more difficult to find it again. Jasper opened the magic book in his hand, and as a short and fluid prayer sounded, a beam of light shot down from the ceiling, trapping the ghost in it with incredible precision. Under the illumination of the holy light, the ghost's body began to dissipate like green smoke, and the originally unclear outline quickly became fainter. The soul fire was like a candle in the wind, ready to go out at any time. It was bound in the holy light, and its body turned into a little white ash and fell to the ground, while the transparent light blue soul floated up with the wind, breaking away from the shackles of the holy light and floating above Jasper's head. Seeing the complete blue outline, Roy found that this ghost should have been an elf girl in her lifetime. Her delicate face and pointed ears could indicate her identity. "Let's go, return to the arms of the goddess Alun. There's no point staying here," Jasper said softly, and then closed the magic book in his hand. As the holy beam slowly disappeared, the blue soul also turned into dots of light, and disappeared in the captain's room. Chapter 41. This kind of thing hardly needs any explanation. Only souls with great resentment will continue to stay in the place where they died. This ship is a large ship full of human sailors, and this elf girl died in the captain's room. You can't just close your eyes and say that a touching love story happened in this room. Jasper quickly put the magic book into his bag, and a ritual of purifying ghosts was over. The second mate sitting on the soft leather sofa didn't expect it to end so soon. He thought it would take half a night. He stood up from the soft sofa reluctantly, lowered his head, and took out a stack of gold coins from the pocket hanging under his belt, exactly 10 coins. He weighed the gold coin in his hand, and the gold coin made a series of crisp and textured collision sounds. "Do you want gold coins?" he asked Jasper. Jasper shook his head quickly, forced a smile, and said, "Just follow the previously agreed transaction. Gold coins can only be melted into gold ingots and sold as materials. This thing is not circulated in the elf kingdom." The second mate's mouth twitched slightly, and the fat on his face was a little hideous, showing a look of not knowing the goods, and said, 10 gold coins can buy a polished complete magic crystal stone over there, instead of a magic core like this that you don't know if there is a magic crystal inside." After saying that, he reached into his pocket again, and took out a black duck egg-sized stone, and handed it to Jasper. Jasper took the stone in his hand, first put it under his nose to smell it, then took out a small hammer and knocked it hard, then listened to the sound, squinting his eyes, and showing a satisfied expression. The second mate looked at Jasper, and smiled gently. But that smile looked particularly hideous on his face. "In fact, we can also add another commission. Do you want to do it? The reward is still a magic core of a saber-toothed sea beast." Jasper put the magic core into his bag, and turned to look at Roy. He had tasted the sweetness of Roy's help, and felt that he could take this job. But at this moment, Roy was sweating coldly. Because he suddenly thought of the Naga killer on the seashore, who was hunting humans everywhere, which might be related to this ship. Especially when he saw the second mate's gloomy face, he became more certain of his guess. High Priest Reed is still waiting for our news in the temple. Roy glanced at the second mate and whispered to Jasper. Jasper pulled Roy's sleeve and responded in a lower voice. I can ask him to increase his reward. When Roy saw Jasper got the black stone, he was a little overjoyed. He quickly put his hand on his shoulder and pulled him to the corner of the captain's room. He whispered, Jasper, let's not take risks. I'm worried that our holy light power is not enough. Jasper didn't notice Roy's eyes and said confidently, my holy light can perform 4 more purifications, which is more than enough to deal with a ghost. Roy, it's not always possible to meet such a generous employer, but I can guarantee that every time I purify a ghost, it's almost like this. If you want to go home, I let them send you away first. Jasper, didn't you say you were going to pray with Abbott tonight? Roy said, as he elbowed Jasper in the ribs. The impact was not light, and Jasper suddenly pulled his stomach in. Although he hadn't reacted yet, he knew that Roy must have something wrong, so he said, oh, now that you mention it, I seem to remember. There is a basin in this corner, which is embedded in the iron frame extending from the wall. And the bronze mirror is embedded in the wall opposite the basin, just attached to the side of the wooden wall, and the position is a bit hidden. Only when standing in front of the basin can you find the existence of this ingeniously designed bronze mirror. Roy had just walked around the captain's room 8 times, because he had to pay attention to every corner of the captain's room, so he knew there was a bronze mirror opposite the basin. At this moment, Roy and Jasper saw the ordinary seaman standing at the door through the bronze mirror opposite, and the door behind him was bolted. The tall and strong second mate standing on the other side of the captain's room had a smile on his face, but he stood there straight with his hands behind his back, holding a black dagger tightly in his hand. At this moment, Jasper was completely awake. But the other party didn't seem to want to let the 2 of them go. Since you can't cooperate, I send you 2 away. The second mate smiled kindly and approached step by step. The sailor guarding the door had no intention of opening the door, and he blocked the bolt with his body. If it weren't for the bronze mirror, all of this would have been blocked by the second mate and the sailor's body. We don't want to cooperate. If you want us to purify the evil spirits again, you have to pay more. Jasper was a little hesitant at first, but later he shouted it out. The second mate stopped, narrowed his eyes, put the dagger in his hand into his sleeve, and raised his mouth slightly. The reward is negotiable, as long as you can help me clear the evil spirits in the cabin below. Jasper said with a stiff face. Purify 1 evil spirit and get 2 magic cores. Okay. The second mate agreed without thinking. Jasper and Roy secretly exchanged glances, and Jasper continued with a stiff face. Then take us over there to see the situation. The second mate waved to the sailor at the door, and they heard the sound of the door opening. Roy and Jasper followed the second mate out of the captain's room. The 2 were sandwiched in the middle, and the sailor, who was walking at the end, was the one with his right hand on the hilt of the knife. Walk out of the captain's room, go down the steps, turn right and enter the cabin on the bottom floor of the captain's room. This cabin is on the deck. At this time, Jasper realized that the sailors sitting on the deck looked at him with smiles in their eyes, but those smiles were obviously teasing. The second mate walked along the narrow corridor to the back, where there was still a smell of fried sea fish. The wooden shelves next to it were filled with dry whole wheat bread and stacks of baked wheat cakes. Each stack was more than 1 person tall. It turned out that the kitchen on the ship was located here, and it was also one of the few high-quality rooms on the deck. The second mate stopped at the door of the kitchen, said a few words to a fat chef in the kitchen, and then took a bunch of copper keys from the fat chef. He took Roy and Jasper and walked forward a few meters. Here was the end of the corridor, at the stern. Through the arched windows, you can still see the outside of the ship, but this is not close to the dock, and it is pitch black outside. The second mate used a copper key to open the door of the last cabin. There were boxes of vegetables and fruits on the shelves in the room. The vegetables included pumpkins, onions, carrots, and tomatoes, while the fruits were some oranges, pineapples, and watermelons. These vegetables were almost impossible to find in Castletown, but the fruits were seasonal fruits here. Roy did not see the breadfruit that the elves often eat, not even one. Roy heard from the magician Benjamin that a large sea ship like this must have a plant cultivation room on it. This should not be a cultivation room, but a warehouse for storing vegetables. The warehouse is cool and not stuffy. There is a ghost in this warehouse. It always comes out in the dead of night to scare our chef. I need you to purify it. The second mate said to Jasper. He didn't even bother to hide it. He used an imperative tone, and his eyes showed that he was ready to eat you. Roy and Jasper looked at each other again, and walked into the storage warehouse one after the other. The second mate and another crew member were guarding the door of the warehouse. The hatch was also open, but the two of them did not squeeze in. This warehouse was not too big, and it was full of vegetables. There was only one door, and it was even dark inside. Roy used the glimmering technique again, and when the glimmer floated above the two people's heads, there was a little light in the warehouse. There were many shelves for storing vegetables and fruits, and rows of tilted wooden boxes were placed on the shelves. Roy suddenly realized a problem. They loaded so many seasonal vegetables and fruits onto the ship, but this was not a cold storage. These fruits and vegetables could not be kept for too long. Unless they were about to go out to sea, there was no need to store them in the warehouse. The two walked to the deepest part of the warehouse, and Jasper's indifferent expression was gone. He was a little flustered, but he said to Roy in the lowest voice possible, "Roy, we can't leave. It's all my fault. I was supposed to come here to take risks, but I didn't expect to drag you into it." Roy stood beside a shelf, put his arm around Jasper's shoulder and said, "Jasper, don't be so pessimistic. As long as we calm down, we should still have a chance. This is the port of the Elf City. As a foreign ship, all their actions will be restrained." And Roy knew that the tide tonight would not come until around 3 a.m. in the second half of the night. If it didn't rely on the high tide, this large ship would not be able to leave the port at all. "Jasper, can you swim?" Roy asked Jasper. Jasper nodded quickly. "We find a chance to go to the ore room later, and say that the ghost has fled there. Once we get there, there's a row of windows in the room over there. Usually when the big ship needs to paddle, the oars will extend from the windows. At that time, we just rush to the window and jump into the sea. As long as we can run to the dock safely, we be safe. I guess they don't dare to chase us out," Roy continued. When Roy said these words, he felt that something on the left shelf seemed to be reflecting light. He subconsciously adjusted the glimmering technique, and a few scales sparkled in the glimmering light. At first, he thought it was a sea fish, but then he immediately realized that it was wrong. It seemed to be a piece of arm. Chapter 42. Roy was startled by the scaly arm. He moved closer calmly, trying to push aside the celery leaves in the frame to see what it was. But just as he was moving the celery leaves, Roy's hand suddenly stopped, and he forced himself to turn around. Because under the divine light, he had seen clearly what was behind the shelf. That was the person he least wanted to see, and perhaps he could not be called a human. The Naga killer he saw in the morning was hiding in the deepest of the two rows of shelves. Roy was really worried that he would suddenly jump out and stab him in the back, but he didn't seem to move at all, not even his eyes moved. If it weren't for the slight rise and fall of the gills behind his cheeks, Roy would have thought he wasn't breathing at all. He was like a salted fish leaning against the shelf. Did he disguise himself as a salted fish? He was like the stupid emperor in the emperor's new clothes, who was exposed to the light but had no idea. And he was sure that others would not be able to see it either. Roy calmly moved the light away. He tried to make himself look normal. When he looked over, it was as if he saw a shelf full of vegetables. As the light in Roy's hand slowly moved away, the shelf and the Jana killer merged into the darkness again. Without the holy light illuminating that place, the Naga killer really could not be seen. Roy turned around and realized that the Naga killer still had some means of hiding. But under the glimmering technique, he couldn't hide anywhere, but he didn't know it, and Roy pretended not to see it. At this moment, Roy felt his heart beating so hard that it was about to burst out of his throat. He didn't want to eliminate their potential threats for the sailors on the ship, so he walked back calmly. Jasper was still standing there, thinking about what kind of reason he could find to move the storage room to the paddle room on the lower floor. When he saw Roy coming over with a ball of glimmering light, he immediately opened his eyes wide and shouted, "Hey, Roy, right here, don't let him run away." Roy felt that if Jasper went to the opera house, he would become an excellent actor. When he shouted at the air, the emotions he revealed were very full. When he turned around, Jasper had already rushed out from beside him. He followed closely behind Jasper, carrying that ball of holy light. The door of the storage room was opened with a dull sound. The Naga killer quickly hid his body in the shadow of the corner of the shelf. Then two people walked in from outside the door, and then he realized that he had seen it wrong. It should be an elf and a human. And he had seen the young human in the morning, the young man who escaped unexpectedly. It seemed that catching him was really right. The Naga killer stared at Roy. He was indeed a member of this ship, and the weakest one. I had guessed that he was not a good person. When I attacked in the morning, I really should have been more ruthless. Seeing Roy and his companions mumbling, the Naga killer considered that it was not convenient for him to take action because of the two people. Once discovered, his infiltration plan would be ruined. In addition, there were two sailors guarding the door. He could clearly smell the blood on the two sailors outside the door, which made him hide in the storage room and dare not act rashly. Then he saw Roy coming with a lamp, but when he was about to reach him, he suddenly turned around and passed by. As long as Roy took another step closer, even if the Naga killer was hiding in a dark corner, his foot would inevitably step on the Naga killer's coiled tail fin. At that time, he couldn't hide even if he wanted to, and the Jana killer was ready to stab the dagger directly into his chest. For him, at this time, kill one, gain one. Unfortunately, Roy was just one step away from the Naga killer, and suddenly turned around and walked back. His elf companion was also a little weird, and looked like a fool when he first came in. At this moment, he actually ran directly in the narrow storage room, and shouted inexplicably. The Naga killer thought he was discovered by the two men, but then he found that it was not the case at all. In the storage room, Roy and Jasper ran out one after the other. When they were about to reach the door, Jasper suddenly stopped and recited a short prayer while holding the magic book. Suddenly, a holy light fell from the ceiling, like a cone-shaped light column shining on the wooden floor. The second mate who was guarding the door of the storage room turned around and looked inside. He saw the light column emitting a sacred breath, but did not see the ghost covered by the light beam. At this time, Jasper knelt on one knee, put one hand on the floor, and asked Roy, "Why did it run down there?" Roy also took back the faint light, walked to Jasper's side, and asked casually, "What should we do?" "Go after it. Is there a staircase here?" Jasper asked decisively. The second mate's burly body almost blocked the door of the storage room tightly, and he bent over and stuck his bald head in. "What trouble did you encounter?" Jasper pointed to the light column that had not completely dissipated, and said to the second mate, "We just saw a vengeful spirit, but it has developed intelligence. It fled quickly when it saw us, and has already escaped below the deck." The second mate looked at the two suspiciously, then said, "Come with me." He moved aside the door of the storage room, and stood in the narrow corridor. The crew member following the second mate stood in front of the two men, sandwiching them again. Roy guessed that he didn't want to smash the vegetables in the storage room to pieces during the fight, so he agreed to Jasper's proposal, and agreed to let the two of them go downstairs to chase the ghost. Just as the group passed by the kitchen, the chef who was directing his men in the kitchen ran out and blocked the corridor, asking the second mate bluntly. Roy didn't understand what they were talking about, but he felt that the second mate, who was so strong and sturdy, was very polite in front of the chef. The chef was probably in a good mood after hearing that the ghost had escaped, and he praised the second mate very much. The stairs leading to the deck are in the center of the first floor of the ship. Extending diagonally from here, it doesn't take up much space in the kitchen. The stairs here are more shabby. In addition to some scratches, there are signs of corrosion on the wall, the paint is also tattered, and even a little moldy. The walls on both sides were also mottled with marks. It was hard to tell what kind of paint was used. It was just pitch black, and there was even a layer of black mud stains on the places that were often touched. Going down the stairs, here is the crew's cabin, one next to the other very dense. The light in this corridor was a little dim, and there were no lights on the walls. Roy walked in with a ball of light, and saw that in addition to some sundries in the corridor, there were also a few smelly shoes lying, which made it almost impossible to put down. The second mate stepped on these sundries without paying attention, walked along the corridor for a while, and there was a corner in front of him. Pushing open this door, they arrived at the ore room on the left side of the crew quarters. The ore room on the right side was opposite the crew cabin, close to the dock. If he could go to that room, Roy would jump directly from the window to the dock. After all, the height of more than 4 meters was not too high, and jumping down would at most break his legs. But the two were led by the second mate into the ore room on the left side, which faced the sea. If they jumped off the ship, they would have to jump into the sea, which was safer, but they would have to swim back to the port dock. If they were caught during this period, Roy was a little afraid to think about it. The room was long and narrow, like a large bunk bed. The wooden oars, which were more than 10 meters long, were hung on the roof with a rowing position. Each oar had about 8 seats, which seemed to be 8 crew members per oar. There were even some luggage here, which seemed to indicate that there were crew members living here. But now the room was empty. Under the shining of the sacred light in Roy's hand, there were actually more than a dozen vengeful spirits floating in the room. The vengeful spirits here were almost completely lost, just floating motionlessly in the room. The soul fires on them were strong or weak. Roy passed by these resentful spirits, and the power of holy light emitted by a faint light completely extinguished the soul fire on a lost soul. Then it disappeared into the air like a wisp of green smoke without any struggle, and the dark blue soul was freed from the bondage of resentment, and showed its form under the holy light. This soul that had lost all its memories flew towards the sky without any nostalgia, and disappeared on the cabin ceiling in a blink of an eye. There were still many ghosts wandering in the room. Roy and Jasper carefully identified some of them as dead crew members, as well as the Jana Sea people and elves. When he saw so many vengeful spirits, Jasper's face turned pale. With his holy light power, he could not purify so many ghosts. His panic was not entirely caused by the ghosts. Seeing this ship like a cemetery was the reason why he was so frightened. And Roy's biggest worry was that the ship had been docked for 3 or 4 days, and it was obvious that they would never stay in Castletown port for too long. The high tide tonight is about 3 a.m., so the ship can leave the port at the same time as the fishing boats. All the oars in the ore room are ready, and the storage room is full of food. It is obvious that all preparations have been made before the trip. They asked Jasper to come tonight, probably to let him purify some of the dead souls on the ship, and then they never thought of letting him go. Roy's arrival is a buy one get one free deal. The two exchanged glances again, and both saw fear in each other's eyes. The two of them ran almost at the same time. They were less than 3 meters away from the oar window. Before the second mate and the seaman could react, they rushed out without turning back. They were thin, and could just slide out through the oar window. The next second after Roy slid out of the window, his mood fell to the bottom. A huge trawl net was in front of him, and Jasper and Roy fell into the fishing net one after another. Chapter 43. Under the starry sky, at the dock of Castletown Harbor, there are still some people busy at night. Everyone has gotten used to the occasional shouts from the ship. It seems like frolicking or punishment. In short, this kind of thing is not in the public security affairs handled by the elf patrols, and there is no regulation that does not allow crew members to shout on the ship. If it really causes a very bad impact on the dock, and most they will be driven away from the port. A large ship like this is docked at the dock, and every day there will be crew members running out to buy a lot of supplies. Who among the Castletown elves who rely on the port for their livelihood would not like it? As for the noisy noises, wouldn't it be inaudible if you turned your head away? Some crew members poked their heads out from the side of the ship. Everyone laughed when they saw 2 elves on the anti-fall net with some fish hooks hanging on it. Obviously, everyone was used to this kind of scene. No one was furious, no one cursed, and no one beat the 2 with a long pole. Everyone hurriedly pulled Jasper and Roy from the fishing net onto the deck. As long as the 2 did not shout for help, the crew had no intention of taking action. Roy was wrapped in a fishing net, with countless small fish hooks hanging on it. Many fish hooks pierced his clothes and pierced into his skin during his restless struggle. Whenever he struggled, his skin would be pulled up. It hurt. Although he was groaning in pain, he tried his best to control his mouth and didn't shout. Jasper next to him was not so lucky. He had just started shouting for help when he was lying in the fishing net, but a crew member hit him in the lower abdomen with a wooden pole over 5 meters long. Now his whole body was still bent like a shrimp, and cold sweat was pouring down his body. There were crew members helping them untie the fishing nets. The crew members didn't care if they felt any pain or not. They just held the small fish ditch and pulled it out in the opposite direction. Their movements were extremely skillful. Jasper also cried out in pain. Fortunately, Jasper was not stupid enough to sit on the deck and shout for help. Not to mention whether the patrolmen could hear them, the 2 of them would probably be killed by the crew members. They were a group of pirates who killed people without blinking an eye. Roy sat on the deck with blood all over his face. After the fishing net tied to his body was untied, the crew members took away all his things and tied his hands and feet with hemp ropes. Roy felt that if he fell into the hands of these pirates, he might be dead. As the fear of death lingered in his heart, the feeling made him weak all over, and he felt that he couldn't even stand up. His heart began to beat rapidly, and even his breathing became rapid. Thinking that he had not been able to enjoy life since he came to this world, he was going to die in the hands of these pirates. He felt regretful and regretful. Lights were lit on Castletown Harbor. He glanced at Brown Street from a distance, but unfortunately, he couldn't say a formal goodbye to Miss Belinda. Thinking that he was about to be sunk into the sea, the noble manor by the sea next to the port pier lit up with gorgeous lights, and there was a faint sound of piano. Roy regretted coming to this world, and he didn't even have time to hold hands with the soft elf girl and go shopping together. The second mate's burly body blocked the lights on the ship and squatted in front of the 2 of them, with a huge shadow covering them. He turned his head to look at Roy, then pinched Jasper's chin with his hand and lifted his head, I told you long ago that it's best not to walk around and look around. Now it's really troublesome. I thought the elves would be smarter. The second mate thought Roy was just a little follower, and seeing him lying on the deck, honestly, he was too lazy to even look at him. The two men's hands and feet were tied tightly. Roy thought they would cut his throat, tie stones to his feet, and throw him directly into the sea, but he didn't expect the second mate to say at this time, "Lock them in the bottom cabin, tie them up tightly, and be careful not to let them run away." For burly crew members lifted the heads and feet of the two men and walked down the stairs to the deck below. Roy counted carefully, and found that there were actually 3 layers under the deck of this large sea ship. There should be a sealed cabin at the bottom, but the seawater in the corridor of the second floor cabin was almost as deep as the thighs. The 4 crew members walked in the corridor, almost wading through the water. Opening the front door, the bottom cabin was also waist deep in seawater. There was no light around, and only a strong fishy smell could be smelled, and the air in the bottom cabin was very turbid. Before Roy could observe carefully, he was roughly thrown into the seawater in the bottom cabin by 2 crew members. Roy's body was covered with small wounds from the fish hooks, and he fell into the sea, screaming in pain. The 2 crew members quickly pulled Roy out of the sea. One of the crew members, whose arms were almost as thick as Roy's thighs, raised his hand to slap him, but was grabbed by his companions. The 2 said a few words that Roy couldn't understand. "Don't hit his mouth. We still have to take them out to sea, and Nelab needs them to purify the evil spirits on the ship. Then plug his mouth. Use their socks." Ha ha ha. So the 4 sailors took off the boots of the 2 unlucky guys, Jasper and Roy, pulled their socks off and rolled them into a ball, stuffed them back into their mouths, and tied a bandage on their mouths to prevent them from spitting out the socks. Even the bandage was taken from Roy's arm. Then, they hung the 2 men like pork on the iron hook hanging from the main keel armor. The 2 men were hung in the bottom cabin like this, with their thighs soaked in seawater. After confirming that the 2 were tied up very firmly, the 4 crew members waded through the water in the bottom cabin and inspected it before leaving. As the hatch door made a muffled sound in the sea, the entire bottom cabin fell into darkness again. In fact, when he was hoisted up, Roy found that there were more than just him and Jasper in the bottom cabin. There were slight breathing sounds, gasps, groans, and crying. The sound of the hatch door closing was like a signal for all sounds to be turned on. Roy even heard the sound of splashing water. He endured the pain on his body and struggled to move. His body hung on the hook turned half a circle. Although there was no light in the bottom cabin, he had holy light. When he output the holy light to his palm, a ball of flame immediately illuminated the bottom cabin with half of the seawater. Jasper was hanging not far from him. The iron hook was hanging from a keel in the center of the hull and hooked on the rope between their hands, which would make the rope tighter and harder to break free. Roy and Jasper's legs were soaked in the fishy sea water. Jasper was beaten up by the crew on the deck. When the crew pulled him onto the deck from the fishing net, they also stabbed him in the lower abdomen with a pole. Now he was in a miserable state, his right eye was swollen, and there were some blood stains on his face. Then Roy looked at the back of the bottom cabin, and found that there were actually many Naga mermaids hanging in the bottom cabin. These Naga mermaids were much longer than Roy and Jasper, thanks to their beautiful fish tails, so they tied their hands and hung on the iron hooks, and their bodies below the waist were actually immersed in water, which at least prevented them from dying of dehydration. There were at least hundreds of Naga mermaids tied up like this in the entire bottom cabin, and almost all of them were young mermaids, covered with a layer of light blue scales, with the clearest scales on the shoulders, upper arms and ribs, and the chest and abdomen looked extremely white and delicate. Naga mermaids are similar to elves. Due to their bloodline talents, Naga mermaid girls all have pure faces. Their abdominal lines are the most charming, matched with the streamlined fishtail below. Roy almost shouted, "Nami!" Of course, his mouth was blocked by socks. In stark contrast to the ugliness of Naga men, Naga mermaid girls are almost all good-looking, which is probably the main reason why slave traders risked going to the sea to capture them. The bottom cabin was about half filled with seawater. The hands of the Naga mermaids were tied behind their backs with ropes, and the collars and chains around their necks were hanging from the ceiling. Their situation was much worse than Roy's. The bottom cabin was filled with the smell of decay and fish, and from time to time, there was a sound of light splashing water. The Naga mermaids were also surprised to see Roy and Jasper hanging in the bottom cabin. However, Roy later discovered that the Naga mermaids were in a very bad state. Some were completely unconscious, some had very weak breath and looked dying, and some were staring at the two of them warily. Especially when a holy light shone in Roy's palm, some Naga mermaids were so shy that they wanted to bury their heads in the sea water, and some stared at the light with awe. Roy was a little dumbfounded, and quickly dimmed the holy light in his palm. Until this moment, Jasper and Roy knew that this sea ship was indeed a slave ship. However, there were no elves on the ship, all of them were Naga mermaids. And it was not surprising that the Naga killer appeared on the beach of Castletown Port and specialized in assassinating human sailors. Roy suddenly thought of something. The Naga killer had now sneaked into the sea ship and was in the storage room behind the kitchen on the first deck. The socks on his feet were stuffed into his mouth, making it difficult for him to breathe. There was no place on his body that didn't hurt. His hands were hung up by iron hooks. At first, he didn't feel anything, but after hanging for a quarter of an hour, Roy finally realized that it was uncomfortable. The muscles in his arms began to ache and cramp, but if he didn't use force, the joints of his arms seemed to be broken. Roy felt that the ligaments in his arms had been completely strained. If he was not taken down from the iron hooks in time, these two arms would be completely useless. Roy tried to struggle, but unfortunately he couldn't break free. At this moment, there was a clacking sound at the door of the bottom cabin, as if someone was prying the big lock of the cabin door. Not long after, there was a splash, and the iron lock and chain all fell into the water. Then the cabin door was pushed open by a big hand covered with scales, and a familiar figure slipped into the bottom cabin. Roy saw clearly when he entered the door. It was the Naga killer he met on the street in the morning. Chapter 44. Ophelia Coast Manor in Castletown. This manor is located on a cliff more than 30 meters high on the west side of Castletown Harbor. The castle-like building in the manor wraps the entire cliff, and the stone wall rises from the edge of the cliff and hides in the dense forest behind the cliff. This Baroque-style building has almost all murals and reliefs on the exterior walls, and the main body of the building is made of white granite. Because this manor is located next to Castletown Harbor, the fish market and the ships coming and going make it quite noisy during the day. Therefore, it is not liked by the members of the Ophelia family. Only in the summer every year, people will occasionally stay in this manor for a few days. Usually the gate is closed, and occasionally there will be gardeners to build lawns and green plants in the manor. In the summer of Castletown, the monsoon blowing from Seaside passes through the frozen sea into the endless sea and reaches the entire elf continent. Affected by the monsoon of the frozen sea, Castletown Port will usher in a long rainy season. At this time, the sea around Castletown appears magnificent. At this time of year, the Coast Manor will become the best place to hold a summer night dance. At this moment, a dance is being held in the manor. This dance with the theme of young summer has invited almost all the young noble elves in Castletown. The manor is brightly lit, and waves of melodious and pleasant music come from the edge of the dance floor. The melodious sound of the piano can even be heard faintly at the port pier. Miss Belclaire is wearing a light blue low-cut evening dress made of magic pattern cloth, with similar long silk gloves of the same color on her arms, blue crystal shoes on her feet, and a glass of honey water mixed with a little apple wine in her hand, standing by the fountain in the garden in front of the manor. Around the fountain, there is a spacious open-air dance floor, where you can hear the melodious piano music, and it is isolated from the noise, making it a great place to chat. There are many sets of tables and chairs by the pool, and young elves always like to gather in groups of 3 or 2 to chat. The cool breeze of the summer night, the sound of waves in the distance. At this time, Miss Belclaire smiled and said to a beautiful silver moon elf in front of her, "Wagner, I heard that you and Steve had a big fight in the Elf Academy. Sister, do you know?" Claire raised her delicate eyebrows and asked in surprise. Miss Belclaire squinted her eyes and reached out to touch his head, but he turned his head away. "I am just an exchange student, and temporarily left the Elf Academy for a while. I am not deaf or stupid. Some news will be passed to me quickly." Wagner Claire said rather unceremoniously, "I am going to beat Steve down with my own hands this time. I must let him know how powerful I am." Miss Belclaire held Wagner Claire's head with both hands, and pressed her forehead against his. She said with great satisfaction, "Being able to say such courageous words proves that my little Wagner has grown up." Wagner Claire was a little resistant. There were other elves around, and he didn't want to be seen talking intimately with his sister. Miss Belclaire gracefully lifted her long skirt with one hand. While responding to the call of her best friend in the distance, she reminded Wagner Claire, "I beat this Steve up last year. I'm afraid he has been thinking about revenge for a long time. You have to prepare well, don't take it lightly." Claire said impatiently, "I know, sister." Holding her skirt, she walked quickly across the fountain and approached her girlfriends. These Silver Moon Elf ladies were already getting impatient. "Belle, why don't you introduce your brother to us? He's not even an adult yet." Miss Belclaire smiled and said, "Let's go dance." A group of Silver Moon Elf noble ladies walked around the fountain, and came to the open-air dance floor. There were already elves dancing on the dance floor, and the music was very cheerful. The ding-dong-dong piano sound seemed to arouse the desire of all the elves to dance, making them twist their bodies involuntarily to the music. My best friend was holding Miss Belclaire's arm, and her blue eyes were fixed on a handsome elf noble on the opposite dance floor. Miss Belclaire leaned close to her best friend's ear and whispered, "That's Wolf Gox, the leader of the Castletown Exchange Group. Do you want to go over and meet him?" My best friend glanced at Miss Belclaire, said nothing, and turned her eyes to the side. Perhaps the most outstanding young elves in Castletown gathered here. My best friend immediately spotted an elf in a white dress, who stood between several young elves. He was not only elegant in manners, but also humorous in conversation, and had a pair of clean and slender hands. In the elf kingdom, many artists care a lot about their hands. That's Yoram Hare, a very famous musician and pianist in Castletown. Miss Belclaire continued to introduce. "He is Yoram. He is so handsome. If he can write a song for me, or play a piece of music alone, I would be very interested in talking to him." My best friend wrinkled her beautiful straight nose and said proudly, "He is very arrogant. I am not that familiar with him. You can talk to Wolf." Miss Belclaire said casually, "Forget it. We know who he likes. Do you think we can compete with Princess Ophelia? Who is that?" My best friend continued to observe the group of young elves on the opposite side, pointed at the elven swordsman with a Saruki longsword on his waist, and asked with a slightly bright eye, "I don't know him. He shouldn't be a noble from Castletown. At least I've never seen him before. This guy looks okay. Maybe we can give it a try." Miss Belclaire looked at the handsome elven swordsman with his chin slightly raised and whispered, "I think it's better to forget it. He doesn't seem to like to communicate with others." "How do you know if you don't try it?" The best friend held up her skirt with one hand and held Miss Belclaire's arm with the other, and walked towards the elf swordsman with confidence. "Hello, I'm Millie Tallis from Buenos." Miss Belclaire's best friend came to the elf swordsman and stretched out her small hand with black gloves. The elf swordsman immediately held it up with both hands, but did not kiss her hand. He just said calmly, "Hello, Wilson Griffith, from the Wax region." Then he put down Miss Million's hand and nodded slightly to her, but he didn't want to say another word. Miss Million bowed politely, then pulled Belclaire away. Miss Million's face didn't look good after hitting the wall hard. After leaving, she was still muttering in a low voice, "Who are you showing off your arrogance to? What a disgusting guy. I told you long ago that he is not suitable for you," Belclaire said. At this time, the gate of the manor was completely open, and even the music at the ball stopped instantly. The originally cheerful music was replaced by a melodious hymn. A gorgeous silver carriage left the manor, followed by a guard of 50 elf warriors, each of whom rode a white warhorse. Although these warhorses have no wings, and are not the most famous silver Pegasus of the elves, they all have a small tuft of white feathers next to their hooves. This is a mutant warhorse produced by mating a silver Pegasus with an ordinary warhorse. Although it cannot fly in the air, it is famous for its light body. The silver carriage stopped at the fountain in the courtyard in front of the manor. There was a red carpet under the steps, extending all the way to the open-air dance floor. The carriage door was opened by the coachman from the outside, and a beautiful silver moon elf in a white dress walked out of the carriage. It was Princess Ophelia. There was almost no expression on her face, and she looked very cold. But when she got out of the carriage and lowered her head, when she raised her head again, her face was filled with a smile like a spring breeze. Ophelia was still somewhat reluctant to attend the dance. In the afternoon, she was still in the study thinking about how to change the teaching plan for the next class, but her mother asked her to go to the summer night dance at the manor by the sea, which disrupted Princess Ophelia's schedule. She couldn't go against her mother's will, so she could only take a bath, change clothes, and go out reluctantly. She was still a little depressed sitting in the carriage. This time, not only did she bring a maid with her, but her mother even arranged a guard of 50 elf warriors. Princess Ophelia couldn't be happy at all when she thought about staying in the manor for half a night. The elves dancing in the open-air dance floor all walked to the two sides of the steps next to the fountain. Princess Ophelia walked up the steps and looked up to see a group of young elves coming up to her. Among these young elves, there were not only Wolf, but also Yoram, Garcia, and other elf nobles. Princess Ophelia's expression was stiff. Those thoughts of her mother. Oh, she couldn't help but sigh in her heart. She turned her head to look at the brightly lit port outside the manor, and then immediately cheered up and greeted the group of elves who were walking with their heads held high and their chests puffed out. Even Princess Ophelia herself felt that the smile on her face must be unnatural. In the bottom cabin of the large ship at the port, When the hatch was halfway open, the sea water in the bottom cabin began to ripple. The body of the Naga killer almost sank into the water, swinging his tail and swimming into the bottom cabin. When he floated his head out of the sea, he began to look at the cabin carefully, and then he saw Roy and Jasper hanging on the keel beam of the cabin at a glance. Chapter 45. The Naga killer and Roy looked at each other. Seeing Roy's miserable appearance, he was indeed shocked. He couldn't understand why these human sailors hung their companions here, not only tied their hands and feet tightly, but also blocked their mouths tightly. The Naga killer clenched the dagger, twisted his body, and swam towards Roy quickly, with a strong murderous intent in his eyes. He stared at Roy. His 3-meter-long body was as soft as a conger eel in the water, and he swam silently. He stretched out one arm from the seawater and grabbed Roy's ankle. The cold and wet touch made Roy feel like he was abandoned by the whole world. There was no room for struggle except to close his eyes and wait for death. His only hope was that the Naga killer's stab would be clean and sharp. Despair, fear, unwillingness, anger, pain, hatred, and other negative emotions were like poisonous snakes entwined around Roy's body, and he unconsciously wanted to break free. Unfortunately, his hands and feet were tied with ropes, so even if he wanted to twist his body, he had to spend a lot of effort. Moreover, he had tiny wounds caused by fish hooks on his body. After being touched by sea water, these wounds were like a group of ants biting on his body. Jasper next to him was also struggling hard. He could see that the Naga killer was full of hostility, but his condition was worse than Roy's, and he could not help at all. The Naga killer's body rose from the sea water little by little. When his upper body was completely exposed from the sea water, the dagger in his hand was also pressed against Roy's left ribs. The sharp dagger made Roy feel cold and painful. "Shio, is that you?" A Naga voice sounded faintly from behind. The voice was a little weak and tired. For Roy, it was another string of incomprehensible languages, but the voice was very gentle. The dagger against his abdomen retracted immediately. The Naga killer let go of Roy and immediately swam to the back. Only then did he see clearly that the bottom cabin behind Roy was full of Naga mermaids locked in the dark space. He suppressed the angry roar in his throat. He swam over quickly and cut the rope that bound the Naga mermaid's hands with a dagger. Then, he grabbed the chain with a collar on one end with one hand and pulled it hard. He found that the chain hanging from the vertical beam was very strong, so he bit the dagger in his mouth and wanted to tear the iron chain with both hands. "No, that will trigger the alarm here." Another Naga language. The voice was very pleasant. The Naga killer had to cut the rope tied to the Naga mermaid's wrist. When the ropes broke and fell into the seawater in the bottom cabin, the Jana mermaid grabbed the strong arm of the Naga killer, swung her slender tail, and asked in a trembling voice, "Shio, how many Nagas are here this time?" Some of the other Naga mermaids, who were imprisoned in the bottom cabin, were woken up by the sound. They found that some of their tribesmen had sneaked into the bottom cabin, and they suddenly became energetic and woke up their companions who were in trouble. Some Naga mermaids were even so excited that they cried, and the sound of splashing water could be heard from time to time in the bottom cabin. However, the words of the Naga killer made the Naga mermaid girls, who thought they were about to be rescued, fall into despair again. "I am the only one now. I got separated from the rescue team, and they continued to chase southward. And I happened to swim into the bay of this elf kingdom along the ocean current. I was not sure whether they would resupply here, so I wanted to catch a few human sailors to ask, but unfortunately I could not understand what they said. The sailor pointed to the city, and I thought he was lying to me, so I ran to the port terminal to try my luck, but I didn't expect to meet you." The Naga killer spoke a long string of Naga language, and Roy couldn't understand what he was saying at all. The Naga killer was a little excited. While he was talking, he cut the ropes that bound the hands of other Naga mermaids. The Naga mermaid's upper body was exposed above the water, and her mind was very clear. She said to the Naga killer, "But you alone can't save us. Once these chains are cut, the robbers above will soon find that you can't beat them at all. The most important thing for you now is to gather the others and lurk in the sea outside the port with them. Once this large ship leaves the port, launch an attack. This is the elves' port. We have just made a truce with the elves. Don't cause trouble here." The Naga killer said with a gloomy face, "It's too late. They will leave here tonight. All preparations before departure have been completed. Once this ship returns to the sea, it may escape into the twin seas with the monsoon. At that time, even if we chase them, I'm afraid we won't be able to catch up. I drill through this first, and then rescue you all. I don't care about that. I stop them as many as I can." As he spoke, the Naga killer had already swam back from behind. He began to look at the structure of the bottom cabin, preparing to use a dagger to drill a hole in the side wall. But the only tool he had was a dagger. It was a good idea to use a dagger to cut a round hole in the bottom cabin wall, but it would be very difficult to implement. The first Naga mermaid who spoke was obviously the leader. Roy secretly looked at her, and sure enough, she had a tricolored tail fin. The process of the Naga killer rescuing his companions fell into Roy and Jasper's eyes. Guessing that the Janna also wanted to escape from this sea ship, Roy knew this was the last chance. Otherwise, once all the Nagas ran away, there would be only the two of them in the bottom cabin. Once the crew found out that all the Nagas here had run away, what would happen to him and Jasper? But the two sides did not speak the same language, and there was a communication barrier. Roy was going to use gestures, movements, and eyes to convey some information. At this time, he kept shaking his body, trying to attract the attention of the Naga mermaid and the killer. Unexpectedly, this action immediately angered the Naga killer, causing him to swim towards Roy with a gleaming dagger in his hand. "Shio, save them first. I want to talk to these two elves," said the Naga mermaid behind him. Roy didn't know what the mermaid said, and the Naga killer stopped and turned around to respond with one sentence, "I don't believe them." The Naga mermaid thought for a moment and said, "There are elves among them. If they run away, we can probably call the elf army to help them take out the things in their mouths first. I will talk to them." The Naga killer did not object this time. He just swam to Roy's side and looked back at the Naga mermaid. "I will ask my companions to untie your ropes. Can you please stop shouting and running around?" The voice was extremely weak, but it was very authentic elvish. Roy and Jasper, who were hanging in the air, looked at each other and nodded in agreement. The Naga merman urged the Naga killer again, and the Naga killer reluctantly rescued Roy and Jasper from the hook. The way they were tied up was different from those of the Naga mermaids. The Naga mermaids not only had ropes tied to their hands, but also had iron collars around their necks, which were connected to the keel on the top of the cabin by chains. Roy and Jasper were tied up with their hands and feet, and were directly hung up by the crew with iron hooks. They were added temporarily, and no link slave chains were used. That's why the Naga mermaid asked the Naga killer to rescue the two from the hook. Roy's eyes had adapted to the darkness in the bottom cabin, and he could see clearly that the cabin behind was densely packed with Naga mermaids. The Naga mermaid who had just spoken a word in Elvish swam out with the chain, and the range of her movement was less than 2 meters. "Which port in the Elf Kingdom is this?" the Naga mermaid asked. She was soaked in the sea water below her waist, and occasionally her tail fin swam to support her whole body upright on the water. "Castletown." Roy and Jasper spoke almost at the same time. "Are you residents of Castletown?" "I am a half-elf, he is a half-elf, we are both residents of Castletown, and apprentice priests of the Statue of Liberty," Jasper answered seriously. The Naga mermaid had a beautiful face, and the fine scales on her body were like a tights covered with sequins. Her eyes were beautiful, but they were full of fatigue. "If you have a chance to escape, can you tell the Elven army about the smuggling of Naga people on this ship, and can you let them rush to the dock to rescue us?" Jasper said quickly. "Of course, this kind of slave ship has violated our laws, but there must be evidence, otherwise the elf patrols will generally not board the ship for inspection. We go to them for help and report, and the elf patrols will definitely check this ship." The Naga mermaid first looked at Roy, then looked at Jasper, and said softly, "But only one of you two can leave." "Then I will stay and let Roy leave," Jasper said almost immediately, and before Roy could speak, he continued, "There are people here who need treatment, I know healing skills." These words completely shut Roy up. He said worriedly, "Jasper?" Jasper leaned against the bulkhead on one side of the bottom cabin weakly, and said with a wry smile, "Roy, let's not waste time arguing. Go out and find the elf patrol at the dock, and tell them that an elf has been captured on board. They will definitely take care of it. Then go find Priest Theodore. He knows many elf nobles in the city. Ask Priest Theodore to help you find a solution. With the influence of those elf nobles, it is possible to mobilize the Castletown City Guard. Remember what I said?" Seeing that Jasper insisted on staying, Roy could only answer, "I know. Follow our companion, he will take you away," the Naga mermaid whispered to Roy. Roy nodded, waded through the water, and followed the Naga killer to the hatch. "Let's go. Sorry, Roy, I didn't expect to bring you to such a dangerous situation," Jasper whispered against the cabin wall. "Jasper, you must wait for me to come back with the elf patrol." Perhaps because he felt that Roy made too much noise when wading in the water, although the Naga killer couldn't hide the disgust in his eyes when he looked at Roy, he still let Roy lie on his back, and after pushing open the hatch, he gently swam out with his tail. Chapter 46. The Janna killer was like a sea snake, with its huge tail swinging back and forth in the seawater in the corridor of the bottom cabin, silently carrying Roy forward. The scales on his body were a bit hard, and although his dorsal fin had been completely retracted, it still accidentally pierced Roy. Perhaps because he had been hanging for a long time, Roy's arms were almost powerless, and he could only let the Naga killer carry him forward. Just when Roy thought that this corridor was about to end, the Naga killer suddenly patted Roy lightly with his hand. Then, in fear, Roy sank little by little into the seawater less than 1 meter deep in the corridor. The corridor was dark, with thick wooden walls on both sides. Due to long-term immersion in seawater, these wooden walls became extremely slippery, and even some seaweed and shellfish grew on them. The depth was only 1 meter, and there was a very obvious and clear dividing line on the wooden wall. The Naga killer sank slowly, silently, without even a little ripple. When Roy realized that he wanted to take a deep breath, the seawater was almost covering Roy's lips, so he took a breath quickly. Before Roy's hair was completely submerged in the seawater, the sound of waiting came from the other side of the corridor. A sailor came from the other end of the corridor. He was holding a tin bucket in his hand, which exuded a strong fishy smell. He was barefoot, and although his pants were rolled up to his thighs, they were still wet. A big foot stepped into the seawater, and the splashing water hit Roy's face, and the hairy knees almost hit Roy's face. Roy held his breath and lay behind the Naga killer, not daring to move. Just as the sailor was about to walk past the Naga killer, a shout came from the end of the corridor. "Pat, don't feed them tonight. Nelev is worried that they will have the strength to call and attract the elves on the dock. We are about to leave the port, so we will feed them then." "Damn it, why didn't you tell me earlier? I have been standing in this stinking seawater for so long." The sailor turned around and walked back, cursing. When he turned around, Roy dodged quickly, and was almost hit by a strong knee from the thick thigh. When the sailor walked out with the tin bucket, the Naga killer floated up from the bottom of the water. After Roy's head emerged from the water, he gasped. The air in the corridor was extremely turbid, and there was a fishy smell that hit his throat, but Roy didn't care about it at all. At the end of the corridor was the stairs leading to the first deck. The hatch was closed, and some chaotic footsteps could even be heard. The Naga killer did not go to the stairs, but swam halfway secretly, and then squeezed into a grocery room with Roy on his back. This place had been soaked by sea water, and all the supplies had been cleared out, leaving only some empty shelves, and there were some wooden boxes on the top of the shelves. There was also a strong musty smell in this room. After the Naga killer swam into this room, he went directly to the corner of the wall, stretched out his arms, and inserted his sharp fingernails into the gaps in the wooden wall. He actually climbed up the wall with his bare hands, with the strength of his arms. Roy hugged the Naga killer's neck tightly to avoid sliding off him. The room was very dark. After all, it was in the cabin, and the ceiling could be touched by raising his hand. The Naga killer touched a round hole with both hands, and with a little force, his whole body squeezed into the hole. The hole was a bit narrow, only allowing one person to get through. Roy wrapped the Naga killer's tail fin and followed the Naga killer into the lower deck. This was a cabin that could be lived in. There was a bed against the wall in the room. It was not a double bed on the upper and lower floors, and it was 2 meters long and 1 meter 3 wide. There was also half a table in the cabin, and some leather armor, and a scimitar with a golden mouth were hung on the wall. Although the room was not big, it was very clean. You don't need to look to know that the owner of this room must have some status on this ship. Roy wanted to take a closer look, but the Naga killer next to him was actually in front of half of the desk. He stretched out his hand and pulled open the curtain in front of the desk. Suddenly, Castletown, the night sky and the sea were reflected in Roy's eyes through the glass window. The round glass window was less than 50 centimeters in diameter. Although the Naga killer was 3 meters long, his body was very slender, and he climbed out of the window easily. Roy followed closely behind him and got out. Worried that the huge splash of water would attract the attention of the seamen on the ship, Roy still lay on the back of the Naga killer and let him crawl down along the outside of the hull. Finally, he quietly dived into the sea. When the long-lost smell and coolness of the sea wrapped around Roy's whole body, Roy was so excited that he trembled a little. He suppressed the emotions that he wanted to vent in his heart, and swam quickly to the shallow water dock on the back of the Naga killer. The Castletown dock at night was less than 200 meters away from the deep water dock. Rows of small wooden boats were moored on the wooden passages at the dock. The small wooden boats closest to the edge of the dock had all run aground. Only the small wooden boats on this side were still floating in the sea. The Naga killer held Roy's, but with both hands, lifted him up, turned around and prepared to dive into the water. Roy half crouched on the wooden board, wiped the seawater off his face, and whispered, "Wait a minute." The Naga killer didn't understand what Roy said, and looked at him suspiciously. Roy made a gesture to the Naga killer to wait here, and immediately stood up and ran to the dock. There were no tools for drilling boats on these small wooden boats, but there were some in the general store at the dock. Roy was now covered in wounds. The crew had stripped off his apprentice priest's robe, leaving him naked, wearing only a pair of shorts. His wrists and ankles were red from being tied, and the muscles in his arms were sore, as if they were dislocated. There were dozens of small wounds on his body from fish hooks. Under the immersion of sea water, Roy had to use all his strength to resist the sting. He ran on the dock, looking very embarrassed. However, there were almost no people at the dock in the shallow water area at night. The old elf guarding the entrance of the dock was surprised to see Roy's embarrassed appearance, and the teacup in his hand rolled under the table. Roy looked like a human. The old elf just stared at Roy, but he didn't want to cause trouble. Rushing to the dock, Roy didn't shout for help. This place was less than 200 meters away from the ship. Although the night and the ship blocked the view, the shouting might let the crew know that the matter was exposed. It was so late, the grocery store on the dock was closed, but Roy knew that the grocery store here at the port dock specialized in the business of ships, and the owner of the grocery store almost slept in the store every day. He quickly ran to the window behind the grocery store, and knocked desperately on the window of the bedroom cabin. The owner's angry curse came from the house. "It's so late, the shops are closed, why are you knocking?" Then he complained again, and pushed open the window with great dissatisfaction. He saw a human boy standing outside the window wearing only shorts, and covered with wounds, and his complaints stopped immediately. Roy grabbed the window with both hands and said, as quickly as possible, "Give me an axe and chisel. I am Roy who lives at 57 Brown Street. I will pay you back tomorrow. Help me." The owner saw Roy's appearance and showed some caution in his eyes. Then he seemed to remember something and said hurriedly, "I know you. You are the elf boy Roy who looks like a human. I am not old and confused. My god, moon god, what have you encountered? Fell into the fishing net of the tugboat." He opened the door to the side, and walked into the grocery store. "I encountered some troubles, and need an axe and chisel." Roy didn't have time to elaborate. "If you have troubles, go find the elves patrolling, don't try to do it yourself." The shopkeeper reminded Roy while handing him the axe and chisel. "I will go to them for help right away. This is a very big trouble. One of my companions is trapped in the boat." Roy took the axe and chisel, and ran quickly to the shallow water dock. Before he entered the wooden platform of the shallow water dock, he saw the Naga killer sticking to the stone wall of the dock, and coming out of the sea. He did not leave, but kept observing Roy secretly at the dock. Roy threw the axe and chisel to him without saying anything. Knowing that he could not understand the Elvish language, he pointed at the Naga killer and the ship. Then Roy pointed at himself and the direction of the guards, and made a chopping motion with a shield and sword. He stood up and ran towards the guard. The guard at the port was also on duty at night, and there was only a warehouse between the grocery store and the guard. 2 magic lamps were lit at the door of the guard, which was particularly eye-catching at night. Roy ran over breathlessly, pushed open the door, and came to the reception desk. It was the same elf lady from last time, but this time she was not wearing leather armor, but a loose skirt that looked like a nightgown. There was a soft blanket on the seat, and it looked like she was about to rest. When Roy pushed the door open and rushed in, she was shocked. "I'm Roy, I live at 57 Brown Street, I'm an apprentice priest at the Statue of Liberty. Tonight, my companions and I were detained by the crew of the ship while purifying the ship. At the same time, I found that they had captured a ship of Naga sea people. I risked my life to escape, and I ask you to help me rescue my companions." Roy stood in front of the reception desk and spoke out the organized words in one breath. "Captain, Captain!" The elf lady covered her collar with her hands, while running to the stairs and shouting upstairs. Roy took this opportunity to take a breath and looked at the guards. He suddenly realized that the guards at the port dock were usually only responsible for the security of the dock. If they were to deal with a whole ship of pirates, the number of people in the guards seemed not enough. Chapter 47. Several elf patrolmen heard the shouts from downstairs and immediately ran down from upstairs. The elf patrolman who was running in front was wearing light armor and holding a helmet in his hand. The first thing he asked when he ran down was, "What happened?" The elf lady came forward and immediately reported Roy's situation. At the stairs, several elf guards who ran down with the captain all surrounded him, and Roy saw the elf patrolman again. The patrol captain looked at Roy while listening carefully to the elf lady's report. After the elf lady recounted the whole story, The captain of the elf patrol sat opposite Roy and looked into his eyes. Roy, our guard team currently only has 25 elf patrols. It is impossible for this number of people to capture a 60-meter-long sea ship, even if they are not on guard. So, I need time to gather people. I promise to do my best to rescue your companions. Listen, kid, once this matter spreads, it will not be a trivial matter, so if it is your prank, it is not too late to stop now. His eyes were like a sharp sword, staring at Roy's eyes. Captain, he is the guy who brought us the portrait of the thief who stole the Holy Grail last time. The patrol captain interrupted. The patrol captain was slightly startled, obviously a little surprised, and looked at Roy from head to toe again, and his tone was much softer. It turned out to be you are really an unlucky guy. Then he said to the elf lady next to him, go find him a towel, hemostatic ointment, bandages, and a set of clothes. You need to take a shower and treat the wound. Roy didn't want any hemostatic ointment or bandages. He stepped forward and grabbed the arm of the elf patrol captain and said, they will leave the port when the tide comes tonight. Please hurry up. The patrol captain nodded slightly and shouted, Loya, you go and notify the garrison station north of the Walnut Forest and try to persuade their commander to send a brigade of archers and swordsmen to rush over for support. Yes, Captain. Zeus, you go to the inner city immediately and report what happened here to the commander-in-chief. Yes, Captain. Polini, gather everyone. We have to keep an eye on that ship. We must end the battle in the harbor this time. Captain, should we call back those on leave? Everyone can be called back. The elf patrolmen in the guard team immediately became busy. Some ran out to keep an eye on the ship in the harbor, some reported to the headquarters of the Castletown Upper City Guard, and some went to ask for help from the coastal garrison. On the contrary, after Roy got a pair of pants and a shirt, he still held a blanket that was originally spread on the chair. Rejecting the elf lady's offer to help apply the hemostatic ointment, Roy stood in front of the guardhouse wrapped in a blanket, looking at the row of ships in the deep water area of the dock in the distance. He didn't know what the Naga killer was doing at the moment, and whether the group of sailors had discovered that he had escaped. Once they discovered the unusual movements of the elf patrols, would they guess something? Roy was anxious and worried. He turned his eyes to the east side of the port dock, intending to return the blanket to the elf lady at the front desk, and then go to the temple to deliver the letter. But just as he turned back to the house, he saw the brightly lit manor not far from the east side of the pier. A bold idea quickly grew in Roy's heart. He originally wanted to recover some strength and run back to the temple for help, but now he changed his mind. He knew that the manor was always empty. Since someone was holding a dance there, it must be a group of elf nobles. He wanted to bandage his wound, but now he felt it was not the right time. He thought that even if he told this to High Priest Reed now, the High Priest would probably just be anxious. If he was a combat priest. So, he might as well take a gamble. The elf lady at the front desk found another pair of shoes for Roy. It was a pair of wooden slippers. Although Roy was a little uncomfortable wearing them, it was better than nothing. There was only one road leading to the manor. Usually, the elves on the dock could only look at the white castle hidden in the green sea of trees from afar, and no one would approach the manor. This slope was connected to a small square next to the dock. At this moment, the lights in the manor were bright. Rows of carriages were parked in this small square under the castle. Usually, some elves living by the sea would take a walk in this square. Occasionally, there would be bards painting portraits here, and some elves holding violins, harps, and accordions would stand in the square to play music. Every summer night, as long as it is not rainy, a group of people gather here. It seems that for a period of time, Sabrina also came here to paint portraits for people. But later, I don't know what happened, she only persisted for a while, and then gave up. Roy, wearing ill-fitting trousers and shirts, ran to the small square panting. This place has been completely occupied by the carriages of the elf nobles, parked in rows very neatly. A group of coachmen gathered at the edge of the small square to chat and rest. There were also people sitting under the tree, holding a leaf between their hands and playing music. The sound was thin and loud. Roy ran to the square and found that there were actually a group of elf guards on horses guarding the surroundings. Needless to say, there must be a great person in the manor. They all rode white war horses with a tuft of feathers on their hooves, and the armor they wore was inlaid with gold threads, which looked very majestic from a distance. Roy walked up the slope, and immediately an elf guard came on horseback to block his way. Private manor, no outsiders allowed. The warhorse stopped in front of Roy, forcing him to stop immediately. Roy refused to retreat, and the horse's chest almost hit Roy's forehead. There was only a group of coachmen watching the excitement in the square, and these elves came over here one after another. An elf guard, who looked like a captain, rode over and frowned and asked the elf guard, "What's going on? Don't let him block here all the time, keep the road open." "Yes, captain." The elf guard was scolded by the captain and immediately became anxious. He jumped off his horse and yelled at Roy, "Leave quickly." Roy saw the captain of the guard and ran up to him. He grabbed the reins of the captain's horse and shouted, "Captain, please wait a moment." The horse stomped on the spot a few times in anger and shook its head, trying to get the reins out of Roy's hand, almost dragging Roy to the ground. The captain of the elven guards reached out and gently patted the horse's neck to calm it down, frowned and asked, "What do you want?" The elven guard had come up and tried to pull Roy away. But Roy held the reins tightly and said quickly, "My companions and I encountered a group of human slave traders at the dock. They captured my companions and put them on the ship. I escaped by chance. Now their ship is at the dock. Can you help me rescue my companions? By the way, I know there are many Naga sea tribes imprisoned on the ship." The coachman who was watching around was immediately shocked when he heard Roy say this. Someone immediately asked loudly, "Where is it?" Roy pointed to the Black Sea ship on the dock and said, "That's the one." The captain of the elf guard was very patient. He stared at Roy's expression, hoping to find some clues from Roy's face. But Roy still had indelible wounds on his face, wrists, and ankles. The captain of the elf guard pondered for a moment before saying, "I am the captain of the 1st Squadron of the 2nd Battalion of the 7th Knights of Ophelia, Densel Simpson. Our duty is to ensure the safety of Her Royal Highness Princess Ophelia. Without the princess's order, we have no right to deal with this matter." After saying this, he couldn't help but glance at the manor on the cliff not far away. From the eyes of Captain Simpson, Roy saw his answer to this matter. So Roy didn't hesitate much, nor did he think that he could capture the ship by relying on these indignant coachmen. He began to run uphill towards the castle. "Watch him," Captain Simpson shouted loudly. Not to stop, not to catch, but to watch, which was enough to show the position of the captain. Over the years, due to their beautiful faces, elves and Nagas have always been the first choice of slave traders. They will transport the captured slaves to the human kingdom in boatloads. Although the elves hate this behavior, they have never been able to completely eradicate it. Roy ran all the way along the slope, his throat was about to smoke, and he rushed to the gate of the manor. 2 elf guards rode behind him. When he arrived at the gate of the manor, Roy was stopped by the elf guard at the gate again. "You can't go in." Wagner, Claire, and several young elves sat in a pavilion in the front yard. Here you could also hear beautiful music and see beautiful elves spinning on the dance floor. No one likes to dance with young male elves, because they will appear very restrained during the dance. Sometimes they don't even know where to put their hands. Sometimes they will pinch the girl's waist with red fingerprints. Their bodies are stiff, and their dancing postures are not graceful. What's more important is that the dance steps will occasionally go wrong, and once they step on their feet, it will be really troublesome. She was not well educated, not humorous, and occasionally said something childish. No one came here to coax children. So Claire, who had a pretty face, could only sit quietly by the dance floor and chat with a group of young elves who were also disliked by the girls. He secretly looked at Princess Ophelia on the dance floor. Her dance was graceful, and every move was even textbook-like. She was the focus of everyone's attention on the dance floor, and her beautiful face always showed a gentle smile. Claire regretted not signing up for her literature and history class earlier. At this moment, Claire seemed to hear the crisp sound of the horse's hooves stepping on the stone floor when the warhorse was running. Da-da-da-da. He turned his head and looked at the gate of the manor. The fountain was not far from the gate, but there was a light at the gate of the manor, so he could see the situation over there. So he saw a figure appear at the gate, negotiating something with the elf guard at the gate. He suddenly became energetic. It was so late, and he actually ran up in a hurry, and the elf guard was chasing behind him. Something must have happened. Such a lively scene is worth seeing. Thinking of this, Claire stood up immediately, and ran towards the gate without even saying hello to his friends around him. Chapter 48. Claire was a little dumbfounded, because he saw Roy. Roy was wearing a suit that didn't fit him well, and he was standing outside the gate with injuries all over his body, and his injuries were very serious. He was stopped by the elf guard at the door. Although Roy tried his best to explain, the elf guard didn't make way for Roy to enter the manor. "Ganny's Steve." Although Roy was also wrapped in a lot of bandages in the morning, he was definitely not as embarrassed as he is now. He really looked a little miserable. And the culprit of all this, Claire directly defined him as Steve. That guy is the seed of sin, the source of evil. "Roy, did Steve ask someone to do it? Damn it, open the door quickly." Claire shook the big iron door frantically and shouted at the elf guard outside. The young elves who were chatting with Claire also ran over and stood behind Claire. They had never seen this pretty, and even overly feminine Claire have such a rough side. The door was pushed open by the elf guard. Claire rushed out. "Claire, why are you here?" Roy didn't expect to see Claire here, so he greeted him and walked inside. The elf guard at the door wanted to stop him, but was stopped by Claire's words, "This is my friend." The two elf guards behind him didn't dare to let their guard down and continued to follow Roy. They didn't step forward to stop him, but were relieved to see that there was an elf noble in the manor who knew Roy. Roy didn't want to waste time at the door, so he walked in quickly. Claire chased after him and said loudly, "Of course you are here to attend the dance. Steve is here too, I just saw him. Let's go find him together." The group of young elf nobles following Claire were still confused, but they were stimulated by Claire's words and screamed with excitement. They never knew that Claire had such a violent side. Roy was a little helpless. Although he was in pain all over, panting and exhausted, he still stopped and put his hands on Claire's shoulders. He said to him very seriously, Please listen to me carefully, Claire. This time it's not Steve, to be precise. I encountered a little trouble. My friend was detained on a ship by a group of slave traders. I hope to meet Princess Ophelia. I want to ask her to do me a favor. Your Highness, the princess is dancing in the manor. I take you there." Claire pulled Roy's arm and ran into the manor with him. A few young elves followed behind. They were indignant to hear that there were slave traders in the port and elves were detained on the ship. They followed behind like chicken blood. There had been no good news in Castletown port for a long time. Roy rushed to the edge of the dance floor and saw a group of elven nobles dancing to soothing music on the dance floor. Everyone was wearing exquisite dresses and chatting in groups of 3 or 4 outside the dance floor. Some elves standing at the edge of the dance floor saw Roy in such a state of disgrace that they were all very curious about how this human had gotten into the manor. Some noble ladies retreated in fear. Some young elves immediately came up to the dance floor and tried to stop this uninvited guest. Looking at the dazzling dance floor in front of him, Roy stood at the edge of the dance floor and could not find the Princess Ophelia mentioned by Captain Simpson. At this time, the two elf guards following behind also came over. In fact, they were also worried that the story Roy had woven was actually a lie, and his real purpose was to cause trouble. Claire saw Roy's embarrassment. He was standing at the edge of the dance floor, a little at a loss, so she took Roy's arm and said, "Come with me, Her Royal Highness is over there." In the dance floor, more and more elf nobles noticed the movement here. Even Steve, who was chatting with his friends in the corner, stretched his neck to look here. Miss Belclaire let go of the elf noble, and was a little surprised to see that her brother actually brought a wounded human into the dance floor and walked towards Princess Ophelia. Miss Milliontellis, a friend beside her, pulled Belle's arm, covered her mouth, and asked secretly, "Belle, what is your brother doing?" Belle shook her head, pushed through the crowd, and chased after Wagner Claire. She was worried that her brother would do something irrational at the ball. A tall young elf stepped out of the crowd, stopped in front of Roy and Claire, stared at Roy with a bad face and asked, "Who are you? I wonder if you have an invitation to this ball." "Wolf, this is my friend Roy. He wants to see Princess Ophelia. He got into trouble at the port dock." Claire shouted to the young man who blocked their way. The music at the ball had stopped at this time, and all the elves in the dance floor looked over here. No one knew what had happened, and they only saw a wounded human appearing at the ball. Princess Ophelia also heard the shouting here. She dodged Earl Wilson Griffiths, who tried to block her with his body, and walked towards the crowd with her long skirt lifted. Seeing Princess Ophelia coming, the elves in front of her retreated to both sides. Until Princess Ophelia walked up to Claire and Roy, she didn't know the young elf from Claire's family. But when she saw Roy, she recognized him at a glance as the half-elf who dared to question her teaching methods behind her back in the academy. The note in the register stated that he was a half-elf, and his name was Roy. She remembered it very clearly. However, Roy in front of her was covered in wounds. If Claire hadn't supported him, he might not have been able to stand steadily. "Roy, this is Princess Ophelia." Claire whispered something in Roy's ear. Then she immediately helped her friend to salute Princess Ophelia. Roy was actually a little dumbfounded at this time. He didn't expect that Princess Ophelia, who he had forced his way into the ball tonight to meet, was actually the teacher of the modern history of elves. Although he knew that the college teacher of the liberal arts department was also called Princess Ophelia, he just didn't think about it in this way. "Princess Ophelia." "Teacher," Roy said a little stutteringly. In fact, if Roy just greeted Princess Ophelia, no one would think anything of it. But the word teacher brought him and Princess Ophelia closer. Princess Ophelia stared at the half-elf in front of her. He was indeed her student, but the academy would assign 200 students like him to her every year, and she couldn't even name at least half of them when they graduated. "Roy, you want to see me?" Princess Ophelia asked in confusion. Not only Roy was startled, but the elf nobles beside him were also very surprised that Princess Ophelia actually called out this person's name. Roy finally had such a rare opportunity, and of course he couldn't miss it. "Teacher, I met him at night, and now my companion Jasper, the apprentice priest of the Statue of Liberty, is still trapped in that boat." Roy recounted his experience in the evening in front of everyone. When they heard that there was a slave ship docked at the port, the young elf nobles around them all changed color. The young elves around them began to discuss. Everyone was a little confused. Who gave these slave traders the courage to dock their ships at Castletown port so openly? Not only that, they even dared to kidnap the elves of Castletown at the dock. "I understand." Princess Ophelia finally understood how the student in front of her could rush into the manor, and then calmly asked the elf guards, "Where is your captain?" Before she finished speaking, Captain Simpson had already walked out of the crowd and saluted Princess Ophelia. "Dancel Simpson is willing to serve you at any time." Princess Ophelia nodded and ordered very calmly, "Captain Simpson, take your people to the Castletown port pier immediately." Captain Simpson immediately said, "Yes, your highness." This time, there were only 50 elf guards accompanying Princess Ophelia to the seaside manor, but each of them was an elf warrior riding a mutant warhorse. Captain Simpson gave an order, and all the elf warriors began to gather quickly. The manor was also in chaos, and some elf nobles were even preparing to go home to recruit people. At this time, Princess Ophelia was holding up her skirt and standing on a high platform. A group of elf nobles gathered around, and Princess Ophelia said with a stern face, "I don't know where those slave traders came from, but their appearance in Castletown port is trampling on the decree of the Silver Moon Elf Kingdom, and an unwarranted contempt for all the elf warriors in Castletown. Now, I hope that the Castletown elves can unite. I am here to call on all young and promising elf warriors. Please use the weapons in your hands to safeguard the inviolable freedom of the elves. I don't think you all want to let go of those disgusting slave traders. Don't let those slave traders go." The young elves around were almost shouting loudly. "Catch those slave traders. Hang them on the tree. Exile them to the Evernight Forest to mine." Some young elves were already running quickly towards the gate of the manor, and heading for the port. Roy also squeezed into the crowd, watching Princess Ophelia walk down from the platform calmly, and said calmly, "If you can still hold on, let's go to the port together." Roy stood up straight, and said to Princess Ophelia with gratitude, "Thank you, Princess Ophelia. You should call me teacher, remember? You must concentrate and listen carefully in class, otherwise, no matter what the reason, I will sentence you to retake this modern history of elves." "Yes, teacher." Roy followed behind, and agreed honestly. 50 elf warriors rushed to the front, rushing along the slope of the manor to the port dock, followed by a group of elf nobles. Chapter 49. The drivers in the square saw a group of elf guards riding war horses out of the manor, and thought that Princess Ophelia was leaving the manor early, which meant that the ball in the manor would soon end. After all, many young elf nobles attended the ball for Princess Ophelia. The young elf nobles were about to leave here, and they would be needed soon. The drivers ran to their carriages. However, the silver carriage with the royal emblem was not following the elf guards. A group of young elven nobles followed the elven guards, and the drivers realized that the situation might be a little different from what they imagined. Seeing everyone rushing to the port dock, the drivers also stood up from the carriages. The drivers jumped off the carriages, pulled out weapons from under the seats, and chased after the young elven nobles. These drivers who work specifically for the elven nobles in the upper city are not only responsible for driving the carriages, but also for ensuring the safety of the nobles when they go out. They not only have rich experience in driving carriages, but also have certain combat experience. Suddenly, a large group of elves rushed out of the seaside manor and headed for the port dock not far away. On the dock in the deep water area, 2 teams of elf patrols were lurking at the bow and stern of the sea wolf ship. The elf patrols were patiently waiting for the army stationed in the walnut forest to come to support them quickly. Otherwise, it would be unrealistic for them to capture all the crew members on a 60-meter ship with more than 20 elf patrols. The 2 elf patrols walked along the stone road of the dock and swaggered to the front of the Sea Wolf sampan. At this time, some crew members of the Sea Wolf were still carrying supplies to the ship. The 2 elf patrolmen, under the pretext of catching thieves, told the crew members guarding the sampan that they wanted to board the ship for a search. But they were directly rejected by the 2 crew members. The 2 elf patrolmen had to take the opportunity to leave. After seeing the 2 elf patrolmen leave, one of the seamen carried a wooden barrel and walked onto the ship along the sampan. Second mate Lenev stood on the deck, holding the side of the ship with both hands, staring at the two elf patrolmen on the dock, frowning and asking the seaman, "Why are there patrolmen coming out at this time? What did they just say?" The crew member who came to the boat carrying a wooden barrel answered, "They said they wanted to catch a thief. I said that no one could get on board without the captain's permission. They asked me if the captain was on board. I told them that the captain went to the tavern. They did not stay any longer, saying that they were going to check the ship next to them." Second mate Nella touched his stubbled chin, squinted his eyes, stared at the two blurry figures in the dark, and felt a little uneasy. "Go check the bottom cabin," he told the seaman. "I go right away." The seaman immediately put down the rope in his hand and walked towards the stairs on the deck. Second mate Nelev held the iron handrail on the side of the ship with both hands and turned his head to look at the seaside manor. The elves' dance party is still very desirable. Even if you look at the gorgeous lights in the manor from a distance and listen to the intermittent music, you will feel that everything is so beautiful. These elves really know how to enjoy life. Second mate Nelev sighed inwardly. Then he saw a team of elf guards on white horses running out of the manor, thinking that this might be the honor guard of some elf noble. But when he saw those elf guards came to the small square outside the manor, they did not stop to adjust their formation, but rushed straight to the port pier, and he felt that something was wrong. Second mate Nelev turned around and asked the crew member in charge of observing the tide, "How long will it take for the tide to rise?" "It will probably take another 3 or 4 hours. The crew member reported to the second mate standing at the bow. "Nelev, the group of elf guards are coming towards the dock." The crew member standing on the observation deck shouted to the second mate on the deck. The second mate Nelev's bad premonition became stronger. He frowned and stared at the group of elf guards riding white horses. He felt some cold sweat on his forehead, and then wiped it with his hand. Usually at night in the harbor, you can hardly see elves patrolling, but tonight they came out to catch thieves. And there was something wrong with this elf guard team. The second mate Nelev stared at the elf guards until they stopped in front of the Sea Wolf and dismounted and surrounded the ship. Another team of elf patrols also took the opportunity to emerge from the darkness. The leading elf was the patrol captain. He stood on the dock and stopped Captain Simpson, who was walking in front. He raised his chin and said loudly, "Everyone, why are you still on the dock so late? I wonder what's the matter." Captain of the 1st Squadron of the 2nd Battalion of the 7th Knights, Dancel Simpson, has been ordered to rescue the elf compatriots trapped on this black ship. Captain Simpson dismounted quickly and said loudly. The captain of the elf patrol didn't expect that a group of helpers would come at this time. He immediately saluted Captain Simpson. In fact, the captain of the patrol was not sure that the garrison in Walnut Grove North could arrive at the port before the high tide. If they could not arrive as scheduled, it would be impossible for the 20 or so elf patrols to stop the ship from leaving the port. Now that so many people have come at once, at least he can conduct a tentative investigation on the Sea Wolf. The Castletown Harbor Guard is currently investigating this matter, but the crew of the Sea Wolf refused our people to board the ship for a search. I hope Captain Simpson can cooperate with us to complete this rescue mission together," the captain of the elf patrol said to Captain Simpson. Captain Simpson looked at the 60-meter-long sea ship in front of him. In the quiet night, even if the ship was docked at the port, the huge hull looked like a huge fortress. For such a sea ship, it is estimated that there must be at least hundreds of crew members. Captain Simpson shook hands with the captain of the elf patrol and said, "Okay, I will fully cooperate with you." The two sides quickly reached a cooperation intention. According to the plan of the elf patrol captain, the next step is to put pressure on the Sea Wolf. 50 elf guards and 23 elf patrols lined up in front of the Sea Wolf. The patrol captain walked straight to the sampan and shouted to the crew members guarding the sampan and the crew members on the deck, "We are the elf patrols of the Castletown Harbor Guard. Your ship is currently suspected of detaining elves without reason. Now, in the name of the Castletown Harbor Guard, I order all of you to lay down your weapons, and all personnel to disembark and accept our inspection." I repeat, we are. A group of elven nobles were chasing behind, and they were all a little shocked when they saw this huge black ship. This kind of large ship built for long voyages is also rare in the Elven Kingdom. Especially this big ship painted black. At night, it is like a giant beast lurking in the dark. Young elven nobles are always impulsive, and just now, they were planning to rush to the ship in one go. But now, when they saw the more than 60-meter-long sea ship in front of them, they suddenly became sober. Many elven nobles began to slow down and look around. When their followers and coachmen caught up, they began to discuss in a low voice. Some crew members, who were still carrying supplies at the dock, saw the elves surrounding the Sea Wolf, and they dropped their supplies and ran back to the ship. The crew had never thought that these elven troops would come so quickly, and they had not heard any news beforehand. A group of elven guards stood on the dock and surrounded the ship. They were not in a hurry to launch an attack on the Sea Wolf. The crew on the ship next door saw a large number of elven warriors appearing on the dock, and they all ran to the side of the ship to watch the excitement. For a while, more and more elves gathered from all over the dock. There were vendors waiting for the fishing boats to return at night in the fish market, shop owners at the dock, and even some elven residents living on Brown Street. Everyone crowded on the dock and did not get too close to the Sea Wolf. Someone hid in the crowd and shouted, "Everyone, go and unload the spear guns on the fishing boats, and we will shoot them down with spear guns." Captain Simpson, who was standing at the front of the elven guards, drew his long sword and led 50 elven guards along the sampan, preparing to board the Sea Wolf. The captain of the elven patrol also waved to the other elven patrols, signaling everyone to come over. The dock in front of the Sea Wolf suddenly became tense. But before the elven guards walked in front of the sampan, the sailors on the ship pulled the sampan back in advance, and then a row of sailors wearing light leather armor stood on the edge of the ship. Each of them held a short bow in their hands, and at the captain's command, they were quickly drawing their bows and putting arrows on them. Waves of arrows rained down on the dock, forcing the elf guards, who were planning to board the ship, to fight to retreat. Some elf warriors were even injured by arrows. These elf guards were guards, and were not equipped with longbows and quivers, so they could not fight back with bows and arrows for a while. They could only hold up their round shields and retreat from the range of the short bows. At the same time, the anchor at the stern of the Sea Wolf was pulled up little by little. A row of long poles also extended from the oar window near the dock. This row of long poles was pushed against the stone platform on the dock shore. With the joint efforts of the sailors, the large sea ship actually began to move. The thick ropes connecting the bow and stern of the ship to the stone piles of the dock were also cut by the crew with knives, and fell into the sea in no particular order. Although the tide had not risen yet, the ship, under the command of the second mate Nelev, still intended to force its way out of the port. The second mate Nelev, holding a two-handed giant axe, stood at the bow and looked down. Seeing that the elf guards could not board the ship at the dock, he laughed with some complacency, and ordered the crew beside him, "Go and call the captain and the first mate. At this time, even if they are in the coffin, I am afraid they can't sleep peacefully." Unexpectedly, the crew member climbed to the top of the ship like a monkey, holding the rudder with one hand, and turned back and said, "Nelev, you should go. If we go to call them, we might be killed by them. Only you can stop their anger when they are woken up." Nelev held the axe in one hand and shouted, "Okay, I will go to wake up the captain, you guys stay here, and don't let these elves rush to the ship." The other crew members also said at this time, "Nelev, don't worry. Yes, we will stay here." Second mate Nelev walked into the ship's tower. As soon as he touched the handrail of the tower, he stopped and turned to the crew and said, "Go and bring the 2 elves in the bottom cabin up. If those people in the harbor are restless, kill one to force them to stop." At this time, the sea ship, pushed by more than 20 long poles, has been about 3 meters away from the shore, and the bow continues to move slowly. A row of oars extends from the hull again, and with the slogans of the crew, it keeps stirring the sea water. The canvas of the main mast on the ship is also slowly rising. Chapter 50. The alarm bells of Castletown Harbor rang at this time, and the deep sound spread far away. The Sea Wolf had already pulled up the anchor, and the crew cut the ropes. As long as they adjusted the direction of the sea channel on the dock and raised the sails, they could catch the north wind and rush out of the bay. However, before the high tide, the channel of the deepwater port was not very deep, and these crew members were not familiar with the channel. Small fishing boats could still pass, but large ships were very likely to run aground in the mudflats, especially in such a dark night. Dang dang dang. The bell before setting out to sea rang from the Sea Wolf. The sailors had just hoisted the sail of the main mast less than halfway. There were several sharp arrows that broke through the air and shot at the ship from all sides. The sharp arrows shot from the darkness had a rope on their tails. The giant arrows were deeply inserted into the side of the ship, and then there was a sound of heavy objects falling into the water. A dozen fishing boats surrounded the Sea Wolf under the cover of night, shooting harpoons with ropes from all angles, locking the Sea Wolf firmly in place. The sound of heavy objects falling into the water was the sound of them tying ropes to heavy stones and throwing them into the sea. During the time when this group of elf patrols were lurking around the Sea Wolf waiting for help, they secretly requisitioned nearly 20 fishing boats at the dock and surrounded the Sea Wolf. They wanted to prevent the Sea Wolf from leaving the port and used the harpoons and ropes on the fishing boats to tie up the Sea Wolf. The mainsail on the Sea Wolf gradually swelled up, and the crisp sound of the mast was heard. More than 40 oars swung at full force, but the ship could only move forward at a snail's pace. The crew members on the ship ran to the side of the ship, and when they saw the harpoons and ropes tied to the outside of the hull, they immediately tied slings around themselves and hung down from the deck, risking their lives to cut off the hooks. Another group of elves carried 3 harpoons to the dock, and after the bases of these harpoons were simply fixed with stones, they shot several hooks in succession. These hooks almost all hit the tail of the Sea Wolf. The elves tied these ropes to the stone piles of the dock. Another rain of arrows flew out from the side of the ship. Several elves were shot and wounded immediately, and the remaining elves dragged the wounded out of the range of the shortbow. At this time, Captain Simpson led 50 elf guards and quietly boarded the ship on the left side of the Sea Wolf. After persuading the captain with reason, and still to no avail, the 2 elf guards put their long swords on the captain's neck and finally took temporary control of the ship. A group of crew members took off the tarpaulin covering the harpoon on the bow, quickly replaced it with the largest whale harpoon, and shot at the side of the Sea Wolf. The harpoon, 1.5 meters long and thicker than a thumb and covered with wolf teeth and barbs, was firmly nailed to the hull of the Sea Wolf. There was a capstan specially prepared for whaling on this ship. The rope soaked in tung oil could not be cut easily even by an ordinary long knife. 3 consecutive ropes were nailed to the side of the ship near the ramming corner. Captain Simpson asked 20 crew members to push the capstan together and stir the 3 ropes, forcing the ship that was firmly docked at the dock to hold the Sea Wolf tightly. This ship was more than half the size of the Sea Wolf. When the capstan was pushed, the Sea Wolf hardly moved. But the hull of this sea ship was seriously tilted. Although the hull was stabilized by the ropes on the dock and the anchor sunk in the mud, the whole ship was still pulled closer to the Sea Wolf little by little under the traction of the capstan. Captain Simpson stood beside the ship, holding a small round shield in his hand, blocking an arrow flying from the opposite side from time to time. The leather trousers on his thighs had 2 bloody holes pierced by the hidden arrows, but the wounds were not deep. The elf guards around him also had some arrow wounds. Everyone stared at the Sea Wolf that was getting closer and closer, and didn't care about the serious tilt of the sea ship, just waiting for the moment when the 2 ships' sides were close to each other. Jump off the ship. The elf patrols on the dock and a group of strong elves gathered at the port rushed to a ship on the right side of the Sea Wolf. In contrast, the captain of this ship was more sober-minded. Seeing the elf patrols boarding the ship, he directly opened the rainproof cloth covering the harpoons on the ship, and took the initiative to let the crew shoot 5 harpoons into the stern of the Sea Wolf. In this way, together with the dozens of hooks thrown out, the hull of the Sea Wolf was almost full of ropes. The mainsail of the Sea Wolf was almost completely bulged. Even the main mast was pulled so hard that it made a creaking sound, but the hull was still parked at the edge of the dock. They couldn't even enter the port lane. What frightened all the Sea Wolf crew members was that the 2 ships next to them were getting closer and closer under the drag of the hook. Once the 3 ships collided, they would have to jump off the ship and fight. Roy followed Princess Ophelia and stood on the port dock with a group of young nobles. These nobles were not allowed to participate in the boarding battle. Some of them saw that the battle situation here was not optimistic, so they began to become impatient, and some secretly sent their followers to rush back to the upper city to ask for reinforcements. Roy stood with Claire, and he followed the group of young elves to watch the battle on the dock. Captain Simpson's team of elf guards and elf patrols had never been able to gain any advantage from the beginning to now, and the Sea Wolf almost left the port. The current situation was not optimistic, and the elf warriors needed to jump onto the Sea Wolf to fight. It was obvious that the number of elf guards was not superior. Roy watched the battle on the ship, and for the first time, he felt a strong sense of powerlessness besides the excitement. Thinking that he couldn't help and Jasper was still imprisoned in the bottom of the Sea Wolf, he was a little worried about Jasper. Although a large group of elf guards were found, they did not capture the Sea Wolf in one go as expected. He stood in the crowd, staring at the 3 ships, his body tensed uncontrollably, and he could only clench his fists tightly. "Do you feel a strong sense of powerlessness about this battle on the dock?" Princess Ophelia suddenly turned her head and asked Roy behind her. Roy was not prepared at all, and was stunned by Princess Ophelia's question. Then he nodded in a daze. Princess Ophelia glanced at him and said casually, "Don't be discouraged, you need to keep learning, and then you can work hard to become the warrior you want to be." Roy's heart suddenly moved slightly, and then he couldn't help but think, is he going to become a combat priest? Roy didn't pay attention. Turning around, he saw Claire squatting on the ground with a group of young elves to choose weapons. "I don't know which elven noble got so many fine weapons." Among these weapons, in addition to swords and shields, there are also spears and sledgehammers. There are also young elves wearing light armor. Claire bent down and picked up a well-made short spear. Roy touched a longbow from behind and whispered to Claire, "Claire, how is your archery?" "Not bad," Claire replied. Roy casually stuffed the longbow into Claire's hand, and picked up a quiver and threw it to him again. Taking the short spear from Claire, Roy wanted to pick a light shield, but the square shields had been taken away, so he only got a small round cast iron shield. It didn't look big, but it felt very heavy when it was put on his arm. Claire asked in confusion, "Have you learned to use a war spear?" Roy was getting familiar with this shorter spear, which was about 180 centimeters long. It was very flexible to wield, and the blade was very sharp. "No, I chose it because its length is just right. The sailors on the ship are basically equipped with scimitars, and this one is a little longer than a scimitar." Claire adjusted the bowstring of the longbow in her hand, and reluctantly hung the quiver around her waist, and asked in confusion, "Then why did you give me a set of bows and arrows?" Roy put his arm around Claire's shoulders and whispered to him, "When we go to the battle on the ship, I need you to cover me with a bow and arrow from behind. Claire, can I trust you?" "Of course." Claire patted her chest and promised. Then, the two stretched out their right hands and held them tightly together. Miss Belclair stood in the crowd. When she saw her brother selecting weapons to prepare for the battle, she was also shocked by his risky behavior. "I was thinking about what kind of reason I could use to convince him to give up this idea, but I couldn't hurt his courage and confidence." Unexpectedly, his friend took away the short flying spear and gave him a longbow and a quiver. This made Miss Belclair feel relieved. As an archer, at least Claire didn't need to fight those sailors in close combat. The young elves around had already picked up their weapons, and everyone had recovered from the shot they had just experienced when they arrived at the port. Seeing the elf guards and patrols rushing to the ships on both sides, the young elves also took the initiative to pick up the weapons on the ground and ran towards Captain Simpson's ship. The young elves who rushed to the front were Wolf Gokos and Wilson Griffiths. Just now at the ball, the two of them had some unpleasantness because they wanted to dance the first dance with Princess Ophelia, and now the two of them started to compete secretly again. Roy and Claire did not rush to the front. At this time, Roy did not hide his identity as an apprentice priest of the Statue of Liberty. He stood in front of Claire and began to chant a prayer. As a divine pattern full of holy light appeared in front of him, the prayer ended. The divine pattern condensed into a light golden fist and merged into Claire's body from the top of his head. Then Roy gave himself a blessing of strength. "You are actually a priest of the Statue of Liberty?" Princess Ophelia, who was standing aside, said in surprise. Roy turned around respectfully and replied, "He is just an apprentice priest. My companion trapped on the ship is also an apprentice priest. He was originally asked by them to purify the resentful spirits on the ship." In fact, Roy also wanted to bless other young elves with the blessing of strength. After becoming a second-level apprentice priest, he can perform this magic 4 times in a row. But it seems that no young elf has the patience to stay and wait. Chapter 51. Roy and Claire arrived at the ship a little behind. The ship was getting closer to the Sea Wolf, so the deck tilted a lot. Roy leaned on the main mast to avoid sliding off the deck. In such a difficult situation, Roy did not forget to use the glimmering technique to make a ball of light rise above his head. Claire took out a bottle of life tree juice from her body, pulled out the cork, and handed it to Roy's mouth. Roy didn't act pretentiously this time and drank the bottle of life tree juice. There were many other young elves around, and they were both excited and uneasy when they were waiting on the deck. With a loud bang, the ship finally collided with the Sea Wolf. The whole ship was shaken, and many elf guards fell down. Roy hugged the main mast to avoid the danger of rolling into a ball with other young elves, and even took the opportunity to pull Claire. Captain Simpson had already prepared to jump off the ship at the bow. Just as the two ships were about to collide, a phantom of a sword dancer appeared behind him. The phantom of the sword dancer, holding 2 swords, actually exuded a strong aura at the bow. As its long swords continued to dance, the aura became stronger and stronger. At this moment, all the elves on the ship were infected by the aura. Roy felt that his eyes became extremely clear, and the movements of everyone around him seemed to be easily caught in his eyes. And for Roy, there was even a very strange illusion. Everyone's movements seemed to slow down, even himself. At the moment when the two ships collided, Captain Simpson jumped steadily onto the deck of the Sea Wolf. The crew on the Sea Wolf immediately surrounded Captain Simpson. Captain Simpson rolled on the deck and stood up flexibly. After he escaped from the encirclement of several sailors, he extended the long sword in his hand to the right, gently raised it with his backhand, and cut a cut on the wrist of the sailor closest to him. The scimitar in the seaman's hand fell, and he screamed and retreated in panic. Captain Simpson had no time to chase him, so he turned sideways with a small round shield to block the attack from a seaman on the side, and stepped hard on his thigh. Then, he raised his head to avoid the slash of the scimitar. The long sword in his hand suddenly emerged from his ribs, and the blade pierced the seaman's chin, and then emerged from the top of his head. Blood spurted out from the top of the seaman's head, jaw and mouth. Captain Simpson drew his bloody sword and dodged the attack of the sailors behind him with graceful steps. 3 sailors lost their fighting ability in a blink of an eye. The sailors around rushed towards Captain Simpson. The sailors on the lookout also pulled their shortbows to the full and shot arrows at the elf guards, who jumped off the ship. Claire stood firmly on the deck and saw that someone on the opposite Sea Wolf's lookout was shooting cold arrows at this side, so she immediately pulled her longbow to the full. The arrow flew out with a whizzing sound. It just pierced the chest of the crew member on the watchtower and nailed him firmly to the mast. Roy carried a short spear and a round shield, mixed in the crowd of young elves, and followed them to the deck of the Sea Wolf. At this time, the elf guards behind Captain Simpson also jumped onto the deck of the Sea Wolf first. The elf guards' martial arts were more gorgeous, and their strength completely crushed the crew of the Sea Wolf. Almost as soon as they boarded the deck of the ship, they occupied a corner at the bow of the Sea Wolf. However, these crew members are also brave and ruthless. Although they are not as strong as the elf guards, they dare to fight. When a seaman faces an elf guard, these seamen are obviously no match for the elf guard. But when a group of seamen fight with the elf guards, these seamen cooperate with each other on the deck, not afraid of injury or death, and can also use the special terrain on the deck to fight back. In the real fight, it is the group of seamen on the Sea Wolf who have a slight advantage. But as the group of young elves gradually boarded the Sea Wolf, the crew on the deck became a little confused. Of course, the young elves had almost no combat experience, so they always stood on the edge of the deck like idiots, not knowing how to get involved in the battle. Among these young elves, only Wolf and Wilson performed well, and they were both capable of fighting a crew member alone. However, many young elves were followed by a coachman-like follower, and these coachmen were the warriors that really gave the crew a headache. Roy was among the young elves, holding a short spear. He just happened to see a Sea Wolf sailor coming up from the edge of the left side of the ship, trying to help a sailor who was fighting with the driver. He took a step forward and stabbed the sailor's neck behind his ears with the short spear in his hand. The sailor, who looked a bit like a black bear, glanced over and didn't dodge at all. He raised his right arm and pushed Roy's stab away. The sailor grabbed the short spear in Roy's hand with his backhand and slashed at Roy's neck with the scimitar in his other hand. He had a hideous smile on his face, revealing a mouthful of rotten teeth, as if he recognized Roy. Roy's short flying spear was caught by the sailor with one hand. He hesitated for a moment, and was a little reluctant to let go. The sailor seized this opportunity, and slashed Roy's neck with his scimitar. Roy wanted to raise his shield to block, but it was too late. At this time, the young elf next to him rushed over, and stabbed the sailor's right arm with a long sword. The sailor twisted his wrist, and pressed the scimitar in his hand on the long sword. Roy saw that the elf who saved him from the sailor was Steve. At this time, the long sword in his hand was pressed against his chest by the scimitar in the sailor's hand. If the sailor had a little more strength, the scimitar could have cut off Steve's clavicle on his left shoulder. The short spear in Roy's hand was caught by the sailor, and he couldn't pull it out for a while. In a hurry, he swung the small round shield on his arm, and smashed it against the sailor's shiny big head. The sailor squeezed out an evil smile on his face, as if saying to Roy, "I'm waiting for you." He kicked Roy in the lower abdomen, kicking Roy back a few steps, and his back hit the side of the Sea Wolf. But before he turned around and used the scimitar to cut Steve's left shoulder, an arrow flew out of Roy's body and hit the sailor's forehead. The sailor fell on his back, and the back of his head hit the deck heavily, and the arrow nailed on his forehead kept shaking. The scimitar in his hand fell on the deck with a loud bang. Roy stood up from the edge of the ship with his hands on his lower abdomen and grinned. He gave a thumbs up to Steve, who was a little exhausted, and looked back at Claire on the next ship. The guy was waving his fist at Roy excitedly. As another ship collided with the Sea Wolf. More than 20 elf patrolmen on that ship, and a group of strong elves gathered at the port also successfully boarded the Sea Wolf. The elves attacked the sailors on the deck from both the bow and the stern. The crew on the deck were immediately killed and retreated step by step. These seamen were killed and leaned against the ship's tower, blocking the door of the ship's tower. Even though some seamen died in battle, they still refused to retreat. The long sword in Captain Simpson's hand was stained red with blood, and the hilt and the hand holding the sword were also covered with blood. Second mate Nelev walked into the ship's tower, and walked along the deep corridor into the innermost room on the second floor. The room was located at the top of the stern of the entire ship. It was the bedroom of Captain Johnny Ralph, and the most private place on the Sea Wolf. There is even a huge movable pillar in the room, which extends downward to connect to the giant rudder blade below. There are several decorations hanging on the walls of the captain's room, all of which are magical weapons with special commemorative significance. Those opponents have become wandering souls on the Sea Wolf, while Captain Ralph is still alive and well. Second mate Nelev was originally a small leader on other pirate ships. After their ships met the Sea Wolf, they were swallowed up without even a bone residue left. On the contrary, Nelev, who became a prisoner of the Sea Wolf, survived tenaciously. After several naval battles, Nelev successfully stood out from a group of slaves and became a crew member of the Sea Wolf. Later, with his strong body, he became the right-hand man of Captain Ralph. The captain's bedroom is a forbidden area for almost all ordinary crew members. It stores some of the wealth that Ralph has accumulated over the years. A row of wooden boxes placed against the left wall are filled with gold coins and magic crystals. The row of wooden boxes against the right wall are filled with color and magic crystals. Of course, his wealth is not limited to these. Nelev heard that he has buried treasures on several uninhabited islands in the endless sea. Pushing the door and entering the captain's room, you can see a huge copper coffin facing the door. On this copper coffin with runes engraved on the surface, there is actually a crystal ball and a sacred scepter, and there are 4 copper mirrors with the breath of the dead around the copper coffin. There was no bed in the bedroom, no other furniture, not even a chair. Every time the second mate Nelev walked into this room, he would feel a chill down his spine. The second mate silently said, "Ghosts who have old grudges against Ralph, when you come to take his life, please look carefully, and don't come to bother me." Then he walked in trembling. Chapter 52. This is the most troublesome thing for the Sea Wolf at present, because Captain Ralph has killed countless people on this ship. Of course, there are also many elves and Naga sea tribes here. Some dead people are full of resentment. They did not fly into the kingdom of God or fall into the underworld. Instead, they turned into some dead souls on the ship. These dead souls do not have 2 strong soul fires. After the soul power is exhausted, they will dissipate on their own. But there are also some dead souls with strong soul power before death. They wander around the Sea Wolf with resentment and occasionally absorb the dissipated soul power. This kind of ghost can exist on the Sea Wolf for a long time. Almost all the ghosts were full of resentment towards Captain Ralph before they died, and after they died, these ghosts haunted Captain Ralph all the time. These ghosts do not have strong soul power, so they cannot cause substantial harm to Captain Ralph, but they can haunt him every day, causing him to have nightmares every night, and he is mentally exhausted when he wakes up in the morning, and the whole person becomes irritable and angry. It was under such a situation that Captain Ralph collected these things related to the ghosts everywhere. Captain Ralph always keeps 3 magic items in his bedroom, but these are only magic items of excellent quality. The most effective magic items for dealing with the dead are 4 floor-to-ceiling bronze mirrors. Each mirror is nearly 200 centimeters high and only 60 centimeters wide. The edge frame of the bronze mirror is made of pure copper and is integrated with the smooth mirror surface. There are 5 reliefs of figures engraved on the mirror frame, but these figures seem to be struggling in a pile of corpses, with ferocious expressions and threatening postures, which can easily make people feel scared. These bronze mirrors were snatched from a necromancer. All 4 bronze mirrors have the ability to capture souls. Nelev had seen a bronze mirror swallow an evil spirit with his own eyes. Unfortunately, the necromancer had his head smashed by Captain Ralph's hammer, which resulted in the bronze mirrors being able to only capture but not dispose of the undead inside. They were placed in the room and could only wait quietly for the souls in the bronze mirrors to completely dissipate before new evil spirits could be captured. Second mate Nelev was a little afraid to look at these 4 bronze mirrors, because he couldn't see himself in the mirrors at all. The mirror showed a mirrored captain's bedroom, which was almost full of ghosts. This bronze mirror with a necromancy array engraved on the back was Captain Ralph's most effective magic item for dealing with ghosts. As one of Captain Ralph's most powerful weapons, this sacred scepter was covered with mottled scars. This sacred scepter was about 120 centimeters long and made of pure silver. One end was shaped like a crown, but only as big as an adult's fist. Extending downward was a handle about the thickness of an egg, on which were engraved these entangled little angels. The sacred scepter was snatched from a priest, and the priest's soul should have ascended to the kingdom of God long ago, and his body was thrown into the sea to feed the fish. Originally, This scepter contained a strong power of holy light. As long as Captain Ralph held the scepter, the dead souls and evil spirits on the ship dared not approach. As long as the scepter he waved touched the evil spirits, their souls would be annihilated. However, this sacred scepter had been in Captain Ralph's hands for too long, so the sacred aura on the scepter had become extremely weak. Nowadays, Captain Ralph no longer uses this scepter easily. And this crystal ball is a replica of an epic magic item, the demon divining device. The crystal ball is embedded in the palm of an iron hand base, and 5 skull-like fingers tightly grasp this crystal ball that is only the size of a coconut shell. There are hazy clouds floating in the crystal ball, and these clouds are always flowing in the crystal ball. Only when a demon appears nearby will the clouds in the crystal ball gradually dissipate, and then the face of the demon will appear very vaguely in the crystal ball. This crystal ball that can predict the existence of demons is actually the most precious one among the 3 items. But it has nothing to do with the dead. Of course, Captain Ralph's copper coffin is also a powerful magic item. The real function of this copper coffin is actually similar to that of the magic box. The magic box can keep the magic power of the items in the box from dissipating, but the only disadvantage is that it cannot store living things. Although this copper coffin cannot maintain the magic power of magic items from dissipating, it can prevent all mental and magical attacks after the coffin lid is closed. In other words, on the ship Sea Wolf, Captain Ralph can only sleep peacefully when lying in the copper coffin, otherwise as long as he appears on the Sea Wolf, there will always be evil spirits and dead souls around him. After docking, Captain Ralph arranged all the affairs on the ship, and then he hugged the first mate, Mrs. Ugula, and lay down in the copper coffin to sleep. Only the second mate, Nelev, stayed on the ship to handle daily affairs. The Sea Wolf would replenish supplies at Castletown Port every summer. This port is one of the few open ports in the Silver Moon Elf Kingdom, and the management policy for ships is extremely relaxed. As long as the ships entering the port leave all the supplies on board, the port tax officials will not board the ship to check what the cargo is on the ship, and will not collect any taxes. Only goods that are unloaded from the ship and leave the port will be taxed. And the freshest fruits can be supplied here. Captain Ralph originally planned to come out and drive the ship out of the port when the Sea Wolf left the port. He didn't want to show up at the dock, because on the wall of the port guard hall, there are still wanted posters and portraits of him and the first mate Ugula. After Nelev entered the captain's room, the smell of blood and flesh on his body completely made the dead souls in the 4 bronze mirrors restless. Second mate Nelev stood beside the bronze coffin, touched his bald head, and knocked on the lid of the bronze coffin with the second knuckle of his middle finger. Dang dang dang. Then he leaned over the coffin lid and said, "Captain, you should wake up. There is a little trouble outside that we can't solve." After that, he pushed the lid of the bronze coffin hard. The lid of this coffin looks extremely heavy, but there are 2 slide rails installed inside, so as long as you know how to open it, you can push it open with a little force. Nelev pushed open the heavy coffin lid, and saw a strong dwarf with a big beard sleeping soundly, with an almost naked elf girl in his arms inside the copper coffin covered with a thick velvet blanket. There were dozens of wine bottles lying around beside him. The moment the coffin lid was opened, a nauseating smell of alcohol hit him. The second mate Nelev obviously didn't mind, and he planned to get close to Captain Ralph's ear and shout again. The delicate and fair face buried in Ralph's arms turned around, and the transparent pointed ears moved back. The enchanting face was facing Nerev, and a hand as white as ivory was pressed on his face. Nerev's huge body, nearly 2 meters tall, suddenly leaned back, and 5 bright red fingerprints appeared on his face. He quickly stepped back a few steps, staring at the bronze coffin with an angry face. The first mate, Lady Ugula, wrapped in a blanket, sat up gracefully from the bronze coffin. Her hair was a little messy, and there was still a hazy sleep in her eyes. "Nerev, what are you screaming about?" Lady Ugula's voice was as mellow and sweet as a girl, but she was actually a blood elf who had reached the age of 600. "Ugula, wake up the boss quickly, we are in trouble," Nelev said loudly. Nelev has a little bit of orc, barbarian, and human blood. He spent his childhood in the orc tribe of the eastern continent, so he never thought that Mrs. Ugula was so beautiful. She was not fierce, and she was not as pretty as Captain Ralph's dwarf wives. Mrs. Ugula didn't care what the second mate Nelev thought. She picked up a half-full bottle of rum from the side and poured the liquor in it on Captain Ralph's face. Captain Ralph kept shaking his head in his sleep, and his red face with a red nose showed a painful expression of drowning. He tried to avoid the liquor, but when his big nose smelled the smell of wine, he immediately opened his big mouth and drank the rest of the wine into his stomach without leaving a drop. Then, the 2 eyes as big as copper bells suddenly opened, looking at Mrs. Eugela sitting in the copper coffin, holding an empty bottle of wine. The rage and murderous intent in his eyes suddenly turned into cruelty and dissatisfaction. "What's wrong?" His voice was a little hoarse and a little metallic, as if his throat was damaged by the sulphurous smoke. "Your most loyal second mate Nelev encountered a problem that he couldn't solve, and asked you to go out and solve it." "Mrs. Eugela," the first mate answered. Captain Ralph sat up from the bronze coffin, but unfortunately his body was too short, so he could only show his head. He raised his eyebrows, stared at Narev who was standing at the door, and asked in a rough voice, "Narev, what happened?" "Boss, we are waiting for the tide tonight, and are ready to leave the port at night, but before the tide comes, a group of elves came to the port. They not only surrounded the ship, but also tried to board the ship." "Idiot, how did you offend the Silver Moon elves of Castletown?" Captain Ralph was furious and pointed at Nelev's nose and cursed. At this time, the hull shook violently. Obviously the two ships collided with each other, and a lot of dust fell from the ceiling of the captain's room. There were shouts and screams outside, and Captain Ralph's face changed drastically. He jumped out of the copper coffin in shorts and bare-chested. "Hurry up and drive the ship out. As long as we leave Castletown port, we still have a chance to escape." He ordered the second mate Nelev, and then said, "Damn, do you know that the Silver Moon elves are stationed on this coastline? What he is talking about is the 17th Silver Pegasus Regiment, which is second only to the Unicorn Regiment of the Silver Moon Kingdom. Although it is only a branch, it is not something we can contend with." Hearing what Ralph said, Mrs. Eugela, who was sitting in the copper coffin, also changed her expression suddenly. She stood up, grabbing the blanket, and regardless of revealing her fair and flawless figure, she quickly bent down to find a wizard robe from the copper coffin and put on a black magic cone hat on her head, and jumped from the coffin to the floor barefoot, holding a delicate magic wand in her hand. Ralph ran to the wall and skillfully opened a box, taking out pieces of heavy armor from it, and putting them on. Although he was less than 1.5 meters tall, his body was as strong as a wine barrel, and his whole body was almost all muscles harder than iron. Then he took out a one-handed axe from the box, thought about it, and threw it aside, picked up a square-headed war hammer, and carried a cast steel dwarf chain shield. He kicked the door open and rushed out. Chapter 53. On the deck of the Sea Wolf, the elf guards lined up in a row. Their steps and movements were in unison. The elf guards swung their swords at the same time, and strangled the 5 sailors leaning against the outer wall of the ship in almost an instant. Only when they were completely overwhelmed by their strength could the elf guards make their killing movements elegant and graceful. But the young elves really admired this flashy fighting technique. They thought that elves should be elegant, and know how to appreciate art. At least dozens of dead crew members were lying on the deck, and more than a dozen seriously injured elven guards were also sitting on the deck to be bandaged by their companions. They carried with them the sap of life, which could heal wounds quickly. As long as the wound was not fatal, and could not be stopped from bleeding, the sap of life would be very effective. The patrol captain's arm was cut open by a seaman with a machete, and the wrist guard was completely damaged, and a 20-centimeter long wound was cut on his arm. However, after a simple bandage, he still rushed to the front with a group of patrol guards. The remaining crew members dragged their injured companions back to the cabin below the deck, and several seamen were guarding the corridor below. The staircase of the cabin was designed very specially. After the elf guards rushed into the cabin corridor, they not only had to face the enemies in front, but also had to pay attention to the cold arrows shot from the gap of the stairs behind them. 3 elf guards had been seriously injured in order to rush into the cabin corridor below the deck. The elves believed that every life was extremely precious, and the patrolmen did not want to sacrifice any elf guards in order to rush into the lower deck, so the assault plan was interrupted. Fortunately, the deck of the Sea Wolf has been controlled by the elves. At this time, several carriages have been parked on the dock, and these seriously injured elf guards will be sent to the Moon Temple as quickly as possible to receive treatment from the priests. Even the patrol captain thought that since the deck of the Sea Wolf has been controlled and all the crew members have been forced into the cabin below the deck, they should not fight desperately at this time. These crew members are very strong in combat, and they are a group of desperate people. There is no need to take risks. As long as we wait for the troops stationed on the coastline to arrive, all the troubles can be completely solved. The main sail rope of the Sea Wolf has been cut, and the sail has fallen. Without the wind, the Sea Wolf will only stay where it is, relying on the oars in the first floor or room to slide. Because there are at least 50 ropes outside the hull pulling the ship to prevent it from rushing into the sea after leaving the port. As the capstan keeps turning, the Sea Wolf is even getting closer to the dock again. Roy is looking for the second mate Nelev among the pile of corpses and the crowd. The iron tower-like strongman has left a deep impression on him, but it seems that he was not seen in the battle on the deck. In fact, he was more worried about Jasper and the Naga mermaid trapped in the bottom cabin. After learning that there was no silver moon elf in the bottom cabin of the Sea Wolf, only a half-blood elf was imprisoned in the bottom cabin, the elf guards canceled the rescue plan. Directly attacked the Sea Wolf from the front. Roy walked to the side of the ship and helped other young elves put the sampan back on the dock. Seeing Steve also helping to carry the heavy sampan, he turned his head and said to him, "Thank you." Steve did not respond, but left with a proud look on his face, not caring at all that the cut on the left shoulder of the dress was more than a foot long, just a little bit away from cutting his skin. Captain Simpson and the patrol captain gathered together, surrounded by many elf guards and patrols. They asked Roy about the general structure of the ship's tower and the lower deck, and where the captain of the Sea Wolf was hiding. In fact, Roy had never seen the captain of the Sea Wolf. He had only seen the second mate Nelev, but he did not see the second mate Nelev during the battle on the deck this time, so he told the two what he knew. Claire jumped over from the boat behind with a longbow on his back, covering his mouth and nose with his hands, obviously not liking the smell of blood on the boat. Princess Ophelia's silver carriage had already stopped at the dock, and Her Royal Highness got into the carriage. Roy stood on the edge of the ship's side, leaning out to look at the side of the ship. The row of oars sticking out of the window was still paddling hard in the sea. The Sea Wolf was like a giant beast tightly tied by a rope, trying every means to escape from the port back to the sea. The elf guard stood on the deck, guarding the door in the middle of the ship. The whole solid wooden door had been chopped into a pile of broken wood, and the corridor inside the door was dark, leading to the upper deck of the ship on one side and the lower deck on the other. The elf guards didn't know the internal structure of the Sea Wolf, and several of them who rushed in were injured. The sailors inside didn't dare to come out. The elf guards planned to hold out for a while. Just when the elf guards felt they could breathe a sigh of relief, there were hurried and heavy footsteps in the ship. It was a loud noise made by extremely heavy metal boots stepping on the wooden boards. Almost in the blink of an eye, a figure as strong as a rhinoceros rushed out of the ship. He wisely gave up the main door of the ship and hit the wooden wall next to the main door with his steel shoulder armor. The entire wall bulged outwards, and a figure rushed out from the broken wooden planks like a cannonball, and immediately knocked out an elven guard guarding the left side of the ship's door. He held a shining square-headed war hammer in his hand, swinging it and smashing it on the top of the elven guard's head. Although the elven guard was knocked out, his body was constantly adjusting as he fell. Seeing the strong dwarf swinging the square-headed war hammer down, he quickly twisted his body and blocked it with the long sword in his hand. With a roar from Captain Ralph, the warhammer hit the long sword, instantly breaking the elven long sword made of fine steel and mithril into two pieces. The remaining force of the warhammer did not decrease, and the elven guard had no time to retreat, and was hit on the left shoulder by the warhammer. The sound of broken bones and screams made the surrounding elven guards focus their eyes on the dwarf in full armor. Several elven guards attacked Captain Ralph at the same time. Captain Ralph swung the warhammer with one hand and raised the dwarf chain shield to block the vital parts of his body, and the long swords of the elven guards were all blocked. At this moment, the first mate, Lady Eugela, appeared next to the hole in the tower with a staff in hand. An arcane missile flew towards Captain Ralph. Under her exquisite control, it hit an elf guard in the chest. The elf guard flew backwards and spit out blood. Then the second and third missiles flew out one after another, and the elf guards were injured one after another. By the time the elves around reacted, the first mate, Lady Eugela, had already dodged and hid in the tower. The elf guard who was chasing was chopped back several steps by two heavy scimitars, and only stopped falling when he hit his companions. Second mate Nella jumped out of the broken hole with two scimitars in his hands, and a group of howling sailors also jumped out of the hole. Roy happened to be standing on the edge of the side of the Sea Wolf, and quickly pulled Claire to the deck of another ship. The melee started again. This time, the crew of the Sea Wolf was almost as brave as if they had been injected with chicken blood. The seamen fought desperately, forcing the elven guards to retreat repeatedly. Captain Simpson saw his companions being injured by Captain Ralph's hammer, but Ralph hid his body behind the dwarf chain shield. He was strong, but very short. He repeatedly neutralized the attacks of the elven guards behind the dwarf chain shield. Occasionally, a long sword stabbed him, but it was blocked by the steel armor. Captain Simpson quickly left the ordinary crew in front of him and rushed a few steps to stop Captain Ralph. The shadow of the elven sword dancer appeared behind him again, and the sword dancer danced gracefully behind Captain Simpson again. A strange power spread out from this phantom, and almost all the elf warriors on the deck could feel it. When they held the long sword in their hands, they could stab the target more accurately. Some people could even clearly sense the trajectory of the opponent's attack, and then perfectly raise the sword to block, and the long sword would always stop the opponent's weapon at the weakest point. It's actually an elf sword dancer. Captain Ralph laughed loudly, and behind him appeared the figure of a gray dwarf ancestor, holding a war hammer in one hand and a purse in the other. Almost at the same time, a force was injected into Captain Ralph's body. His skin showed mottled petrification marks, and then Captain Ralph's fighting style immediately changed. The dwarf chain shield in his hand fell off his arm, and he held a piece of chain in one hand and swung it hard, and the dwarf chain shield spun in the wind like a windmill. The dwarf chain shield smashed at Captain Simpson, and the chain shield even made a humming sound when it flew through the air. Captain Simpson was forced back 2 steps by the chain shield. Captain Ralph took a few steps and jumped up suddenly, raised the square-headed war hammer above his head, and chopped it down again. When the hammer broke through the air, there was a crackling sound of gas explosion. Captain Simpson did not dare to block with his long sword. Captain Ralph's hammer hit the deck. With a loud bang, a big hole was blasted out of the hard deck by the hammer. Wood chips flew everywhere. The crew on the deck cheered like a tide. At this time, the captain of the elf patrol was also repelled by the double swords of the second mate Nelliv. A group of patrols worked together to block Nelliv and rescued the captain from the double swords of the second mate. The 2-meter-tall body of the second mate Nelliv was like an iron tower. The sailors behind him helped him block the attacks from the side and back, making Nelliv even more courageous. The figure of the first mate, Mrs. Ugula, appeared on the top of the ship. She was wearing a dark green magic robe and holding a short magic staff in her hand. Her long red hair fluttered in the sea breeze. Arcane missiles flew out from the tip of the magic staff and exploded on the deck. The elf guards were forced to retreat again and again by the arcane missiles. A large number of Sea Wolf crew members took the opportunity to rush out from under the deck and quickly regain control of the Sea Wolf deck. The elf guards were forced to the edge of the ship by the crew. Even Captain Simpson and the captain of the elf patrol were defeated by Captain Ralph and second mate Nelliv. Many elf guards were chased by the crew and forced to jump into the sea. At this moment, the sound of horse hooves came from the darkness at the edge of the dock. The rumbling sound was like thunder in spring. Boom, boom, boom. From far to near, finally, a team of elf warriors rode on war horses and appeared at the edge of the darkness, breaking into everyone's sight. Chapter 54. A low horn sounded throughout the entire Castletown harbor. The great elf archers appeared on the top of the building at the dock. They were wearing black cloaks, gray light leather armor, carrying combat longbows, and 2 quivers hanging on their waists. They just appeared on the roof opposite the Sea Wolf ship dock. A strong murderous atmosphere enveloped the entire port. The Silver Moon Elves Archer Corps is known as the most outstanding long-range force in the eastern continent, and is as famous as the Flying Axe Orc Corps of the Orc tribe and the Lizardman Archer Corps of the Swamp tribe. They quickly occupied the commanding heights of the dock. Then, arrows wrapped in wind elements silently tore through the darkness and covered the deck of the Sea Wolf in all directions. An arrow wrapped in wind elements hit the main mast. The arrowhead actually penetrated the mast with a diameter of nearly half a meter and emerged from the other side. Another arrow flew past Lady Ugula's cheek. If she hadn't turned her head to look at the dock just now, the arrow would have hit her forehead. The arrow hit the wooden railing next to it with a bang, and the arm-thick oak railing immediately broke into 2 pieces in the middle. The first mate, Mrs. Ugula, was so scared that she immediately put up a magic light shield. Feeling that this was not safe, she pulled out the magic broom from her magic waist bag in a panic and rode the magic broom into the night sky. The arrows that followed fell behind her and disappeared in the dark night. Then, more arrows wrapped in wind elements flew over, and 2 arrows almost partially hit the floating device of the magic broom backwards. The floating device on the magic broom was shattered, and Mrs. Ugula fell from the air into the sea. On the battlefield, magicians are always the first targets of archers' fire. Mrs. Ugula failed to dodge the arrows of the great elf archers. Captain Ralph forced Captain Simpson to the bronze ram on the bow. Captain Simpson ran around the bronze ram statue, avoiding the war hammer in Captain Ralph's hand. The war hammer hit the bronze man, and some dents appeared on the statue. The sailors who rushed out from under the deck had just driven a group of elf guards off the ship, and they didn't even have time to cheer for their short-lived victory. Arrows fell on the deck one after another, and the leather armor worn by the crew members could not stop the sharp arrows at all. The arrows pierced through the chest, and the crew member's body became stiff. He looked at the feather arrow stuck in his chest with a look of despair, stretched out his hand to pull the arrow out of his chest, and finally fell on the deck. After just one round of arrow rain, there were only more than 20 crew members who could still stand on the deck of the Sea Wolf. The other crew members were shot and fell on the deck. Even Captain Ralph had a few feather arrows stuck in his body. However, his muscles were as hard as rocks, and several arrows pierced his skin, which was not even the slightest injury. Although he looked like a porcupine with several arrows hanging on his body. But he still swung the war hammer in his hand, forcing Captain Simpson to retreat step by step, without any chance to fight back. The elf warriors jumped onto the deck of the Sea Wolf again, along the ships on both sides, and the archers behind them followed closely on board. This group of elven sword dancers, wearing heavy armor, rushed to the deck of the Sea Wolf, and killed the remaining 20 or so crew members without mercy. Second Mate Nella felt something was wrong. Seeing his companions dying one after another, he approached Captain Ralph. Although he was also pierced by several arrows, he managed to withstand the arrow wounds with his strong physique. The deck of the Sea Wolf was full of sword dancers wearing heavy armor. They gathered together and surrounded Second Mate Nella. Some of the elven sword dancers rushed into the ship's tower. The elven guards and patrolmen, who were forced back to the other two ships by the crew of the Sea Wolf, took the opportunity to run back and began to rescue the injured elves on the deck. In addition to the wounded lying on the deck, some elves fell into the sea. Several more arrows tinkled and fell on Captain Ralph. Even though he had hard armor and rock-like skin, he was still defeated by the siege of several sword dancers. Several Saruki swords were entangled in the chain of Captain Ralph's shield at the same time, breaking the chain of the dwarf chain shield. Without the protection of the shield, Captain Ralph could not resist the attack of the elf warriors with just a war hammer. Seeing that the situation was already lost, although he was reluctant to give up the Sea Wolf, Captain Ralph still made a decisive decision. Under the siege of the elf sword dancers, he broke through the defense of two sword dancers, like a cannonball, and jumped into the dark sea. Now only the second mate Nella was left on the deck to fight back. It was not that he did not want to escape from the Sea Wolf, but there were several elf sword dancers around him, so he had no chance to jump off the ship. At this time, the elves on the deck had already discovered that the Sea Wolf was slowly sinking, and the elf sword dancers, who wanted to enter the cabin along the deck stairs, also retreated. Originally, the height difference between the deck of the Sea Wolf and the port dock was nearly 5 meters, but now it is less than 2 meters. There were already crew members in the paddle room of the Sea Wave shouting in panic, "Oh, the seawater is pouring in, swim out quickly." The wounded second officer Nelev also rushed to the right side of the ship with a last chance. He wanted to jump off the ship. He used his body to resist the long sword swung by the elf guard, and easily broke through the encirclement of the two elf patrols. But at this time, Captain Simpson appeared in front of him. Nelev tried his best to cut Simpson. Simpson dodged Nelev's scimitar and turned to Nelev's side. He held the long sword in his backhand and cut Nelev's throat. A stream of blood spurted out of his throat. Nelev threw away the scimitar in his hand in despair and covered his throat with both hands. Unfortunately, the blood still flowed out from his fingers. He even couldn't breathe. His eyes bulged out and looked around desperately. He was not swept into the deep sea by the violent waves when sailing in the endless sea, nor was he swallowed by the deep sea monster under the feet of the sea beast priest when catching the Naga mermaid, nor did he die under the scimitar of other slave traders when competing for the chassis. But he died under the sword of an elf sword dancer in the castle-town port of the Elf Kingdom, the most unlikely place to encounter a battle. He had so much reluctance in his heart. He originally wanted to purify the captain's room and then get a reward from Captain Ralph. Unfortunately, he messed up everything. Nelev fell on the deck. The sword dancers of the 17th Legion began to chase Captain Ralph, who jumped into the sea and escaped, and Lady Eugela, who fell into the sea and was missing. Although the elves did not know their names, their identities were very easy to identify. One was a strong gray dwarf, and the other was a blood elf magician. A row of big elf archers stood on the edge of the port pier, facing the sea, holding combat longbows, and paying attention to the movements on the sea. There were more than 20 fishing boats surrounding the Sea Wolf. The bows of these fishing boats all raised lanterns, and began to search around the Sea Wolf. Thinking that Jasper was still in the bottom cabin, and had not been rescued, Roy ran to the stairs of the ship. Claire followed closely behind Roy. A team of elven sword dancers was guarding the stairs. Roy wanted to enter the bottom cabin along the corridor under the deck. When he reached the stairs, he found that seawater had poured in from below. Some crew members swam out of the cabin, and were still struggling in the water. As soon as they struggled to climb the stairs, the elf guards held their necks with swords. Roy wanted to go in and explore the bottom cabin. He was a good swimmer, but he was stopped by the elf guards guarding the door. Let me go down, my companion is still down there. Roy was a little excited. He thought that if Jasper hadn't given him the chance at that time, he might be the one tied up in the bottom cabin now. Captain Simpson, with a bandage on his right arm, came up from behind and pressed Roy's shoulder with his left hand. The seawater has already flooded the bottom cabin. It is estimated that there is no way to rescue him now. The situation inside is very complicated. Even if you want to retrieve his body, it is better to wait. It is estimated that during the day, 2 cranes will be built here to salvage the sunken ship. At this moment, the Sea Wolf continued to sink. The deck was at the same height as the stone platform of the dock. Miss Belclaire on the shore called Wagner Claire's name, asking him to go ashore as soon as possible before the Sea Wolf sank. Claire hurriedly pulled the extremely reluctant Roy onto the dock. The bodies of the sailors on the deck were also carried ashore by the elf warriors and neatly placed on the dock. Some fishing boats also fished out the bodies of some Sea Wolf crew members from the sea and brought them to the shore. Since the elf guards and patrols were very careful about their lives, no elves died in this battle. The seriously injured elf warriors were immediately sent to the Moon Temple for treatment. The dock became a little chaotic. Roy went ashore and asked the elves who returned from the fishing boats if anyone had fished out a half-blood elf covered in wounds. Almost all the elves who were asked shook their heads, but a few elves saw some Naga mermaids appearing in the sea when they were searching. Hearing the news, Roy sat on the stone slab on the dock exhausted. At this time, the Sea Wolf had almost completely sunk into the sea, and only the captain's room on the top floor of the ship and the 5 masts of different lengths on the ship were exposed above the water. Roy glanced at the dark sea inside. He was almost exhausted that night and wanted to take a break before looking around. He didn't even have time to inform the High Priest Reed of the Statue of Liberty of the bad news here. Claire wanted to talk to Roy again, but her sister Belle pulled her into the carriage. At this time, other young elves also left in carriages. It is estimated that this experience tonight will become a topic of conversation at every gathering for a long time in the future. When the elf army arrived at the dock, Princess Ophelia left the port in a carriage. When Wolf and Wilson, 2 outstanding elf nobles, returned to the dock, Princess Ophelia had long disappeared. Roy was about to get up from the ground and ask the elves who had just landed about Jasper's news. Then he heard the grocery store owner shouting in the distance, "Hey Roy, your friend not only returned the axe and chisel, but also paid you back the money you owed me." Roy was slightly stunned. Axe and chisel? He widened his eyes, got up from the ground and ran towards the grocery store owner. The grocery store owner quickly threw the hand axe with a saw-like blade, and the chisel bent like a bull's horn at Roy's feet with great disgust, and said loudly, "Now these axe and chisel are yours. They have been messed up like this. Don't even think about asking me to return them." Roy blinked at the grocery store owner, and didn't pay any attention to the axe and chisel that were no different from scrap metal, and walked past the grocery store owner. Where are they? Chapter 55. At the door of the grocery store opposite the shallow water dock, Jasper, who was covered in wounds, sat against the wall. At least the grocery store owner had some conscience, and took a blanket from the room to wrap him up. Jasper had a dark purple lump the size of a bowl on his chest, which was the wound left by the crew stabbing his chest with a pole. Now he felt a burning pain in his chest every time he breathed. The night sea breeze blew over, and he pulled the blanket on his body. Roy limped over from the deep water dock and saw Jasper sitting against the wall at a glance. I squatted down in front of Jasper, put my arms around his shoulders, and said excitedly, "Jasper, it's great that you can escape. I was worried that you would be trapped in the bottom cabin. I'm sorry that I failed to fulfill my promise, and failed to rescue you from the bottom cabin." Jasper raised one hand weakly, smiled reluctantly, and said, "Fortunately, the Naga killer brought back an axe and a chisel, and then we made a hole in the bottom of the ship and escaped. I've been waiting for you here for a while," he added weakly. "Come on, I take you back to the temple, and let High Priest Reed heal your wounds." Roy squatted down, put Jasper's arm on his shoulder, then hugged his waist, and helped him walk towards Brown Street outside the dock. "Roy, have you called all the seaside garrisons over?" Jasper looked at the big elf archers on the dock and asked with envy. "I just reported the news that we were trapped in the Sea Wolf to the port guard," Roy said. The two supported each other, and walked slowly towards the Statue of Liberty. Soon they disappeared in the dark night. A beautiful Naga mermaid emerged from the sea water, under the shallow dock. It was the beautiful mermaid who helped Roy. She lay on the steps of the dock with her hands, and looked at the backs of the two quietly. Until the two completely disappeared in the dark street, she turned around and plunged into the sea. The 3-colored fishtail stirred up a wave in the sea, and quickly disappeared. Roy and Jasper walked back to the Statue of Liberty, 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow. Abbott was still sitting in the guard room at the entrance of the temple. When he saw the two people walking back from the port like homeless people, he knew something had happened. He ran out quickly to open the side door, and then helped Roy carry the almost exhausted Jasper into the backyard of the temple. "What happened to you? Wasn't he fine when he left? Could he be attacked by the evil spirit?" Abbott asked as he walked. Entering the temple, Jasper became more energetic and said, "What would you think if I told you that we met a group of slave traders?" Abbott trembled all over and almost threw Jasper on the corridor. He stopped and asked Roy to help lift Jasper onto his back. Then he grinned and said, "You two are lucky to come back alive." Jasper: "That's right. Not only are we lucky, Roy and I also saved a boat of Nanda's," Jasper said behind him. Abbott walked up the stairs to the second floor of the dormitory. He and Jasper lived in the room farthest from the main hall. "And then you two ended up like this?" "Yeah," Roy and Jasper answered at the same time. When Abbott turned up the stairs, High Priest Reed just came out of the study and looked up to see Roy and the other two. "High Priest Reed." The three of them stepped forward to greet him. High Priest Reed looked at Roy's face, then looked at Jasper, and then asked, "What happened?" Jasper pulled himself together and explained, "High Priest Reed, I went to a ship at the dock to purify the dead souls, but it turned out to be a slave ship. They wanted to take Roy and me to the sea, but fortunately the elf patrols of the guard team at the dock rescued us." "Goddess, how could such a terrible thing happen? Let me check how badly you are injured." High Priest Reed came over, and when he got closer, he found that Jasper's injuries were much more serious than he thought. At this time, Roy opened the door, and Abbott carried Jasper into the room and let him lie on the bed. Seeing the bruises on Jasper's arms, wounds all over his body, and large bruises on his chest, he pressed various parts of his chest and abdomen. Seeing him grimacing in pain, he knew that his chest and abdominal organs might have also been injured, so he said, "Your injuries are not light. Lie down and don't move. I will help you with the holy light." Jasper forced a smile and said, "Great Priest Reed, let Abbott help me heal it." High Priest Reed said seriously, "Jasper, these are not your concerns. You just need to rest now." At this time, there were messy footsteps in the corridor. Priest Theodore walked in drunkenly from outside. When he passed by this room, he looked inside and saw High Priest Reed and 3 trainee priests here, so he stopped. His steps were a little shaky. High Priest Reed frowned and asked, "Theodore, have you been drinking?" Priest Theodore leaned against the door frame, pointed at his chest, and said with a smile, "I only drank a little fermented pomegranate juice, which is not considered wine at all." Then he saw Jasper lying on the bed, and then walked into the room. "Oh, Jasper, what happened to you? How did you get hurt like this?" His expression was a little exaggerated. He pressed Jasper's shoulders with both hands, and then said, "Lie down quickly. You also know how difficult it is to store some holy light power now. I don't know how long it will take for Priest Anderson's holy light power to recover. The temple needs me and High Priest Reed to preside over the situation inside and outside. I can't use up all the holy light. Abbott, you come and treat Jasper and Roy." The last sentence was his order to Abbott. Abbott immediately replied respectfully, "Yes, Teacher Theodore." Theodore turned around and wanted to leave, but when he reached the door, he thought of something and turned around and told Abbott and Jasper, "Recently, the two of you should stop all external affairs. I believe you know more or less about the situation in the temple now. I don't want to say anything more." "Yes, Teacher Theodore." "Yes, Priest Theodore." Jasper and Abbott answered at the same time with bitter faces. After that, Priest Theodore said to High Priest Reed, "Reed, let's go to the study and sit down. I'm here today as a guest at the estate of the great artist, painter, sculptor, and poet, Master Montclair Latin. He promised to help us lobby the Castletown Elders' Council, and convince the nobles and the Elders' Council to agree that we can spread the Statue of Liberty's teachings in the upper city." High Priest Reed was also slightly moved after hearing this and asked, "Master Clare Latin? Is he the one who opened the art gallery in the center of Castletown?" Priest Theodore said proudly, "That's him." High Priest Reed was cheered up and said happily, "Thank you for your hard work, Theodore. Thank you for your contribution to the temple. I come to you later. I treat Jasper first. As for Roy's injury, although it's not light, I believe Abbott can do this well." He walked back to the room. Priest Theodore stood at the door and reminded, "Hey, save some holy light power. I guess you will need to inject holy light into the holy water pool next week. I showed some magic to Master Clare Latin today, and the holy light power has been used up." High Priest Reed waved his hand to show that he understood, and then said, I can handle it. ABT only knows the secondary healing technique, which cannot heal such a serious injury. In order to avoid mistakes when High Priest Reed performed the Great Holy Light technique, ABT and Roy stood in the corner and watched silently. This third-level divine technique requires reaching the level of a high priest to use. As a second-level apprentice priest, Roy needs to break through at least 2 big steps to reach this level. First you have to become a priest, then you can become a high priest. To become a priest, as long as you can sense the power of holy light and are pious enough, it is only a matter of time. But if you want to become a high priest, the conditions for advancement become very harsh. According to Jasper, at least 1 divine descent is required before advancement. Currently, Priest Theodore and Priest Anderson are both stuck at a bottleneck. After waiting for so many years, neither of them has been able to obtain the divine descent of the Statue of Liberty, which inevitably makes the 2 elf priests a little discouraged. In the dormitory, High Priest Reed performed the Great Holy Light spell, and a beam of holy light penetrated into the room from outside the room, completely enveloping Jasper. The sacred aura in the beam was so strong that it could condense leaves of light. Jasper was bathed in the holy light, and his body began to change rapidly, as if he was constantly going back in time and space. The wounds on his body recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Roy and Abbott watched the whole process very carefully. This kind of observation opportunity was very rare. Then, Roy also saw Abbott perform the secondary healing spell for the second time today, and both times were performed on him. He was injured twice in this day. From beginning to end, Roy did not see the priest Anderson come out of the room, not even the simplest greeting. Seeing Jasper's face was a little gloomy. Priest Anderson actually had another identity, that is, Jasper's teacher. Seeing Jasper's low mood, High Priest Reed patted Jasper on the shoulder and said, "Don't think too much. Anderson may have entered a misunderstanding recently, and he hasn't been able to get out of it yet. Give him some time. I guess when he figures it out, he will become as cheerful and enthusiastic as before." Jasper nodded. "I really want to know, you two are so embarrassed. What happened at the port? Who of you can tell me?" High Priest Reed waited for the 2 to receive some treatment, then sat opposite Jasper and asked them. Chapter 56. Abbott brought 2 chairs, and brought Roy a cup of tea and 2 breadfruits. When Roy took the breadfruit, he realized that he was already hungry. He first drank a cup of tea with honey and lemon juice, and then ate a piece of breadfruit, which made his stomach feel much better. Then Roy began to tell the story of their experience on the Sea Wolf. From boarding the Sea Wolf, to the elf army rushing into the port dock, and finally the Sea Wolf completely sank. Only then did Jasper realize that the 17th Legion stationed in Walnut Grove North was able to arrive at the dock in time, not because there was a half-blood elf imprisoned on the ship, or because there was a whole ship of Naga mermaid slaves, but because Princess Ophelia and the elf nobles participated in this matter. They would not let this group of young elf nobles encounter any danger. After all, if the 17th Legion wanted to be stationed comfortably in Walnut Grove, it had to obtain the support of the elf nobles in Castleton City. "Roy, you are so brave that you actually went to the seaside manor for help. Aren't you afraid of being thrown out?" After listening to Roy's story, Abbott covered his face with his hands and said loudly, "If they throw me out, at most I will fall again. What's the big deal?" Roy spread his hands and said, "Besides, the elf guards will not make things too difficult for me even if they are out of sympathy when they see how miserable I am. There are only 2 results for me to go to the manor for help, success or failure, but if you don't try, how can you get the final answer?" Roy finished speaking, with a faint smile on his face. "Fortunately, I met classmates and teachers who I just met in the Elf Academy in the manor, and they all gave me the best help they could. Roy, you should have someone send us a message. There are also many believers of the Statue of Liberty in Castletown Port, and many people know me." High Priest Reed said to Roy. High Priest Reed's words reminded everyone of the current predicament of the Statue of Liberty. Because they have not received a response from the goddess for several consecutive months, not only are the priests in the temple in an awkward situation, but the original large group of believers of the Statue of Liberty are now gradually becoming alienated from the temple. If the temple does not open the holy water pool twice a week, it is estimated that the last few believers may have left. If the holy light of the Statue of Liberty can no longer shine on the eastern continent, then where should these priests in the elf world go? The atmosphere in the room suddenly became dull, and the great priest Reed said to Jasper, "In Roy's experience, the latter part does not include your experience. Jasper, how did you escape from the Sea Wolf?" Jasper leaned against the head of the bed, and the great holy light magic of the great priest Reed made him full of energy. Then Jasper told everyone about the experience after Roy left. Shio returned to the bottom cabin along the secret passage and brought back a sharp axe and chisel. When he pushed open the cabin door and swam into the bottom cabin, he found that the elf was resting against the wet wall on one side of the bottom cabin, looking listless. When the Naga mermaids in the entire bottom cabin saw Shio return to the bottom cabin, they immediately looked at him excitedly. The collars and chains on the Naga mermaids' necks only allow them to swim within a 1-meter range. They will not die from lack of water, but they cannot move freely. In the bottom cabin, 3 sick Naga mermaids have been treated by Jasper, and their condition has improved significantly. Unfortunately, Jasper's holy light has been used up, and he can't treat more Naga mermaids. Shio, did you send that elf out? Tiffany asked Shio, revealing her upper body from the sea water at the bottom of the boat. Zio raised the axe and chisel in his hand, stared at the black collars on their necks, and said with red eyes, "Sent it out. He gave me this before he left." Jasper leaned against the wet wall and opened his eyes. Although he couldn't understand what the 2 Nagas were saying, he saw the axe and chisel in the hands of the Naga killers, and guessed that Roy must have gone out safely. Roy will definitely ask the patrolmen of the guard team for help, but those elf patrolmen can't even find the Holy Grail. I really hope that he can return to the temple as soon as possible. Perhaps only Teacher Theodore can save me, Jasper thought silently in his heart. I know what he means. He wants me to chisel open the bottom of the boat. I guess the elf warriors outside may not be able to get here in time, Shio said to Tiffany. Tiffany is the daughter of the chief of their tribe, and the recognized leader of this group of captured Naga mermaids. She thought about it, and agreed to Shio's proposal. The wood used for the side panels of the sea wolf is very hard fur. In addition to the keel, the side panels of the boat are a total of 3 layers inside and outside, and the surface is also brushed with tung oil, and there is almost no seam. Zio chose to drill a hole at the rear of the bottom of the boat. He dug the chisel half an inch deep, and finally pulled it out. Then a stream of seawater finally came in. In order to avoid being discovered by the crew, Zio did not dare to move too much at first. But soon, the hole expanded to the size of a fist, and the seawater from outside rushed in like a fountain. The bottom cabin began to take in water. The seawater that came in was clear and clean. The Naga mermaids on the side could not help but stretch their heads over to let the clear seawater wash their faces. Zio continued to enlarge the hole, but water kept pouring in from outside, and the whole enlargement project became very difficult. When he enlarged the hole in the bottom of the ship to the size of a copper basin, the seawater rushing into the bottom cabin became extremely fast. He was very worried that the change in water level would be discovered by the sailors outside. But then, he heard footsteps coming from the port dock, followed by the sound of chains sliding when the ship raised anchor. He guessed that there must be new developments outside, and it was very likely that the elves from Castletown had arrived. At this time, Zio began to work harder to widen the hole with a chisel. He had to dig the hole to a size that would allow the Nagas to pass through easily. The sea wolf was still sinking slowly without anyone noticing, and at this time, there were bangs and bangs from outside, like the sound of a harpoon shooting into the hull. As a large amount of seawater poured in, the water level in the bottom cabin continued to rise. Jasper, who was resting next to the cabin, began to feel uneasy at this moment. It was not that he could not swim, but he was trapped in the bottom cabin. He didn't think he could swim out of the hole. Maybe he will suffocate in the bottom cabin. As the water level covered his chest, he had to lean against the wooden wall and try to stand up straight. Don't worry, your friend has fulfilled his promise. Once the bottom of the boat is cut open, I will have someone send you outside first. After approaching Jasper, the Naga mermaid Tiffany spoke to him in a clumsy Elvish. Shio nodded uneasily. The Naga mermaid still had a chain tied around her neck, so she reminded her, "I'm afraid a fight has already broken out outside. Maybe those sailors will come in soon. You should open the chain as soon as possible. Don't worry about whether you will be discovered." Tiffany nodded, looked at the chain extending from the keel, and decisively picked up the axe that Zio had brought back, poked her body out of the sea, and almost touched the roof with her head, and chopped hard at the lock ring on the keel. With a crisp sound, a huge gap was split in the chain. She swung the axe again and chopped it down, and this section of the chain broke with a sound. A small section of the chain on the keel beam seemed to be pulled back instantly. Tiffany swung her tricolor fishtail, swam to the side of the other Naga mermaids, and began to cut the chains that locked them one by one. Many mermaids with chains around their necks immersed their bodies in the seawater, gathered at the entrance of the cave, and breathed in the fresh seawater. The physical condition of this group of Naga mermaids was already very poor. After being locked up in such a dirty environment for a long time, many Naga mermaid girls became sick. Now that new seawater was injected into the bottom cabin, the Naga mermaids couldn't help but move forward to let the clean sea water wash their bodies. The sea water quickly submerged Jasper's shoulders, and he could only try his best to stand up straight and breathe the remaining air in the bottom cabin. At this time, there was a splashing sound outside the bottom cabin, and some seamen were shouting, "Oh no, the bottom cabin is flooded, come and help." Jasper endured the pain in his body, and swam to the door of the bottom cabin with all his strength. Finally, before the seamen rushed in, he closed the wooden door of the bottom cabin with force. He touched a bolt as thick as an arm in the corner of the wall, and placed it across the wooden door, completely blocking the bottom cabin. The seawater surged up and covered Jasper's nose. He had to float his body, then tilt his head back and let his nose touch the top of the ceiling of the bottom cabin, so that he could breathe the last bit of turbid air in the bottom cabin. I believe that the 2 crew members in the corridor outside the bottom cabin must not be too easy. At this time, the sound of banging the cabin door could be heard in the corridor outside the door. Jasper was worried that the crew members would rush in. Since they were crew members on the Sea Wolf, it can be imagined that they were quite good at swimming. If they entered the bottom cabin with fishing nets and harpoons, they would inevitably kill the Naga mermaids, who had no power to resist. Seeing that the bolt of the hatch was gradually deformed by the collision of the sailors outside, it might fall out of the slot at any time. Jasper plunged into the water, without thinking, and held the bolt tightly with both hands. Perhaps it was noticed that the hatch, which was already shaky, suddenly became solid again. The sailors probably guessed that someone was blocking the hatch. Jasper held his breath and blocked behind the door. Suddenly, a spear pierced through the thick wooden board of the hatch, pierced in from the outside, and went directly through Jasper's armpit. He was so scared that he opened his mouth and took a big gulp of seawater. Jasper was exhausted, his holy light power was exhausted, and his body was covered with wounds. He took such a big gulp of seawater that his mind went blank. He immediately lost consciousness in the seawater, and his body floated towards the bottom of the cabin, with bubbles coming out of his mouth and nose. At this time, Jasper's mind was completely blank. Chapter 57. When Jasper woke up, he was soaked in the seawater in the bottom cabin. It was just that he was held by Tiffany with both hands, and Tiffany was lying on her back in the bottom cabin, with her soft lips pressed against his mouth. Jasper was face down, and the moment he opened his eyes, he saw a pair of big blue eyes staring at him without blinking. Although the air transmitted from Tiffany's mouth was not much, it did not make Jasper feel suffocated. Jasper subconsciously hugged the Naga mermaid girl Tiffany, and he subconsciously looked at the door of the bottom cabin. The door was being closed again by the Naga assassin Hugh. When the door was closed, with the help of a ray of light, Jasper found that the sea water was filled with a light red. At the moment before the door was closed, Jasper saw a hand exposed outside the cabin door, a pale and weak right hand. As the cabin door was completely closed, the hand was completely isolated from the cabin door. Hugh used a spear to cross the bolt slot of the cabin door, and then swam to Tiffany's side like a big fish, pointing at the hole chiseled in the bottom of the cabin, indicating that she should get out first. At this time, the other Naga mermaids left the Sea Wolf one after another through the hole. Wait until Tiffany and Jasper came out of the hole. Before they dispersed, they saw some elf guards falling into the sea on the dark sea. Almost all elves can swim, and they swam to the shore after falling into the water. However, some injured elf guards fell into the sea and drowned. At this time, some Naga mermaids, who had barely recovered a little strength, swam over and pushed them to the surface of the water, waiting for their companions to rescue them. Tiffany was going to take Jasper to the dock at night, but Zio took him to the shallow water dock. The 2 Nagas pushed Jasper to the floor of the dock together. Jasper then took a deep breath of fresh air. Shio also placed the axe and chisel next to Jasper, and also took out a few coaler shells and placed them next to the axe. Then he plunged into the sea, turned over a wave, and disappeared in the dark sea. The grocery store owner had not fallen asleep since being woken up by Roy. He was still hesitating whether to run out to help. The grocery store was only a few dozen meters away from the shallow water pier. The movement in the shallow water area was just heard by the grocery store owner. He bravely came to the dock and saw a half-blood elf lying there weakly. There were wet axes and chisels next to him, and even a few coalers. He ran over quickly, dragged Jasper to the door of the grocery store, and kindly gave him a blanket. Then he took the broken axe and chisel, and went to the deep water dock to find Roy. Abbott, who was sitting on the bed opposite, was stunned when he heard this. For those Naga sea people with exotic customs, the elves who pursued perfection and beauty were very fascinated. Jasper, how do you feel about such a long kiss? Abbott couldn't help asking. Speaking of this, Jasper became a little proud, and his mouth was gritting when he talked about these things. He smiled and said, "Their bodies are cold, which is a little different from our body temperature, and there are hard scales on their backs and arms. Hugging is like hugging a female warrior wearing scale armor, but it is really erotic. You don't know how charming she is." Abbott put his thumb on his cheek and stroked his chin with his index finger. He said with envy, "Wow, although I have a little sympathy for your experience tonight, now I have to say that I am a little jealous of you." High Priest Reed tapped the table in the room with his fingers, making the 3 trainee priests in the room focus all their attention on him. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, he said with some concern, "Speaking of which, as a free trade port, Castletown Port has not been rectified for a long time. This time, it is estimated that the Castletown Elders Council will have some new measures, which will probably have some impact on the lives of the elves in the lower city. The concern of High Priest Reed is not without reason, because every new measure of the Council of Elders is aimed at the half-blood elves in the lower city, and these new measures are often directly reflected in salaries and taxes. The believers of the Statue of Liberty are almost all half-blood elves. Once they have less money in their pockets, they will have even less energy to become believers of the Statue of Liberty. However, these have little to do with the personal interests of the 3 apprentice priests, so the 3 of them don't care much." High Priest Reed said, "Abbott, you and Jasper usually take on commissions outside. Priest Theodore and I know this. We never mentioned this because we thought it would be helpful for you to practice divine arts and spread the glory of the Statue of Liberty, so we didn't object." His tone became heavier, and he looked at Roy's face again, "But now that something like this has happened, I have to remind you. And Roy, although your divine arts are not enough to take on these commissions, I still have to say that you must carefully distinguish the difficulty of the commission, especially not to easily accept the commission of the ship. Otherwise, if you encounter slave traders or pirates, you may be in big trouble." The 3 trainee priests hurriedly responded solemnly, "I understand, High Priest Reed." Then High Priest Reed stood up and said, "Okay, let Jasper have a good rest. Roy, do you want to stay here for one night? If necessary, let Abbott help you get a quilt from the warehouse." Roy stood up quickly. He didn't want to worry Ms. Belinda, so he said, "High Priest Reed, I can walk home." "Well, be careful on the road," High Priest Reed said, and left Jasper's room. Roy walked home in the night. The crew of the Sea Wolf was still being captured at the port, but there was no movement on Brown Street. The few street lights on the street were spaced far apart, and the range they could illuminate was very limited. Most of the time, Roy had to walk in the dark. When he saw the familiar buildings on the street, even his steps became lighter. Roy was worried about how to get home, because his injuries had not fully healed, and his clothes were no longer suitable. If Ms. Belinda saw him in this state, she would be very sad. It would be better not to let her know. Roy was thinking about how to deal with Ms. Belinda as he walked. Unconsciously, he walked to the pharmacy at the corner of the street, and stopped as usual. This time, Roy did not look at the small nest in front of the store, but looked at a corner at the corner of the street. It wasn't that he noticed any movement there, but he smelled a strong smell of fish and blood. He stopped and looked at the shadow over there. The night-blade leopard saw Roy and bravely came out of its den again, baring its teeth and growling at the darkness of the street corner. Roy took 2 steps in that direction again. Sure enough, the Naga killer Shio swam out from the shadows, twisting and turning, and his huge fish tail was so strong and powerful. The night-blade leopard was frightened and hid back in its den again. Roy was relieved when he saw that it was the Naga killer, and then he said to him, "Can you please not be so scary next time you show up?" The dull expression on the Naga killer's face showed that he didn't understand at all. He stared at Roy blankly. The 2 of them couldn't communicate at all. Roy didn't understand what the Naga killer was going to do. Shio didn't get too close, but only moved forward a distance. His tall body made Roy look even thinner. He stretched out his arms, one hand holding a silver-plated scepter, and the other hand holding a crystal ball the size of a coconut shell. He held both hands in front of Roy. He waited until Roy took the 2 items before retracting his arms. The Naga killer turned around and swam back to the dark street corner. The 2 did not even have any communication. When he turned around and left, Roy saw at a glance that he had 2 scimitars hanging on his waist, and at least 10 spears on his back. It seemed that he had picked up a lot of spoils on the Sea Wolf. Roy lowered his head and looked at the 2 gifts in his hand. The scepter was very heavy, and felt a bit like the weight of a number 8 sledgehammer. With Roy's current arm strength, it was still very difficult to swing it with one arm. It looked a bit like a trekking pole, but the top was carved into a fist-sized crown, and in the middle of the crown was a crystal-clear red agate the size of a goose egg. Roy thought that the material of this scepter might be silver. He thought to himself, if the top was really a red agate, it would probably be worth some money. The crystal ball, on the other hand, didn't look that special. This kind of crystal ball is very common in the free market. Many elves like this kind of crafts. Buying one and putting it at the bedside will make the bedroom look more stylish. The only bad thing about this crystal ball is that the rusty cast iron bone hand under the crystal ball is a bit scary. Looking at the gift given to him by the Naga killer in his hand, Roy didn't expect there would be an unexpected surprise on the way home. Of course, if he could choose a gift, he would rather the Naga killer give him a bag of kolar. When he walked to the door of his home, he found that the lights in the studio on the second floor were still on. Pushing the door open and walking in, Roy stood at the stairs, took a deep breath, and shouted to the second floor, "I'm back." Then, Roy walked quickly to the bathroom to take a shower. "Roy, you." Ms. Belinda poked her head out of the studio with a carving knife in her hand, and only heard the sound of running water in the bathroom, so she could only shrink her head back helplessly. Standing in the bathroom, Roy heard the sound of Ms. Belinda closing the door and breathed a sigh of relief. He simply wiped himself, put away the dirty clothes, and then tiptoed back to the bedroom. Put the crystal ball on the square table. Roy thought the silver scepter was more valuable, so he put it in the closet. Lying on the bed, thinking about the unfortunate experience of the whole day, Roy felt his head was a little heavy, and soon fell asleep. The seed of light in his body was emitting a dim holy light, and the two tentacles were waving constantly, diligently absorbing the holy light particles in the surrounding air. Chapter 58. When Roy woke up in the morning, he found that all the wounds on his body from the fish hooks had healed. After soaking in warm water, the scabs fell off his body. Only a few scratches on the body of the Naga killer had not fully recovered, but these wounds were also in a scab state, and the wounds were even a little itchy. Roy changed into a fresh and clean set of clothes and walked out of the bedroom. There was a piece of bread and jam on the dining table, which should have been carefully prepared by Miss Belinda. Ms. Belinda was in the yard, listening to the news brought back by her next-door neighbor, Ms. Gillian, from the port dock. Roy ran to the second floor, and from the terrace on the second floor, he could see a corner of the Castletown port pier. At this time, Roy realized that the port pier was still under martial law. Although there were fishing boats docking at the pier, the fish market was closed. Ms. Gillian told Belinda across the courtyard wall. A ship that sold Naga mermaid slaves at the pier was checked at Castletown port, and the entire ship sank into the sea. As a result, the fish market at the port pier was suspended this morning. So Ms. Gillian had a rare day off. She also learned from the port dock that the 17th Legion and the port guard seized 23 boxes of treasure from the ship, which were said to be full of gold coins and kolar, as well as gems such as pearls and agates. It is said that a copper coffin and several strange copper mirrors covered with black cloth were also carried out from the ship. In addition, the ship left a total of 157 crew bodies, most of whom were of human and orc descent. These guys also captured 23 crew members. After they are convicted by the Senate Tribunal, they will be sent to the Northern Parim Island prison. Of course, the most important news is that several sailors on this ship jumped into the sea and escaped. These criminals are likely to hide near the coastline of the port pier. They are the ones who have a serious impact on the lives of the residents of Brown Street. If you have nothing to do, it is best not to hang out at the beach. In addition, the captain and the first mate of this slave ship also jumped into the sea and escaped. Their whereabouts are still unknown. This time, the elf army did not have time to rescue the Naga Sea tribe in the ship. When they opened the hatch of the bottom cabin, they found that the Naga Sea tribe trapped in the bottom cabin had already escaped by drilling a hole in the bottom of the ship. Roy stood in the yard and waited until Ms. Belinda left home in her exquisite dress before hanging the clothes lent to him by the elf patrol on the second-floor terrace, and then hurried to the elf academy. After experiencing so many things yesterday, his physical strength had not yet fully recovered, so he chose to take a long carriage in the morning. Since he was riding in a long carriage, Roy simply left home later. It didn't matter. It only took half an hour for the long carriage to pass through the bustling lower city. Castletown was not affected at all. In the morning, a large number of half-blood elves still got up from their beds and ran to every corner of the city to do the lowest level work. Even if some of the Silver Moon elves in the upper city had to work, they could sleep until 9 o'clock. When they arrived at the workshop or the business, they only needed to sit for a while, and then started to eat lunch. After lunch, there was also nap time and afternoon tea time. After all this was done, the day's work would be over. The Castletown Elders Council is very supportive of Silver Moon elves who are willing to go out to work, and the welfare benefits are also very good. Roy sat in the bumpy long carriage, watching the street scene quickly moving backwards. The cool breeze blew in from the window, blowing Roy's soft golden hair back. Sabrina went out a little early. She did not take the long carriage. When Roy saw her, she was almost at the entrance of the academy. Looking through the window, she was a head taller than the other elf girls. In the sun, her skin was as white and smooth as ivory. The sea breeze blew over, and her long golden hair was immediately messed up and stuck to her face. So she quickly put the long hair that was blocking her eyes behind her pointed ears. Roy was a little dazed, and he couldn't help but think of it in the car. Roy always wanted to make trouble for Sabrina in the past, probably to show his presence and attract her attention. Later, these so-called showings turned into some pranks. Roy caused a lot of small troubles for the other party, until Sabrina went to the Fairy Academy, and then Roy was beaten up by Sabrina. There was a gap in his memory here, and then he was sucked into the ancient book and woke up. When he opened his eyes, he felt like he was lying on a strange bed. There was a gust of sea breeze outside the window, and the sun was dazzling. Roy sat up from the bed and walked to the window. What came into view was the endless blue sea, and the white beach extending from the port was like a winding white ribbon. The carriage shook violently, interrupting Roy's memory. Only then did Roy realize that the carriage had stopped at the gate of the Elf Academy. He quickly stood up from his seat, walked quickly to the back door, and followed the crowd to get off the carriage. During this time, many students would choose to take a long carriage to the academy, so each long carriage would stop at the entrance of the Elf Academy, and there would always be elves who chose to get off. There were still many elf students at the entrance of the academy. Some students were not in a hurry to enter the academy, and everyone gathered together to share some new news. Roy walked through the bustling crowd, and came directly to the martial arts training ground. In the past 2 days, he hadn't practiced the new disassembly movements since he got home. Many of the movements were unfamiliar, and it was a bit difficult for him to connect them into martial arts. Before class in the morning, he planned to practice them well. Although these disassembly movements were simple, the biggest problem for Roy was that his hands and feet were not coordinated, and he lacked a sense of rhythm. Roy sighed silently in his heart. Claire seemed very happy when she came to the training ground. He stood beside Roy and actively helped him correct some of his wrong movements. He also chattered non-stop with Roy. The battle at the port pier yesterday spread in the Elf Academy in the morning. Everyone was talking about the slave ship. Some elves regretted not being able to attend the Seaside Manor dance last night. Not only did they miss the opportunity to appreciate Princess Ophelia's graceful dance, but they also missed the wonderful port battle. Roy, have you ever killed anyone? Claire suddenly lowered her voice and asked Roy. Roy was slightly startled, stopped what he was doing, blinked, and whispered, "Let's count last night." Claire's pretty face had a complicated expression, and there was some entanglement and uneasiness in her excitement. "Let's count, yes. It was the two of us who killed him together, and it is undeniable that Steve also helped a little. Roy, did you have insomnia last night?" Roy looked at Claire, and sure enough, there were some red bloodshot in his eyes. Thinking about how he fell asleep in bed after taking a shower last night, he said, "No, I was so tired that I fell asleep as soon as I laid down." Claire asked unwillingly, "Did you have trouble eating this morning?" Roy thought about it, but still shook his head and said, "No. I ate bread and jam. I am half elf, half of my body is human, so I occasionally eat bread and scones made of grains. I also eat elf biscuits occasionally, but they are not very delicious." Claire said, "That is not the same." Roy stretched out his arms and tried to do the next disassembly action while speaking. Now he was eager to become stronger, and this impulse just burst out from the bottom of his heart. The bell for class rang. Ding ding ding. After several days of boring practice, many elf students were a little tired. Only Roy was still practicing hard on the lawn. This class was to connect the disassembly movements. Roy seemed to be doing slow motion, but his body was still not coordinated. Not only Roy, but even Claire's performance in this class was a mess. But most of the elf students, who were lazy on the lawn, did a good job. After the whole class, Roy sat on the training ground with sore body. After the martial arts training class, Instructor Nora walked straight to Roy. Instructor Nora, who was wearing leather armor, was very cool. She bent down, supported her knees with both hands, and looked up at Roy. Roy guessed that she might have a peach-shaped collar. "Roy, I don't care what you think. Now I have to remind you that you are really not suitable for resting elf martial arts, not just in terms of balance ability. I hope you can consider it carefully," Instructor Nora said to Roy. It seems that he has to talk about the last time after every class recently, which makes Roy a little shaken. But then Roy thought of the battle last night, which made him more determined to continue learning. He gritted his teeth and promised, "Instructor, I will try my best to catch up with the learning progress." Instructor Nora didn't say anything, but punched Roy on the shoulder with his fist. "Try harder, Roy, otherwise it will be difficult for you to graduate from the elementary martial arts training course this semester." Roy felt that the wound that had been completely scabbed seemed to have broken again. In the modern history of Elle's class, Princess Ophelia walked into the classroom as the bell rang, raised her fair chin, and looked carefully at the students in the lecture hall. The faint sense of oppression made the students in the classroom a little breathless. Her eyes passed over Roy's face without stopping. She stood in front of the podium, put the modern history of elves in her hand on the table, held the podium with both hands, and said, "I left everyone a homework class, which is to ask everyone to give suggestions on how to change our modern history of elves so that you will feel that this class is not so boring." Chapter 59. Roy was still sitting in the small area for half-blood elves. In fact, just when the class started, he was even a little confused about whether to take the initiative to go to the front and express some gratitude to Princess Ophelia. After all, if she hadn't helped him last night, Jasper probably wouldn't have escaped from the sea wolf so easily. However, he turned around and saw 200 elf students sitting in the lecture hall. It was a bit embarrassing to take the initiative to go to the front in such a public place. So he thought of himself as an ostrich, burying his head in the sand. Even if Princess Ophelia allowed the students to speak freely, Roy did not intend to speak. Of course, the Silver Moon elves actually like to express themselves. They will use speeches, poems, music, paintings, and sculptures to express their rich inner emotions. The young elves in the lecture hall also like to express themselves. So when the elf students heard Princess Ophelia's question, someone immediately stood up. It was a young elf sitting in the front row. He was wearing a straight aristocratic costume. His hair was combed meticulously, and he had a bow tie on his collar. He even sprayed some perfume. This is how the young elf nobles usually dress. Everyone likes to dress like this. Another outfit is light leather armor and tight-fitting bloomers, with an exquisite long dagger on the waist, looking like a young elf warrior. The young elf placed his right hand flat on his chest, saluted Princess Ophelia, and then spoke, "Your Highness. I am a literature and history teacher here. Please call me Teacher Ophelia." Princess Ophelia frowned and interrupted him. The young elf quickly said, "Yes, Teacher Ophelia." Then he stood there and talked. "I think if we want to make the elf history course more lively, we can add some outdoor experience classes. In the showroom of my manor, there are heavy armor left by the Royal Legion of the Elf Dynasty, as well as paintings of the withering battle longbows of that period. Of course, you can also go to an ancient castle not far from my manor to observe the architecture of the Elf Dynasty." Before he finished speaking, a young elf stood up and interrupted the young elf's suggestion. "There are at least a dozen ancient castles left over from the Elf Dynasty near Castletown. If we want to understand the history of the late Elf Dynasty, we must go to the ancient battlefield to see it." When the students heard everyone's suggestion to go out for a walk, the atmosphere in the classroom immediately became lively. Some students were even discussing which castle to go to for adventure. When Ophelia heard that the students wanted to change the modern history of elves into an outdoor activity class, she was so angry that she could hardly speak. In order to interrupt this topic, Princess Ophelia signaled everyone to stop first. "These two students are right, but I will communicate with the college about this extracurricular experience class, and I also hope to have the opportunity to take everyone to see it. However, the extracurricular experience classes proposed by everyone cannot change the current teaching mode. I can't open a portal anytime and anywhere, take you to any place you want to go, and then bring you back safely before the end of get out of class." Princess Ophelia spread her hands and said. An elf girl took the opportunity to stand up and said in a crisp voice, "Teacher, before each class, we can make some models that best reflect the actual situation at that time, and then everyone will gather around the models to listen to you talk about the historical situation at that time." Princess Ophelia's eyes lit up slightly. It was obvious that this proposal touched Princess Ophelia. However, the problem that followed was how to make these models showing historical events. Even if you figured out how to do it, it would take some time to create something from scratch. This is a good suggestion, but it's a bit difficult to implement for the time being. Then some elf students stood up and suggested that they could find some oil paintings, sculptures, antiques, etc. from the historical period and bring them to the classroom for everyone to see. Princess Ophelia gladly accepted this proposal. However, there was one point that she did not agree with. That is, how could an instrument from more than 1,000 years ago be called an antique? The discussion in the lecture hall was quite heated, but these suggestions were almost all put forward by young elf nobles. Almost no one from the half-blood elves participated in this topic. Seeing the silent corner in the lecture hall, Princess Ophelia looked around. Then she found Roy sitting in the corner like an ostrich. Roy's face made Princess Ophelia suddenly remember the original intention of changing the teaching method. It was this student who told his friends that his history class was very boring. Then Princess Ophelia thought of how he had rashly barged into the seaside manor last night. He seemed to be injured at the time, and now he didn't know how his injuries were. Thinking of this, Princess Ophelia set her sights on Roy. Roy, tell me how to change the current teaching mode to make it more helpful for everyone's daily learning. A half-elf with no sense of existence was called out by Princess Ophelia again. The students in the lecture hall looked at Roy, and they suddenly remembered. Princess Ophelia had called him up in the class yesterday. This time, Princess Ophelia called him up again. Roy was also a little confused, wondering what was wrong with this Princess Ophelia, but he was smart and stood up quickly. This question was not difficult for Roy, so after he stood up, he thought about it for a while and said, "Teacher, I think we can list the knowledge points that need to be learned in each class, and then many historical events can be developed around these knowledge points. Of course, there can be a short period of free discussion in the second half of each class, and everyone can speak freely and ask some questions that they don't understand or have controversial issues." When the students in the lecture hall heard what Roy said, they found that his proposal was really feasible. The lecture hall began to discuss. Princess Ophelia had to admit that Roy's proposals were very thoughtful, but the pride of the Silver Moon Elf made her not want to follow Roy's proposal. Princess Ophelia suddenly clapped her hands, and the lecture hall suddenly became quiet. Everyone looked at Princess Ophelia. Princess Ophelia said very seriously, "The next class will be on Tuesday next week. At that time, I will list all the historical events we need to know this semester. Everyone will be divided into 20 groups. Each group will get several historical events for in-depth research. In the first half of each class, I will randomly select a study group and ask them to come to the podium and tell us, in their eyes, what exactly that historical event was like. You can praise or criticize, but there must be a basis. We will discuss the first half of the class, and then I will interpret this historical event. All students must hand me an assignment in the next class." Many students in the Elf Academy know that Princess Ophelia's literature and history class is the easiest course to get credits. Usually, she will not ask questions in class, she will not assign any form of extracurricular homework, and she will not test knowledge beyond the course during the final exam. So many students are willing to sign up for this course to change things up. But now, Princess Ophelia suddenly decided to change the teaching mode, which is certainly not the most terrible thing. The most terrifying thing is that she actually plans to give homework. Although there was no wailing in the lecture hall, everyone became unusually quiet. Everyone suddenly realized that it seemed to be not so easy to get credits from the course of modern elves history. And Roy, the instigator of all this, did not know about this. In fact, it was because of his talkativeness. In the afternoon, Roy took a long carriage to the Statue of Liberty. When he just arrived at the gate of the temple, he saw 2 elf patrols coming out of the temple. Roy stood at the gate and saw the elf patrolman, who was already familiar, but could not call out his name, so he smiled and asked him, "Are you here to find out the whereabouts of the Holy Grail?" The elf patrolman stopped and shook his head slightly, then whispered to Roy, "Someone did something behind the scenes, which completely interrupted the clues. There has been no progress in the investigation in recent days." Roy did not expect the elf patrolman to tell him the actual situation of the Holy Grail case. Then the 2 elf patrolmen turned around and left. Roy stood at the gate of the temple and looked at the port dock not far away. The fish market at the port was not open yet, but 2 simple wooden cranes were erected on the deep-water dock. Just below the crane arms, the sea wolf that had sunk into the sea had actually completely left the seawater. The workers on the dock seemed to be putting a row of wooden rollers under the ship, and then pushing the sea wolf to the beach on the west side of the dock to leave it there. The elves did not like this type of sea ship because it was extremely inconvenient to operate and required a lot of manpower. They usually liked to fish with sailboats of about 30 meters. At the same time, this boat is not in line with the aesthetics of the elves. The whole boat is black and very old. Many parts of the hull have been rotten and damaged. If this boat had not sunk on the dock, the elves at the port would probably not have gone to such great lengths to salvage it. This kind of rubbish should be sunk to the bottom of the sea. Walking into the deserted Statue of Liberty, Roy found Abbott walking out of the hall of the main hall. He was carrying something covered with linen, like a door panel on his back, which looked quite heavy. "Where are you going? I help you." Roy hurried over and said. ABT looked up at Roy and snorted, "Warehouse." With Roy's help, it was easier to move this thing. The two moved the heavy door panel to the warehouse on the first floor of the backyard. ABT specially chose the narrowest space and put the door panel in. Pinching the metal frame inside the linen, Roy was a little curious and wanted to uncover a corner. He also casually asked ABT, "What is this?" ABT next to him grabbed Roy's arm and said, "Don't move. High Priest Reed specifically ordered that I must not lift this cloth." Chapter 60. Roy originally thought that he would just lift this door, and then he could pray in the main hall. Normally, he would recite the sacred prayer in the study and pray at the same time. This time, Roy went to the Statue of Liberty in the main hall, and he was looking forward to the fruitfulness of his prayer. But when he followed Abbott out of the warehouse, Abbott pulled him into the main hall, and then he saw the other 3 doors. Yes, there were 4 such doors in total, and each one was very heavy. The two carried the remaining 3 doors to the warehouse, which made Roy sweat profusely. High Priest Reed personally walked into the warehouse, and even tied the 4 doors wrapped in linen tightly with ropes. Finally, High Priest Reed took out a broken candlestick from the warehouse, and placed it next to the 4 doors, and injected a ray of holy light into the 2 candles on the candlestick. Roy felt an incredible scene. When High Priest Reed lit the candle, the flame core of the candle actually exuded a faint sacred breath. This corner of the warehouse was shrouded in a faint holy light. In order to avoid fire, High Priest Reed also prepared a metal tray for the candlestick and placed it under the lower candlestick. When he walked out of the warehouse, he also told Roy and Abbott not to approach the warehouse unless they had something to do. Roy felt that those doors might not be simple, and since High Priest Reed didn't want to say, he didn't ask any more questions. Roy finally memorized a sacred prayer very well these days, so High Priest Reed allowed Roy to pray in front of the goddess statue in the main hall. Before entering the main hall to pray, Roy first came to the dormitory of the 2-story townhouse in the backyard of the temple. He pushed open the thick wooden door. There were only 2 single wooden beds, a desk next to the bed, and a wardrobe with 2 doors on the upper and lower floors. Jasper was lying on the bed on the right. He was wearing a loose pajamas and no quilt. He looked fine. "Jasper, how are you feeling?" Roy sat down beside Jasper's bed and asked worriedly. Unexpectedly, Jasper sat up from the bed and said energetically, "Not bad, the great holy light of High Priest Reed is much stronger than the secondary healing spell. I feel very good now. If High Priest Reed hadn't suggested that I rest in bed for a while, I would have gone out for a walk." Roy said to Jasper, "I just saw that the Sea Wolf has been salvaged. They are probably going to move it to the beach on the west side of the pier." It seems that Jasper has completely come out of what happened last night. He didn't have any excitement and said calmly, "That's a really big ship." Roy thought of the latest news that Miss Jillian brought back in the morning and said to Jasper, "By the way, the Grey Dwarf Captain and the elven female magician have not been found. Probably they escaped." Jasper had no impression of the captain and the first mate of the Sea Wolf, and had no idea how terrifying they were when fighting the elven warriors. At this time, he comforted the worried Roy. "This can't be helped, don't worry, they dare not easily sneak into the elven city." Abbott's voice came from outside. Roy immediately walked to the door, and saw Abbott waving at him by the well. Roy said to Jasper, "Jasper, I'm going to the main hall to pray. I hope today will be different. See you later." Abbott called Roy to ask him to help carry water. Usually, these things were done by him and Jasper. Now he was the only one left, so he thought of Roy. The water in this well was not only very cool, but also had no saltiness. The two carried the well water to the holy water pool in the side hall. The 4 walls of the pool were paved with smooth stone slabs, and were about 1 meter square. Roy and Abbott carried the bucket to the holy water pool, and saw that the water inside had already run out. It was just some very ordinary clear water, without any sacred breath. The silver plate was still placed on the table in front of the holy water pool. The breath emitted by the silver plate was not even as strong as the sacred scepter that the Naga killer gave to Roy. It only had a little bit of sacred breath. The plate contained some water, with a sacred aura. ABT first scooped up a spoonful of water and poured it into the silver plate, then poured all the water in the bucket into the holy water pool. Then he and Roy went out again, and continued to fetch water. The 2 of them fetched 12 buckets of well water, in a row before the holy water pool was mostly filled. ABT picked up the spoon beside the holy water pool, gently scooped a spoonful of water, turned his wrist, and poured the clear well water back into the holy water pool. He sighed softly, and said in a nostalgic tone, "When I first came to the temple, I only needed to pour well water into this holy water pool, and wait for 1 night for the well water in the holy water pool to become holy water. At that time, many elves in the lower city would run to the temple to pray, and when they left, everyone would take a bottle of holy water. Then he showed some uncertainty in his eyes, and said with a trace of worry, "Later, we gradually lost the holy light of the goddess, and the effect of the holy water pool gradually disappeared. The holy water pool could no longer turn the well water into holy water. Fortunately, we still have the holy grail. In fact, the holy grail is just a copper vessel, but it is plated with a layer of gold. In addition to having some sacred aura, it is really nothing special. In recent months, before each gathering, we will soak the holy grail in the holy water pool, and we will have a whole pool of holy water on the day of the gathering." High Priest Reed said that it was because the holy grail had been worshipped in front of the holy water pool for too long. The holy grail contained a large amount of holy light power. This holy grail can also release holy light power, which is why it assimilates the clean water in the holy water pool. Roy opened his mouth wide. He didn't expect that the holy grail was used for this in the temple. But no one expected that someone would steal the seemingly worthless holy grail, so that before every gathering, the priest needs to inject holy light power into the holy water pool. Last week, it was Priest Anderson who injected holy light into the holy water pool, which caused the holy light in his body to be completely exhausted. Abbott whispered to Roy. This week it's the turn of High Priest Reed, so every bit of holy light power accumulated in his body is very precious. How long have you not felt the holy light of the goddess? Roy also asked in a low voice. I can't feel a trace of holy light for about 6 months, but in fact the holy light of the goddess has been declining about a year ago. Abbott thought about it seriously and responded. Then the two heard the door of the main hall being pushed open, and Abbott immediately pushed Roy's shoulder and said, "It should be High Priest Reed, let's go." The two walked quickly to the relief statue of the Statue of Liberty in the main hall, and followed the High Priest Reed to kneel in front of the statue to pray. Roy could only recite the first half of the first page of the sacred prayer book, so he kept reciting it in a low voice. However, the temple always seemed dim and lifeless. After praying for a whole afternoon, there was no gain, which made Roy realize that at present, prayer seemed to be useless. Then Roy learned some magic in the study room. After learning the two magics of Glimmer Illumination and Power Blessing, Roy began to learn secondary healing. In his opinion, this magic is a must-have magic for home and travel, and it is very practical. Throughout the afternoon, except for Jasper, who was recuperating in bed, Priest Anderson had locked himself in the room and prayed silently alone. Priest Theodore left the temple early in the morning, saying that he was going to the upper city of Castletown to preach the goddess's teachings to the elf nobles. Such a large temple didn't even have a gatekeeper, so Abbott had to continue guarding the gate. In fact, Roy couldn't understand why the temple didn't hire a gatekeeper. Although the normal operation of the temple was a little difficult to maintain, it wouldn't cost much to hire a gatekeeper. Roy felt that High Priest Reed didn't need to save the money. After waving goodbye to Abbott, Roy walked home along Brown Street. "You're back, Roy. Why did you come back so late yesterday?" Moira poked her head out from the terrace next door and greeted Roy, who had just walked into the yard. Roy stopped, stood in the yard, looked up at the innocent-looking Moira and responded, "Something happened at the dock yesterday. I was also at the dock at the time. It was almost midnight when the matter was over." Obviously, Roy's response made her face show a slight smile. She couldn't help pursing her lips before saying, "I know, Jillian was still telling us this morning that a slave ship was detained at the dock last night." The captain and a group of crew members rose up to resist, but were completely defeated by the garrison over Walnut Grove. Roy glanced at Moira's big lake blue eyes and said, "That's about it." Then he went into the house, changed his clothes, soaked the clothes he was wearing in a basin of water, and then walked onto the terrace with the basin of water. Moira sat on the fence of her terrace, with her legs hanging outside the terrace. "Roy, have you seen those Naga tribes?" Roy stopped, thought for a moment, and answered honestly yes. Moira couldn't help her curiosity and asked, "Are they beautiful?" "The male ones are extremely ugly, but very strong. The female Naga are very beautiful, but they have a human body and a fish tail, and they have some hard scales on their bodies. That's about it." Roy shook off the water on his hands, took the clothes out of the basin, wrung them dry, and hung them on the clothesline. "Oh, it looks pretty good." Roy then thought of his poor performance in the martial arts training class. With a slight move in his heart, he asked Moira, "By the way, Moira, how is your elementary martial arts learning going? Have you learned the first set of continuous movements? Otherwise, let me check it." The naive half-elf girl didn't expect that Roy just wanted to watch Moira's demonstration and learn it seriously. She agreed very readily. "Okay, I was just about to ask what you have learned." Chapter 61. Moira connected these movements together, like a butterfly flying among flowers. Each of her movements was not fast, but she had a perfect sense of rhythm, and her body was as light as a piece of white paper blown into the sky by the wind. She showed the lightness and flexibility of the elves' bodies to the fullest, and performed a set of continuous movements on the terrace. Roy even had a feeling that the disassembly movements he and Moira learned seemed to be not the same set of movements at all. Seeing Moira perform this set of movements, Roy suddenly felt a strong sense of frustration. The confidence that had been rebuilt was instantly shattered. "Roy, what do you think?" The elf girl stood on the edge of the terrace, looking at Roy with a pair of big lake blue eyes full of expectation. Roy could only cheer up and sincerely praise. "Very good, the rhythm and balance are perfectly mastered. Compared with you, the set of movements I learned can't even be described as bad." Moira's eyes narrowed with a smile, and she pursed her lips and said, "It's okay, you can take your time. Sabrina said that your body is too stiff, and many movements are not done properly, which leads to deviations in the connection of the next movement, resulting in serious deviations in the movement. We need to correct it from the most basic disassembly movements. I will help you." She rarely takes the initiative, unless she encounters something she particularly likes. She supports herself on the terrace railing with one hand, jumps forward, and lands lightly in the yard. Almost without stopping, she crossed the courtyard wall, and then, while Roy was stunned, she jumped up lightly, grabbed the eaves under Roy's terrace with both hands, swung her body twice, and easily jumped onto the terrace, standing in front of Roy with a smile. "When did you learn this?" Roy asked blankly. Moira's pretty face was slightly red, and she was unwilling to answer. Then, Moira began to correct Roy's movements. She was much stricter than Sabrina. Even if Roy's movements were a little bit off from the standard, she would make Roy insist on doing it. Many of the movements were because Roy's hands and feet were stiff, so Moira held Roy's thighs and forcibly pressed the ligaments apart. Because there was an elf girl watching him, Roy had to endure no matter how painful it was, and tried to restrain himself so as not to scream. When Sabrina came back from outside, Roy's first set of coherent movements was able to complete 70% of the movements, and Roy felt as if the ligaments of all the joints in his body were broken. When Moira was called back by Sabrina, the two agreed to continue practicing tomorrow night. Roy rubbed his sore joints and wanted to go to the beach to swim, but when he thought of the two missing gray dwarf captains and elf magicians, who might be wandering around the beach, he immediately gave up this somewhat risky plan and stayed at home honestly. Sitting on the bed, Roy performed the glimmering technique, letting a ball of holy light float from his palm. He carefully manipulated the ball of holy light, floating it back and forth along his arms and thighs, letting the faint holy light pass through his body. Roy found that the little healing effect of this ball of holy light was just enough to relieve the pain caused by the ligaments in his body. The almost unbearable pain suddenly turned into the soreness of muscles. It can really relieve the pain after practicing martial arts. Roy suddenly lay on his back on the bed, exhaled a long breath, and felt that the world suddenly became beautiful again. Just like that, Roy fell asleep unconsciously while lying on the bed. And the holy light seed in his body was still constantly collecting the free holy light particles around him, and the fist-sized light ball became more and more blazing. Roy got up in the morning and naturally felt refreshed. In the elementary martial arts training class, Instructor Nora saw that Roy actually completed the first set of coherent movements this time. Although the movements were still a little distorted, at least they were within an acceptable range. So she didn't continue to persuade Roy to give up martial arts training. Before the get-out of class ended, she patted Roy on the shoulder to show encouragement. Obviously, he did a mess yesterday, which made Claire worried that Roy would be directly persuaded to quit by Instructor Nora. Unexpectedly, after one night, Roy actually passed Instructor Nora's assessment. This is really efficient. Roy, how did you do it? When the get-out of class was over, Claire chased after Roy and asked, "What else can I do? Of course, I just practice hard at home." "Hey, why are you following me? What class do you have next?" Roy asked casually when he saw Claire walking side by side with him. "It's still music appreciation class. I guess we learn the most basic music theory next." "Roy, do you want to learn music together?" In the Silver Moon Kingdom, a musician is more popular than a sword dancer. Every time Claire mentioned this, she would persuade Roy. Roy thought that he didn't even have a sense of rhythm, so he responded, "Forget it, I might as well learn sculpture or painting. At least I have carving knives and dies at home." Claire immediately agreed. "Actually, this is a good idea, Roy. Roy didn't want to hear this at all. He held his book and ran along the path. Claire followed him. The two friends played and quarreled all the way and rushed into the number 3 teaching building. There were many other elf students along the way, and everyone was rushing in groups of 3 or 5. When passing by a classroom, beautiful music came from inside, and Claire realized that she had arrived at the door of the classroom. So he stood at the door and waved to Roy. Seeing Roy leave without looking back, he turned around and walked into the music classroom. Jasper's injuries recovered quickly. It only took him 3 days to get out of bed and move freely. On Sunday morning, Roy arrived at the temple early. The fog outside had not yet dissipated. Roy was about to start his day-long duty at the gate. Walking into the backyard of the temple, Roy changed into the robes of the apprentice priest and walked out of the house. He actually saw Priest Anderson standing by the well in a daze. He had not seen him for several days, and he had lost a lot of weight. His eye sockets were sunken, his face was haggard, and deep wrinkles appeared on his face. He stared at the well with dull eyes, and his robe had not been changed for a long time, emitting a sour smell. Roy saluted him, but he ignored him. He just stood by the well for a while, and walked towards the warehouse. Roy sat in the gatehouse at the entrance of the temple. During this period, no matter how much he prayed, there was no response, so Roy prepared to concentrate on learning divine arts. Secondary healing was the divine art he wanted to master the most. There was only a table and a chair in the lobby, and the space was very narrow. Roy sat on the chair and began to put his hands on the table. He closed his eyes and recalled the patterns of the secondary healing divine rune in his mind, and then slowly practiced on the table with his fingers. After he practiced several times, he unexpectedly discovered that the messy marks on the table were not drawn randomly. Some lines happened to be completely consistent with the secondary healing divine rune that Roy practiced, and were obviously left by the priest who practiced this divine art before. Perhaps the lines appeared because his fingers repeatedly practiced on the tabletop, wearing off a layer of varnish on the tabletop. Just as Roy was secretly surprised, he saw a carriage parked at the entrance of the temple. 2 uniformed elf patrolmen got off the carriage and walked to the front of the gatehouse. One of the elves, with a scar on his cheek, lowered his head to the window. "How can I help you?" Roy asked quickly. The 2 patrolmen were strangers. At least Roy had never seen them in the port guard. "Is High Priest Reed here?" asked one of the elf patrolmen. "Yes," Roy answered. "Could you please inform High Priest Reed that Exxon from the downtown Edward Street Guard is here to visit him?" the elf patrolman said politely. "Okay, wait a moment." Roy motioned for the 2 to wait at the door, and then walked quickly into the yard. High Priest Reed was praying in the main hall at this time. Roy walked in and told High Priest Reed that an elf patrolman named Exxon was here to visit him, and High Priest Reed nodded slightly. Then, High Priest Reed actually walked out of the temple himself and invited the 2 elf patrolmen into the temple. Not long after, he walked out of the temple with the 2 patrolmen. When the 3 of them walked to the gate of the temple, High Priest Reed stopped, glanced at Roy, who was sitting in the gatehouse, waved to him and said, "Roy, get in the car. I take you to do a commission." Roy immediately walked out of the gatehouse and followed High Priest Reed into the carriage. The carriage passed through the spiderweb-like streets of the lower city and unexpectedly arrived at an elf cemetery on the west side of the lower city. The entire cemetery was built on a gentle slope, covered with a large amount of lawn, and a cypress tree was planted in front of each tomb, and they were arranged very neatly. The carriage drove into the cemetery and went a long way inside before arriving in front of a row of newly dug tombs. "We're here, High Priest Reed, right here." The elf patrolman named Exxon pointed to the grave that had just been filled with new soil in front and said. Then the 2 elf patrolmen got off the car first and stood in front of the grave. Roy followed High Priest Reed and got off the carriage and came to the tomb. A small cypress sapling was newly planted in front of the tomb. It seemed that it had just been watered. On the branches of the small cypress sapling was a nameplate introducing the tomb owner. High Priest Reed squatted down, put the palm-sized nameplate into his palm, and carefully read the introduction on it. At this moment, the last trace of morning mist in the cemetery dissipated, and the sun shone into the cemetery through the sparse cypress trees, and the surroundings became bright. The tomb owner Windsor died in an accidental fall from the building. Just a week ago, she was originally an administrator in the library. We did not investigate whether she had any grudges with anyone, but we did not expect that she would turn into a vengeful spirit in the cemetery. In the past 3 days, she has scared away 2 Grey Keepers. Exxon introduced to High Priest Reed calmly. Chapter 62. The cemetery was very quiet. High Priest Reed squatted in front of the tomb, with the nameplate flat in his palm. She did not return to the arms of the moon goddess, nor did she jump into the moon well. When she died, she did not want to stay in the library. She turned into a vengeful spirit in the cemetery. This situation is really rare. High Priest Reed's eyes were gentle, and his tone was calm. "Why do you say that?" Ackerson asked in surprise. Another elf patrol also came over to listen to High Priest Reed's explanation. High Priest Reed sighed and said, if she had great resentment when she died, then this resentful spirit would definitely stay in the library, but her soul followed her body to the cemetery and turned into a resentful spirit here. It can be seen that she still has deep feelings for the library, and because of her obsession, she is unwilling to throw herself into the arms of the moon goddess. Axon's heart moved, and he asked tentatively, "So, her death has nothing to do with the library?" High Priest Reed shook his head and said, "I can't help you confirm this. Let's see what else she can remember." He looked at the tomb, stood up straight, handed the nameplate in his hand to Roy, and stretched out his hands forward. Usually, this kind of thing is the duty of the priests of the Moon Temple. Probably because the deceased was a half-elf, the Moon Temple was unwilling to help, so the two elf patrols found the Statue of Liberty. Roy participated in this kind of thing for the first time, and he didn't know what he needed to do at this time. He simply followed the side of the High Priest Reed and waited for his instructions. High Priest Reed gathered a ball of holy light in his hands and recited a short prayer. He didn't even see how his fingers moved. A divine pattern flashed out from the holy light group, and then instantly turned into countless light spots. A beam of light was projected from the falling light spots, covering the entire tomb. Although the morning sun was not dazzling, after the morning mist dissipated, the cemetery was still sunny. But even under such strong light, the beam of light in front of the body of the great priest Reed was still clearly visible, and even each beam of light was so clearly layered. In the beam of light, an almost transparent vengeful spirit floated out of the tomb. It was very uncomfortable with the strong light around it, and the edges of its body outline were quickly turning into wisps of white smoke. She could hardly keep her appearance, and her blurred face was full of hostility. She opened her hands and tried to pounce on the closest priest Reed, but her body could not escape from the beam. So this is the complete version of the purification technique, Roy thought to himself. Jasper's purification technique can only be considered elementary at best. Roy lowered his head and glanced at the metal nameplate in his hand. The nameplate read in Elvish, "To Windsor, a kind and gentle half-blood elf, a half-blood elf with a noble soul, a warrior in adversity." After a series of speeches, there was actually an introduction to Windsor's life. This half-blood elf girl had no parents since she was a child, and had always depended on her brother Peleus. Seeing this, Roy was slightly startled. He put down the nameplate in his hand, turned to Exxon and asked, "Is she Peleus' sister?" Exxon, the elf patrolman, was slightly startled, and said hesitantly, "Yes." "Do you know Peleus?" Roy glanced at the High Priest Reed, who was still concentrating on purification, and said, "Peleus stole the Holy Grail in the temple, and then died inexplicably. Now the Holy Grail is still missing." Exxon did not expect this to happen, and was stunned for a while. At this time, High Priest Reed turned around and said to Exxon, the elf patrolman, "Her soul power is too weak. Even if I don't come to purify her, her soul fire will not last long. At most, it will dissipate naturally in the cemetery in 3 nights, unless a new soul fire can be absorbed. Besides, she has lost all her memories of her life, and only a little bit of resentment is left to maintain her soul. Now she can't even maintain her body outline." Exxon heard what High Priest Reed said, and a hint of disappointment flashed in his eyes. "We suspect that her death was not suicide, but unfortunately, we couldn't find any useful clues at the scene. Since she can't remember anything, let her go." High Priest Reed nodded, turned around and looked at the soul whose figure had become extremely faint in the beam. "Go, return to the embrace of the goddess Elun." After saying that, the holy light in the beam became even more blazing, and the vengeful spirit named Windsor turned into a few ashes that fell to the ground. A soul so faint that it was almost invisible flew into the sky without any nostalgia, and disappeared in an instant. After purifying this vengeful spirit, the matter here was over. Inviting High Priest Reed to the cemetery was to purify this vengeful spirit. Although the elf patrols also had some more violent ways to get rid of this vengeful spirit, they would not use them unless there was really no other way. The elf patrols in the lower city invited the priests of the Statue of Liberty to purify the evil spirits, and High Priest Reed was naturally willing to help. Although the reward was not much, it was not a bad thing for the temple to establish a connection with the elf guards in the lower city. He was a holy light spreader, so of course he was willing to help. Bringing Roy here this time was also to tell Roy that it was safer for the priests to go out to complete some commission through this normal way. Before noon, the elf patrol sent High Priest Reed and Roy back to the temple in a carriage. "Teacher, are these what we usually need to do?" Roy stood at the gate of the temple, watching the carriage leave, and asked High Priest Reed. High Priest Reed walked into the courtyard of the temple, then turned around and said, "This should actually be the responsibility of the Moon Temple, but the priests in the Moon Temple don't want to come to the lower city, so the Elf Patrol came to us." Roy hesitated for a moment, but still took the initiative to say, "Teacher, I think Windsor's death may be related to the Holy Grail." High Priest Reed turned around, came to Roy, put his hands on his shoulders and said, "Although these clues involve the Holy Grail, I don't want you to take risks for this, understand?" Roy's heart warmed, and he replied, "Got it, teacher." Roy practiced the divine runes of secondary healing in the gatehouse for an afternoon. In fact, he was a little confused. When performing the purification spell, High Priest Reed clearly did not draw the divine runes, and the prayer was as short as it could be, but the purification spell appeared in front of him so real that he couldn't figure it out. How did High Priest Reed do it? At dusk, Roy changed his clothes and left the temple. Abbott was still standing by the pool in the front courtyard, and reminded Roy loudly, "Roy, there will be a meeting tomorrow. Don't forget to come early." "Got it." Roy responded to the temple yard and walked home along Brown Street. For dinner, Roy made fried fish. Ms. Belinda came back early today. Ms. Belinda has always praised Roy's skill in frying fish. The dinner for 2 people is very simple. Each person has a cup of honey fruit tea and a portion of fried fish. Sitting at the table, Ms. Belinda patiently picked out the fish bones. Roy's fish was good in every way, except that he would not remove the fish bones before cooking, which would be very troublesome when eating. But Roy enjoyed the process of picking out the fish bones very much. "It's been so long. How is the preparation for the art exhibition going? Is it almost done?" Roy asked Ms. Belinda while picking out the fish bones. Ms. Belinda looked embarrassed and said apologetically, "Master Montclair Latin is a little sick this time, so except for the most critical facial sculpture, which he completed personally, the rest are almost all assigned to us. There are many types of statues on display this time, and the tasks assigned are much more than expected. The art exhibition will be delayed for 2 weeks, so we have to continue to be busy for a while." Roy looked up, looked at Ms. Belinda and asked, "Does this mean you have to work hard for another 2 weeks?" Ms. Belinda dipped a little sauce on the fish, took a bite and said, "That's about it." When she ate the fish, her movements were also very elegant. After dinner, the two sat together on the terrace, quietly watching the sunset sink into the sea. Chapter 63. On Monday morning, Roy had not had time to celebrate that he had finally passed the classroom assessment of instructor Nora, and that his elementary martial arts training had finally caught up with the current progress. But he heard some bad news in the modern history of Elle's class. Princess Ophelia divided the 200 students into 20 discussion groups. 40 historical events were assigned to the students, which meant that each group had to focus on studying 2 historical events, and then introduce the entire historical event overview on the stage as a teacher. This kind of in-depth study does not mean that the discussion group only needs to explain the entire historical event clearly, but also needs to further explore the subsequent impact of the historical event, etc. What bothered Roy the most was that the other members of his group turned out to be a group of Silver Moon Elf nobles. It's not that his team members are so bad, on the contrary, the members in his group are very good. They received a good education before entering the Elf Academy, and were exposed to much more profound knowledge than Roy. Roy had nothing in common with these young Silver Moon Elf nobles. After becoming members of the same group, they had nothing to talk about except for the awkward greetings at the beginning. Roy's discussion group was the 16th group, and the next 4 groups were almost all half-blood elves. Roy hoped that he could be assigned to any of the next 4 groups, but this grouping was arranged by Princess Ophelia. He could not ask Teacher Ophelia to change groups without a reasonable reason. The first topic discussed by the 16th group was the Renaissance era of the Silver Moon Dynasty from 671 to 787. The second topic was the Battle of Queen Uni Islands in the Endless Sea between the Silver Moon Kingdom and the Naga Sea clan in the summer of 1218. Roy had never even heard of these 2 discussion topics. Next, he would have to go to the library to look up some relevant information in books. With just the 2 pages of overview in the textbook, he was afraid that not only would he not be able to satisfy Teacher Ophelia, but even the other members of the group would think that Roy was a slacker. Roy felt a headache when he thought about having to find time to go to the library to look up information. His schedule was almost full this week, and it was really troublesome to find time to go to the library. Then, Roy thought of the librarian Windsor, the poor woman who turned into a ghost only after being buried in the cemetery. On the way back to the temple, Roy was hesitating about whether to go to the library to take a look. After rushing from the Elf Academy to the Statue of Liberty, Roy jumped off the long carriage. Perhaps He had gotten used to riding in a carriage recently, which made Roy become more and more lazy. Every time he left home or walked out of the academy, he couldn't help but glance at the long carriages on the roadside. Today was the day for the believers of the Statue of Liberty to gather. Roy got off the carriage and ran all the way to the temple. Abbot was standing at the gate to receive believers coming from all over. When he saw Roy, he waved to him to squeeze in along the wall, and then entered the temple vestibule from behind Abbot. Many believers gathered under the Statue of Liberty in the courtyard, and they all stood by the pool and prayed to the statue. Although there was no choir at the Monday gathering, there would be many believers coming to pray. Roy quickly went around from behind them to the backyard, changed into the robes of the apprentice priest, and hurried to the main hall. During these two gatherings, Roy had been helping in the side hall. When he walked into the main hall, he saw High Priest Reed standing under the Statue of Liberty in his robes, explaining the prayers to the believers sitting on the benches in the main hall, and Jasper stood next to High Priest Reed. Many believers had already sat in the main hall, and everyone was quietly listening to what High Priest Reed was saying. Roy saw Jasper calmly pointing to the side hall, and sure enough, he was assigned to help in the side hall. Roy immediately went to the side hall. Priest Theodore was standing behind the platform, his hands clasped in front of him, his eyes half closed, and his expression was very solemn. There was a silver plate on the platform, and half a basin of holy water in it was full of fragrance. Roy came to the holy water pool, and sure enough, the water in the pool also contained a faint sacred breath. If you can calm down and look carefully at the surface of the holy water pool, you will find that even the water surface is like gold. Under normal circumstances, holy light will not dissolve in water. I don't know how the three priests in the temple can make the holy light and water merge into one. Roy's task is to scoop a spoonful of holy water for each believer. At this time, the sound of believers reciting prayers loudly came from the main hall. Roy and Priest Osido also wanted to pray with everyone. Priest Theodore has been very busy recently. The last time I saw him was the day after Jasper was injured. What surprised Roy was that Priest Anderson did not attend today's gathering. After the prayer, Roy did not even have time to bend down to rub his stiff legs before he saw believers lining up to enter the side hall. Priest Theodore would use his fingers to dip into the holy water in the silver plate to cleanse the souls of the believers who lined up, and then Roy would distribute the holy water in the holy water pool to these believers. After the ceremony, High Priest Reed's face was also a little pale. After all, every time the prayer is finished, 12 beams of holy light will fall from the dome of the main hall, and each beam of holy light will consume a lot of holy light power. As the believers left one after another, Roy and Jasper were also responsible for cleaning the main hall and the side hall, while Abbot needed to clean the front courtyard. After cleaning, Roy and Jasper also sprinkled some water in the main hall. The two of them sent the bucket back to the warehouse. As soon as they opened the warehouse door, they found that in the dark corner of the warehouse, Priest Anderson was sitting in front of a mirror, as if talking to himself. There was a broken candlestick on the ground, with a candle emitting a faint holy light. Priest Anderson heard the warehouse door open, looked back and stopped talking. Roy glanced at the bronze mirror casually, and felt that something was a little strange, but what was it? He couldn't think of it for a while. He just saw that the four door-like objects that were originally tied with ropes now had three side by side against the wall of the warehouse, and linen was still covering them. The other one stood in front of Priest Anderson. Jasper stood at the door of the warehouse and greeted Priest Anderson. "Teacher, is there anything you need us to do?" "I sit here for a while, you go do your work." After saying that, Priest Anderson covered the bronze mirror with linen. There were still some chairs in the main hall that needed to be moved into the warehouse. Roy and Jasper saw that Priest Anderson, who looked haggard, did not give any instructions, so they walked out together. Roy and Jasper walked out of the warehouse and went to the main hall to move the benches. When they returned to the warehouse, Priest Anderson was gone. The two moved all the unused benches into the warehouse and returned to the courtyard. Roy saw Priest Theodore hurriedly walk out of the temple, then boarded a carriage that only elven nobles could own and headed towards the city. This carriage looked very luxurious. Even the horse pulling the carriage was snow white, with a tuft of white flying feathers on its hooves. Roy returned to the side hall and wanted to clean up the holy water pool. High Priest Reed was standing in front of the holy water pool that was almost empty and seemed to sigh. He heard footsteps coming from the door, turned around and saw Roy, and tried to hide his depressed mood. "It's not a good idea to keep doing this." Roy walked to the holy water pool and hung the silver spoon on the rack while speaking. High Priest Reed held the high platform with the silver plate with one hand and responded, "Wait a minute, maybe it won't be long before the holy light of the Statue of Liberty will shine again on the entire elf continent. Before that, Roy, you must be prepared, recite the sacred prayers fluently, and memorize the divine patterns of those divine arts. He turned around and stared at Roy, and asked him, I heard that you have mastered the glimmering technique and the blessing of power? Yeah. High Priest Reed said with undisguised joy in his eyes. That's great. You have excellent talent, and will definitely become an outstanding priest in the future. Roy hesitated and said, Teacher, I have a question. Go ahead, I hope your question won't stump me. High Priest Reed joked to Roy. Roy organized his words a little before asking, Why is Jasper's purification different from yours? Not only is the casting in divine runes different, but the effect of the purification is also different. I saw him perform it, and it takes a certain amount of preparation time, and then the purification beam falls, and immediately purifies the dead soul. As for your purification technique, I hardly saw any divine runes drawn, and the prayer was very short. When it was released, it would trap the vengeful spirit like a prison. I think, if it was a vengeful spirit with intelligence, you would definitely be able to talk to it. High Priest Reed nodded and explained to Roy, That's about it. Roy, you observed very carefully. He paused for a moment, then said, The so-called difference is not the purification technique performed, but the gap in level between me and Jasper. As an 8th level trainee priest, he is already very good at performing purification. Speaking of this, the fatigue on his face seemed to be swept away. Before I became a high priest, I had already practiced purification very skillfully. He hesitated for a moment, and finally withdrew his hand that was about to demonstrate a divine spell. This improvement in proficiency is not only reflected in the casting speed, but also deepens the understanding of divine spells. This understanding is the exquisite control of the details after the divine spell is released. In other words, I can use the holy light to decide the purification spell, whether to trap a dead soul in the beam or purify it completely. Finally, he added, Of course, this also requires that the strength of the vengeful spirit is far weaker than mine. If the vengeful spirit is strong, I dare not take such a risk. Chapter 64. The afterglow of the setting sun shines on the big iron gate of the temple. The walls on both sides are covered with lush dark cat vines, making the temple look a little old. Abbot and Jasper work together to close the big iron gate. The 3 apprentice priests stand side by side at the gate of the temple, looking at the harbor not far away. Fishing boats sail into the harbor from the sea and dock at the shallow dock of the harbor. Many elves are waiting in front of the dock to check the catches taken off the fishing boats. Jasper suddenly turns to Roy and asks, Roy, do you want to see the sea wolf? Are you going to the beach? Roy was startled by Jasper and immediately answered reflexively, Forget it. Jasper put his hands on Roy and Abbot's shoulders and said confidently, Believe me, the Grey Dwarf and the Elf Wizard will not dare to wander around the port, and they don't know us. Isn't the second mate Nelev who knows us dead? Seeing Jasper's expectant look, Roy and Abbot had to agree, Okay then. So many days had passed since the port battle, and Roy knew that the Grey Dwarf captain could not still stay near the port. And as Jasper said, the captain and first mate of the Sea Wolf had never seen them face to face that night. Passing through the busy port pier, all kinds of fresh sea fish were displayed in the fish market. The old man who often bought sea fish from Roy was still sitting in front of the stall, and waved to Roy. Passing through the crowded fish market, the 3 finally arrived at the beach on the west side of the pier. There are almost no decent beaches here. Most places are covered with reefs. If you go further west, you will see a steep cliff. The seaside manor is on the cliff, and a high wall is built from the steepest part. On the beach, the 3 finally saw the black ship stranded on the sand. The elves on the dock laid countless wooden rollers along the way to pull the ship to the beach. Now it is abandoned on the edge of the reef. When Roy approached, he saw the big hole in the bottom of the ship. The hole was actually on the upper part of the closed cabin, and it looked pitch black now. There were obvious marks of being hacked with an axe on the edge. Roy stood on a reef and had to stand on tiptoe to see the inside of the hole. There was still some smelly seawater inside the ship. The ropes and canvas on the ship had been removed, and many windows of the ship house behind the hull were also broken. It seemed that there was nothing valuable inside. Except for the big hole in the bottom of the ship, there was no serious damage to other parts of the ship. This ship was about 60 meters long, and the middle part of the deck was about 10 meters wide. The middle of the hull was low, and the 2 ends were slightly raised. Not counting the masts, it was about 7 or 8 meters high. There were 5 masts on the ship, and the canvas had been removed, leaving only some bare pillars. There were some long-dried bloodstains on the side of the ship, and some holes made by spear guns on the outside of the hull. Roy found that he could not climb onto the ship from all sides. If he wanted to climb onto the deck, he would have to throw the hook rope onto the side of the ship and then climb onto the ship along the rope, in addition to climbing into the hole at the bottom of the ship. The three of them walked around the Sea Wolf, and Abbott sighed, "This ship is so big." Then he pointed to the damaged hull and asked Roy and Jasper, "Did you escape from here?" Jasper squinted his eyes, looking like he was missing that experience. "Yes, the hole was a little small at the time. Tiffany pushed me out first, and then swam out." Roy pointed to a row of windows on the hull, and behind that row of windows there were 3 round windows, and said, "The Naga sea killer took me out from that window, and then we climbed along the outer wall of the hull into the sea. It's really a bit incredible to say that I was chasing you on Brown Street in the morning, and rescued you from the Sea Wolf at night," Jasper said. Abbott stepped on the reef and took several steps back. He looked up at the high ship and asked, "Roy, how did you climb up to such a high deck to fight with him?" Roy pointed to the deep water area of the port dock, where a row of large ships were still moored. He said, "Jump off the ship. There are ships of similar height on both sides." The elf guards used grappling hooks to connect the 3 ships tightly together, and then everyone jumped on. Abbott patted the outer wall of the ship and asked in confusion, "Is this ship going to be abandoned here?" Jasper spread his hands and asked, "What else can it be used for?" The waves surged out from the cracks in the reefs. The tide was about to rise. The sunset in the distance had sunk into the sea, and only a bright orange line remained on the horizon. A few of the brightest stars appeared in the sky. The waves came one after another. At a reef group just a dozen meters away, Roy thought he might be dazzled. He saw a slender figure. Some shadows at dusk might give him an illusion, so he needed to identify it carefully. He turned around and looked carefully at the reef area, only to see a Naga mermaid lying behind the reef, peeking over here cautiously. Seeing that beautiful face, Roy patted Jasper on the shoulder and suddenly asked him loudly, "Jasper, if that mermaid girl suddenly ran out of the sea to find you, what would you do?" Jasper smiled and answered without hesitation, "I would rush over and give her a big hug after all. After all, she saved me from the boat. Don't you have any other ideas?" Roy couldn't help but joked. "Ideas?" Jasper was about to answer, but suddenly he felt Roy's eyes always looking behind him, and he couldn't help but turn his head back. Tiffany's half-face just happened to stick out from behind the reef. "Tiffany!" Jasper shouted and ran away with big strides. He opened his arms and hugged Tiffany, who was sticking out from the reef, laughing happily. Abbott looked at the Naga mermaid who only stuck out the upper half of her body from the reef with envy, and wanted to go over to say hello, but Roy grabbed his arm and pulled him back to the port. The 2 textbooks that Roy bought from the back street of the academy were almost all filled with notes. There were paragraphs of text in many blank spaces, but many of the contents were concise summaries of historical events, and there were few that could clearly describe this historical period. So Roy decided to go to the library to read some related books. Otherwise, once he was asked to go on stage to talk about the renaissance of the Elf dynasty, he couldn't just stand there stupidly and listen to the other team members talking. The next day, when he came to the Elf Academy, he still took the elementary martial arts training class first. With Moira's help, Roy's elementary martial arts skills have improved rapidly in recent days. When practicing with Claire, the wooden sword in his hand can always point at Claire's chest unexpectedly. Claire's strength is not enough during the fight, but her speed is okay. However, everyone has only learned 2 sets of movements, and they can hardly play any tricks during the fight. Claire pushed away the wooden sword on Roy's chest, moved sideways to avoid Roy's slash, and wanted to use the tip of the sword to pick Roy's wrist, but Roy blocked it with his backhand. The 2 fought back and forth on the training ground. "Roy, do you want to join the adventure commune of the academy?" Claire asked breathlessly. "No," Roy said very straightforwardly. Claire asked, "Don't you want to go out for adventure? We can go to the outskirts of the city to explore ancient castles or ruins on weekends, which is very interesting." Roy snorted and didn't want to pay attention to him at all. Seeing that Roy was indifferent, Claire continued, "I submitted an application to the adventure commune. Because I participated in the battle at the port last week and shot a crew member with a longbow, they approved my application. I want to introduce you to them too." "Me? Forget it. I don't have time on weekends," Roy responded casually. Claire's shuriken was knocked away by Roy's wooden sword again, and Roy's wooden sword was placed on his shoulder. Claire stopped, raised his hands, and pushed his wooden sword away. "Think about it carefully. Joining the adventure commune is actually quite good." Claire continued to lobby. "No," Roy responded to him again. After the geography class, Roy did not rush back to the temple immediately. Instead, they came to Castletown City Library. This library is just across the street from the Elf Academy, diagonally opposite the main entrance of the academy. This building is a bit like a 4-layer square birthday cake. With each layer, the building will shrink inwards. However, the outer walls of the building are covered with exquisite reliefs, and the outer circle of each layer of the building is decorated with arched Roman columns. From a distance, the whole building is full of ancient and luxurious atmosphere. Students of the Elf Academy often go to the library to read books, and the collection of books here is also very diverse, covering almost all the subjects taught in the Elf Academy. There is a wide staircase at the entrance of the library. When you walk in from the main entrance, you can see a nearly 50-meter-long counter in the first-floor lobby. There are at least 10 librarians standing behind the counter, providing borrowing services to the elves who come to borrow books. The marble floor of the first-floor lobby is about 6 or 7 meters high from the dome. The total height of those huge bookshelves is at least 5 meters, and the distance between each bookshelf is about 3 meters. If you want the books on the bookshelf, you have to push the tripod ladder over. There are tripod ladders like this between almost every bookshelf. Most of the books in the hall on the first floor are basic knowledge, among which music, art, and poetry books occupy about half of the entire hall. Roy walked to the front desk and, with the help of an elf lady, spent 100 kolar to apply for a reading voucher. Chapter 65. Roy came to the library for the first time and thought it was really big. It took him a long time to find the area where the history books were. Finally, he saw the guide sign on the bookshelf and followed the instructions to find the right way. In fact, history books are a big category in the library, but there are too many bookshelves here. Roy stood in front of the bookshelf and saw a lot of books about the personal experiences of the elves. For example, in the Battle of Queen Awini Islands, many elves told this history from the perspective of the participants. Elves love everything related to literature and art. It is not difficult for them to spend several years writing an autobiography. After all, life is so long. Roy randomly found 2 books with illustrations about the historical event of the Battle of Queen Awini Islands. After flipping through 2 pages, he found that there were similar experiences of surviving on a deserted island in the book. It seems that elves also like this. Roy walked up to the second floor with the book in his arms, and found that although the space on the second floor was much smaller than that on the first floor, it seemed more spacious. The bookshelves here are farther apart, and the tops of many bookshelves are empty. There are not many elves standing in front of the bookshelves flipping through books. The bookshelves on the second floor are filled with advanced knowledge. Roy flipped through a few books with titles he recognized, and they actually said astrology puzzle, plane system, introduction to subdimensional space, and close connections between space-time rifts and planes. Although the rest of the books also seemed to be written in Elvish. Each byte was an elven word, but when combined together, Roy found that he couldn't understand it at all, and Roy, who was familiar with the pronunciation of the elven language, couldn't even read it. Well, Roy calmly put the books back in place. No wonder the elves standing in front of the bookshelves were all of unknown age, and most of them were standing in front of the music and art bookshelves. Roy came to the entrance of the 3rd floor of the library. The sign at the entrance of the stairs clearly stated that only those who applied for a senior reading certificate were eligible to borrow books on the 3rd floor of the library. It seems that only the 2nd floor of this library is open to ordinary elves. Although there are only 2 floors, not every elf can go to the 2nd floor because, even if they go there, they can't understand it. Roy can only return in disappointment. The hall on the 1st floor of the library is full of bookshelves, but there are reading areas separated by green plants around. Free drinking water is even provided in this reading area. Roy found a quiet place next to a row of tall bookshelves, sat on a bench, holding a book Queen Island's War Chronicle, reading absent-mindedly. Roy sat here for a long time. If no one came, he was going to go directly to the lending counter. At this time, 2 librarians finally came slowly with a flatbed cart, which was full of various books. Their job should be to put these books back on the original bookshelf. Not too busy, but no chance to rest. Roy watched for a while, and while they were checking the titles of the books on the flatbed cart, he came over and asked a half-blood elf in a low voice, "Sorry. Excuse me, I have a friend who also works here. Her name is Windsor, but I haven't seen her these days. Do you know where she went?" The 2 librarians raised their heads and stared at Roy almost at the same time. Seeing his human appearance, their eyes became even more impolite. One of them, a half-elf female librarian with naturally curly brown hair, asked Roy bluntly, "Are you Windsor's friend? How come I have never seen you before?" She was not the kind of weak elf girl. Her skin color was a little dark, but her eyes were very bright. She looked like she was going to fight someone if she disagreed with him. However, the 2 of them deliberately lowered their voices when they spoke, so no elves nearby noticed them. Roy quickly spread his hands and showed them the books he was borrowing, and then explained, I am a friend of her brother Peleus. His brother borrowed some money from me some time ago, and I don't know where he has been hiding recently. He said that if he can't pay the money back, he can go to the library to find his sister Windsor. The dark-skinned mixed-blood librarian widened his eyes and muttered angrily, It turned out to be that bastard Peleus. The companions around her quickly poked her, signaling her to lower her voice. The dark-skinned administrator's clever eyes turned slightly, and a hint of sneer appeared on her face, saying, You want to find Windsor? I tell you the address, the western suburbs elf cemetery, you can find her there, but you'd better be quiet when you go there, and don't wake her up. After that, she picked up a pile of heavy books and climbed up the wooden ladder beside her. This ladder is hung on the bookshelf, and can be pulled back and forth along the grooves on the bookshelf, which is very convenient. But if you want to use it to climb to the top of the 6-meter-high bookshelf, it is still somewhat dangerous. Roy deliberately showed a surprised expression and said, Is she dead? The dark-skinned librarian lowered his head and glanced at Roy, and pushed the books in his arms into the bookshelf, and then continued, Just 6 days ago, she accidentally fell from the 3rd floor of the library to the terrace on the 2nd floor, and her forehead hit a marble statue of a flower fairy. And she died. Now the terrace is still closed. When she described this scene, her tone was so cold that it almost froze. She climbed up the hanging ladder flexibly to the top of the bookshelf, stuffed the last 2 books in her hand, stuck her feet on a column of the ladder, held the column tightly with one hand, and placed the other hand on the horizontal support of the ladder, and then slid down very smoothly. Roy apologized quickly. Oh, sorry, I shouldn't have mentioned her so rashly. Perhaps seeing that Roy's attitude was quite sincere, the dark-skinned librarian pulled his shirt on his chest and said to Roy, See, we have to go up and down this ladder hundreds of times every day, and they actually said that Windsor fell from the terrace on the 3rd floor and hit his head. Why didn't they say that Naga would be choked to death by the seawater? Another librarian quickly grabbed the dark-skinned librarian's clothes and signaled her to stop talking. Then he said to Roy in person, Windsor's departure has made her a little neurotic. She always likes to talk nonsense. Don't listen to her. Anyway, Windsor is dead, and Peleus can't pay you back the money he owes you. Otherwise, you can think of other ways. Roy immediately raised his head and said to the 2 librarians, I promise not to talk about what I heard casually. I swear on my personality. The 2 librarians pushed the cart in another direction. Roy lowered his head, looked at the 2 history books in his arms, and planned to leave the library. It seemed that Windsor's death was very strange, and her friends and colleagues, as well as the elf patrols of the guard team, knew this. Roy was very clear about his identity, a young half-elf who had just come into contact with elementary martial arts and became an apprentice priest of the Statue of Liberty. He only wanted to know the whereabouts of the Holy Grail, but he had no intention of becoming a messenger of justice. Just as Roy was about to walk out of the bookshelf, he heard the dark-skinned administrator behind him say, She left some personal belongings with me, all worthless things. Now she is dead, and has no relatives around her. If you want them, wait until I get off work and give them to you. I can compensate you a little. Roy turned around, spread his hands and said, If it's inconvenient. Forget it, it doesn't matter. 2 half-blood elves came up from the back pushing a flatbed cart, and the dark-skinned administrator said casually, It's not inconvenient, and there's nothing. My name is Amy. What's your name? Roy. Roy answered. The 3 of them stood between the bookshelves. Amy, who was a bit careless, asked Roy, What do you do? An employee of a venture capital company? Roy shook his head and said, No, I'm a student at the Elf Academy. Amy rolled her eyes, and her eyes were full of I don't believe you. Then she said, And you are still studying the modern history of elves? How do you know? It's not like there is no title on your book. Amy and her companion pushed the cart to the next row of bookshelves, pointed to a bench and said, Wait for me here. Roy waited for a long time. He didn't expect to spend the afternoon in the library. Until Amy and her companion changed into long skirts and walked out of the library, Roy quickly stood up and followed them. Chapter 66. This is a small townhouse located in the lower city. Townhouses like this are very common in the lower city. These buildings are almost all built according to the mountain terrain, and are distributed in the lower city of Castleton in a step manner. In front of the small building is a narrow alley paved with stones. Castleton has a very long rainy season. Although these buildings are built on the mountain, and most of the roads are slopes, there are drainage channels on the roadside leading to the Dane River. In the lower city, only the main streets have streetlights. For example, The narrow stone alley where Amy lives is completely dark. Occasionally, a bright light shines in the alley, which is also the light of the residents' homes in the townhouses. The two half-elf girls have long been accustomed to walking on such roads. They led the way in front, and Roy followed behind them. This townhouse is only 15 minutes away from the library. It is located in the lower city close to the city center. Soon, the two came to a staircase. Amy and her companion shared a loft here, with an independent staircase leading up. Roy stopped at the staircase, hesitant, looking at the smart and capable half-blood elf in front of him, and asked, "Amy, why are you helping me?" Amy, who was about to go upstairs, turned around with a teasing smile on her face, and said to Roy, "It must be that bastard Pelias, who deceived you so badly that he came to your door with a stiff upper lip." Roy looked down at himself, but he didn't think he was as miserable as Amy said. Amy held the stair railing, looked at the sea in the distance, and sighed. If Windsor was still alive, she would definitely help Pelias pay you back. Now that she's dead, let's do the last thing for her. As he said that, he walked up the stairs with his female companion, ignoring Roy who was following behind him. Since they had already come this far, Roy thought he should follow Amy upstairs to take a look. If there was something they were looking for, they could take it away. If it was just some of Windsor's personal belongings, they could just find an excuse like it was worthless and leave it to them. The attic was not big, only about 20 square meters, and almost half of the area was deprived of space above by the sloping roof. Two simple beds were placed on the side of the sloping roof. There was no fire in the room, so they had to buy 3 meals a day outside. There was a box of breadfruit in the corner, which was probably their daily rations. On the only desk, there were several thick books. In addition to a candlestick, there were also messy straw papers on the table. Their clothes were placed on a horizontal wooden rack, and a basin was placed next to it. The room was not too messy, but it was not very tidy either. After Amy entered the room, she bent down and walked to the bed, groping from the inside of the bed, and asked Roy, who was standing at the door, "Do you know why Windsor lives here with me?" Roy stood obediently at the door, not planning to sit inside, nor looking around. Then Amy pulled out a wicker box from under the bed. The female companion walked into the room, walked to the desk, lit the half candle on the candlestick, and sat quietly on the other bed, not talking or helping. Amy's skin under the candlelight was blue-gray. Although she was a half-elf, it was obvious that she inherited more dominant genes from the night elves. Her eyes were very lively, and she was bold when she stared at Roy. The wicker box was not big and looked light. Amy opened the box buckle and opened the lid before she said to Roy, "She has spent all her money to find her brother this month, so she only has these things left." The box was very small, and there was nothing in it. There was only an apricot-colored fine linen dress, a parchment-covered diary, a thin blanket, and a wooden comb. "That's all?" Roy flipped through it and asked Amy. Amy nodded. Roy skipped the blanket and skirt, took the diary in his hand, flipped through 2 pages, and found a line of crooked Elvish on the yellowed pages, "To my dearest sister Windsor." The signature below was Pelias. Roy hesitated for a moment, raised the diary in his hand, and asked Amy, "Can I take this diary?" Amy had been staring at Roy, and when she saw Roy suddenly ask him, she nodded quickly. Roy put the diary, 2 books borrowed from the library, and a textbook together, and tucked them under his arm. He stood up straight, and bowed to Amy very gentlemanly. "Thank you, Amy." Then he retreated from the door of the attic to the stepping platform of the stairs outside, and hurried downstairs. The 2 half-blood elf girls in the attic gathered at the ventilation window of the attic, and looked at the alley below. The best friend watched Roy walk to the big intersection in the dim alley, turn around and disappear into the street. She frowned and asked Amy, "Amy, why did you give those things to him?" At this time, Amy was already standing next to the basin, ready to wash her face. When she heard her friend's question, she turned around and raised her eyebrows, and said, "Don't you think he looks familiar?" The best friend shook her head in confusion. Amy showed a hint of pride on her face, and said, "He is the new apprentice priest of the Statue of Liberty. I can see him every time in the recent gatherings." The best friend covered her mouth, a little bit in disbelief, then seemed to remember something, and said in surprise, "He is the trainee priest who gave us holy water?" Amy took a towel, and wiped the water droplets on her face, turned around and walked to her best friend, and asked proudly, "You remembered it too? His face is still easy to recognize." "So you gave all those to him?" "Yes." Amy leaned weakly against the ventilation window, and whispered, "It's better than giving it to those useless elf patrols." Of course Roy couldn't hear the conversation between Amy and her bestie at this time. He was about to walk back to Brown Street from the downtown area, But a carriage just happened to come from the upper city, so he immediately changed his mind. Standing on the street, he waved to the carriage, and the carriage stopped by the street. Roy walked into the carriage, and happened to see Sabrina sitting alone on the wooden chair in the back seat. She was turning her head to look at the street view outside the window, and didn't notice Roy getting in the car. When she saw Roy, he had already sat down in the seat in front of her. She leaned over and patted Roy's shoulder. When Roy turned around, she whispered, "Aren't you only studying in the academy for one morning?" If it was in the past, Sabrina would never take the initiative to greet Roy. Recently, because Moira always helped Roy correct the martial arts disassembly movements, and encountered some movements that Roy couldn't remember, Moira would pull Sabrina to the terrace, which made Roy's martial arts have made rapid progress. At least in the martial arts training class, Instructor Nora would no longer persuade Roy to quit. "I went to the library today to look up some information." Roy held the books under his armpits and explained to Sabrina. Sabrina's fair face was 3 parts of calmness and 7 parts of scrutiny. She said to Roy with a calm expression, "You seem to have changed a lot compared to before." Roy reached out and touched his face, and evaded, "Have you changed? Why don't I feel it?" Sabrina didn't answer again. She turned her head and looked out the window. The night wind blew into the car, blowing up her soft golden hair. That bright and pretty face seemed to be immersed in memories, but those memories were not very good, which made her brows frown involuntarily. The carriage went downhill very fast. When he got home, Roy practiced the disassembly moves of the martial arts he learned that day as usual. At night, the sea breeze made the terrace very cool. Roy took a bath and practiced the disassembly moves on the terrace. Moira was like a timid groundhog, lying on the outside of Roy's terrace railing with her hands, peeking at the terrace. Every time she appeared, she would deliberately make some noise so that Roy would not notice. Moira thought that this was somewhat related to her dark skin color. Once it was night, it was easy to blend into the shadow. Sabrina was different. Her skin was very white as ivory, and it would glow even at night. She was also very tall, 2 heads taller than me, and her long legs almost reached my waist. "You came back so late today." Seeing Roy looking at her, Moira swiftly climbed over the railing and stood in the corner of the terrace. "I went to the library in the afternoon and borrowed 2 books." Roy replied, and then began to practice the disassembly movements of the elf martial arts. Moira helped Roy correct his mistakes while chatting with him. When Roy told her that he had been recognized by Instructor Nora in the elementary martial arts training class, Moira was happy with him. While sitting on the terrace to rest, Moira looked at the room with curtains drawn next to her and asked Roy, "Is that Mrs. Belinda's studio? Well, do you want to go and see how Miss Belinda usually works?" "Not very good." "Nothing, there are just a lot of rocks piled up inside." Roy stood up, walked to the door, and pushed open the wooden door. Because the curtains were drawn, it was dark inside. Lighting a candle, the room suddenly became brighter. Because of the art exhibition, Miss Belinda has been getting busier and busier recently. Occasionally, Roy has to help her clean up the house and wash her dirty skirts and socks. However, Roy rarely enters Miss Belinda's studio. There are a lot of messy stones piled on the shelves inside, as well as some carving knives and unfinished carvings. He and Moira walked into the studio one after another. There was little space in the room to move freely. Oh, so many stones, and so many sculptures. "Roy, it seems like you were a child." In the candlelight, Moira stood on a row of shelves and pointed at a row of stone sculptures and said in surprise. Chapter 67. There are countless marble stones piled up in the corners of the wall. These stones are of different shapes and sizes and are very messy. There is also a statue of a person on the wooden table in the middle of the studio. Only the face is carved out, and the rest is still full of angular rock. The floor is covered with a thick layer of gravel and powder, and it feels sandy when you step on it. Roy heard Moira's exclamation and turned his head to look. Moira was standing next to the shelf near the door. There was a row of sculptures covered with silk. This kind of sculpture covered with silk is very common in the studio. When Ms. Belinda is working, there is still a lot of dust here. Many finished sculptures are covered with silk to prevent dust from falling. There is a row of statues under the piece of silk that Moira lifted. Roy usually didn't notice this side, so he curiously went over. This row of stone sculptures is placed on the second layer of the wooden frame. If you want to see it clearly, you have to bend down or squat down. From left to right, the first marble sculpture is a pair of women's hands holding a newborn baby. The gentle hands are carved a little rough, but the baby in the palm of the hand is round and smooth, and every part of the body is polished to a shiny finish. The second marble statue was a woman holding a baby who had just learned to stand up, with his head raised to the sky. The third marble statue was a little boy standing in a small wooden boat, with his hands holding the side of the boat, and a pair of big women's hands around the boy's waist to prevent him from falling into the sea. At this time, the boy's face in the statue looked very similar to Roy's. Roy also knew that the big women's hands should be Ms. Belinda's hands, but there were no more statues with big women's hands. The fourth statue is a little boy who looks like Roy sitting on a rock by the sea, looking into the distance. The fifth statue is a little boy surrounded by a group of elf children, all pointing at him. The sixth statue is a boy sitting lonely on a swing under a tree, watching the elf children playing not far away. The seventh statue is a boy pushing open a door with infinite surprise, and the door is almost exactly the same as the one at home. This statue finally overlaps with the scene in Roy's memory. He clearly remembers the joy of moving into the new house here. The eighth statue is a boy lying on the wall, peeking at two half-blood elf girls from the neighbor's house washing clothes in the yard. The two elf girls are Sabrina and Moira. At that time, they looked almost the same as now, not like little girls. Yes, I still remember that you were only this tall when you came. Your favorite thing to do was to hide behind the wall and secretly watch my sister and I working in the yard. Roy, you grow up so fast. Moira squatted beside Roy and said softly. Roy is now a head taller than her, but she hasn't changed much. The ninth statue shows a boy running on the beach. The beach, the waves, the shells, Roy has grown a little bigger. The 10th statue shows Roy starting to lift Sabrina's skirt, and Sabrina glares at Roy angrily. The 11th statue shows Roy taking a stick to hit Mrs. Winnie's night saber leopard. The night saber leopard cub opens its mouth, showing its sharp teeth, and Roy's face changes drastically. The 12th statue shows Roy becoming as tall as Moira, and the two stand back to compare heights. Moira touched herself in the stone sculpture and exclaimed, 2 years ago, we were the same height, Roy, now you are a head taller than me. The 13th statue shows Roy being beaten up by Sabrina on the ground. He looks very badly beaten, and has no power to fight back. The 14th statue shows Roy sitting on a reef fishing. His figure and appearance are almost the same now. The work is only half completed, and his face is still a little blurry. Roy didn't know when Ms. Belinda carved them. Moira covered the statues with the silk again, stood up and looked at Roy seriously, and said in surprise, speaking of which, Roy, you seem to have grown up overnight. Let me think about it. It was probably after you got beaten for peeping at Sabrina taking a bath that you suddenly became much more mature. You rarely played with us, and often went to the beach to fish alone. Moira muttered to Roy. At this time, Sabrina's voice came from the next yard. Moira. Moira quickly stretched her neck and agreed. Oh, I know, I'll be there soon. After that, she ran out 2 steps, as agile as a night-blade leopard, stepped onto the terrace railing, jumped lightly onto the grass, and then jumped over the wall in 1 step, and returned to her own yard. The movements were continuous and smooth. Seeing Moira return home, Roy was not in a hurry to leave Belinda's studio. He moved a small stool, sat down in front of the wooden frame, and opened the silk cloth again. From the 7th statue, Roy had some memories in his mind, and the memories became clearer and clearer. Looking at these statues, Roy knew that each sculpture was Ms. Belinda's most profound memory, the gentle hands that raised Roy little by little. Moving because Roy couldn't make friends. Watching Roy grow up quickly. From the gentleness at the beginning, to the worry in the middle, and then to the anxiety of watching Roy grow up quickly. Roy could clearly feel his mother Belinda's mood from this row of statues. For an elf, he grew up too fast. She didn't know what to do when faced with Roy's rapid growth. In Ms. Belinda's eyes, Roy might be like a 5-year-old child now. But he had already entered puberty, and had happily entered the Elf Academy. Occasionally, he could wash Ms. Belinda's skirts, brush her shoes, and make delicious fried fish. This feeling was beyond words, so she carved her love, worry, and anxiety on the stone. It was the kind of helplessness that I haven't learned how to be a good mother, but my son has grown up. Sure enough, Roy found a few more books at the bottom of the wooden shelf. Human growth, adolescence, towards maturity. All of them analyze humans from the perspective of elves, or half-elves. Roy finally realized that in fact, the people around him had also noticed it since he woke up, but they only had Roy's previous memories. In addition, he just became a little duller. In Ms. Belinda's eyes, Roy had simply grown from a rebellious period to a mature one. Roy put everything back in place before leaving Ms. Belinda's studio. Back in the room, he did not light a candle, but cast a glimmering spell. Then a glimmer floated between his hands. Under Roy's control, this sacred glimmer floated above his head. This light was like a dim desk lamp. Roy sat on the bedside and opened Windsor's diary. The paper quality of this diary is very poor, the pages are a little yellow, and even a little brittle to the touch. If you don't pay attention, the pages will be damaged. However, the pages inside are well preserved, which shows that Windsor must cherish it very much. The first page is Pelias's blessing, but when Roy turned to the back page, he saw the neat handwriting of Elvish. On July 3, 1399, Pelias stole apples from the orchard of Jester's family. He didn't take them back to eat, but took them to the market to exchange for money, just to buy me a diary with color. If I knew that he would steal things for my birthday gift, I would rather have nothing on this birthday. The following diary is also full of long-winded words of disdain for Pelias. It is not written every day, sometimes just one sentence, sometimes just a short paragraph. It is almost just about the difficult rural life of the two. Sure enough, there is a change after turning a few pages, and I saw Windsor wrote on the next page, October 8, 1399, no one is willing to hire Pelias, everyone knows that he likes to steal things, no one believes him, and no one wants to be friends with him. He only has me, and I will not abandon him. November 30th, 1399, it's too cold here. We want to leave here, and live a new life in a place where no one knows us. Pelias plans to go south. Wherever he goes, I will be with him. Roy flipped through the pages casually. He planned to take a look. There were many difficulties on the journey, until one page read, June 13th, 1400, the city is called Castletown. There are fish and fruits here. We finally found a strange city that is habitable. On September 18th, 1400, Pelias met Jefferson, a fellow villager who also came from the Evernight Forest to make a living. He was very nice and familiar with the place, and he could introduce a job to Pelias. It turned out that they had known each other for more than 4 years. Roy could finally confirm one thing. Pelias went to the tavern that day, most likely to find Jefferson. On June 6, 1402, Pelias went to steal again. Why couldn't he change his bad habits? Maybe I should find a job. February 5, 1403, I will be able to work in the library soon. I hope the salary I earn can support both of us. The fruit here is very cheap, but the rent is a bit expensive. From here on, Windsor's handwriting became much better. Maybe the work in the library brought her a lot of changes. Until the last few articles, Roy finally discovered Windsor's helplessness, anxiety, and anger. March 12, 1404, Pelias said he couldn't turn back. That person was always behind him, and always made him steal something. Statue of Liberty, can you tell me, what should I do? July 3, 1404. Pelias did something stupid today. He might have stolen something very precious. He was afraid of getting me into trouble. Now even I can't find him. This is the last page of the diary. Roy sighed, and put the diary on the bedside. I knew there must be some connection between Pelias and Jefferson, but now Jefferson, like his brother and sister, has been buried in the western suburbs Elf Cemetery. Jefferson is dead, Pelias is dead, the Holy Grail is missing, and even Windsor is dead. It's obvious that the other party wants to cut off all clues. Roy pressed his swollen temples with his hands, waved his hands to extinguish the sacred light, and lay in bed, for a long time unable to fall asleep. Chapter 68. In the morning, when Roy left home, the door of Miss Belinda's room was still closed. The skirt she wore yesterday was still draped over the back of the chair in the living room, and her shoes were lying at the entrance of the hallway. Roy placed the brewed fruit tea on the dining table, and tiptoed out of the house. He walked all the way to the intersection of Brown Street. While standing at the intersection waiting for the long carriage, Mrs. Winnie's night-blade leopard poked its head out of the small nest, peeked at Roy for a few times, and then lay back lazily. It was a rare morning without fog, with blue sea and blue sky. The sun shone on the sea, sparkling. The Castletown Port Pier was extremely busy in the morning. When Roy looked at the pier, he saw the black ship stranded on the west beach. But now an apricot yellow flag was flying on the ship's deck, swaying back and forth in the sea breeze. Although the flag was a little tattered, like a piece of tattered gauze blown by the wind, it showed one thing, that the Sea Wolf was occupied by someone. Roy was a little curious. Who was so bold that he dared to occupy the Sea Wolf at this time? Aren't they afraid that the dwarf captain would come to their door at night? He wanted to go and see it in person, but a long carriage was slowly coming from a distance along the long street. Roy didn't want to miss this carriage, because if he missed this one, he didn't know how long he would have to wait for the next one. At this time, Sabrina was wearing a long skirt and running along Brown Street. Seeing Roy standing at the intersection, she walked towards him with a book in her arms, and took the initiative to stand beside him. She exuded a nice smell of soap. Not sure if it was an illusion, but Roy felt that Sabrina's eyes were much friendlier than usual this morning. Before Roy could think of anything to say, the carriage stopped at the intersection. Sabrina followed the crowd and boarded the carriage, and Roy followed behind Sabrina. Sabrina sat down on the bench on the left, glanced at Roy, and pointed to the empty seat next to her. After Roy sat down, Sabrina said, "Moira is very happy recently, and has become more cheerful than before. In the past, Jefferson refused to learn martial arts, no matter how hard he tried. I didn't expect that this time, in order to help you, she would learn more diligently than anyone else." Roy smiled and said, "I couldn't keep up with the progress of learning in the past few days. Fortunately, you helped me, otherwise Instructor Nora might have persuaded me to quit." Hearing Roy say this, Sabrina also smiled. Roy always felt that the way she looked at him was a little special. Sabrina turned her head and looked at Roy, and said softly, "Moira talked about some things about you and Miss Belinda when you first moved in yesterday. If she hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten that you were only this tall when you first came here." Sabrina measured the edge of the chair back with her hand. Then, as if she was repenting for something she had done wrong, she leaned close to Roy and whispered to him, "Now that I think about it, I suddenly feel that I shouldn't have hit you so hard last time." Roy couldn't help but complain in his heart, "What is this? An act of apology?" But he looked indifferent and said casually, "It's all in the past, why bring it up?" The long carriage stopped by the street, and another group of people squeezed into the carriage. Roy coughed lightly, hesitated for a moment, and then said, "Sabrina, do you know Jefferson's friends?" Sabrina looked at Roy in confusion, a little confused as to why Roy still mentioned this man. But she still answered, "No, what's wrong? I want to find them. Jefferson was killed by those sailors. If his friends are capable, they should find a way to help him get revenge." This was the excuse Roy thought about for a long time before finding. Then he said, "I heard that there are mercenary groups and adventure groups in Castletown who can take on such revenge missions. If they have such ideas, I think I can provide some help within my ability, such as helping them describe the appearance of those sailors. Only Jillian knows this, but I advise you not to go to her for this matter. I don't want her angry appearance to leave a shadow in your heart," Sabrina warned Roy in a low voice. When the long carriage stopped at the entrance of the college, Sabrina was still the first to get off the carriage, and then walked into the college without looking back. Roy followed behind, put down his raised hand awkwardly, and walked a few steps towards the entrance of the college. Claire caught up with him from the crowd. Looking at Sabrina's back, Claire touched Roy with her arm and asked quietly, "Your target?" "Neighbor." Roy walked into the campus with a book under his arm. Claire caught up with Roy, leaned close to his ear, and whispered to him, "Steve has set the date for the duel, next weekend. There are still 13 days left. Should we practice it during the week?" Hearing Claire talking about the duel, Roy rolled his eyes speechlessly. Originally, Steve only wanted to cause trouble for Claire, but now he is involved. Roy has been practicing elf martial arts every day recently. In addition to the pressure from Instructor Nora, it is also partly because of Steve's proposal to fight in the arena. Although the duel between the two sides is not a matter of life and death, the loser will definitely lose face in the circle of the Elf Academy. Because of this, Claire attaches great importance to this duel. I discuss this with Roy every morning. Roy and Claire both know that Steve is much stronger than them, and it is not easy to defeat the other two. On the training ground, Instructor Nora brought a group of students to a row of weapon racks. Although these weapon racks are all wooden weapons used in training, the options are not limited to wooden swords. In addition to wooden swords, wooden spears, wooden axes, wooden hammers, wooden sticks, unsharpened daggers, and wooden shields all appear on the weapon racks. Students can freely choose their weapons, and this class also allows students to experience other types of weapons. Instructor Nora also took into consideration that not everyone likes to use long swords. So this time Roy decisively chose a heavy wooden mallet and a thick wooden shield for himself, which was very heavy. Claire picked a long unsharpened dagger from the wooden rack. After picking up these two weapons, Roy felt that he could not run. "Roy, don't you think these two weapons are cumbersome to match? Who would stand there and wait for you to rush over and hit him?" When Claire saw the weapon Roy chose, she felt her eyes go dark and couldn't help complaining. Faced with Claire's complaints, Roy didn't care at all. He waved the mallet in his hand and said nonchalantly, "This is at least safer. On the battlefield, it's not about who kills the most enemies, but who can survive to the end." The two stood on the training ground, ready to start fighting practice. Roy is right. Steve walked over with a young elf noble. The two even kept the same pace. The silver-haired elf exuded a sharp aura. At a glance, you knew that he must be extraordinary. But, are you two ready to get beaten? See you at the entrance of the arena next Sunday morning? Steve shouted to Claire, looking confident. The silver-haired companion looked at Roy and Claire seriously, then nodded to them, and the two separated. That's Adams. I didn't expect Steve to find him, and we became partners. Claire held a long dagger, stood next to the weapon rack, and whispered to Roy. At this time, Roy swung the mallet a few times and became out of breath. Claire stood beside Roy and saw that Roy's physical strength was not enough to use the heavy mallet, so she said to Roy, "Roy, why don't you think about it and change to a lighter weapon?" Roy shook his head stubbornly, dragged the mallet, raised the shield, and swung the mallet at Claire without saying anything. The long dagger in Claire's hand could not resist the heavy mallet at all, so she could only step back to avoid it. Chapter 69. In the eyes of his family, Wagner Claire has a pretty face, likes to wear neutral clothes, is shy and weak, often follows his sister Belle Claire, and has many preferences like a girl. He is thin, with long, slender, fair and flexible hands. The family thinks Claire has a talent for music, and is very suitable for playing the piano. So after Claire entered the Elf Academy, the courses he chose were all related to music. Anyone who has seen Claire would think he is a delicate and shy elf. In fact, few people know the stubbornness and madness in Claire's bones, and maybe even Claire herself didn't know until she met Roy at the Elf Academy. When facing the aggressive Steve, Claire had his first street fight. Although he was beaten badly by a group of young elf nobles, he and Roy also beat Steve into a pig's head. Perhaps it was at that time that a seed called madness began to take root in Claire's body. Suddenly, he seemed to have a new personality. Usually, Claire was the gentle, timid and smiling person. But once she was asked to fight, she would become extremely irritable. Otherwise, she would not have accepted Steve's provocation and fought in the arena like a madman. Roy knew that he was the kind of elf who would fight to the end once he decided to do so. On the other side of the training ground, Steve and Adams were practicing against each other. Both of them had a certain level of swordsmanship, and when they were practicing, they did not stick to the 2 sets of elf martial arts taught by instructor Nora, but mixed in some swordsmanship skills they had learned in their daily lives, so the fight between the two of them on the training ground was extremely gorgeous. Even though he held 2 wooden swords in his hands, when he swung them, they would still turn into a series of phantoms. As a Silver Moon elf, Steve had a very perfect figure. His upper body was in the shape of an inverted triangle, and he was well proportioned. Every time he slid sideways or dodged, he was always in an elegant posture. And Adams looked more robust, and the wooden sword in his hand was also a broadsword, which looked very heavy. Every time he chopped with the wooden sword, he was full of momentum, his moves were very powerful, and he was full of oppression. He always had a winner's smile on his face, which made people feel a little impatient at a glance. Although both of them were excellent Silver Moon elves, they had 2 completely different styles. When they were practicing, it was even dazzling. For a while, it attracted countless students to watch. On Roy and Claire's side, only a few groups of students were practicing quietly on the grass. Everyone was far away to ensure that they would not interfere with each other. Claire held the long dagger in one hand and attacked Roy repeatedly. His body was flexible, and the long dagger in his hand stabbed out like a venomous snake every time. Even if Roy held a wooden shield, he could not stop it. Claire's unsharpened dagger had been placed on Roy for the umpteenth time. Roy was sweating profusely on the training ground, holding a mallet and a shield, and was as clumsy as a bull. Probably because he was tired, Claire put the dagger into the scabbard at his waist, and sat down on the grass. He always wore light leather armor during martial arts training. He took out a towel from his waist, and wiped the sweat off his face. Roy was wearing tight trousers and a shirt, and he casually put the mallet and wooden shield on the grass, and sat down with Claire. He didn't expect the wooden shield and mallet to be so heavy. After practicing for half a class, he felt as if his arms were filled with lead. It was difficult to lift them. "Roy, I think we should explore tactics carefully. Steve actually brought Adams here. It's obvious that he wants to crush us with his strength. At that time, we might as well use the most familiar fighting method. Before we fall, we should defeat Steve at all costs and let Adams win." Claire had a paranoid look in her eyes when she said these words. Roy was a little speechless. "Claire, maybe we can be a little braver." Claire shook her head and whispered, "Roy, a duel in the arena is not a street fight. They will use the most fierce means to defeat us, and we only have one chance, which is the moment the battle starts." Roy took the mallet lying on the grass in his hand, swung it twice again, and asked Claire, "Claire, if we fight one-on-one, what do you think our chances of winning are if we fight Steve and Adams respectively?" "Almost nothing," Claire said without hesitation. Roy said helplessly, "Yes, this is reality." "Well, let me tell you about my battle plan. My idea is a little better than your way of fighting to the death. Of course, this battle plan also requires more coordination. If the coordination is not good, you may lose faster. Roy spoke in a low voice. Claire was a little expectant. Then tell me. You are good at using long daggers and bows and arrows. Of course, the use of combat longbows is prohibited in the arena, so just use the dagger you are best at. I'm not good at any weapon, so I chose this hammer and shield. I don't deny that these two weapons focus on defense. In addition to these, I also plan to wear heavy armor. Claire was even more confused when Roy said that he was going to wear heavy armor. At this time, Roy continued, when the duel starts, I will first attract their attention, and you will wait for an opportunity behind me. We will both get hurt to make one of them lose their fighting power, and then we will defeat the other one in a 2-on-1 manner, and finally win the duel. Claire asked worriedly, what if they leave you behind and keep chasing me? You can't run in such heavy clothes. You can lean towards me. I will hit them with a hammer, and they will suffer. Roy said. Claire still felt that Roy's plan was a little unreliable. But I see that you have a hard time holding this wooden hammer and wooden shield. If you put on a set of heavy armor, you may not even be able to walk. Roy patted his chest and said, I thought about this a long time ago. Have you forgotten that I'm an apprentice priest? I can use the blessing of strength to strengthen myself, and of course I can also help you strengthen it. After hearing what Roy said, Claire's eyes became sparkling. He said excitedly, I can also buy 2 bottles of Lion King Power Potion, so I can also increase my strength. Roy, I suddenly realized that this duel doesn't seem so bad. After saying that, Claire stood up and pulled Roy up from the grass. Roy, I think we should practice for a while longer. Roy, do you have heavy armor? I can get it for you. What kind do you want? Roy thought about it. He had seen several statues of elf warriors in the corridor on the first floor of the main teaching building of the academy. Those statues not only had weapons, but also wore armor. One of the elf warriors holding a spear was wearing a set of mail armor, which impressed him the most, so he said to Claire, it would be best if it was a long mail armor like a windbreaker, and a pair of mail boots, gloves, etc. Claire asked, are you sure you can still move after wearing a full set? Roy didn't know, so he could only say, how do you know if you don't try? Claire thought Roy was right, so she said, how about? Come with me this afternoon to pick out a set of mail armor that fits you? Roy waved his hand and said, tomorrow morning, I have something to do in the temple this afternoon. Then you have to come earlier. We can't bring mail armor to class. Claire told Roy. I know. Every Wednesday, at the Statue of Liberty's gathering, the choir will sing hymns in the main hall. As one of the lead singers of the choir, Sabrina will rush to the temple at noon. Roy will also help the temple after class. The two ran to the entrance of the college almost at the same time, took the same long carriage to Brown Street, and trotted all the way to the gate of the Statue of Liberty. The believers gathered at the entrance of the temple walked into the temple one after another, and Roy and Sabrina slipped into the yard from the side door. Sabrina had to rush to the main hall to take over from another choir leader, while Roy changed into the robes of an apprentice priest and ran to the side hall to help Priest Theodore. What surprised Roy was that Priest Anderson was also in the main hall this time, but his face seemed to be painted with a layer of white powder, and his eye sockets were sunken. He covered himself in a black robe and just stood beside High Priest Reed, praying silently. Roy secretly glanced at Priest Anderson from the side, and there was a kind of despair in his eyes. Sabrina stood out in the choir in her long gauze dress. Roy couldn't help but take a second look when he passed by the main hall. For 2 consecutive gatherings, High Priest Reed provided holy water from the holy water pool and led the believers in prayer, sending down 12 rays of holy light in front of the statue in the main hall. So when this gathering ended, High Priest Reed seemed to be indescribably tired. After the temple gathering, Roy still needed to be responsible for the final cleaning work with Jasper and Abbott. While cleaning the temple, Jasper whispered to Roy, Roy, you didn't come yesterday, so Abbott and I secretly cleaned up the ship. We not only sealed the big hole in the bottom cabin with wooden boards, but also installed a ladder on the right side of the ship so that we can climb directly to the deck of the ship. But the things on the ship were moved very cleanly, and the things in the captain's room were almost all moved out, leaving only some furniture such as chairs, benches and cabinets that could not be moved. Chapter 70. Did you two board the Sea Wolf? Roy straightened up with the help of the handlebars and looked at Jasper in surprise. Jasper moved the bench back to its original position with great pride and said to Roy, of course, I went to the port guard to inquire about this and confirmed that the ship was abandoned and it was not considered trespassing on private territory. Roy was a little unconvinced and asked, such a big ship, abandoned on the beach, Is it true that no one wants it? Jasper simply stopped and whispered to Roy. When Abbott and I went to the port guard to inquire about the situation yesterday, the patrols were worried that we would be entangled by the wrong souls on the ship. In fact, they have also submitted an application, wanting the priests of the Moon Temple to perform a purification ceremony on the abandoned ship to remove the souls left on the ship. But the priests of the Moon Temple believe that since the ship had been completely abandoned, it should be completely sunk to the bottom of the sea. In that case, there would be no need to perform a soul purification ceremony. So when Abbott and I said that we were apprentice priests of the Statue of Liberty, the guard team's Elven patrol captain entrusted Abbott and me with the matter of dealing with the souls on the ship. Although there was no additional reward for this commission, the ship belonged to us from the moment we boarded the Sea Wolf. After he finished speaking, he thought for a moment and added, "It belongs to the three of us." Abbott also echoed, "Of course, there must be a share for Roy." Jasper continued, "So, in the next period of time, we will not only purify the dead souls on this ship, but also repair this ship. I plan to turn this ship into a base for the three of us. At least the windows and doors of the ship's tower need to be repaired. I have checked it out, and it can be arranged into 3 bedrooms. The captain's room can become our activity room." After hearing Jasper's words, Roy still felt a little unbelievable, muttering to himself, "Such a large ship really belongs to us?" Jasper put his arm around Roy's shoulders and said with great joy, "Of course, do you want to go and see it now?" "Okay." Originally, the temple held a gathering every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday. However, after the holy light of the Statue of Liberty disappeared, High Priest Reed reduced the temple's gatherings to twice a week. Now that the Holy Grail in the temple has been lost, even the twice-weekly gatherings are about to be unsustainable. The meeting was over, the believers left one after another, and the 3 priests went back to their rooms to rest. The 3 trainee priests cleaned the temple inside and out, and then ran out without a care in the world, ready to take a look at the Sea Wolf on the beach on the west side of the port. Jasper walked and told the 2 about some ideas about the transformation of the Sea Wolf. Roy thought that Jasper must want to date the Naga mermaid Tiffany on this ship after he spent so much effort to transform the Sea Wolf. But he couldn't do it alone, so he brought him and Abbott in. He wanted to ask Jasper if anything unspeakable had happened to Miss Tiffany the afternoon before yesterday, but he felt that it was somewhat disrespectful for the goddess for several clergymen to talk about this in the temple vestibule, so he wanted to ask after leaving the temple. As soon as the 3 of them walked out of the gate, Roy saw a carriage parked on the street opposite the temple. When Roy looked up, Claire opened the door and got out of the carriage and waved to him. The 3 trainee priests walked over, and Roy introduced Claire to Jasper and Abbott. Claire invited the 3 of them to sit in the carriage, which could just accommodate 4 people. Claire explained to Roy tactfully, "Sorry, Roy, my family are all believers of the goddess Elun. Although they don't mind me making some priest friends, they won't let me enter the Statue of Liberty without permission, so I can only wait for you at the door." Roy knew that Claire came here at this time, because he must have found the heavy armor, and couldn't wait to let him try it on. "Didn't you say to bring it to the academy tomorrow morning? Why did you deliver it in the afternoon?" Roy asked casually. Claire smiled and said, "It just so happens that I don't have any classes, so I picked a few sets. You can try them on." Then she dragged out the big box in the magic waste bag, but it was obviously a bit big. There were 4 people squeezed in the carriage, so it was obviously a bit too big. Jasper saw the big suitcases under the feet of the 4 people, and his eyes turned, and he invited Claire, "It's too narrow here, why don't you go to our base and sit down?" "You actually have a base?" Roy also found that he couldn't try on the heavy armor while sitting in the carriage, so he said to Claire, "You've seen it before, let's go, we know." The carriage passed through the Castletown port pier and stopped at the small square next to the port. The 4 young men got off the carriage and walked west along the beach for more than 500 meters, and came to the Sea Wolf. The Sea Wolf was stranded between the beach and the reef. Even if the tide was high, the water level here could not take the ship to other places. "Is this Sea Wolf yours now?" Claire asked. There was a ladder extending downward from the left side of the ship. These ladders should have been made by Jasper and Abbott yesterday, but they did not extend all the way down, and they could not reach them even if they jumped up. Then Jasper pulled out another ladder from the bottom of the ship and hung it on the ladder extending from the side of the ship, and finally managed to make a complete ladder. The 4 people climbed onto the deck one by one, and found that standing on the bow felt really different. The view here was wide, and they could see the sea far away. "Enjoy the sea breeze and the sun. If the tide comes up, you can go fishing," Jasper said with some pride. "The patrolman of the harbor guard gave it to the 3 of us as a reward, provided that we purify the dead souls on the ship. Claire was pulling the suitcase out of the magic waste bag. When she heard Jasper say this, she was shocked. There are dead souls on this ship? His hand shook, and the big suitcase fell heavily on the deck with a bang. He was almost scared to sit on the deck. Jasper laughed and said, "Don't worry, the ghosts on the ship are all in the cabins below the deck. In such hot weather, they won't foolishly run out to bask in the sun." Roy walked over, patted Claire on the shoulder and said, "Wait until we clean the ship inside and out, and then we invite you to visit the ship." Claire's face changed several times before she forced a smile and said, "Well, it feels really good to stand on the bow. It would be great if this ship could go out to sea." Abbott walked to the big suitcase curiously, and saw Claire had opened the lid of the suitcase. On the top layer was a set of chain mail. He reached out and picked up the top chain mail, and then urged, "Don't talk about that. Let Roy try this chain mail. This chain mail weighs more than 30 kilograms. It is not easy for Roy to wear it by himself." With the help of Abbott and Jasper, he finally put on the heavy chain mail. Jasper asked jokingly, "Oh Roy, are you scared by the slave traders on this ship? Why do you want to wear such heavy armor?" Before Roy could say anything in response, Claire said, "Roy and I are going to duel with 2 annoying guys in the arena next week, and this fitting is to prepare for that duel." Roy put on the mail, and it felt very heavy, but not so heavy that he couldn't walk. It just affected his jumping, raising his hands, and raising his legs. This is a standard mail, similar to a long windbreaker. After Roy put it on, the hem of the mail extended to the vicinity of his calves, and the sleeves were a bit long. When Roy lowered his arms, the cuffs of the mail reached the palms of his hands. After locking the buckles on both sides of the mail, Claire took out a pair of chain gloves and a pair of chain boots from the box and asked Roy to try them on. The chain gloves fit well. With a pair of chain gloves like this, you really don't have to worry about being cut by a rapier or a dagger. The boots are a little big, but it's not a problem. Is the hat missing? Jasper stood aside and looked left and right, and said, "Roy, how do you feel? Can you still run?" Roy tried to move his feet and answered, "You can jog, but you will get tired after running a short distance." After hearing what Roy said, Jasper immediately said, "So, as a priest, you are not suitable for wearing this kind of heavy armor. When we go out to take commissions together in the future, we will save money to buy a decent priest robe." Roy ignored him, and performed the blessing of strength in chain mail. Although the movements were a bit slow, practice makes perfect. The divine pattern slowly turned into a golden fist, and merged into Roy's body. Roy immediately straightened his chest and said, "This feels much better." After that, he jogged around the deck for 2 laps, doing some swinging and blocking movements, and felt that there was no problem. Jasper and Abbott had been learning the blessing of strength for so long, but they never thought they could do this. No wonder you want to learn the blessing of strength. Jasper looked at Roy holding the side of the ship with both hands and looking out, and couldn't help saying, "This set is not bad, I wear this set," Roy said to Claire. Then he jogged around the ship for a few more laps to get used to this set of mail armor in advance. Claire said to Roy, "You need to wear it often these days. Wearing this kind of heavy armor requires an adaptation process." Okay. Several people sat on the copper ram at the bow. The sea water in the distance surged up one after another, and the tide was about to rise. The sunset stretched the shadows of the 4 people so long that even the waves in the distance were inlaid with gold edges. Behind them was the seaside manor built on the isolated cliff. The white castle looked particularly quiet and beautiful. Jasper suddenly said, "We should give this ship a new name. Or call it the Black Pearl."